Chapter 1. An Encounter with the Enigmatic Assassin. In the opulent Kaleidoscope Grand Hotel, Fang Min lay sprawled on a lavishly comfortable bed, cradling his head in his hands, hiding his face, and curling his body into a fetal position, shivering intermittently. The events that had just transpired were difficult for him to articulate, and in his hazy recollection, it felt like a haunting nightmare. He had been seduced by a woman. In the 3 hours that had just elapsed, he had succumbed to this woman's advances 6 times. The bed linens bore witness, adorned with a vivid crimson bloom. Now, Fang Min could only wonder if further torment awaited him as he cautiously peered through the gaps between his fingers, casting a melancholic gaze at the woman by the window. She stood at the rear window, gazing into the night, her height a striking 1.72 meters, her hair styled in a bun, draped in a gossamer white nightgown that accentuated her alluring curves, resembling an angel. Yet, her visage was chillingly cold, particularly her eyes, which radiated a menacing aura that could shatter one's resolve. Who is this ethereal beauty? Why has she brought me to this luxurious suite? Why does she relentlessly torment me? Fang Min pondered these questions repeatedly, reflecting on the events of that evening. He was a student at Yunheim Medical University, soon to enter his senior year after the summer break, and had taken a part-time job at a pharmacy during the holidays. At precisely 9 o'clock, after finishing his shift, he was on his way back to his rental when a Range Rover abruptly halted in front of him. The woman emerged and greeted him inexplicably. He felt dizzy and followed her into the vehicle. They soon arrived at the Grand Hotel, where she unleashed a fervor, and in his foggy consciousness, he found himself repeatedly acquiescing to her desires. Fortunately, he was physically robust, never once disappointing her. Yet, now he felt discomfort and inexplicable, profound discomfort. It was essential to note that he was still an innocent young man despite being 20. He had never engaged in such experiences. Emerging from an orphanage, he had resolutely vowed during his college years to reserve his first time for the woman he loved most. Now, all that had been shattered. For a moment, tears threatened to spill, but upon recalling the woman's beauty and the fact that it was her first time as well, he found himself unable to cry, for he felt he had not been wronged. He wished to laugh. Yet the discomfort was a burden far beyond what an ordinary soul could endure. As he secretly observed the woman, his naive thoughts wandered. Is she not satisfied? What will she do next? She appears to be of noble birth, akin to a wealthy heiress. Will she leave me with a sum of money, a car, or perhaps a house? Are you awake? The Ice Queen turned her head to regard Fang Min. He dared not meet her piercing gaze, lowering his head like a timid spouse, murmuring an affirmative. Take this, she said, suddenly tossing a small vial beside him. Startled, he glanced at the white vial, shook his head, and sighed. It seems I was right you wish to continue this, but I must inform you, given my physical condition, it is far too early for any medication. Indeed, he was a victim, yet he aimed to convey to this woman that despite his plight, he was still a man of honor who did not require any drugs. No, the Ice Queen replied with a chilling smirk, enunciating each word. I am here to end your life. What? Fang Min gasped, trembling all over, cold sweat breaking out as a sharp pain coursed through his abdomen. The Ice Queen's gaze grew even colder, and a frigid mist enveloped her, convincing him she was not jesting. She intended to kill him. Why do you want me dead? Why didn't you kill me while I was asleep? Because I operate this way before a person dies. I ensure they comprehend their fate. The Ice Queen turned her gaze back to the window, her voice icy. While confronting a sworn enemy, I was struck by a poisoned dart. As she spoke, she pulled aside the strap of her nightgown from her right shoulder, revealing her alabaster skin. Fang Min could see a large adhesive bandage affixed to her shoulder. That dart was not only toxic but also coated with an aphrodisiac, igniting an insatiable heat within me. Without a man, my demise is inevitable, she continued. Thus I sought a man, and among 8, I chose you. Why me? Fang Min asked, his expression one of despair. Because you possess good looks. I did not wish for my first experience to be lackluster, she replied bluntly. Good looks? It appears that being handsome is a curse in itself. Fang Min lamented, covering his face, anguish washing over him as his worldview shifted dramatically. In light of our recent encounter, I shall grant you a painless death, the Ice Queen stated, her gaze fixed on him. You take matters into your own hands. Fang Min, peering through his fingers at the white substance beside him, recoiled in fear. But, beautiful lady, I saved your life. Shouldn't you repay me? Why repay kindness with malice? Her voice grew even colder. Because I am a killer. A killer. Fang Min trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief as he scrutinized her. After a moment, he forced a pained smile and shook his head. I never imagined I would encounter a female assassin in my lifetime. Very well, you need not offer me money, a car, or a house, but could you not spare my life? Rest assured, I shall remain silent. The Ice Queen's eyes narrowed, her aura radiating menace mixed with impatience. Should I take action, your death will be excruciating. With those words, she advanced toward him step by step. Realizing his fate was sealed, Fang Min shrank back toward the head of the bed. He thought of his incomplete education, his upbringing in the orphanage, and the fact that he had yet to repay the kind matron of the orphanage. Shaking his head, tears glimmered in his eyes. Death was indeed a daunting prospect. Living was something to cherish. Rubbing his eyes, he cast another sorrowful glance at the Ice Queen, his voice hoarse as he implored, "Beautiful lady, I grew up in an orphanage. I aspire to be a great doctor. I have yet to repay the matron of the orphanage, nor have I given back to society. Until tonight, I was still a virgin. Does appealing to my emotions serve any purpose?" The Ice Queen had reached the edge of the bed, gently caressing the jade ring on her right hand, her gaze fixated on him. "I ask you one last time. Will you act, or shall I?" Fang Min glanced at the shimmering jade ring, recognizing it as a lethal weapon. The air around him turned frigid, and he instinctively crawled further away. Lowering his head, "I wish to call a classmate. She is the campus beauty. I am about to die, and I want her to know I love her to—" And oh, the Ice Queen responded coldly. "You must die now." Each word dripped with lethal intent, every syllable laden with menace. "Very well." Fang Min, suddenly incensed, raised his head defiantly, his melancholy gaze transformed into one of fury. "I am willing to die, but you must grant me one final request." The Ice Queen smirked, her laughter void of warmth. "No." In a sudden burst of desperation, Fang Min brandished his phone. "I recorded everything that transpired. If you refuse my request, I can upload it to the internet with a single press." The Ice Queen's demeanor shifted as she scrutinized his phone. After a moment's deliberation, she gritted her teeth and nodded. "I agree. Speak." Fang Min clenched his jaw, his trepidation morphing into a resolute demeanor as he hoisted his phone like a bomb. "My request is before I meet my end, I wish to engage with you. Once more, this time I shall be on top." Chapter 2. The Superpower from the Heavens. Resolved to leave no regrets before his demise. At the very least, his resolute expression conveyed this sentiment. The icy beauty paused momentarily, then gently nodded. At that moment, the lingering effects of the drug were still present. She could feel her body ablaze. Yet, in indulging this man, she could also satiate her own desires. After all, her motive for eliminating was to safeguard today a secret, ensuring he would not disseminate their love affair online. Thus, she approached the bedside and gracefully lay down. Unreserved, executed a sudden 360-degree roll, landing atop the icy beauty and enveloping her in a tight embrace. To his surprise, he grasped a foot instead, gritting his teeth as he supported himself on his arms and executed another grand spin, reminiscent of street dance. The assassin beauty lay still, eyes closed, her exquisite visage slightly contorted, betraying whether she was enduring pain or savoring pleasure. The atmosphere in the room grew fervent. Suddenly, unleashed a punch aimed squarely at the assassin beauty's temple. His intention to feign agreement to her earlier condition was false. His true aim was to knock her unconscious and escape. Thus he launched a surprise attack. However, the assassin beauty's eyes flew open, and she retaliated with a fierce punch directed at its right eye, her speed and strength surpassing his. With a resounding thud, her fist struck his eye socket before his could connect, her emerald ring piercing into his right eye. In that instant, an extraordinary light vanished within his pupil. "Oh!" howled in agony, clutching his right eye. With swift ferocity, the assassin beauty landed another punch, this time against his chest. "Oh!" he cried out again, doubling over in pain, feeling as though his very organs had been shattered. The assassin beauty grinned wickedly, flipped over, seized a nearby pillow, and pressed it forcefully against face. baring her teeth in a menacing grin. Now pay the price for your earlier madness. Exhausted from the preceding altercation and weakened by the blows, still fought back desperately. Tearing the pillow away. With a sudden strike, the assassin beauty aimed another fierce punch at his left eye. Just as before, her emerald ring punctured his eye, and another strange light vanished within his pupil. This time, however, felt dizzy and utterly devoid of strength to resist. After a brief struggle, he lay still. The assassin beauty smothered his face with the pillow for 5 minutes before withdrawing, checking to ensure he was lifeless before flipping off the bed and gathering his phone. Upon inspecting the device, she discovered no incriminating footage. Realizing she had been deceived, gritting her teeth, she hurled the phone out the window and seized the pillow again, pressing it down onto his head repeatedly, as if wishing to bury him in the bed. You thought you could rise above. You thought wrong. She pressed down relentlessly for several moments before yanking the sheets violently. With a resounding crash, tumbled off the bed, limbs sprawled, eyes wide and mouth agape, as if bearing a tremendous grievance. The assassin beauty folded the sheets neatly into a bag, tidied the room, then leaped out the back window, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, lay motionless on the floor, lifeless, awaiting the discovery by the staff the following day. However, just 5 minutes later, an extraordinary light erupted from his eyes, surging through his entire being. He convulsed violently, blinking awake. Was I not dead? Gasped, sitting upright and feeling his body, confirming his existence. A sharp pinch to his leg brought forth pain, solidifying his belief in his survival. Yet, an even greater shock awaited him. He suddenly realized the wall beside him had vanished, revealing a couple in the neighboring room bathing. Looking up, he could clearly see figures above and below. The silhouettes of people were equally visible. Can I see through walls? Marveled, glancing at the door opposite him, where he could also see the occupants in their bare state. He discovered that by merely squinting, he could peer into any space within a 50-meter radius. X-ray vision. His eyes possessed the power of transparency. To his astonishment, he could also hear conversations from adjacent rooms, phone calls from across the hall, and discussions from below. If he willed it, he could perceive any sound within earshot. Testing further, he confirmed that even whispers within 50 meters were audible. Enhanced hearing? I can hear everything around me? As he experimented, he discovered his eyes could not only reflect on the past, but also foresee the future, albeit limited to a single day. Yet, it was enough to ignite wonder. That wretched woman sought to end my life. Yet I have turned misfortune into fortune. Filled with elation, he rose abruptly, envisioning himself as a miraculous healer. Believing these newfound abilities could aid him, turning towards the back window, he clenched his fists. Wretched one, did you expect this? Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his abdomen, causing him to gasp and massage the area gently. At that moment, he felt a warm sensation emanating from his eyes, radiating toward his abdomen, which soon turned soothing and pain-free. Strange, my eyes, which were injured earlier, are now healed, granting me sight and warmth. Could be the assassin's ring that pierced my eye? With too much on his mind to ponder further, he hastily donned his clothes and shoes, striding towards the door. As he walked, he employed his new vision, seeking to understand its characteristics. Upon reaching the ground floor lobby, he encountered a crowd gathered around a woman who had suddenly collapsed. The scene revealed a stunning woman sprawled on the floor, her figure long and graceful, her features strikingly beautiful, comparable to the assassin beauty he had just encountered. Yet, she lay unconscious, appearing gravely ill. Upon closer inspection, S. heart raced as recognition dawned. It was none other than the campus beauty of the object of his secret admiration, affectionately dubbed the Ice Goddess. The sight of her in distress stirred profound concern within him. He quickly squinted, activating his X-ray vision to assess her condition. To his astonishment, as he observed its ailment, a red star materialized in his mind, followed by a vision of the treatment method, along with a series of prescriptions necessary for her recovery. His X-ray vision held such miraculous potential. It could elevate him to the status of a healer. With newfound confidence, he approached, declaring, I am a doctor. Allow me to assist. The crowd turned their attention to him, their eyes scrutinizing his plain attire and worn sneakers, eliciting scornful chuckles. What can a youth like you possibly know? A towering figure clad in black cast a fierce glare at Fang Min. I am Ingna's bodyguard and family doctor, but that is of no avail now. Do you have any solutions? Just refrain from causing more chaos and await the arrival of the paramedics. Beside Su, Ingna knelt a round-faced beauty in denim, her figure more enticing than that of a campus belle. Casting a disdainful glance at Fang Min, ignoring their scrutinizing stares, Fang Min pointed towards Su Ingna's delicate chin, suggesting, "Is there not a silver needle beneath her chin?" Upon hearing this, both the imposing man and the round-faced beauty turned their attention to Su Ingna's jawline. Indeed, a slender silver needle was barely protruding, resembling a small red mole. What is the meaning of this? The burly man questioned, bewildered, as he glared at Fang Min. How could there be a needle? The round-faced beauty echoed, her curiosity piqued as she looked at Fang Min. The area beneath the chin is the Lianquan acupoint. A skilled practitioner using a silver needle here can induce a state of unconsciousness. In mild cases, one may simply fall into a deep slumber. In severe instances, one could become a vegetative state. Fang Min explained while surveying the surroundings. Consider who was near her moments ago. Upon hearing this, the burly man and the round-faced beauty widened their eyes, scanning the vicinity. Yet, after a thorough inspection, they could discern nothing amiss. Fang Min, however, squinted, and the figures around him began to shed their garments. Within moments, a woman wielding a dagger and silver needles emerged before him. The sight of her sent a shiver down his spine. Her eyes brimmed with malice, glaring at him with unbridled hatred. It was none other than the alluring assassin who had once claimed Fang Min's life in their previous encounter. Chapter 3. Foes reunited. How ironic that fate would orchestrate such a reunion. Fang Min had presumed the assassin to be long gone, yet here she was, returned. Employing his perceptive gaze, he was immediately transported back to a scene from mere moments prior. The graceful assassin, amidst a throng of people, making a calculated move against Su Ingna. The audacity to target Ingna in such a manner. Was her intention to cripple or to kill? Who was the puppet master orchestrating this malevolence? And why the assassin lingered? In a fleeting instant, a multitude of questions assailed Fang Min as he fixed his gaze upon the enigmatic woman. The assassin, in turn, regarded Fang Min with incredulity etched across her features. She recalled with chilling clarity having extinguished his life. Yet here he stood, not only alive but also tending to the infirm. With a determined clench of her teeth, she stealthily approached. She refused to believe that this man could defy death a second time. Noticing the assassin's surreptitious advance, Fang Min subtly shifted his position. He contemplated alerting others to her presence, but would his words be heeded? Moreover, Ingna's dire condition demanded immediate attention, leaving him no time to denounce the woman. Swiftly, he extended his hand towards Su Ingna's chin, intent on providing aid. "Are you certain of your abilities?" A fair-faced woman questioned, grasping Fang Min's wrist. Sensing the woman's considerable strength, Fang Min discerned her martial prowess. He retorted, "Would I intervene without confidence? Are you truly capable? You appear so young to be a physician." The woman persisted, her skepticism evident. "You are Xue Lu, afflicted by a concealed ailment in your left breast and a strain in your right leg. Am I correct?" Fang Min inquired, meeting Xue Lu and Amp, Oppos, gaze. Xue Lu recoiled in astonishment. How? How did you know? Furthermore, your menses concluded yesterday, following a protracted period of spotting, and during menstruation, you experience both abdominal and mammary discomfort. Enough. I believe you. Xue Lu interjected, beads of perspiration forming on her brow. Her voice tinged with apprehension. The burly man beside her stared at Fang Min, a mixture of envy and bewilderment in his eyes. Strange, this lad knows everything, yet I, who am constantly by Xue Lu's side, am oblivious. Fang Min pinched the silver needle beneath Su Ingna's chin and swiftly extracted it. Su Ingna gasped for air, her limbs trembling uncontrollably. "Is Ingna all right?" Xue Lu inquired anxiously, her gaze fixed on Fang Min. "Ingna's heart rate is accelerating dangerously." threatening cardiac arrest. Immediate resuscitation is imperative, Fang Min declared, positioning his hands on Su Yingna's chest and commencing rhythmic compressions. Shuai Lu and the burly man watched with bated breath. Observing the manner in which Fang Min's compressions were altering her form, the burly man interjected, "Allow me to take over. As Yingna's personal physician, I am obligated to assist. Since you are so eager, procure a bottle of mineral water for me," Fang Min replied, nodding towards the man. The burly man hesitated before reluctantly rising to fetch the water. As he performed resuscitation, Fang Min remained vigilant, his gaze darting towards the approaching assassin. Anticipating her feigned concern and the concealed silver needle aimed at his back, he envisioned the scene unfolding in mere seconds. The fatal prick, followed by his collapse. "Blast it! This viper seeks my demise," Fang Min exclaimed inwardly. Without hesitation, he propelled himself across Su Yingna in a frog-like leap, landing beside Shuai Lu. "What are you doing?" Shuai Lu exclaimed, turning to glare at Fang Min, sensing the softness beneath him. Fang Min offered a sheepish explanation. "I am merely adjusting my position." "What?" Shuai Lu recoiled, her eyes narrowing at Fang Min. "I am changing my stance, that is to say." "Enough chatter. Rescuing Yingna is paramount." He resumed the compressions. Shuai Lu, dubious of Fang Min's motives, cast a scathing glance at him before kneeling beside Su Yingna and gently calling her name. Fang Min continued the compressions, observing Su Yingna's improving condition with a sigh of relief. However, he remained cautious, aware of the assassin's relentless pursuit. Once more, he foresaw her impending attack. "Not again," Fang Min muttered, resorting to another frog-like leap. To his dismay, he found himself once again sprawled atop Shuai Lu. "What is your intention?" Shuai Lu demanded, stepping aside and glaring at Fang Min. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, she would have retaliated with a swift kick. "Have you developed an addiction to pressing down on women?" Unable to offer a coherent explanation, Fang Min and Appo's face flushed crimson. He gestured towards Su Yingna, exclaiming, "Look, Yingna is improving." Shuai Lu glanced at Su Yingna, who had opened her eyes. Forgetting her annoyance with Fang Min, she rushed to support her. "Yingna, you are awake. Do not move," Fang Min interjected, grasping Shuai Lu and Appo's arm. "Yingna must remain still." Shuai Lu brushed off Fang Min and Appo's hand, retorting, "Perhaps you should remain still." At that moment, a voice announced, "The ambulance has arrived." All eyes turned towards the approaching vehicle. Two paramedics emerged, wheeling a stretcher towards them. Fang Min scanned the scene, noting the assassin's renewed advance. He swiftly leaped to the opposite side. "I knew you would return, which is why I positioned myself near Yingna's face, anticipating your arrival." Shuai Lu sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Fang Min. Fang Min sighed inwardly. "I have no desire to woo you at this moment." The paramedics arrived and, with the assistance of Fang Min and Shuai Lu, gently transferred Su Yingna onto the stretcher. Observing the intravenous needles in the nurse's pocket, Fang Min surreptitiously retrieved one before following the medical team towards the exit. "Young man, I have brought the mineral water." The burly man approached, wiping his brow and offering a bottle of Nongfu Spring. "Thank you." Fang Min accepted the bottle, uncapped it, and drank deeply. The exertion had left him parched. The burly man glared at Fang Min, inwardly lamenting his actions. He had assumed Fang Min required the water for Su Yingna's treatment, only to witness him quenching his own thirst. "Had I known, I would have allowed you to perish from thirst, you scoundrel." As Fang Min proceeded, he noticed the assassin tailing him. He quickened his pace, inadvertently bumping into Shuai Lu. "It is you again," Shuai Lu exclaimed, her patience exhausted. She swung her elbow towards Fang Min's chest. Fang Min recoiled, but as he did, the assassin seized the opportunity and plunged the silver needle into his lower back. Chapter 4. The desperate escape. The immortal adept targeted a vital acupoint. Fang Min was acutely aware that a sharp strike to this point would leave him paralyzed from the waist up. At that moment, he could neither leap nor evade. In a frantic attempt to protect himself, he hastily placed the bottle of mineral water against his lower back. With a swift thrust, the silver needle pierced through the bottle. The assassin beauty was momentarily taken aback, swiftly withdrawing the needle and releasing a thin stream of water. "That was close." Fang Min seized the opportunity to hurl the mineral water bottle directly at her face before making a quick escape. The assassin beauty caught the bottle, retaliating with a swift kick aimed at Fang Min, but instead, her foot connected with Shuai Lu's backside, causing a ripple of movement. "Oh!" Shuai Lu cried out, turning around to confront the icy-faced woman, her voice laced with indignation. "Why did you kick me?" The assassin beauty paused, offering a quiet apology. "I'm sorry. That was a mistake." Shuai Lu, consumed with concern for Su Yingna, shot her a glare before hastily rubbing her rear and moving forward. Suddenly, she noticed Fang Min standing off to the side, stifling a laugh, and her teeth clenched in frustration. "You scoundrel! You wouldn't be in cahoots with her, would you? I'll settle this with you later." At that moment, a crowd was pushing Su Yingna out the door, the throng causing a commotion. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Fang Min stealthily approached the distracted assassin beauty from behind. He retrieved a spare needle from his pocket, removed its cap, and, with precision, aimed for her lower back, striking with force. The assassin beauty felt a piercing pain, letting out a silent gasp and swiftly turning to see Fang Min, her fury igniting. In a flash, he took off running towards South Street. She immediately pursued him, but was suddenly struck by another sharp pain. Looking down, she saw a needle embedded deep in her skin, a full 5 centimeters in, attached to a long foretube. Gritting her teeth, she yanked out the needle and, gritting her teeth against the pain, continued her chase down South Street. "Just wait. You will meet your end tonight." Hood. Fang Min sprinted forward with all his might, searching for a taxi. However, after running for over 2 miles, he found no sign of one. He pressed on until he reached an overpass. As he ran, he glanced back frequently. Within a 50-meter radius, he had a clear view, and beyond that, while not perfect, he could still discern his surroundings. He hoped desperately that the assassin would not catch up to him. Suddenly, a black motorcycle came roaring from an alley, with a cold and fierce woman in black attire. Sunglasses perched on her nose. Fang Min's heart dropped in shock. It was the assassin beauty, charging straight at him. He quickened his pace, but the open space ahead left him nowhere to hide. He could sense her gaze. If she caught up, it would mean certain death. In a frantic search, he spotted a large truck approaching on the westbound road, its cargo netted like a fishing trap, preparing to pass beneath the overpass. He quickly crouched by the railing, positioning himself to jump. In that instant, he envisioned a horrific outcome. He would leap, crash onto the truck's front, and then be run over by a car following behind. "Damn!" Fang Min inhaled sharply, waiting a couple of seconds before leaping off. Bang! He landed squarely on the cargo net above the truck, bouncing slightly as if landing on a trampoline. Boom! The motorcycle screeched to a halt at the spot where Fang Min had just jumped, the assassin beauty pushing her sunglasses up onto her forehead, peering down at him. Seeing him safely on the net, her eyes widened in disbelief. Fang Min reclined comfortably, casting a melancholic gaze at the assassin beauty, and waved her a farewell. The assassin felt a sharp pain in her backside, gritting her teeth in frustration. Watching him vanish into the night, she vowed, "If I ever see you again, it will be your last." With a roar, the motorcycle sped off, leaving her behind. Fang Min lay on the net, catching a whiff of a strong fishy odor. Turning to look beneath him, he saw that the truck was loaded with seafood. Fearing the perishability of the cargo and realizing that the truck would be moving quickly, he had no choice but to remain there, hoping for a red light to halt the vehicle. However, after a long wait, the truck continued its rapid journey. Exhausted from the night and Oppo's ordeal and the swaying of the truck, he soon drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, the truck and Oppo's air brakes emitted a jarring screech, and the vehicle came to an abrupt stop. With a jolt, Fang Min awoke to find dawn breaking. He quickly scrambled to his feet, realizing they had reached the highway exit. He couldn't believe he had slept the entire journey until morning. Seizing the opportunity while the truck was stationary, he flipped over the side and jumped down. Checking the signs at the station, he discovered he was over 400 miles away in Shanghai City. Turning to gaze at the cityscape, he realized he had no choice but to retrace his steps. Searching his pockets, he found his phone and wallet were gone, leaving him utterly penniless. With the highway at his back, finding a ride would be a challenge. "Damn, I can Oppos. T possibly walk back. Fang Min sidled over to the entry point, observing the cars heading onto the highway, hoping to catch a lift. After standing there for half the morning without success, hunger and frustration gnawed at him. Just then, a blue Ferrari 488 rolled into view, with a radiant young woman at the wheel. Using his enhanced vision, he scanned her pockets and spotted a student ID, revealing her as Jean Wei, a student from Yunhai Music Academy. Fang Min's eyes lit up. He had heard of her. Jean Wei was the campus belle, having placed 5th in a singing competition, known for her vivacious personality and dubbed the Chili Goddess. Ah, Chili Goddess, your timing is impeccable. He admired the sleek car and the stunning driver, rushing forward, waving his arms and calling out, Jean Wei, Jean Wei, Jean Wei. Jean Wei, preparing to accelerate, noticed a figure jumping excitedly in front of her car. Rolling down her window, she inquired, Who are you? Jean Wei, it's me, Fang Min. I and Oppos. Am from the medical university next door to your music academy. I and Oppos am a fan. Could you give me a ride back to campus? Jean Wei narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Fang Min, noting his shabby appearance and the lingering fishy scent. Shaking her head, she replied, I don and Oppos. Tino, you move aside. Jean Wei, I lost my wallet and phone. Please, I'm begging you. Fang Min pleaded with a sorrowful gaze. Though Jean Wei found him poorly dressed, she noticed his striking features, especially his bright, deep-set eyes. His melancholic expression was undeniably captivating, stirring a flicker of interest within her. All right, she said, you can get in, but only if you can convince me of your trustworthiness. Chapter 5. Accompanying the bell to the lottery, Fang Min smiled and pointed to Jean Wei's porcelain-white neck, inquiring, Jean Wei, you and Oppos. V. Strained your vocal cords from singing practice lately. Haven and Oppos. To you? Jean Wei was taken aback, curiously scrutinizing Fang Min. Indeed, her vocal cords had suffered due to her recent singing endeavors. However, she was gradually recovering over the past couple of days, and her voice had regained its clarity. Yet, how could he possibly know this? How did you find out? She asked. Fang Min chuckled, observing the glint in Jean Wei's eyes as he contemplated what she would do that morning. Suddenly, he envisioned her, 2 hours later, driving her sports car to visit a patient at the First People's Hospital of the city. Not only do I know about your voice issues, but I'm also aware that you're visiting a patient at the First People's Hospital this morning. Jean Wei was once again startled, blinking at Fang Min in disbelief. Their paths had crossed by sheer chance, yet he seemed to know so much about her. Jean Wei, this sports car was a birthday gift from your mother for your 19th birthday, because you adore its design, particularly its alluring rear, correct? As Fang Min narrowed his eyes, images of recent events in Jean Wei's life surfaced in his mind. Could it be? Jean Wei slowly opened her mouth in astonishment. This car had indeed been a gift from her mother just the day before, and not even her closest friend was aware of it. How could Fang Min know such intimate details? Beep, beep. A car horn echoed from behind them. All right, hop in. I believe you. Jean Wei glanced in the rearview mirror and waved her hand at Fang Min. Fang Min grinned widely, opened the door, and settled into the passenger seat. Oh my goodness. Is sitting in this sports car akin to resting on a beautiful woman's lap? Is it not? The intoxicating scent wafting from within further entranced Fang Min. Are you truly a student at Yunhai Medical University? Jean Wei queried, glancing at Fang Min as she drove. Fang Min nodded, fastening his seatbelt. I'm from the traditional Chinese medicine college and will be entering my senior year after the summer break. How do you know all that about me? Jean Wei asked. Her curiosity piqued. Fang Min smiled mysteriously because I possess certain insights. Really? Jean Wei grinned mischievously, her cuteness shining through. How about you help me with something shortly? Fang Min was eager to get closer to her. Just tell me. Jean Wei nodded. I'll let you know when we arrive. With a press of the accelerator, the sports car roared to life, reaching a speed of 120 miles per hour within seconds. To car enthusiasts, the engine's roar was not mere noise, but a symphony that ignited their passions. Fang Min found himself enchanted, envisioning how exhilarating it would be to drive such a car in the future. Yet, what captivated him more was the beauty behind the wheel. Stealthily, he observed her. She sported African braids and wore a denim dress that accentuated her statuesque form. Her long, fair legs igniting a myriad of fantasies. With his heightened senses, he detected a fragrance reminiscent of tulips emanating from her, deepening his admiration. If he were to rate her, he would give her 9, just shy of another campus beauty, Su Ingna. Virum. When the road was free of surveillance, Jean Wei pressed the pedal to the metal, reaching a staggering speed of 220 miles per hour. This velocity could only be described as lightning fast. Clearly, Jean Wei relished the thrill of racing, her face radiant with excitement. Fang Min, experiencing such speed for the first time, felt a twinge of anxiety, squinting to gauge the road ahead. Suddenly, he noticed a puddle ahead, and his mind conjured a vivid image of the car skidding off course, crashing into the guardrail, and flipping multiple times before crashing down onto the highway. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he shouted, "Slow down. There's a puddle ahead. I know this road well," Jean Wei replied dismissively, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Fang Min felt a surge of urgency as he continued to watch the approaching hazard, his hand instinctively reaching out to cover Jean Wei's eyes. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, instinctively hitting the brakes. The luxury vehicle, which had been barreling at 220 miles per hour, quickly decelerated to around 120 miles per hour. "Look ahead," Fang Min pointed. Jean Wei turned to see the puddle, which, due to her position against the sun, she had overlooked, though the puddle appeared shallow. Traveling at such a high speed could lead to disastrous consequences. With a splash, the car surged through the puddle, sending water flying. "Thank you," Jean Wei said, her heart racing, nodding gratefully at Fang Min, silently reflecting that if she hadn't taken him along, she might have missed the dawn of another day. Realizing this, she flashed Fang Min a grateful smile. He returned the smile, adding, "The more experienced the driver, the more cautious they must be." Jean Wei wholeheartedly agreed, her radiant smile revealing a set of pearly whites as she extended her hand. "I'll treat you to dinner later." Fang Min, feeling quite famished, high-fived her my treat. Jean Wei widened her eyes, "But didn't you lose your wallet?" Fang Min chuckled, "I'll treat you. You'll pay." Jean Wei burst into laughter. Their rapport grew closer, with the pair engaging in lively banter, laughter occasionally filling the car. After a short while, Jean Wei eased off the accelerator and steered toward the service area to the north. Once parked, she led Fang Min to a nearby Western restaurant for steak. After their meal, she guided him to a supermarket. "Fang Min, it's time for you to assist me." Peering through the glass window, Fang Min inquired, "What is going on? See that glass box by the entrance? You can enter a lottery with a purchase of 100 yuan, Jean Wei pointed, smirking. "The owner claims that every ticket is a winner, but last time I spent 500 yuan and only got 3 towels. I nearly argued with her." Fang Min observed the black lottery box, unable to see the ping-pong balls inside. Nearby, he read the lottery details: 200 ping-pong balls, 4 prize levels, 10 first prizes of 1,000 yuan, 22nd prizes of 500 yuan, 33rd prizes of 100 yuan, and 104th prizes, which included towels, toothbrushes, and other small items. Having grasped the situation, he nodded at Jean Wei. "There are 10 first prizes. Let us try for 10 times." Seeing Fang Min's confidence, Jean Wei led him into the supermarket. "No problem. Welcome, welcome," exclaimed the plump shop owner with a beaming face, her eyes darting curiously between them. Jean Wei, unfazed, walked to the counter, picked up 2 packs of soft cigarettes, and paid. "That's 1,100 yuan, giving us 11 lottery chances." After obtaining the receipt, she turned to Fang Min by the lottery box. "Fang Min, go ahead and give it a try." Chapter 6. The Lottery Fiasco. Fang Min nodded, casting a glance at the 10 winning numbers for the first prize before positioning himself by the glass box. "Darling," the proprietress remarked to Jean Wei, her tone laced with disdain as she eyed Fang Min, "Are you sure you wanted to try? Does this lad even possess the Midas touch?" Jean Wei retorted, "Mind your tongue, would you?" The proprietress scoffed, stepping aside. "Humph, what could a pauper possibly draw?" Fang Min plunged his hand into the glass box, employing his power of clairvoyance to observe the ping-pong balls swirling within. He noticed that whenever his hand neared a winning number for the first prize, the corresponding ball would invariably roll away. "I see. They're in amp, oppos, chicanery afoot," Fang Min mused with a grin. Abruptly, he reached in, seizing a ball with the swiftness of a fisherman snaring a fish, and presented it to Jean Wei. Jean Wei accepted it and promptly compared it to the winning numbers. Huh. 018, second prize. Madam Proprietress, fork over the 500. The proprietress was taken aback, her eyes widening as she scrutinized the number on the ping-pong ball. To her chagrin, it was indeed a second prize winner. 018. Could this penniless fellow truly possess such fortune? Shaking her head, she reluctantly retrieved 500 yuan from the till and handed it to Jean Wei. Jean Wei chuckled, nodding to Fang Min. Fang Min, well done. Fetch me another, pronto. Fang Min acquiesced, resuming his lottery venture, thinking to himself, with my newfound clairvoyance, this lottery is a mere formality. As if he'll be so lucky again. The proprietress muttered, casting a scornful glance at Fang Min undaunted. Fang Min reached in and grasped another ball, presenting it to Jean Wei. How about this one? Jean Wei eagerly received it and cross-referenced it with the winning numbers. Upon verification, she exclaimed, "Ha ha! 079, first prize." The proprietress and Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief as she confirmed the number. 079, first prize. Quickly, hand over the 1,000. Jean Wei demanded, relishing the proprietress and Oppo's astonishment and dismay. The proprietress gritted her teeth and reluctantly extracted another 1,000 yuan from the till. Jean Wei accepted the crisp banknotes, fanned them in her hand, and chortled at Fang Min. Fang Min, we and Oppo's, we already in profit. Keep going. Fang Min responded with a radiant smile, eager to continue the lottery. The proprietress scoffed. There's no way he'll be so fortunate as to draw another first prize. If he does, I'll concede my head. By this time, a throng of onlookers had gathered, their gazes fixed on Fang Min with fervent anticipation. They were all aware that since the inception of the lottery, no one had ever managed to draw a first prize. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fang Min reached in once more. This time, he emerged with 2 ping-pong balls in his grasp. Jean Wei, let's see how lucky we are. All right. Jean Wei, having stowed the banknotes in her purse, eagerly accepted the balls and proceeded to compare them to the winning numbers. After a moment, she leaped with elation, her chest heaving with excitement. Ha! Both are first prizes. Unbelievable. Impossible, the proprietress exclaimed, scrutinizing the numbers on the 2 ping-pong balls. To her utter dismay, both were indeed first prizes. He drew 2 first prizes in a row. This young man's luck is extraordinary. Despite his modest attire, his luck is astounding. The onlookers buzzed with excitement, several now eager to try their hand at the lottery. Proprietress. Quickly, 2,000. Jean Wei snapped her fingers at the proprietress, rubbing her slender digits together. The proprietress, torn between fury and embarrassment, glared at Jean Wei and then at Fang Min before reluctantly heading to the till once more. Ha! 2,000 in hand. Jean Wei rejoiced, her heart soaring. Proprietress, remember your promise. You owe Fang Min your head. The proprietress, incensed and humiliated, waved her hand dismissively. Keep playing if you dare. I and Oppo's. LL only concede defeat if you draw another first prize. Jean Wei, sensing the proprietress and Oppo's murderous intent, reveled in her triumph. Fang Min, continue, she urged, her eyes now filled with admiration for the young man. Fang Min, if you draw another first prize, I'll grant you my first kiss. Fang Min grinned, nodding in acknowledgement, and proceeded to draw more ping-pong balls. This time, he retrieved 3, presenting them to Jean Wei. Take a look. Jean Wei eagerly eyed the ping-pong balls in Fang Min's hand and cautiously accepted them, turning to compare them to the winning numbers once more. Upon completion, she leaped 3 feet into the air, exclaiming, Ha! All 3 are first prizes. True to her word, she turned and planted a kiss on Fang Min's cheek. Fang Min, caught off guard by the suddenness of the gesture, was momentarily stunned by the intoxicating fragrance. This is the first kiss of a celebrity, a fragrant delight, he thought, lamenting the fleeting nature of the moment. He instinctively reached for his pocket, intending to capture the moment with his phone. Upon remembering its loss, he felt a pang of regret. Proprietress, 3,000, if you please. Jean Wei presented the 3 ping-pong balls to the proprietress. The proprietress, unable to fathom that all 3 ping-pong balls were first prizes, accepted them and scrutinized them against the winning numbers. To her utter dismay, all three were indeed first prizes. She was utterly dumbfounded. "Proprietress, don't just stand there. Hurry." 3,000. Jean urged, her heart brimming with joy. The proprietress, gnawing on her lip, reluctantly retrieved the money for Jean. Her face contorted in anguish. 6,000 yuan. I've lost 6,000 yuan for nothing. Jean, upon receiving the 3,000 yuan, erupted in another cheer. Spontaneously, she embraced Fang Min and bestowed upon him another kiss. While Jean was not one to crave money, the exhilaration of winning 6,000 yuan was more gratifying than obtaining 6 million. Fang Min was equally elated, relishing the kisses he had received. If only there were one more in the middle, it would be divine. Incredible. This is madness. Could this young man be a sorcerer? The onlookers murmured amongst themselves. Their curiosity piqued. Finally, several individuals succumbed to temptation, purchasing items and taking their turn at the lottery. Fang Min smiled, leading Jean to the side. "I got a fourth prize, a towel. I got a toothbrush. I fared worse than you. I got a ballpoint pen." The lottery participants shook their heads in disappointment, casting envious glances at Fang Min. "Fang Min, we have 4 more chances. Win them all for me," Jean urged, her excitement undeterred by the others' failures. Fang Min nodded, approaching the glass box once more, and plunged his hand inside. This time, not only Jean but also the proprietress and the surrounding crowd stared intently at Fang Min, eager to discern his technique. Moments later, Fang Min emerged with 2 balls in his left hand and 2 in his right, presenting them to Jean. "Take a look." Jean eagerly accepted them, proceeding to compare them to the winning numbers. The onlookers crowded around, assisting in the verification. Suddenly, they erupted in cheers, their voices filled with excitement. "First prize. All for our first prizes. His luck is truly unparalleled." Their fervent excitement mirrored that of those who had won the lottery themselves. The proprietress, drenched in sweat, stared at Fang Min as though he were an anomaly. "Is this even human?" Fang Min grinned at the proprietress. "So, you look down on people, do you, fatty? Just you wait, I'll summon my husband," the proprietress declared abruptly, turning to leave. Jean seized the proprietress's arm. "Where do you think you're going? You still owe us 4,000 yuan. I don't have enough money here. I'll call my husband, he's next door." The proprietress gestured to the adjacent building. "My husband runs a clinic. Ein Oppos. LL have him bring the cash." You can run, but you can Oppos. Hide." Jean finally released the proprietress, then turned to Fang Min, urging him to wait a moment. After 3 minutes, the proprietress returned with a man clad in a white lab coat, towering at 6 feet tall with a robust physique. He bore an appearance more akin to a butcher than a physician. "Darling, it's them. They won a second prize and 10 first prizes." The proprietress, seemingly deceived, pointed angrily at Fang Min and Jean. The man in the lab coat let out a cold smirk, surveying Fang Min and then Jean before impatiently inquiring, "You still owe 4,000? Jean nodded affirmatively. "That's right." The man in the lab coat replied with a chilling laugh. "While it is true that you won 10 first prizes with a total reward of 10,000, you are required to pay 40% in taxes. Thus, I am here to collect 4,000 for tax purposes." "What?" Jean exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Why wasn't Oppos this mentioned before the lottery?" Fang Min responded with a cold smile, scrutinizing the man in the lab coat. The surrounding crowd, upon hearing this, exchanged knowing glances and chuckled derisively at the man. However, sensing his menacing demeanor, they discreetly stepped back. "What of it? This is my territory, and I make the rules." The man in the lab coat retorted with a chilling laugh, waving his hand dismissively at Jean and Fang Min as though shooing away flies. "Move along quickly. Don't disrupt my business." "How convenient for you." Jean stood her ground defiantly. "I still want my 4,000. If I don an Oppos, get it. I refuse to leave today." Chapter 7. A low-key and mysterious magnate. Upon hearing the words, the man in the white coat turned pale with fury. "Whose father are you referring to?" he bellowed. "Let me make this clear. Whether you arrived in a sports car or even a private jet, you must adhere to my rules." As his voice echoed, 4 or 5 young men rushed over from a nearby auto repair shop, some wielding steel rods, others clutching wrenches. all of them glaring menacingly. The surrounding crowd, upon witnessing the scene, hurriedly dispersed. "Let me see you dare to lay a finger on me." Jean Wei stood her ground, positioning herself beside the man in the white coat, her eyes wide with defiance. "Bring me the 4,000 yuan, or today's affair will not end here." What a fiery beauty! She must be a wealthy heiress. The onlookers whispered among themselves, their curiosity piqued by Jean Wei and Appo's boldness. "Jean Wei, is this really necessary?" Fang Min interjected, gently patting her shoulder. "It's just 4,000 yuan. Of course it matters." Jean Wei retorted, turning to Fang Min. "We clearly collected 10,000. Why should we leave with only 6,000? Fang Min chuckled, winking at her. "We can keep playing the lottery. If we draw 10 more grand prizes, we can earn another 6,000. Jean Wei's eyes lit up at the suggestion. "Right? We can continue shopping." "I'm afraid not." The man in the white coat sneered ominously. "Our lottery system is malfunctioning and requires repairs. If you wish to try your luck, come back tomorrow." Jean Wei's anger flared. "Are you refusing to reason with me? I thrive on being unreasonable. What can you do about it?" The man in the white coat shot her a cold smile, leaning forward as if inviting her to strike him, extending his head towards Jean Wei's ample bosom. Startled, Jean Wei stepped back, gritting her teeth as she pulled out her phone. "You'll regret this." At that moment, a panicked cry pierced the air. "Help! My child is in danger. Please, someone help my child." Fang Min and the others turned to see a striking young woman beside a Dongfeng camper van, cradling a baby in distress, tears streaming down her face. Beside her stood an imposing elderly man with white hair, along with two elegantly dressed women, all exuding a sense of urgency. Doctor, please, come help us," the elderly man commanded, pointing at the man in the white coat as if issuing orders to a soldier. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the man in the white coat approached hastily, casting a warning glare at Jean Wei. "You all need to leave now." However, Jean Wei was wholly focused on the baby, urgently tugging at Fang Min. "The baby appears to be suffocating. You must take a look." Fang Min had already noticed the alarming signs and rushed forward with Jean Wei. They observed the infant's flushed face, the erratic movements of her head, and the spasms throughout her body. It was a dire situation. Something must be lodged in her throat. The man in the white coat took the baby and laid her across his lap, attempting to pat her back. But the more he struck, the more the baby writhed, her complexion becoming increasingly pallid. The young mother wept uncontrollably. "Please, baby, don't you dare leave us. Doctor, you must find a way." The elderly man, drenched in sweat yet maintaining a calm demeanor, insisted, "This is my granddaughter. She must be saved. I will be eternally grateful." The man in the white coat, now sweating profusely, realized his method was ineffective. "This child in Appo's condition is complex. You must take her to the hospital immediately," the young mother wailed. "But we are at a highway service area. How long will it take to get to a hospital?" The elderly man glared at the man in the white coat, indignation etched across his face. Father, the young mother cried out, "the baby is unresponsive. Her body is going limp." The group gasped as they saw the infant and Appo's head droop. A wave of sorrow swept through the crowd. Such a delightful child, lost in an instant. "Fang Min is a doctor. Let him take a look," Jean Wei urged, tugging Fang Min towards the elderly man and the young mother. Both the elderly man and the young mother looked up eagerly at Fang Min, taken aback by his humble appearance, which hardly resembled that of a doctor. What can a poor boy possibly do? The man in the white coat scoffed at Fang Min, Don and Amp. "Appo's, waste time. We need help now," Jean Wei exclaimed, her anxiety mounting. "Trust this young man," the elderly man commanded, scrutinizing Fang Min's demeanor. Finally, the young mother, as if awakening from trance, hurriedly handed the infant to Fang Min. Fang Min had already employed his X-ray vision to assess the situation, discovering a piece of candy lodged in the baby's throat. He swiftly placed the infant on the ground, opened her mouth, and extracted the candy with his finger. The young mother, the elderly man, Jean Wei, and the others watched in realization as the cause of the baby's distress became clear. Seeing that the infant had stopped breathing, Fang Min pinched her tiny nose and began administering artificial respiration. All eyes were glued to him, the tension palpable. The young mother knelt beside Fang Min, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "Doctor, please, you must save my child. I beg you." Jin Wei encouraged Fang Min, patting his back. "Fang Min, you can do this. I believe in you. If I can't, what can he do?" The man in the white coat, standing aside, sneered at Fang Min and Jin Wei. The child in Appo's condition was detected too late. Had we discovered it a minute sooner, I could have saved her. The young mother collapsed to the floor, covering her face with her hands, sobbing. "Could you possibly be quiet?" Jin Wei snapped, glaring at the man in the white coat. He merely chuckled coldly, shaking his head before turning to retreat to his clinic. Fang Min continued with the artificial respiration, monitoring the infant's condition closely. He then gently pressed on her chest, performing cardiac resuscitation. Suddenly, the infant let out a loud cry. "Wow, the child has come back to life. This is truly miraculous." The surrounding crowd erupted in applause, their relief palpable. The man in the white coat turned sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief. "No way, my baby." The young mother embraced her child tightly, overcome with joy and tears. The elderly man, tears streaming down his face, looked at Fang Min with admiration, nodding fervently. "Fang Min, you are incredible," Jin Wei exclaimed, enveloping him in a tight embrace and planting a kiss on his cheek. Her excitement evident, as if she had just saved her own child. Fang Min chuckled. "Jin Wei, you're bullying me again. You've stolen my first kiss 3 times already. I'll keep stealing." Jin Wei pouted playfully, pecking the corner of Fang Min's mouth. "Ha! Your first kiss is mine to claim." Fang Min was momentarily taken aback, inhaling the sweet scent of her presence, longing for a deeper kiss. But Jin Wei had already pulled away, leaving him to sigh inwardly. "Oh, this beauty! If you must take my first kiss, why not make it a memorable one? You have my heartfelt thanks, young man. I am eternally grateful for your timely intervention." The elderly man shook Fang Min and Appo's hand, visibly moved. Feeling a bit bashful, Fang Min replied, "Old sir, this was simply a fateful encounter between me and the child." The elderly man nodded appreciatively and inquired, "What is your name, young man? And where do you work?" "His name is Fang Min, a junior at Yunhai Medical University," Jin Wei chimed in, smiling brightly as she provided the answer. The elderly man with white hair nodded slightly and turned to a beautiful woman in a suit, instructing her to call President Zhang Tianfa of Yunhai Medical University, requesting that he extend special care to student Fang Min. Fang Min and Jin Wei were momentarily taken aback. What significance did this elderly gentleman hold to warrant having a university president contacted by his secretary? "Fang Min, here's my business card. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me," the white-haired man said, producing a card and handing it to Fang Min. Upon glancing at the name and previous title inscribed on the card, Fang Min was taken aback. "Put it away," the elderly man nodded at Fang Min, offering a knowing glance. Fang Min quickly approached, stealing a glance at the elder, feeling as though he were in a dream. Good heavens, is this truly one of the prominent figures frequently depicted in the news? Jin Wei, sensing something amiss, turned and pointed at the man in the white coat, exclaiming, "You, come over here." The man in the white coat, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly approached Jin Wei, casting a flattering smile at the white-haired elder. Seated within a remarkably understated Dongfeng luxury vehicle, accompanied by an exceptionally striking female bodyguard, the elderly man exuded an aura of calmness that was undeniable. It was evident, even to the most casual observer, that this white-haired gentleman was anything but ordinary. With a single utterance, he could easily reduce anyone to mere dust. As he reached Jin Wei, he drew out his wallet, smiling amiably. "My dear, I was merely jesting earlier. Here, this is for you. 4,000 yuan." He quickly produced the money, extending it toward her with both hands. Jin Wei, however, declined, waving her hand dismissively. "I did not summon you for monetary matters, but to prepare yourself, as Fang Min and I will be returning shortly for the lottery." The man in the white coat dared not refuse. He nodded eagerly, grinning, and scurried off towards the supermarket. "Old sir, this child is fine now, but do keep a close watch in the future. Ensure she does not consume candies or jellies." Fang Min instructed the white-haired elder and the beautiful young woman. The elder nodded, shook hands with Fang Min, and said, We will take care, Fang Min. We must be on our way now. Farewell. Goodbye. Fang Min bid as he watched the elder and his companions board the vehicle and depart. Observing the elder waving amicably from inside, Fang Min hurriedly waved back. Fang Min, come on, we still have a lottery to attend. Jin Wei urged, pulling him along. At that moment, the crowd around them surged forward, each individual brimming with excitement, eager to witness what fortune awaited Fang Min this time. Chapter 8. The first bucket of gold, the glass lottery box in the supermarket, was ready, and the plump proprietress, alongside a man in a white coat, stood by the box, wearing expressions of resignation as they awaited Fang Min and Jin Wei. Upon their approach, the duo nodded and smiled effusively. The proprietress remarked, "This young man is truly handsome, quite dashing." The man in the white coat chimed in, "Indeed, he and this lovely lady make a splendid pair." Jin Wei scoffed, made her way to the price section, and promptly purchased a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes. "Fang Min, 10 tries should suffice." "No problem," Fang Min responded, and as soon as Jin Wei received the receipt, he approached the lottery box to try his luck. The proprietress and her husband, along with the surrounding crowd, watched with wide eyes. Could Fang Min really draw 10 first prizes again? With both hands plunged into the box, he rummaged around like he was fishing, the sound of ping-pong balls echoing as he collected them. Before long, he handed over 10 balls to Jin Wei. She checked each one against the winning numbers and leaped with joy, exclaiming 1,000, 1,000, again 1,000. She then presented them to the proprietress and her husband. The couple, along with the onlookers, gaped in disbelief as they verified the numbers. Indeed, all 10 were first prizes. To draw even a single first prize is remarkable. Yet he had drawn 10. Incredible. Truly extraordinary, murmured the crowd. 10,000 with 4,000 in taxes. That leaves us 6,000, Jin Wei declared, extending her hand toward the proprietress. The proprietress, with a mournful expression, glanced at her husband. He gritted his teeth but could not utter a single word of dissent. After all, Fang Min had just saved the life of an elderly man's grandson. To disrespect him further would risk severe repercussions. Ultimately, the proprietress, as if parting with a piece of flesh, reluctantly handed over 6,000 yuan to Jin Wei. With renewed enthusiasm, Jin Wei spent another 1,000 and waved her hand. Fang Min, continue. Following the proprietress's placing of 10 first prize ping-pong balls back into the glass box, Fang Min tried again. This time, he drew another 10 first prizes. Cheers erupted once more. Keep going. On the third attempt, he again drew 10 first prizes. After 6 consecutive tries, each yielding 10 first prizes, the proprietress and her husband handed Jin Wei a staggering 60,000 yuan. Yet Jin Wei was relentless. Fang Min, keep drawing. At that moment, the proprietress and her husband exchanged glances, realizing that this fiery woman was intent on draining them of their fortune. In a desperate plea, they simultaneously knelt before her. Please, dear lady, if you continue, our family will be left destitute. We beg you, show us mercy. Jin Wei, arms crossed, smirked in satisfaction. No more arguing now? No more arguing, we promise. The proprietress and her husband hastily nodded in agreement. Not considering using force? Not at all. We wouldn't dare. Now, that's more like it, Jin Wei said with a satisfied smile, turning to Fang Min. My friend, do you have anything to add? The proprietress and her husband cast pleading looks at Fang Min. With a contemplative gaze, Fang Min sighed. Before I leave, I would like to make one final request. Anything. Just say it. They replied eagerly. Fang Min nodded. I wish to draw once more. With that, the proprietress collapsed onto the floor, bowing deeply. Handsome sir, as long as you refrain from drawing, we can accommodate any request. Even if you wish to draw from me, I would not hesitate. Fang Min and Jin Wei burst into laughter, taking their cash and leaving triumphantly. With a thunderous roar, the sports car's engine revved as Jin Wei whisked Fang Min away, allowing him to experience the thrill of high speed. With a radiant smile gracing her face, she suddenly tossed a bag filled with cash onto Fang Min's lap. Here, take this. Fang Min glanced at the bag and then at Jin Wei, puzzled. This sum is yours, she replied succinctly. He placed the bag back on her lap, admiring her smooth, fair skin. You spent the money, so naturally it belongs to you. Jean Wei shot him a playful glare. If I say you should take it, then take it. Without you, I wouldn't feel this joyful today. And without you, I might not even be alive. That's a separate matter, Fang Min replied earnestly. Though I am currently in need of money, I would never compromise my integrity for it. Seeing that Fang Min was not greedy, Jean Wei smiled appreciatively. I admire men who aren't consumed by money. You drew those prizes. This reward is rightfully yours. She intended to express that money was not her primary concern, but refrained, fearing it might hurt Fang Min's pride. Fang Min shook his head. You were the one who provided the funds initially. Without you, would I have earned this sum? No. This is our money, is it not? One could say that, she conceded. Then shall we split it? Jean Wei picked up the bag and tossed it on a Fang Min's lap once more. In total, we've drawn 7 times. The first time yielded not only 10 first prizes, but also a second prize, totaling 42,500. As a lady, I'll take 22,500, and you can have 20,000. How does that sound? That is perfectly reasonable. Fang Min nodded, realizing that to refuse further would seem pretentious. He opened the bag, retrieving a stack of cash, and placed the remainder along with the bag back on Jean Wei's lap. Indeed, the thrill of earning money felt exhilarating. Having never made such a sum before, the weight of the cash in his hands was a tangible reminder of his achievement. Fang Min, what are your plans now? Jean Wei inquired, tossing the bag into the small space behind her. Fang Min glanced towards Yanhai City. I still have to work at the pharmacy. Once we arrive in Yanhai City, if it's convenient, could you drop me off? Absolutely. Jean Wei agreed. You work part-time at the pharmacy? Yes. As a college student yet to graduate, I can only take on menial work, Fang Min replied, contemplating how his newfound abilities would soon change his circumstances. What is your monthly salary? 2,400. What? Jean Wei exclaimed, her eyes widening. Is the salary in Yanhai City really that low? With a monthly income of only 2,400, her daily expenses would hardly be covered. I'm not a contracted worker. This income is quite acceptable for me. Fang Min chuckled. That is unacceptable. Jean Wei shook her head. Fang Min, I'll find you a job at the pharmacy. At least 20,000 a month. You'll go straight to the office, and there are benefits as well. In 3 months, the company will even provide you with an Audi Q5. Jean Wei, there's no need to trouble yourself. I find my current position at the pharmacy quite satisfactory. Fang Min politely declined, offering a gentle smile. Jean Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. I just can't understand why you would choose to earn 2,400 when you could easily make 20,000. I simply prefer the atmosphere at our pharmacy, he replied. The real reason remained known only to Fang Min. The pharmacy was owned by Su Ingna's mother, and he had heard she would become the CEO after graduation. He had no intention of leaving that place. He wanted to wait for the right moment, to work alongside the girl of his dreams, and perhaps even kindle a romance in the office, scenarios that often played out in his dreams. Hey, Jean Wei sighed in disappointment. Fang Min, I truly cannot comprehend you. Never mind. We shall discuss this matter later. How about accompanying me to the hospital to visit a friend on the way? That poses no issue. Fang Min also needed Jean Wei to take him to the pharmacy, so he could not refuse. Who are you visiting? A neighbor, an older sister. We reside in the same villa community, and we essentially grew up together. Jean Wei smiled gently. Upon hearing this, Fang Min laughed heartily. Growing up together in the nude naturally forms a deep bond. Jean Wei shot him a disapproving glance. My dear brother, 2 beauties grew up together in the nude? What I meant was not that you 2 were nude together, but rather that you often played together without inhibition. What? Oh, I mean that you 2 are incredibly close, as if there were no boundaries between you, capable of doing anything together. What? The more Fang Min tried to explain, the more tangled his words became. Observing Jean Wei's wide-eyed astonishment, he felt compelled to continue clarifying. What I mean is that you 2 have been good friends since childhood, the kind of friendship that could even surpass that of a married couple. Reaching this point, he decided to cease his explanations, suddenly leaning towards Jean Wei. Never mind, Ashan and Appos. Say more. Go ahead and hit me. Chapter 9. Shuel Lu's outburst. Jean Wei burst into laughter, playfully punching Fang Min on the arm. Fang Min, I've just realized how utterly annoying you are. Fang Min chuckled. But my classmates all say I'm an honest person. You may look honest, but in reality, you are anything but. Jean Wei continued to giggle. I see you as a brooding flirt. The two of them bantered merrily as they made their way to Yunhai City. They sped along the road, reaching the first people and Oppo's hospital of Yunhai City in less than 2 hours. Suddenly, Jinwei recalled that her friend had a cleanliness obsession, so after parking, she took Fang Min to a nearby boutique to purchase clothes and shoes. After more than half an hour, Fang Min emerged onto the street, looking refreshed. He was already handsome, but now dressed in a black Jordan summer casual outfit, he resembled a male model. However, Fang Min felt a pang of regret as the 2 outfits and 2 pairs of casual shoes, along with a quick shower at the store, had cost him over 8,000 yuan. Jinwei looked at Fang Min with admiration, her gaze almost tender as she linked her arm through his, strolling down the street like a pair of golden boys and girls, attracting a lot of attention. Shortly thereafter, Jinwei led Fang Min into a flower shop to buy a large bouquet of carnations before heading to the hospital. The first people into Oppo's hospital was the largest in Yunhai City and one of the biggest in the country. It was Fang Min's first visit, and as he entered the premises, gazing at the towering buildings and the doctors in white coats, he felt a surge of excitement. At that moment, he was overcome with the desire to sing. A student of Yunhai Medical University, he dreamed of becoming a miraculous doctor, and now standing in the nation's largest hospital felt like a wolf spotting a plump sheep, a groom seeing his bride, a hero glimpsing the battlefield. How could he not be thrilled? I will become a miraculous doctor. I shall be a prominent figure in the medical field. This dream had never been shared with anyone before, but now he voiced it. I will become a miraculous doctor. I will be a prominent figure in this grand hospital. Jinwei, hearing Fang Min's fervent declaration, turned to him, her eyes widening in surprise at the intensity radiating from his gaze, as if he were wielding 2 flashlights. "Goodness, your eyes are electrifying," she exclaimed. Observing Fang Min's resolute expression, Jinwei patted his shoulder firmly. "Fang Min, I believe in you. You will become a miraculous doctor, a remarkable figure in the medical world." Fang Min felt a wave of embarrassment, wrapping his arm around Jinwei's shoulder as they approached the 3rd ward building. Inside a private room, Su Yingna reclined elegantly on the hospital bed, while Shuai Lu stood by her side, conversing with a young female doctor. The doctor, in her 30s, spoke confidently, her figure curvaceous as she gestured animatedly, exuding an air of experience. "Dr. Wu, are you sure my chin being pricked with a silver needle isn't a serious issue?" Su Yingna inquired, locking eyes with the doctor. The doctor nodded reassuringly. "It only caused you to faint temporarily. Soon you'll awaken and can remove the needle yourself." "So, there was no need for CPR while she was unconscious?" Shuai Lu interjected, her eyes wide with concern. The doctor smiled lightly. "Why would that be necessary? If it were a man, I suspect he merely wanted to take advantage of a beautiful woman." Upon hearing this, both Shuai Lu and Su Yingna's expressions turned icy as they recalled Fang Min. It was Fang Min who had performed CPR on Su Yingna, insisting that she was in grave danger. We were duped by him." Su Yingna bit her lip, casting a glance at Shuai Lu. Understanding her look, Shuai Lu nodded. Remembering how Fang Min had once leapt on her like a frog, her anger flared. "If I encounter him again, I swear I'll hit him." Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Su Yingna turned towards the door. "Lu Jia, Jinwei is here to see me. Could it be her?" "All right," Shuai Lu replied, heading to the door. Upon opening it, she was met with the bright smile of Jinwei, who embraced her. "Jinwei, you arrived so quickly." "Lu Jia, you forgot that I'm all about speed." Jinwei laughed, hugging Shuai Lu, before gesturing to Fang Min behind her. "Lu Jia, this is Fang Min, my good friend who came with me." Then, turning to Fang Min, she added, "Fang Min, this is the illustrious bodyguard of Yunhai City, Shuai Lu. You should call her Lu Jia from now on." Shuai Lu smiled, but then her eyes widened in shock. "It in Oppo's, SU." Fang Min had been admiring the nurses at the station when Jinwei introduced him, and he too was taken aback. "What a coincidence. You two know each other?" Jinwei's eyes lit up, looking between them. "Of course I know him. I recognize him, even if he returned to ash." Shuai Lu snapped. Her teeth clenched as she suddenly swung a punch at Fang Min unapologetically. Fang Min had sensed the impending attack and quickly stepped behind Jinwei, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Jinwei, Your friend is attacking me. What are you doing? Jinwei exclaimed, pulling Xuelu back. Lu Jia, what's this all about? What do you think? I'm going to teach him a lesson. Xuelu was fuming, pushing Jinwei aside as she lunged at Fang Min again. Jinwei, now frantic, once more grabbed Xuelu. Lu Jia, let us talk this out, or I'll be upset. Xuelu finally halted, seething. Last night, Ingna fainted at the hotel, and this juror claimed she was in danger and performed CPR on her, taking advantage of her. And as if that weren't enough, he tried to take advantage of me too. Don't you think I should teach him a lesson? Jinwei turned to Fang Min, demanding, what is going on here? Fang Min's expression turned serious. Ingna was genuinely in danger. If I hadn't performed CPR, she might have ended up in the intensive care unit. That is nonsense. Xuelu glared at Fang Min. Ingna's attending physician is right inside. If you're brave enough, confront her. Let us do it then. I'm not afraid. Fang Min retorted. Call the doctor out. Yes, bring the doctor out. We must get to the bottom of this. Jinwei chimed in, her tone commanding. Despite knowing Fang Min for a short time, she had complete faith in him. Without hesitation, Xuelu opened the hospital room door and called out to the female doctor inside. Dr. Tian, please step out. The guy who performed emergency aid on Ingna is out here. Dr. Tian stepped out with a cold smile, but before Xuelu could speak, an elderly woman with white hair approached unsteadily, her pleading gaze fixed on Dr. Tian. Dr. Tian, my son is experiencing abdominal pain. Could you please take a look? P.S. in room 039. Can't you see I'm busy? Wait a moment. Dr. Tian snapped, annoyed. The elderly woman nodded, forcing a smile as tears welled in her eyes, turning away in despair. Noticing her simple attire, Fang Min, who had glanced at room 039, called out, wait a moment. Mom, stop right there. Xuelu grasped Fang Min's shoulder, a cold smile forming on her lips. Trying to escape, are you? Chapter 10. The goddess's bodyguard softens. I need to speak with the elderly lady. Fang Min glanced at Xuelu, then turned to the old woman, exclaiming loudly, Grandma, your son's abdominal spasms are merely a muscle issue. A gentle massage will suffice. Please refrain from feigning understanding. Xuelu scoffed disdainfully, pulling Fang Min aside and gesturing towards Dr. Tian. Go confront Dr. Tian immediately. Fang Min looked at Dr. Tian, noting her average appearance but haughty demeanor. Casting a cold glance at her impressive bosom, he remarked, so, is Dr. Tian. I treated Ingna last night. What did I do wrong? Dr. Tian smirked coldly. Last night, Ingna was briefly incapacitated by silver needles at the Lianxuan point. She was never in life-threatening danger, nor did she require any resuscitation. Once she regains consciousness, she could easily remove the needles herself. I suspect someone simply desires to take advantage of a beautiful woman. Fang Min returned her icy smile, reaching for his right wrist. Adorning it was a black wrist guard, approximately 5 centimeters in length. Upon closer inspection, the guard was composed of slender wooden tubes, each containing a silver needle. In the film Dragon's Kiss, the character Jay wore a similar wrist guard, making the use of silver needles quite convenient. Fang Min promptly extracted a silver needle and offered it to Dr. Tian. Very well, you should pierce your own Lianxuan point and, upon awakening, remove it yourself. Dr. Tian was momentarily taken aback. Yes, if it's truly harmless, you should demonstrate it for us. Jinwei urged Dr. Tian. Doctor, you can lie down in the adjacent room and try. Indeed, Dr. Tian, you must prove that Fang Min is a fraud. Xuelu chimed in, pressing her. I. Dr. Tian chuckled coldly, casting a sideways glance at Fang Min. He is merely a young man. Why would I waste my time on him? She turned to leave. Trying to escape? Jinwei seized Dr. Tian's arm, stating icily, you shall not depart until we clarify this matter. Dr. Tian shrugged off Jinwei and Appo's grip. Who are you? Step aside. I am quite busy. Jinwei grasped her again, retorting, surely you are not attempting to be clever? You will not frame my friend. Dr. Tian glared at Jinwei. Will you release me, or shall I call security? Jinwei declared, you better hold tight. Didn't Dr. Tian just claim that piercing the Lianxuan point is harmless? I shall administer a needle to her. Fang Min brandished the silver needle, pretending to advance for a jab. Ah! Dr. Tian screamed, covering her chin and bolting away. She ran with great speed, her ample figure jiggling with every stride. Observing her swift escape, Fang Min burst into laughter. Truly a quack. Jin Wei joined in the laughter. Shuai Lu stood aside, her expression dark, rendered speechless. Luo Jia, is this the doctor you found for Ying Na? Jin Wei questioned Shuai Lu with a smirk. I had no idea what kind of doctor she was. Shuai Lu sighed, tugging at Jin Wei. Let us go. Ying Na must be anxiously waiting for you. Jin Wei smiled, asking, so now you will let my friend in? Shuai Lu coldly smiled, casting a sidelong glance at Fang Min. Jin Wei. I must warn you, be vigilant. Do not associate with dishonest individuals, or you shall surely suffer. She pointed at Fang Min. I'm going in with Jin Wei. You stay outside. Fang Min retreated slightly, squinting at Shuai Lu's figure. This beauty resembles a Western goddess, with wide hips and a striking visual impact. However, he refrained from indulging in admiration, instead noting some troubling matters. Shuai Lu noticed Fang Min's gaze and grew furious. Scolding him, where are you looking? Do you wish to be struck? Luo Jia, is it truly amusing to repeatedly provoke him? Jin Wei interjected, her expression turning serious. No, Shuai Lu exclaimed passionately. This individual is unworthy of your friendship. You should dismiss him. Did you see where he was looking just now? Luo Jia, please do not misunderstand. Fang Min stated earnestly. Your posterior is problematic, hence my lingering gaze. Scoundrel! Shuai Lu was incensed, lunging at Fang Min. Luo Jia. So you intend to attack my friend now? Jin Wei retorted coldly, turning to pull Fang Min away. I should not have come today. Let us leave. Wei. Shuai Lu, not daring to offend Jin Wei, quickly grasped her arm. Sister, why would I not welcome you? I merely wish for your safety. Jin Wei smiled coldly, declaring, Luo Jia, if you truly welcome me, then you must also welcome my friend. Otherwise, it is no matter. Shuai Lu sighed, casting a harsh glare at Fang Min. Very well, for Wei Wei's sake, I will let this pass this time. She led Jin Wei into the hospital room. Fang Min followed closely, whispering, Luo Jia truly does have a problem with her posterior. Shuai Lu abruptly halted, turning to Jin Wei. Wei, did you hear that? This fellow has repeatedly mentioned my body. Now I must strike him. Jin Wei sighed, looking helplessly at Fang Min. Luo Jia has a fiery temperament and cannot tolerate any nonsense. Why do you persist in fixating on the same issue? There is indeed a problem, Fang Min pointed out, indicating the right side of Shuai Lu's waist, where several blemishes had appeared, recurring frequently. If not addressed, it may lead to bed sores. Shuai Lu was initially taken aback, then widened her eyes. How do you know? Fang Min gazed at her with a melancholic expression. Luo Jia, have I lied? If I were to deceive you, you could remove your pants and let Jin Wei examine. Shuai Lu gritted her teeth, her fists clenched, yearning to strike Fang Min. Yet, she found herself unable to raise her hands, for Fang Min's words were strikingly accurate. She had been suffering from this issue for over 3 months, having tried various treatments to no avail. After a moment of contemplation, she sighed, admitting, Indeed, I have a problem with my body, but how did you know? Yes. Jin Wei also widened her eyes, intrigued. Fang Min, you had not seen Luo Jia undressed. How could you possibly know? Fang Min smiled mysteriously. Because I am a doctor. I can detect ailments that others cannot. You seem quite confident. Do you possess a solution? Shuai Lu, tormented by her condition, longed for a remedy. Indeed, I have a method that could cure you within a week, ensuring it never recurs. Fang Min shrugged, but it hinges on your attitude. Shuai Lu was momentarily stunned. To apologize? She had just scolded this man. To refrain from apologizing would mean enduring her discomfort. Should it escalate to bed sores, her position would be jeopardized. Fu Ying Na was a cleanliness fanatic and would never tolerate an unkempt bodyguard. After a brief pause, she glanced at Jin Wei, seeking assistance. Jin Wei huffed and turned away. Shuai Lu felt overwhelmed, gazing at Fang Min, mustering a faint smile. Fang Min, I was a bit impulsive earlier. Please do not take offense. Previously, she had taught many a lesson, and even broken limbs had not warranted an apology. Now suddenly to apologize. Her face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Fang Min, noticing her fluster, stifled a laugh and coughed lightly, pointing to his left cheek. Shuai Lu paused, her eyes widening once again. Goodness, does he want me to kiss him? Chapter 11. A collision triggered by a small pimple after a moment of surprise. Shuelu coughed softly, her cheeks flushing as she whispered, Fang Min, if you can cure me, I would be willing to offer you my first kiss. What was she saying? Fang Min maintained a serious demeanor, gesturing towards his own face, implying that she should apply some moisturizer to her skin and persist for a while. Upon hearing this, Shuelu and Appo's face turned even redder. How simple it was. But would this method truly work? Fang Min remained silent, pointing again at his cheek. Embarrassed and annoyed, Shuelu glared at Fang Min. Why do you want me to do that? Fang Min shook his head, clarifying, what I mean is, if there is no effect after 7 days, you may slap my face. Shuelu hurriedly covered her burning cheeks with her hands, at a loss for words. A goddess-like bodyguard had never felt this humiliated before, leaving her flustered. Haha, you're so lewd. Jinwei pointed at Shuelu, bursting into laughter. Sister Lu, I never expected you to be so cheeky. Shuelu, wishing she could sink into the ground, quickly pulled Jinwei into the hospital room. All right. Let us go visiting Na. Jinwei nodded, glancing back at Fang Min and winking. Fang Min smiled widely. Sister Ingna, Jinwei exclaimed as she approached the bed, laughing heartily as she threw herself on Su Ingna, embracing and shaking her, causing the hospital bed to creak. Su Ingna smiled, her lips pressed together, feeling slightly overwhelmed by Jinwei's exuberance, and quickly requested her to tone it down. The two were old friends, and their reunion was filled with joy. Sister Ingna, allow me to introduce my good friend Fang Min. Jinwei began to introduce Fang Min to Su Ingna. However, Su Ingna had already noticed Fang Min's presence, offering a cold smile as she turned her head away. Although she had no recollection of the previous night, Shuelu's description left her with a negative impression of Fang Min, even conjuring the term lecherous. Fang Min, meanwhile, smiled warmly at Su Ingna, nodding in acknowledgement. Despite Su Ingna and Appo's frosty demeanor, he found it endearing, as her coldness did not feel oppressive but rather inviting. This was in stark contrast to the chilling aura of a certain beautiful assassin, whose coldness instilled fear and despair. Moreover, Su Ingna's ethereal beauty and graceful figure only deepened his admiration, causing him to involuntarily swallow. Fang Min, since you are here as a doctor, why not take a look at Ingna? Jinwei suggested. Before Fang Min could respond, Su Ingna interjected coldly, no need. I'm recovering well. I'll be discharged this afternoon. She was indeed recovering well, and Fang Min nodded, noting that aside from some blisters on her tongue, dental nerve pain, and shoulder discomfort, she seemed fine. Upon hearing this, Su Ingna furrowed her brows and looked at Fang Min currently. She was experiencing tongue blisters, dental nerve pain, and shoulder pain, which displeased her. How could Fang Min possibly know this? Realizing it might have been Shuelu who informed him, she glanced over at her. Shuelu quickly shook her head and turned to Fang Min. How do you know about Ingna's condition? Please refrain from asking such questions in the future. Fang Min shrugged, responding, I have only one answer. I am a doctor. I am a doctor. I am a doctor. Important matters are worth repeating thrice. I am a doctor. You are a doctor, then where is your medical license? Su Ingna asked coldly, her beauty radiating a sense of pride. The previous doctor had a license and was even a deputy director at a young age. Did he not notice your issues? Fang Min countered. If those with licenses are untrustworthy, then those without must be even less so. Su Ingna replied, turning her head away. As she did so, her long, curvaceous figure was presented before Fang Min particularly. Her midsection showcased a beautifully seductive curve, accentuating her femininity, captivating him entirely. Fang Min was momentarily mesmerized, acknowledging that a beautiful woman could exude sensuality even in a hospital gown. He contemplated using his X-ray vision to admire the goddess's exquisite figure, but refrained, as such actions lacked professional ethics. He resolved to only employ it if Su Ingna expressed discomfort. Shuelu noticed Fang Min and Appo's gaze and scoffed. Initially, she had developed a slight fondness for him due to his treatment, but his lecherous look irked her. Fang Min, Ingna wants to have a private conversation with Jinwei. Could you please step out? Jinwei noticed the tension and agreed, nodding to Fang Min. Fang Min, wait outside for me. I'll join you shortly. All right. Fang Min nodded, turning towards the door, confident that Ing Na and Appo's issue was not serious. A bit of inflammation would subside soon, and the few red spots on her chin would likely lead to some acne, leaving only minor scars. What did you say? Su Ing Na turned her head. I'm going to get acne and have scars. A beautiful woman's greatest fear is the emergence of blemishes on her flawless face. She would not allow such a thing to happen. Feeling an itch on her chin, she genuinely worried. You can check with a mirror. You already have red spots on your neck. Fang Min continued towards the door. Upon hearing this, Su Ing Na hurriedly reached for a small mirror by her pillow to inspect her neck. Sure enough, a red pimple was forming on the left side, threatening to develop a whitehead. Feeling as though an unsightly scar was forming on her face, her cheeks flushed as she looked at Fang Min. Is there any way to help me get rid of these annoying things? Fang Min had already reached the door, shrugging. I don't have a medical license. Su Ing Na felt overwhelmed. Watching Fang Min open the door to leave, she quickly turned to Xue Lu. Sister Lu, please ask Fang Min to come back. Xue Lu was momentarily taken aback, but rushed towards Fang Min, urging him, Fang Min, please come back. If you help Ing Na with her pimples, there will be benefits for you. Fang Min continued towards the door, appearing not to have heard her. Fang Min. Xue Lu grew anxious, grabbing his arm. Didn't you hear Ing Na? Please come back. Fang Min shook his head, reiterating, I don't have a medical license. Are you getting too big for your britches? Xue Lu suddenly pulled Fang Min back. Come here. With a stumble, Fang Min found himself in Xue Lu's embrace, surrounded by her fragrant presence, intoxicating him. What are you doing? Xue Lu felt her heart race as he bumped into her, instinctively pushing him away. Fang Min stared wide-eyed. What are you pulling me for? You've knocked my head. Are you going to take care of me? This rascal, taking advantage and then pretending to be innocent. Xue Lu shot him a glare and gestured. All right, fine. I invite you back in. Is that acceptable? You ladies are so contradictory. My heart can't take it. Why should I serve you when I don't have to? Fang Min turned to walk down the corridor. Xue Lu gritted her teeth, casting a helpless glance at Su Ing Na. Su Ing Na, growing impatient, remarked, Sister Lu, can't you even invite a university student back? Xue Lu, feeling a surge of determination, bit her silver teeth and dashed out of the room toward Fang Min, Chapter 12. The soul-crushing hand let me in, Xue Lu exclaimed as she leaped behind Fang Min, wrapping her arms around his waist and lifting him effortlessly before turning to enter the room. Don't. Fang Min stammered, blushing profusely as he struggled, particularly with his shoulders, wishing to savor the delightful pressure from behind. Simultaneously, memories of the time he was forcefully overwhelmed by a beautiful assassin flooded his mind, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, time and again. I find myself at the mercy of stunning women. Why must my fate be so wretched? Quickly, attending Na, Xue Lu declared, setting Fang Min down abruptly beside the sickbed. He shielded his face, uncertain whether he was more embarrassed or startled. Haha, come on, Fang Min, stop pretending. She and Appo's asking for our help, so let an Appo's take a look. Jinwei laughed heartily. She had grown increasingly fond of this new friend. Previously, she had detested pretentious individuals. But witnessing Fang Min's antics made her realize that a touch of well-placed arrogance could indeed be admirable. Finally lowering his hands, Fang Min cast a melancholic gaze at Su Ing Na. Isn't it rather contradictory to send someone away only to summon them back without explanation? Su Ing Na, understanding his unspoken words, smiled bashfully. Fang Min, I must express my gratitude for what happened last night. Ah, so this is your way of apologizing. Fang Min replied with a satisfied smile. Ing Na, it was merely my duty. By the way, there's a reason I performed chest compressions on you. All right. Su Ing Na quickly interrupted, redirecting the conversation. Earlier, we were discussing the issue with these pimples. Do you have any effective remedies? Indeed, Fang Min nodded earnestly, confidence evident in his demeanor. The moment he stepped into the ward, his mind had already conjured a solution, thanks to his keen insight. Please do share. Su Ing Na gazed at him with eager anticipation. Fang Min pointed to Ing Na's right shoulder. Ing Na, you have inflammation in your right shoulder. A massage will help alleviate it. In fact, both your pimples and your toothache are related to this acute shoulder periarthritis. Turning to examine her right shoulder, Su-ing-na felt a faint twinge of pain, but hesitated at the thought of Fang Min massaging her shoulder. After a moment of contemplation, she asked Fang Min, "Is there a way for Lu Jie to give me the massage instead?" "Well, it didn't amp. Oppose. It's not that simple." Fang Min scratched his short hair awkwardly. "Lu Jie tends to be rather vigorous, I fear." "Who is vigorous?" Shuo Lu shot a glare at Fang Min. "Just tell me the method. I can do it. Don't assume that only doctors know how to massage. I have some experience too." She glanced at Jin Wei. "Right, Wei Wei?" Jin Wei nodded in agreement. "Lu Jie is a master of Tai Chi. I believe the principles of Tai Chi and massage can indeed be harmonized." Fang Min chuckled, signaling to Shuo Lu, "Lu Jie, I and Oppose. LL explain the technique, and you can assist." Without hesitation, Shuo Lu moved beside Su-ing-na and firmly grasped her right shoulder. "Fang Min, guide me." It would be best to pull down the hospital gown a bit to ensure the massage is effective on her bare shoulder, Fang Min suggested softly. Upon hearing this, Shuo Lu promptly adjusted Su-ing-na and amp, Oppo's, gown, revealing her smooth, white shoulder. Fang Min and amp, Oppo's, heart raced at the sight, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Having battled with a beautiful assassin before, he reminded himself to remain composed and began to instruct. "Lu Jie, place your right thumb behind ing-na and Oppose, trapezius and your forefingers in front, pinching the Jianjing acupoint. Apply pressure with both your thumb and fingers." Following Fang Min's guidance, Shuo Lu commenced the massage with utmost care. Su-ing-na suddenly gasped, her brows knitting in distress. "What's wrong?" Shuo Lu halted immediately. "It hurts, it really hurts." Su-ing-na shook her head. Shuo Lu felt flustered. "Then I'll go slower." She began to apply gentle pressure, but just moments later, Su-ing-na cried out again in pain. Drenched in sweat, Shuo Lu hesitated. Perhaps we should let Fang Min try. In her discomfort, Su-ing-na nodded slightly. Let him give it a go, but tell him to be gentle and careful. Understanding her unspoken implications, Shuo Lu fixed her gaze on Fang Min. "Fang Min, you take over. But remember, keep it professional, understood?" Fang Min nodded, positioning himself behind Su-ing-na, slowly extending his hand toward her shoulder. Shuo Lu watched intently, concerned that his hand might stray downward. Jin Wei stood by, equally curious to see if Fang Min's massage skills had any miraculous effects. As his hand lightly made contact with Su-ing-na's shoulder, Fang Min felt a tremor run through him. "Why is your hand shaking?" Shuo Lu inquired bluntly. "Is ing-na and Alpos, shoulder electrifying?" "Shaking?" Fang Min was aware that his excitement was palpable, but he feigned calmness. "In your eyes, it may appear as shaking, but in my technique, it's a vibration." "Vibration? What do you mean?" Shuo Lu frowned, puzzled. "Discover for yourself." Fang Min began to massage gently, his hands gliding smoothly with a sublime finesse. "Vibration?" Shuo Lu pondered his method, intrigued yet skeptical. She knew Jin Wei was a friend of Fang Min and Oppo's, and she looked to her for affirmation. Jin Wei smiled knowingly. "Isn't it simple? If it's a car, it's a car vibration. If it's on a bed, it's a bed vibration." Shuo Lu's eyes widened in shock. Su-ing-na, overhearing this, felt her cheeks flush and turned to Jin Wei, playfully scolding, "Wei Wei. Forgive me, forgive me." Jin Wei clasped her hands together, closing her eyes in mock repentance before sneaking a smile. Shuo Lu turned back to Fang Min, her concern resurfacing. She genuinely worried about his intentions. He was quite the unpredictable character. However, upon observing Fang Min and amp, Oppo's, expression, she found herself momentarily speechless. With his eyes slightly closed and an air of tranquility about him, Fang Min appeared remarkably composed. As his hands worked their magic, he exuded an aura reminiscent of a true massage maestro. In reality, Fang Min possessed limited knowledge of massage techniques. He was merely following the suggestions of his keen insight. Moreover, he sensed a peculiar warmth emanating from his hands, a delightful, tingling sensation that was indescribably pleasant. How curious! Why does my hand feel imbued with such unique energy? Could it be connected to my insight? In that moment, the ward fell silent, enveloped in an almost ethereal stillness, where even the gentle sounds of the massage could be distinctly heard. Suyingne statsevlasht. Her eyes gently closing as she unexpectedly released a soft sigh. Fang Min, don't stop. Apply a bit more pressure. At that instant, she felt an extraordinary warmth swirling around her shoulder, which soon spread throughout her entire being, inducing an almost euphoric sense of comfort. Lost in this sensation, she yearned for the massage to continue indefinitely throughout the day, the week, the year, or even for a lifetime. Overwhelmed by bliss, she smiled and nodded gently, clearly reluctant to awaken from this dreamlike state. Hearing Su Yingna and Appo's sweet, intimate voice, Xuelu was utterly taken aback, while Jinwei stood speechless as well. As a close confidant of Su Yingna, they all understand that she is a girl of high integrity and profound self-respect, who would never display such delicateness or flirtation in the presence of any man. However, what follows is even more astonishing. Chapter 13. A grave indiscretion once again. She extended another hand to embrace his leg. Fang Min, do not merely massage my shoulders. I desire a full-body massage. At that moment, Fang Min remained calm, resembling a master masseur, even as his heart raced wildly. He promptly replied, no problem, seeing that Fang Min was about to massage Su Yingna and Appo's chest. Xuelu gritted her teeth and stepped beside him, delivering a sharp twist to his waist. Ah! Fang Min yelped in pain, glaring at Xuelu. What are you doing? You abruptly interrupted my massage. Do you not realize it could lead to unforeseen consequences? With Fang Min's exclamation, Su Yingna awoke as if struck by a bolt from the blue, realizing she was holding one of Fang Min's hands while the other was wrapped tightly around his leg. Her face flushed crimson. She quickly turned away, covering her burning face, repeatedly questioning herself. What just happened? Why am I holding Fang Min and Appo's hand? Why am I clinging to his leg? Unable to provide herself with answers, she felt a profound sense of comfort. The pain in her right shoulder had vanished, and her entire body felt remarkably relaxed. How strange could Fang Min and Appo's massage techniques truly be so miraculous? Yet, the thought of her previous actions filled her with overwhelming embarrassment. An indiscretion, a grave indiscretion. Lujia, why did you interrupt Fang Min while he was massaging Yingna so well? Jinwei cast an unsatisfied glance at Xuelu. Xuelu chuckled awkwardly. Well, Yingna was sweating, and I thought I would help wipe her sweat. As she spoke, she picked up a towel to dab Su Yingna's forehead. Wiping Yingna's sweat is fine, but I've already assisted her in detoxifying. A shower would be even better. At that moment, Fang Min also began to perspire, pulling out a tissue to wipe his forehead before heading towards the restroom. As he passed by Xuelu, he gave her waist a sharp pinch. A gentleman in Appo's revenge is never late. Ah! Xuelu exclaimed, glaring at Fang Min. However, recalling that she had initiated the pinch, she could only grit her teeth and endure, inwardly seething. Let us see how this unfolds. Noticing Su Yingna blushing like a bashful maiden, Jinwei chuckled, Sister Yingna. Fang Min and I will take our leave now. If you require such massages again, do call me. Yes. Fang Min eagerly nodded. I am always at your service. Upon hearing this, Su Yingna and Appo's face grew even hotter. One hand covered her face while the other waved dismissively at Fang Min and Jinwei, as if to say, Go, hurry up. Exchanging amused glances, Fang Min and Jinwei moved towards the door. Just as they took a few steps, they halted abruptly. A handsome man in white was approaching, accompanied by 4 bodyguards clad in black, pushing a towering golden cake that read, Warmest congratulations on Yingna and Appo's birthday. Both Fang Min and Jinwei exchanged cold smiles and stepped aside. They recognized this individual. His name was Sun Kong, a classmate of Fang Min and the vice president of the student union at Yunhai Medical University. His father was a notable figure in Yunhai City, formerly a gang leader who later rehabilitated his image to become a successful entrepreneur and philanthropist. Thus, Sun Kong was both a second-generation heir to the underworld and the legitimate business realm, making him a formidable presence at Yunhai Medical University, often referred to as the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Fang Min and Jinwei's disdain for him stemmed not only from his status, but also from his domineering demeanor and his history of pursuing numerous women, including Jinwei. who had completely disregarded his advances. Now, he had turned his attention to Su Ying-na, who also showed little interest in him. "What are you doing?" Shuai Lu rushed forward to block him. Sun Kong smiled politely. "Lu Jie, today is Ying-na and Amp, Appo's birthday, and I specially prepared this golden cake to celebrate." He continued, "Look, I had the finest cake maker in Yanhai City spend 48 hours crafting this exquisite golden cake. Sorry, son, but Ying-na's birthday is tomorrow." "You have made a mistake," Shuai Lu coldly interrupted him. "That's all right. I'll celebrate once today and again tomorrow." Sun Kong smiled again, turning to Su Ying-na on the hospital bed. "Ying-na, happy birthday." Lying on the bed, Su Ying-na's face was cold, showing no response. Seeing this, Shuai Lu glanced at Sun Kong. "Son, Ying-na needs a rest. Please take your leave." Sun Kong, still pushing the cake, remained unmoved. "This is my heartfelt intention. Even if Ying-na doesn't and Appo's tea blow out the candles, she can at least taste the golden cake I personally ordered for her." Shuai Lu recognized Sun Kong and Appo's as tenacity. He was not one to easily concede defeat. Although she was Su Ying-na's bodyguard, she hesitated to act against him due to his status, glancing at Jin Wei for support. Jin Wei, angered by Sun Kang's treatment of her sister, glared at him. "Son, is this necessary?" Sun Kong had noticed Jin Wei long ago, but pretended to ignore her. Upon hearing her speak, he cast a disdainful glance her way. "Jin Wei, this is between me and Ying-na. What does it have to do with you?" "Of course, it matters. Ying-na is my closest sister." Jin Wei shot back. "Are you leaving or not? If not, I will call someone." "Go ahead," Sun Kong sneered, gesturing for her to proceed. Seeing this, Jin Wei became even more infuriated and reached for her phone. Just then, Shuai Lu suddenly exclaimed, "Fang Min, throw that cake out." Fang Min felt overwhelmed, glaring at Shuai Lu. "Beautiful lady, I can understand your desire for revenge, but I am not keen on being your pawn in this matter." "Fang Min, I believe in you. Throw that cake out." Shuai Lu insisted, her heart secretly delighted. "Let us see how you handle this." Jin Wei realized that Shuai Lu was seeking to retaliate against Fang Min. "Lu Jie, Fang Min. Jin Wei, do not speak. Fang Min can handle this." Shuai Lu interrupted, introducing Fang Min to Sun Kong. "Sun Kong, this is Fang Min, a student from your Yunhai Medical University. If you wish to present that cake, you must first get past Fang Min." Sun Kong had not regarded Fang Min since entering the room, sneering derisively at him. In Yunhai Medical University, he knew all the prominent students, and he dismissed Fang Min as an insignificant nobody. "Shuai Lu, you." Fang Min glared at Shuai Lu, gritting his teeth. However, he realized he could not back down. He could not allow Su Ying-na or Jin Wei to think less of him. If he could confront a beautiful assassin, why could he not stand up to his second-generation heir? Moreover, didn't he possess the ability to see through to the truth? Encouraging himself inwardly, Fang Min raised his chin and met Sun Kang's gaze. Waving his hand, "Son, do not disturb Ying-na's rest. Leave now, and I shall pretend this incident never happened." Sun Kong burst into laughter. The bodyguards at the doorway chuckled, shrugging their shoulders. "Kid, you're putting on quite a show. Be careful lest you get struck by lightning." "Son, I will say this once more. You better leave, or I will take action," Fang Min warned, locking eyes with Sun Kong. "Ha ha!" Sun Kong found it amusing and laughed heartily. The bodyguards behind him laughed, as if watching a jester perform. "Go on, Fang Min." Shuai Lu, reveling in the chaos, urged Fang Min, secretly amused. It would surely be entertaining to see Fang Min clash with Sun Kong. Jin Wei turned to look at Fang Min, while Su Ying-na, still on a hospital bed, quietly turned her head, observing Fang Min. They all truly wanted to see how Fang Min would dare confront Sun Kong. Chapter 14. A direct confrontation with the black second generation. "I am taking action." Fang Min glanced at Sun Kong, issuing yet another warning. Sun Kong appeared to find amusement in the situation, chuckling softly as he gestured politely towards Fang Min, inviting him to proceed. Fang Min nodded, suddenly extending his hand to grasp the cake. The golden cake resembled a pyramid. He reached for its peak and, with a mouthful, began to devour it. As he ate, he boastfully declared, "Do you think I wouldn't dare to take action?" Sun Kong and his subordinates were left speechless. Shuai Lu, Jin Wei, and Su Ying-na were all taken aback. They had assumed Fang Min intended to confront Sun Kong physically, only to discover his focus was on the cake. Seeing him relish the treat, they could not help but laugh. You? Sun Kong seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at Fang Min. What do you mean you? I said I would take action, and now you present a cake someone else has already tasted to Ingna. What sincerity is that? Fang Min reproached. Indeed, Jin Wei chimed in, wrapping an arm around Fang Min's shoulder. If it were me, I would bake an even better cake. Sun Kong was incensed, ready to curse. This single cake had required 20 pastry chefs and 48 hours to create. Could it simply be replicated at will? He longed to charge at Fang Min and deliver a beating. But mindful of maintaining his image in front of Su Ingna, he gritted his teeth and forced a smile towards her, saying, Ingna, I shall return tomorrow. He waved a hand at the bodyguards behind him, casting a fierce glance at Fang Min, then turned to leave. The bodyguards glared at Fang Min, their teeth clenched. Yet without Sun Kong's orders, they dared not act, lifting the cake and departing. This cake is truly wonderful. The flavor is exquisite, Fang Min remarked, nodding at Jin Wei and Shuai Lu as he continued to eat. Hearty laughter erupted from Jin Wei and Shuai Lu. Even Su Ingna smiled brightly. They could hardly believe that Fang Min had used such a tactic to drive Sun Kong away. In her excitement, Jin Wei leaned in and planted a kiss on Fang Min's cheek. Such was the nature of a beautiful woman in a moment of exhilaration. Su Ingna observed Fang Min, recalling his earlier massage, and secretly nodded at him. To her surprise, despite his somewhat lascivious demeanor, he did possess a certain skill. Lu Jia, you must be quite disappointed that your objective was not achieved, Fang Min remarked with a cold smile toward Shuai Lu. Shuai Lu smirked, leaning closer to Fang Min, whispering, You've offended young Master Sun. You should be contemplating how to deal with him. Do you think I am afraid? Fang Min retorted, though inwardly he felt a twinge of apprehension. Well, let us wait and see. Yes, let us observe the unfolding drama, Shuai Lu replied with a self-satisfied nod. As they stood close together, their gazes locked in a somewhat ambiguous manner, Fang Min lowered his eyelids, casting a glance at Shuai Lu's alluring figure, causing her to clench her fists in response. All right. Why are you two at it again? Jin Wei giggled, quickly pulling Fang Min away. Come on, Ingna needs to rest. With that, Fang Min turned to leave, waving goodbye to Su Ingna alongside Jin Wei as they exited the hospital room. Fang Min, we have truly offended young Master Sun. You must be cautious from now on, Jin Wei cautioned as they walked. Fang Min smiled, leading Jin Wei to the elevator. The inevitable confrontation loomed closer, and fearing it was futile to worry. Speaking lightly, he employed his X-ray vision to scan their surroundings, contemplating how to counter Sun Kong's retaliation. Suddenly, he noticed Sun Kong and his entourage loitering in the stairwell, prompting him to scratch his short hair in confusion. Pondering their intentions, upon reaching the elevator, they waited briefly before stepping inside. Fang Min continued to quietly observe with his X-ray vision, only to be startled when he saw Sun Kong and 4 bodyguards rushing towards them. Quickly, he grasped Jin Wei and exclaimed, We're taking the stairs. No, let us use the elevator. Jin Wei protested, holding him back. Fang Min, my legs are sore. I don't want to take the stairs. Frustrated, Fang Min scooped Jin Wei into his arms and dashed outside. This was no trivial matter. Being cornered by Sun Kong in the elevator would yield dire consequences. Jin Wei yelped, struggling. What are you doing? Fang Min held her securely, insisting, We need to hurry. As they wrestled, the individuals standing by the elevator suddenly vanished, only to be replaced by a group of burly men. Fang Min and Jin Wei recognized them as Sun Kong and his 4 bodyguards. At that moment, Jin Wei finally understood Fang Min's frantic attempts to evade Sun Kong's crew. But it was too late to escape now. What are you two up to? Sun Kong said, crossing his arms and smirking at Fang Min and Jin Wei. What? Do you wish to enact a springtime drama in the elevator? Get lost. Jin Wei glared at Sun Kong. Young Master Sun, what do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Sun Kong replied coldly, pointing at Fang Min. You ate my cake and ruined my plans. What do you think I'll do? What do you want? Jin Wei hurriedly shielded Fang Min, young Master Sun. I must inform you, there are cameras in this elevator. Is that so? Sun Kong scoffed, gesturing to a towering henchman beside him. The towering man, standing nearly 6.5 feet tall, reached up to cover the camera on the ceiling. Jin Wei was taken aback, pulling Fang Min into a corner. Laughter erupted from Sun Kong and his men as one of the large men closed the elevator doors, causing it to ascend slowly. "Young Master Sun, we are willing to compensate you. Just name your price." Jin Wei understood that at this moment, they could not contend against brute force, and they were prepared to settle matters financially. "Money? Do I lack money?" Sun Kong waved his hand, pointing at Fang Min again. "Come out. Weren't you quite bold earlier? Let's see how bold you truly are." Fang Min patted Jin Wei on the shoulder and stepped forward, realizing there was no escape. It was better to confront the situation head-on. Jin Wei anxiously grasped Fang Min and Appo's arm, trying to pull him back. "Kneel!" Sun Kong glared at Fang Min, suddenly shouting. The command echoed in the cramped elevator, ringing painfully in Jin Wei's ears as she clutched Fang Min's arm. Although she was a fiery beauty, the sight of Sun Kong's fury instilled fear in her, and she dared not imagine what would happen next. Summoning her courage, she spoke, "Young Master Sun, let us discuss this calmly." Silence. Sun Kong shot a furious glare at Jin Wei. "If you dare to speak again, I will deal with you too." He then directed his attention back to Fang Min, raising his voice. "Kneel." Fang Min stepped forward, locking eyes with Sun Kong and sneering coldly. "If anyone is to kneel, it is you. There is no need to seek my permission. How dare you?" Sun Kong was infuriated by Fang Min's disdainful gaze, signaling to a dark-faced henchman beside him. "Attack!" The dark-faced henchman lunged at Fang Min, throwing a punch aimed at his face. "Watch out!" Jin Wei cried out in alarm. Fang Min stood still, employing his X-ray vision to assess his opponent. He observed not only the sluggishness of the henchman's movements, but also received a mental prompt. Tilt your head to the right and extend your right foot to strike his groin. Fang Min immediately complied, leaning his head aside and delivering a swift kick. "Oh!" The dark-faced henchman howled in pain, retreating while clutching his groin and crumpling into a corner. From a fierce tiger, he had transformed into a feeble dog. Everyone was taken aback. Sun Kong and Appo's eyes bulged in disbelief, unable to fathom that Fang Min could repel his personal bodyguard. Was this man a hidden master? Jin Wei, too, stared wide-eyed at Fang Min. Could it be that he was capable of fighting? Did he not wish to fight? "Come on then," Fang Min said, casually brushing off his pants as he appeared unfazed. At this moment, he was devoid of any confidence, his heart racing uncontrollably. Yet, he had to feign an air of superiority. If he could intimidate Sun Kong and the others, everything would become much easier. "You useless fools, attack!" Sun Kong suddenly shouted in fury, lunging first at Fang Min. Chapter 15. Beaten and humiliated as Sun Kong lunged at Fang Min, others followed suit, launching a relentless assault against him. "Watch out for the left punch. Dodge right. Careful of the right hook. Duck and strike at his abdomen." As Fang Min retreated hastily, a barrage of reminders flooded his mind. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of instructions, he could only clutch his head in defense. The chaos ensued with thuds and crashes as Sun Kong and his cohorts mercilessly pummeled Fang Min, each one gritting their teeth, intent on inflicting maximum pain. Fang Min curled up in a corner, enduring the blows, feeling an excruciating pain coursing through his body. Yet he gritted his teeth, determined to withstand it. "Stop! Please stop!" Jin Wei cried out desperately, rushing forward. Sun Kong shoved her aside with a forceful hand. "Get lost!" Jin Wei teetered but quickly regained her footing, exclaiming, "Sun Kong, you dare to kill me! Don and Amp, Appo's, push me, Jin Wei." Sun Kong growled, his fury palpable as he aimed another shove at her shoulder. The force sent her crashing into a corner with a sharp cry. "Don't hurt Jin Wei." Fang Min, still shielding his head from the onslaught, was galvanized by Jin Wei and Appo's scream. He sprang up amidst the punches and kicks, unexpectedly landing a slap across Sun Kong and Appo's face. "What kind of man hits a girl? Ma, goodbye. Do you still dare to strike me at this moment?" Sun Kong was taken aback by Fang Min's audacity, feeling a fiery sting on his cheek that ignited his rage. Everyone beat him, kill him. At Sun Kong and Appo's command, several bodyguards descended upon Fang Min with frenzied aggression. Once more, Fang Min found himself cornered, arms wrapped around his head, left with no choice but to defend himself. Sun Kong, if you hit me again, I'll call the police. Jin Wei suddenly brandished her phone, glaring defiantly at Sun Kong. He halted, panting heavily, and shot a furious glare at her. Go ahead. Before the police arrive, I could kill him. Do you believe that? Jin Wei, trembling, tightened her grip on the phone, too fearful to dial for help. Her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at the battered Fang Min. Meanwhile, the elevator had reached the top floor, yet none dared to step inside. Some even recoiled in fear. As a burly man closed the elevator doors, it began its slow descent. After a relentless 10 minutes of beating, Sun Kong finally commanded his trusted subordinates to cease. He placed his foot on Fang Min's head, sneering contemptuously. Fang Min, aren't you tough? Fang Min remained silent, cradling his head. Aren't you tough? Sun Kong viciously kicked his head. Fang Min continued to hold his tongue. Consider this a lesson. Next time, I'll end your life. Sun Kong unleashed a few more kicks before departing with his entourage. Breathing heavily, Fang Min finally found a moment of respite. Though the physical pain paled in comparison to the humiliation he felt in front of Jin Wei and the others. Fang Min, are you all right? Jin Wei rushed to his side, crouching down. He shook his head and looked at her. Jin Wei, I'm fine. What about you? Seeing his concern for her, her eyes brimmed with tears. I and Amp, Oppos, am fine, but we should see a doctor. I and Amp, Oppos, am okay, Fang Min insisted, forcing himself to stand. He felt a bit dizzy and his legs were weak, but after a moment, he felt a surge of strength. The elevator was crowded with people. Yet it was eerily silent as they watched Jin Wei support Fang Min towards the exit, instinctively parting to create a path. Fang Min, we should really see a doctor. Jin Wei urged, her worry evident. I truly am fine. He reassured her, stretching his arms for her to see. Upon inspection, he found no visible injuries. And with his enhanced vision, he scanned his muscles and bones, finding no significant damage. He pondered curiously, Shun and Amp, Oppos, I have sustained some injuries after such a beating? Perhaps it relates to the energy provided by my enhanced vision? Excitement coursed through him. If that is the case, I truly need not fear being beaten in the future. The thought made him want to slap himself, to endure a beating simply because he could. Sun Kong had humiliated him today, but he would make him pay double in due time. Fang Min, I didn't expect your body to be so resilient. Jin Wei remarked after examining him and finding no issues, relief washing over her. I've been sturdy since childhood, Fang Min chuckled, taking her hand as they headed towards the exit. Jin Wei hesitated, tears glistening in her eyes. Fang Min, I'm so sorry. Fang Min was taken aback. Jin Wei, what is wrong? Why are you apologizing to me? When Sun Kong and his gang were beating you, I couldn't help you. I feel like I'm not a good friend. As she spoke, she covered her face, sobbing softly. Once fearless, she now recognized her vulnerability in the face of power and violence. Fang Min chuckled softly. What are you talking about? I should be the one protecting you. As long as you're unharmed, I'm fine. Seeing her tear-streaked face, he instinctively reached out to wipe her tears. Jin Wei, touched by his kindness, threw herself into his arms. Vivi, what are you doing? Be careful not to be deceived. A beautiful woman suddenly approached Jin Wei. Turning to see Shui Lu, Jin Wei coldly replied, Shui Lu, why are you here? I'm buying some essentials for Ing Na, Shui Lu said, casting a glance at Fang Min. Vivi, it's not that I'm scolding you, but how could you embrace a man of questionable character in such a situation? Jin Wei shot her a sidelong glance, but remained silent as she pulled Fang Min along. Fang Min, noticing Shui Lu's disdainful gaze, deliberately wrapped his arm around Jin Wei's waist and moved forward. Hey, Vivi, Shui Lu called after them. Why are you leaving without saying anything? Just wait. You'll regret it. Seeing Jin Wei ignore her, Shui Lu shot a contemptuous glance at Fang Min and Oppos, back before heading to a nearby store. Fang Min, where are you headed? Jin Wei asked once they were both seated in the sports car. Fang Min glanced towards the northern street. I still have to go to the pharmacy for my shift. Jin Wei sighed, gazing at him with concern. Fang Min, don't go. You should rest. Let me take you home. Fang Min considered her words and nodded. However, he had no intention of resting. He trained diligently. Earlier, He had been able to take down one of Sun Kang's bodyguards, but he struggled against multiple attackers. Upon returning, he intended to enhance his speed and reflexes. Just as they were about to drive off, a car suddenly sped towards them, shouting, "Stop!" Jinwei gasped and hurriedly slammed on the brakes. Chapter 16. The beautiful assassin as a wife Fang Min and Jinwei turned around to see a Mercedes-Benz van, and the driver was none other than Sun Kong. "Sun Kong, do not push me too far." Jinwei glared at him. Sun Kong chuckled mockingly, extending his middle finger towards Fang Min. "You brat. You can still enjoy a ride in a sports car after taking a beating. Just wait until next time. I'll make you search for your teeth." With that, he burst into laughter and sped away. Fang Min clenched his teeth, watching as Sun Kong and Appo's S-van vanished into the street. "Fang Min, Sun Kong is just a despicable little man. Don't stoop to his level," Jinwei comforted as she noticed Fang Min and Appo's anger. Fang Min offered a cold smile, but remained silent. "Let us go. I'll drive you home," Jinwei said as she started the sports car, heading onto the road. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of a residential complex called Huilan Garden. It was a rather dilapidated neighborhood, lacking even a security guard at the entrance, typically inhabited by migrant workers and low-income residents. Jinwei frowned upon seeing the place. "Fang Min, you live here? Why not choose somewhere else?" "It's fine. I'm used to it. It's quite peaceful here," Fang Min replied, opening the car door to get out. Jinwei also opened her door. "Arin and Appo's. Are you going to invite me to your room for a bit?" Fang Min rented a modest room. Not filthy, but certainly not in great condition. He ruffled his short hair and said, "Jinwei, let us do it another day. I still need to go grocery shopping." Jinwei, sensing Fang Min's troubled mood, nodded. "All right then, I'll come by another time." She turned the car around and waved at him. "Fang Min, I'm leaving now. We'll connect again tomorrow." Fang Min smiled and waved back at Jinwei before heading toward the nearby supermarket. Upon entering the supermarket, he bought 2 speedballs and 2 boxes of ping-pong balls. These would aid in enhancing his speed and reaction skills, as he intended to use them for training. After exiting the supermarket and returning to the residential complex, he made his way towards Building 6. This building was an old-fashioned structure without an elevator. Fang Min walked up to the 6th floor and headed towards the end of the corridor. Upon reaching his door, he used his X-ray vision to scan the room. To his shock, he saw a stunningly beautiful woman with an alluring figure seated inside. It was the assassin who had pursued him last time. "How'd she find me here?" Fang Min thought, breaking into a cold sweat as he turned to leave. "If you think your speed is faster than my blade, then keep walking," a chilling voice echoed from behind him before he could reach the staircase. Fang Min froze, his back prickling with fear, and slowly turned around to face her, forcing a smile. "Oh, it's you, beautiful. When did you arrive? You could have called me. I would have bought some snacks." "Come in," the beautiful assassin said coldly. Fang Min stood frozen, ready to flee at any moment. The icy aura emanating from her was intimidating. He couldn't bear to think about what would happen if he entered the room. He might not be as fortunate as last time. "I'm not here to kill you this time, but if you don't cooperate, I will definitely kill you," the beautiful assassin stated flatly. Fang Min believed her words, scratching his short hair and forcing a smile. "What are we to each other, then?" With no choice left, he reluctantly walked towards her. As he entered the room, he circled around her cautiously. The room contained only a bed, a cabinet, and a desk. Fang Min sat down on the bed, resembling a timid spouse, and casually dropped the shopping bag on the floor. The beautiful assassin closed the door and approached the bed, her icy eyes fixed intently on Fang Min. He was unsure of her intentions and, feeling the tension rise, mustered the courage to ask, "What's wrong? Have you been poisoned by some love potion again? If you need it, I could take a shower." The beautiful assassin continued to stare at him, not uttering a word. As the silence stretched, Fang Min grew increasingly anxious. Sweating profusely, he discreetly used his X-ray vision again and, in an instant, saw a vision of what would occur in 20 seconds. The beautiful assassin's voice rang out, "I want to be your wife." With that revelation, Fang Min and Appo's legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed onto the floor in shock. "What? How is this happening? This beautiful assassin wants to marry me?" Regardless of the circumstances, as long as he was alive, Fang Min could accept it. Coughing to break the tension, he asked, "Are you thirsty?" Fang Min, my superiors found out about my lost virginity. The beautiful assassin suddenly spoke. I am a disciple of the Dark Gate. In such a situation, I have 3 choices. What 3 choices? Fang Min asked, intrigued. First, suicide. Second, kill you. Third, marry you and bring you into the Dark Gate. The beautiful assassin said coldly, I will never take my own life, nor do I wish to marry a cunning young man like you. Still want to kill me? Fang Min instinctively curled up, glancing furtively towards the window. So, I track you down to your residence. Lying in wait, she continued, but after seeing Jinwei drop you off, I changed my mind. I want to kill you. I want to be your wife. What? Fang Min could hardly believe his ears. What'd you say? I can see that you and Jinwei are good friends. And my next target is a notable figure within the Jin family. I need you to connect with that figure through Jinwei. No. Fang Min shot back defiantly. Jinwei is my good friend. I will never help you kill her family. Then you will die. The beautiful assassin's eyes glinted dangerously. Fang Min turned away, his expression resolute. Then go ahead and kill me. I will never assist anyone in harming my friend's family. The beautiful assassin paused, studying Fang Min before responding coldly. That notable figure is not closely related to Jinwei. Their isn't much kinship. The Jin family is vast, and her family can only be considered middle class within it. Fang Min scratched his short hair. Even so, I cannot assist you in murder. I am not a killer. He spread his arms wide in agitation. You know, I am a doctor. My duty is to save lives, not take them. Do you have a choice? The beautiful assassin suddenly pulled out her phone, showing him a picture of a woman. If you don't help me eliminate that notable figure, I will eliminate this person first. Fang Min turned to look, his anger surging. You are despicable. The woman in the photo was Jianglan, the director of the Jiuxing orphanage, who had raised Fang Min. She was one of his closest connections. Overwhelmed with rage, tears glistened in his eyes. You're afraid for her safety, aren't you? The beautiful assassin shot him a cold smile. As long as you cooperate honestly with me, not only will I not harm her, but I will also protect her. With that, she revealed another picture. Earlier today, some thugs harassed her, trying to force her to vacate the orphanage and relinquish the land. I secretly helped her deal with those thugs. Fang Min glanced at the photo, seeing Jianglan and the orphanage, with the thugs sprawled on the ground. He slowly sat down. If you approach me with this kind of negotiation, I believe we can reach a mutual agreement. With no alternatives left, he reluctantly acquiesced. A month from now, I will take you to the Dark Gate to meet my superiors. It's our rule. I must introduce my husband, the new member of the Dark Gate, to them. Afterward, you will swear allegiance to the Gate Master and undergo the trials set by the superiors. Upon hearing this, Fang Min felt overwhelmed. Could it really be that complicated? Chapter 17. Sometimes tender, sometimes brutal, it is essential, the beautiful assassin declared. During this month, you must intensify your training to cultivate your strength. The requirements of the Shadow Gate for new disciples dictated that even in the absence of formidable skills, one must possess exceptional physical constitution and endurance. Fang Min found this aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. He had purchased speedballs and table tennis balls to enhance his training. No problem. I've already acquired the speedball and the table tennis balls, he announced, placing the tote bag at the foot of the bed. The beautiful assassin cast a glance at Fang Min, approached the foot of the bed, and retrieved the tote bag. The speedball will help you develop your reaction time and speed. But what purpose does the table tennis ball serve? She inquired. To train my speed as well. Fang Min explained. If 10 or 20 table tennis balls come flying at me, and I can catch them all, my eyesight and speed will be impeccable. The beautiful assassin nodded, acknowledging the simplicity yet practicality of his method. All right, now you shall begin your practice. Is it starting now? Fang Min asked, taken aback. When were you expecting to start? She replied coldly. We have only a month. Fang Min averted his gaze, picked up the speedball, and walked toward the rear window. Then I will hang the speedball. Leave that to me. You will start with 1,000 push-ups and 1,000 fingertip push-ups, the beautiful assassin commanded. What? Fang Min looked at her incredulously. What did you say? She retorted, her eyes narrowing. Seeing the change in her demeanor, cold sweat broke out on Fang Min's brow. Beautiful, please don't misunderstand. I meant to say that 1,000 seems a bit insufficient. The beautiful assassin paused, How many do you wish to do? Fang Min held up a finger, 1001. The beautiful assassin felt a headache coming on. Let's talk, just start. And from now on, do not call me beautiful. Refer to me as an amp, Oppo's wife, and amp, Oppo's wife? Fang Min forced a smile. Now he felt as if an amp, Oppo's wife and amp, Oppo's was synonymous with the Grim Reaper. Each utterance sent shivers down his spine. But I don't end amp, Oppo's, to even know your name yet. How can I call you an amp? Amp, Oppo's wife and amp, Oppo's. My name is Xiao Yiyun, she stated coldly. Xiao Yiyun? Fang Min sighed inwardly, surprised that a killer bore such a gentle name. Call me, she commanded. Wife. Fang Min involuntarily grimaced. Continue. Wife. Say it more naturally, with more warmth, Xiao Yiyun insisted. Fang Min, drenched in sweat, hesitated before mustering the courage to wrap his arms around her slender waist and softly whisper in her delicate ear, Wife. He then gently kissed her cheek. Xiao Yiyun finally expressed satisfaction. Go train now. Embracing Xiao Yiyun felt remarkably good, so much so that it dulled his fears. Her figure, her face, and the fragrance that enveloped her were intoxicating, especially that indescribable sensation of leaning against her, which left Fang Min utterly captivated. He could even feel the heat radiating from his body as he murmured softly, Wife. Xiao Yiyun's heart stirred as memories of their previous night together flooded back, softening her voice. Go train now. Fang Min relished her gentle tone, tightening his embrace as he called out again, Wife. Train. Xiao Yiyun suddenly glared at him, her voice sharp. Startled, Fang Min jolted awake, quickly bending down to begin his push-ups. How can you expect me to be tender towards you when you're so harsh? Be careful. I might just sue you. 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 fingertip push-ups, followed by an hour of practicing with the speed and table tennis balls. After this rigorous regimen, it was now midnight. Although Fang Min possessed energy from his unique vision, he felt utterly exhausted, lying on the floor, gasping for breath. Husband, go take a shower and brush your teeth. Then come to bed, Xiao Yun said, already half asleep. Upon hearing this, Fang Min perked up and hurried to the bathroom. 10 minutes later, he emerged in a robe and froze in place. At that moment, Xiao Yun lay on the bed without a blanket, wearing Fang Min's white shirt, her long legs bare. The beauty exuded an ethereal charm and sensuality, her fair skin glowing softly under the light, evoking fantasies and intoxication. Do you like it? Xiao Yun gazed tenderly at Fang Min. He swallowed hard and nodded, honestly replying, I do. If I were to invite you to spend a delightful night with me, would you accept? Fang Min eagerly nodded, genuinely willing. Do you have the stamina for it? Absolutely. Excellent. Xiao Yun smiled appreciatively. Husband, your stamina is impressive. She pointed to the floor at the foot of the bed. Since you are still in such good shape, let us do another 1,000 push-ups. Goodness. Fang Min and amp, Oppo's legs weakened, feeling utterly defeated. Wife, please spare me. No. Xiao Yun raised a finger, not 1,000 but 1,001. Fang Min grimaced, feeling like crying, and slowly crawled toward the floor to continue his push-ups. As he did so, he resolutely thought, I must find a way to rid myself of this wife. Unbeknownst to him, he lost track of how many he had done and eventually collapsed on the floor, succumbing to sleep. Get up. The next morning, a sudden kick to Fang Min's rear jolted him awake. He found himself sprawled on the floor, and upon seeing Xiao Yun, now dressed, he forced a smile. Wife. Good morning. Xiao Yun's expression remained icy as she looked down at him, resembling a regal queen. I must leave now. I will contact you tonight. Remember, what transpires between us must remain our secret. Otherwise, you know what will happen. As she displayed a photo on her phone, Fang Min recognized it as one of director Jiang Lan and nodded hastily. Rest assured, you are my wife. I cherish you too much to ever harm you. Xiao Yun nodded, turning to leave. Once she closed the door, Fang Min suddenly leaped onto the bed, as if tackling someone, repeating, Wretched woman, I will sleep with you. Wretched woman, I will sleep with you. Hearing movement at the door, he quickly turned his head to see Xiao Yun still there, her icy gaze fixed upon him. Chapter 18. The beautiful orphanage director Fang Min hurriedly covered his head, burying his entire face in the pillow, remaining completely still. Xiao Yun let out a cold laugh, returned to her room, picked up a small bag from the bedside, and turned to leave. After hearing her close the door, he used his X-ray vision to scan the area, confirming that she had genuinely departed. He sighed deeply, contemplating how he came to have a killer for a wife and how fate could be so cruelly orchestrated. As he lamented, a sudden wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he fell into a deep slumber. He awoke 3 hours later, glancing at the clock to find it was already 8 o'clock. He quickly got up to wash and groom himself. After a night of rigorous training, he should have felt utterly exhausted. Yet he discovered instead a newfound vigor coursing through him. It seems that the X-ray vision provides me with an endless supply of energy. I must learn to harness this power, Fang Min murmured as he entered the small bathroom tucked away in the corner. Upon stepping inside, he was momentarily taken aback. All the clothes he had discarded the previous day were washed and hanging on the balcony. He distinctly remembered not having done any laundry and wondered, could it be my wife who did this? Noticing a small note affixed to his pants, he picked it up to read. Wife has a cleanliness obsession. Henceforth, clothes in the room must always be kept immaculate. He chuckled. Having a wife certainly has its conveniences. Perhaps she'll even help me with my baths in the future. With every disadvantage comes a corresponding advantage. Although Xiao Yun was ruthless and cold-blooded, she also possessed a tender side. Fang Min contemplated how he might cultivate her compassion while gradually diminishing her merciless demeanor. If she were to completely reform, would that not be a noble deed on his part? With this thought in mind, Fang Min felt invigorated and began to wash up. By 8:30, he emerged from his residential complex, feeling refreshed. He first stopped by a breakfast shop for a meal before hailing a motorcycle taxi to the Jiuxing orphanage. Last night, he had heard Xiao Yun mention that some thugs were harassing Director Jianglan, and they aimed to seize the land of the orphanage. He wanted to visit Jianglan and inquire about the situation. Having grown up in Jiuxing orphanage, he could not allow anyone to jeopardize his childhood sanctuary. Jiuxing orphanage, nestled along the banks of Sunset River on the outskirts of the western city, boasted a history of over 50 years. Originally situated in the suburbs, the area had been incorporated into the city due to the extensive development of Yanhai City, becoming part of the economic development zone, which in turn made the land highly valuable. To the east stood the Misty Sea Grand Hotel, while a towering business building loomed to the west. The dilapidated old structures within Jiuxing Orphanage appeared outdated in stark contrast to their surroundings, which had drawn the attention of opportunists seeking to develop the land. The parcel of land, spanning over 10 acres, was valued at no less than 50 million. Some unscrupulous individuals sought to exploit connections to orchestrate forced demolitions and relocations, potentially securing the land for a mere few million. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a sense of urgency enveloped him. Previously a mere university student reliant on the whims of others, he now possessed X-ray vision and extraordinary energy, not to mention a formidable wife. He could no longer remain passive. By 10:00 and Oppo's clock, Fang Min arrived at the orphanage. The sight of the campus-like buildings and the sounds of children laughing within filled him with nostalgia. Since entering his 3rd year of university, he had scarcely visited. The pressures of job hunting had consumed him. The orphanage was divided into 3 sections, one for disabled children, called Health Garden, another for able-bodied children, named Hope Garden, and the final one for the staff, known as Love Garden. Fang Min made his way directly to Love Garden, heading toward a 2-story office building. Although the office was old, it was meticulously maintained. The director's office was located in the center of the 2nd floor. Upon arriving at the door, he spotted a beautiful woman seated on the sofa, engrossed in the education daily. It was not Director Jianglan. Who could it be? She had long black braids and wore a flowing black dress that exuded elegance. Her fair complexion was adorned with a gentle smile, radiating warmth and approachability. Her bright eyes sparkled with innocence, and her rhythmic breathing accentuated her ample bosom, stirring the imagination. Bathed in the sunlight filtering through the window, she emanated a mature, sweet glow, a maternal radiance that made one long to lean against her. Fang Min found himself entranced, beaming as he gently knocked on the door. Sister Lan. Jiang Lan looked up, her eyes lighting up. Fang Min, what a delightful surprise. How could you bear to come visit your sister? Hearing the term little one, Fang Min chuckled. No matter how much time passed, Jiang Lan still viewed him as a child, despite her being just shy of 27. Little one it is, he thought, as he approached her, sitting down beside her and naturally wrapping his arms around her, leaning against her chest. In an instant, a sweet, mature fragrance enveloped him, igniting a desire to burrow deeper into her embrace. You little rascal. Back then, a hug was just a hug. Now it seems you have ulterior motives? Jiang Lan teased, noticing the playful expression on Fang Min and Appo's face as she gently pushed him away. With an innocent smile, Fang Min replied, Sister Lan, I never realized how wonderful your skin felt back then. If only I had known, I would have kissed you enough. Now you and Appo's. Just getting ridiculous, Jiang Lan laughed, playfully tapping his nose. So, what brings you here all of a sudden? Sister Lan, I heard that some thugs have been bothering you. Is that true? Fang Min's tone turned serious. Jiang Lan sighed. Yes, our little haven has caught the attention of some unsavory characters. They want it, but I refuse to comply. Upon mentioning the topic, her brow furrowed in concern. As a woman in charge of a group of children, how could she possibly contend with such ruffians? She had likely suffered greatly without any assistance. Sister Lan, I sensed your worry, which is why I rushed over, Fang Min reassured her. We will devise a plan together to deal with those thugs. Jiang Lan offered a bittersweet smile. Fang Min, you're still in university. Please don't let this matter interfere with your studies. Just then, a young male teacher with a center-parted hairstyle approached the door and gently knocked. Director Jiang, there are guests looking for you. Understood, Teacher Wang, Jiang Lan acknowledged, nodding towards him before turning back to Fang Min. You stay here and rest for a moment. I'll be back shortly. Noticing the recently departed Teacher Wang was rather sleazy, Fang Min quietly asked, Is this Teacher Wang new? Jiang Lan nodded. He was assigned here by the Education Bureau. Although he has a criminal record, what can we say? We have to make do. I see, Fang Min replied, standing up to see Jiang Lan off, pondering to himself, how can someone like Wang Jian be permitted in an orphanage? As he stood at the door, he discreetly observed Wang Jian making his way downstairs, heading toward the back garden. He moved to the window to watch. The rear garden was a lush expanse, covering at least 2 acres, filled with flowers and bamboo. Wang Jian strolled to the northwest corner and smiled at a girl in a red dress. Shan Shan, you're right on time. Shan Shan giggled. Teacher Wang called for me, so here I am. You're becoming more beautiful, Shan Shan, Wang Jian remarked, admiring her figure. Though only 14, she stood at an impressive height of 162 meters and had developed well. Despite her mental challenges, her appearance and physique made her a striking young lady. Sister Lan said the same. Shan Shan offered a demure smile. Jian moved closer to Shan Shan, swallowed hard, and encircled her neck with his arm. Shan Shan, he began, as a physician, allow me to examine your well-being. He chuckled. Shan Shan is always so obedient, following instructions to the letter. All right. Shan Shan acquiesced with a docile nod. Lift your top. I'll begin with the upper body, Jian uttered, as he assisted Shan Shan in raising her crimson t-shirt. The sight of the white brassiere beneath immediately captivated him. Shan Shan, this brassiere is truly exquisite. Lan bought it for me. Shan Shan responded with a smile. Do you find it pleasing to the eye? Indeed, exceptionally so. Quickly, unfasten the brassiere. I wish to behold it. Jian implored, resuming his actions. As he unfastened it, his gaze lingered on Shan Shan's waist, saliva trickling onto her lower back. Chapter 19. The Achilles heel of Fang Min Scoundrel. Suddenly, a young man rushed over, hurling insults. Wang Jian was taken aback, turning to see Fang Min, who had accompanied Jiang Lan moments earlier. With a cold smirk, he retorted, You, get lost. You bully a mentally challenged girl. Do you not fear the heavens and Appo's wrath? Fang Min scolded as he charged towards Wang Jian. Who dares to challenge me here? Not even that Jiang Lan can escape if I desire her. Wang Jian and Appo's face turned crimson with rage, and he threw a punch at Fang Min. Fang Min dodged with agility and retaliated with a kick to Wang Jian and Appo's groin. Wang Jian cried out, doubling over in pain. You're finished. With a swift motion, Fang Min delivered a kick to Wang Jian and Appo's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Brother Fang, why are you hitting Mr. Wang? Shan Shan, recognizing Fang Min, looked at him in fear. Fang Min glanced at her and replied, Mr. Wang is infested with pests. I am merely exterminating them. You should head back to class. Shan Shan nodded. All right, Brother Fang, I hope you eradicate all the pests on Mr. Wang. I will, Fang Min assured her, delivering 2 more kicks to Wang Jian. Lying on the floor, Wang Jian grimaced in pain, shaking and glaring at Fang Min. You little brat, my cousin is Sun Xiao. He will definitely kill you if he finds out. Sun Xiao? Fang Min paused, realizing the implications. Which Sun Xiao? There can end Amp, Oppos, TB Mini in Yanhai City. Of course. It must be Sun Kong. Wang Jian sneered. Scare now, huh? Having already dealt Wang Jian a significant blow, Fang Min was initially willing to let him off the hook. However, upon hearing that he was Sun Kong and Amp, Oppos, as cousin, his interest peaked once more. He swiftly kicked Wang Jian in the stomach, declaring, You represent Sun Xiao? Wang Jian, unyielding, retorted, If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. Want to die? That could be arranged. Fang Min bent down, seizing a large rock, raising it high before bringing it down toward Wang Jian and Oppos' head. Ah! Wang Jian shrieked, hastily shielding his head. The rock narrowly missed, crashing to the ground and exploding into pieces. Fang Min did this intentionally, picking up another rock. I missed before, but I won in Amp. Oppos, this time. Wang Jian, now terrified, hurriedly bowed before Fang Min. Brother, I was just joking. Please, let me go. Slap. Fang Min delivered a stinging blow to Wang Jian and Oppos' face. Your entire family is a joke. Realizing his choice of words was ill-advised, Wang Jian quickly apologized. Brother, I was wrong. I wanted Oppos. Dare again. Wanted Oppos. Dare? You're no longer welcome here. Get as far away as possible. Fang Min ordered, pointing at Wang Jian. Yes. I'm leaving. Wang Jian, fearing further punishment, quickly gestured towards the exit. By the way, my cousin is here to see the dean about the land deal. Shoot into Oppos. Do you go check on it? So it's Sun Kong trying to seize this land. Fang Min's anger flared again, and he kicked Wang Jian in the gut. Get out. With a thud, Wang Jian rolled away, unconscious after several tumbles. At this moment, Fang Min had no time to further punish Wang Jian and rushed towards the front courtyard. In a desolate classroom, a discussion was underway. Dean Jiang, is it worthwhile to cling to this orphanage? Sun Kong gazed greedily at Jianglan and Amp, Oppos' figure. I propose sending these unwanted children to the children's welfare institution my father is funding, while you can work as my secretary. Rest assured, I'll ensure you earn a handsome salary. Jianglan shook her head. Sun Xiao, this orphanage has over 50 years of history, and the government plans to renovate it. I kindly ask you to abandon any thoughts about it. Dean Jiang, you know the truth. We cannot afford to be adversaries. Sun Kang's demeanor shifted as he warned. With just a phone call, the demolition team can flatten this orphanage. Sun Xiao, we live in a society governed by law. While demolition can occur, it must be lawful. Zianglan Ziplit Gunli, I urge you to leave, or I will call the police. Suddenly, Sun Kong seized Jianglan's arm, pulling her towards him. Are you forcing my hand? My father has given me 2 billion to invest. I need this land to make quick profits. Do you think I would let you suffer? With a lewd grin, he reached for her face, adding, Once I earn money, I'll buy you a villa, and you can bear my children. Wouldn't that be delightful? What did you say? Let me go. Jianglan struggled. The more she fought, the more Sun Kong reveled in her softness, unwilling to release her. You are merely the head of an orphanage. Do not overestimate your importance. I will ask you one last time. Will you comply or not? I will never comply. Let me go. Jianglan cried, her desperation palpable. Just as Sun Kong was about to act, a thunderous voice interrupted. Stop. Everyone turned in shock to see Fang Min. Sun Kong sneered. You dare show your face here? Leave, little brother. This is not your fight. Jianglan urged, anxious for Fang Min and Amp, Oppos' safety. Fang Min and Amp, Oppos' fury surged, especially upon seeing Sun Kong and Oppos' grip on Jianglan. She was not just anyone, she was his closest companion. Anyone who harmed her inflicted greater pain upon him than any wound to himself. Dragons have their Achilles heel. Those who touch it shall perish. Phoenixes possess their vulnerabilities. Those who offend shall meet their doom. Jianglan was Fang Min's weakness, and he would not permit anyone to harm her. Pointing at Sun Kong, he shouted, "Release her. Let her go. If you have the guts, step outside and face me." "Umph. After a night, you think you and Oppos, V. grown wings?" Sun Kong released Jianglan and signaled his bodyguards towards the door. Fang Min retreated to the yard. Inside the classroom, he could not contend with the burly men, but outside he had a chance. As long as he could prevent them from attacking together, he had a strategy to defeat them. Moreover, he felt his speed and reflexes sharpened after a night of training. "Leave now, little brother," Jianglan cried, tears streaming down her face. "Please just go." She understood Fang Min's inexperience in fighting. How could he possibly stand against Sun Kong and his men? Fear overwhelmed her, and she wept openly. "Lan Jia, step aside." Fang Min, pained by her tears, was filled with fury. Without waiting for the attack, he launched his own offensive. With remarkable speed and power, he struck down a long-haired thug before they could react. "Everyone charge!" Sun Kong bellowed, his eyes ablaze. "This time, if we don't take him down, we want to leave this orphanage." As a group of thugs lunged at Fang Min, he adopted a defensive strategy, counterattacking and knocking down one after another. "Go, Brother Fang! Go, Brother Fang!" The children from the orphanage, many of whom recognized him, rallied around him, cheering him on. With their encouragement, Fang Min felt revitalized, throwing punches and kicks that toppled two more thugs. "You fools!" Sun Kong fumed, charging at Fang Min with a vicious intent. "Prepare to face my wrath." With a swift kick aimed at Fang Min and Amp, Oppos' face, Fang Min dodged and seized Sun Kong and Amp, Oppos' foot, propelling it upwards, exposing a vulnerability. Fang Min and Amp, Oppos' heart seethed with rage. The time for revenge is here. At that moment, a burly man suddenly dashed over from the side, bellowing at Fang Min. "You are doomed, kid." Chapter 20. Officer Jun Rong ignoring the charging brute, Fang Min delivered a swift kick to Sun Kong and Oppos' groin. "Ugh!" Sun Kong cried out, instantly incapacitated and collapsing to the ground. "Cousin, beat him to death." The charging man, none other than Wang Jian, whom Fang Min had previously disciplined in the garden, had rushed over seeking retribution through Sun Kong. However, upon witnessing the scene, he was taken aback. Thump! Fang Min landed another forceful kick on Sun Kong and Oppos' stomach, all the while glaring at Wang Jian. Wang Jian stammered, swiftly changing his tune. "Well done. Excellent work." Grimacing, he covered his head and scurried away amidst the children's laughter. Whew! Whew! Suddenly, two police cars screeched to a halt, tires squealing. Several officers emerged, led by a policewoman of striking stature, standing at approximately 175 meters. Adorned in her police uniform, she possessed a delicate face and a curvaceous figure. A handgun was holstered at her slender waist, completing her heroic appearance. Her gait exuded confidence and righteousness, surpassing even that of a model. "Jun Rong, you've arrived," Jianglan exclaimed, rushing forward to greet the approaching officer. It was Jianglan who had contacted the authorities. The policewoman was none other than Jun Rong, the esteemed captain of the Northern District Criminal Investigation Unit. A former national Sanda champion among police academies, she was known as the Tomboy. Having previously entrusted 2 orphans to the 9 Stars Orphanage, Jun Rong was well acquainted with Jianglan. Despite the 9 Stars Orphanage being located in the Northern District, it was in close proximity to Jun Rong and Oppos' location, enabling her to respond swiftly to the call. "Jianglan, what an Oppos' the situation?" she inquired. "Over there." Jianglan gestured towards Sun Kong, and then towards Fang Min's Sun Kong, and his cronies came to cause trouble, leading to a scuffle with my young ward, Fang Min. "Captain Jun, this brat injured me. You must deliver justice." Sun Kong wailed from the ground, clutching his groin in agony. Jun Rong approached, casting a disdainful glance at Sun Kong before turning her attention to Fang Min, a hint of admiration in her eyes. As a law enforcement officer, she was acutely aware of Sun Kong and Oppos' reputation. In the Northern District, few dared to confront Sun Kong so directly. She regarded him with a newfound respect. "I hear you and Amp, Oppos, Fang Min," she said softly. "Tell me what transpired." Captain Jun, Sun Kong and his gang were coercing Director Jiang to surrender the orphanage and even assaulted her. I couldn't stand by and watch, Fang Min explained, pointing at Sun Kong. I and Oppos, am not sure what happened, but they ended up collapsing on their own. And this Sun Kong here threatened to give me A and Oppos, and Oppos. By the way, Captain Jun, do you know what an Oppos means? Jun Rong was taken aback. This is an Oppos, Fang Min declared, delivering another kick to Sun Kong and Oppos' groin. Ugh! Sun Kong groaned, his eyes rolling back in agony. Captain, you saw it yourself. Fang Min assaulted me, causing intentional harm. You must arrest him immediately. He deserves at least 3 years. Jun Rong suppressed a smile. Sun Xiao, you were a group of men, while Fang Min was alone. Do you expect anyone to believe that one man could overpower all of you? Captain, you just witnessed Fang Min give me. Sun Kong retorted, writhing in pain and fury. You and Oppos, Ria police officer, you must deliver justice to the common people. The common people? Jun Rong scoffed. Sun Xiao, if you and Oppos, Ria commoner, then the common people are slaves. Enough with the theatrics, get up. Damn it. Sun Kong cursed, his groin ablaze with pain, rendering him unable to stand. Jun Rong, I'm warning you. Don't push your luck. A single word from me can cost you your job. Yun Rong is face-hardened. Go ahead, make the call right now. She gestured towards the thugs groaning on the ground. You know better than anyone the kind of scum these men are. Are there any members of theft rings among them? Any members of human trafficking rings? Bah! Sun Kong spat. Jun Rong, you're a police officer. You must speak with evidence, or you'll never know how you'll die. Observing Sun Kang's arrogance and blatant disregard for law enforcement, Jun Rong gritted her teeth and reached for her handgun. She longed to put an end to this scoundrel, along with his father, engaged in corrupt practices while showing utter disrespect for the police. However, lacking concrete evidence, she had no choice but to restrain herself. Captain, I have a report. Fang Min interjected, raising his hand as he noticed Jun Rong's frustration. Jun Rong paused, surprised. Sun Kong sneered at Fang Min. Boy, you can barely protect yourself, yet you dare to report me. Go ahead, report me. What can you possibly accuse me of? Little brother, we Don and Oppos, T have any evidence? Don and Oppos, T speak recklessly, Jiang Lan cautioned, her concern for Fang Min growing as she witnessed the animosity directed towards him. Sister Lan, I know what I and Oppos am doing. Fang Min reassured Jiang Lan with a pat on the shoulder. He pointed towards a black Mercedes-Benz van in the distance and questioned loudly, whose vehicle is that? It an Oppos, es mine. What about it? Sun Kong snarled, glaring at Fang Min. Fang Min turned to Jun Rong and declared, Captain Jun, there's a black backpack in the trunk of that Mercedes-Benz van, containing over a dozen cell phones and several gold necklaces. Upon hearing this, Jun Rong turned to Sun Kong. Sun Xiao, may we inspect it? Sun Kong was taken aback, momentarily speechless. How could Fang Min know so much? After a moment of hesitation, he glanced at Jun Rong and retorted, no. It an Oppos. Es my car, and I have the right to refuse inspection. Captain, the car keys are under the steering wheel. Still in the ignition, Fang Min informed Jun Rong. Jun Rong immediately gestured to 2 male officers beside her. Search it. I and Oppos. LL take responsibility. Dare to search my car without my permission, and I'll sue you. Sun Kong protested in vain, reduced to uttering empty threats. Shortly after, a male officer emerged with a black backpack and handed it to Jun Rong. Jun Rong unzipped the backpack, revealing over a dozen cell phones, including iPhones, Samsungs, and Xiaomi's, all high-end models. Upon further inspection, she discovered over a dozen gold necklaces. We and Oppos, VE received reports of stolen cell phones and gold necklaces, and I and Oppos, VE identified several items here that matched the descriptions of the stolen valuables. Jun Rong announced, turning to Sun Kong with a cold smile. Sun Kong, care to explain how these items ended up in your car? Sun Kong was stunned into silence. After a moment of shock, he turned to the thugs beside him and roared, who the hell put this in my trunk? The thugs exchanged nervous glances, none daring to speak. Step forward now, or I and Oppos, LL, make sure your entire family is wiped out if the police find out. Sun Kang bellowed. The thugs trembled with fear, fully aware that Sun Kang's threat was not to be taken lightly. After a while, a young man with yellow hair shakily stood up and stammered, I'm sorry, Sun Shao. I put it in your trunk. I never expected you to be this kind of person, Sun Kang exclaimed, feigning righteousness as he glared at the yellow-haired youth. Turn yourself into the police immediately. The yellow-haired youth understood that he had to take full responsibility to avoid any trouble for Sun Kang. He reluctantly approached Jun Rong. Jun Rong smirked and waved her hand. Cuff him. Upon hearing the order, two male officers immediately placed handcuffs on the yellow-haired youth and escorted him to a police car. Jun Rong, this has nothing to do with me. You wouldn't dare arrest me, would you? Sun Kang challenged. Sun Kang appeared to have forgotten his pain, shaking his head with a smug expression as he gazed at Jun Rong. Unable to witness Sun Kang and Appo's self-satisfied demeanor, Jun Rong felt a surge of frustration. Yet without any evidence, she could only endure his arrogance. Captain Jun, I still have a report. Fang Min suddenly raised his hand again. Chapter 21. Reporting the wealthy heir. Sun Kang was taken aback, glaring at Fang Min and threatening, if you utter another word, I swear I will end you. In the presence of the police, such audacity infuriated Fang Min. Without hesitation, he bent down and delivered a resounding slap to Sun Kang and Appo's face. The sound echoed, leaving Sun Kang bleeding from his mouth and nose. Shocked that Fang Min dared to strike him, he glared back, ready to retaliate with curses and threats. However, upon seeing Fang Min and Appo's imposing demeanor, he shrank back, casting a pleading look towards Captain Jun Rong. Captain Jun, did you see that? Fang Min just hit me and made me spit blood. My apologies, I was momentarily blinded by an insect, Jun Rong replied, rubbing her eyes and glancing at her colleagues. Did you see anything? The officers around her began to rub their eyes as well, apologizing. Sorry, we too have insects in our eyes. Seeing this, Sun Kang was furious, shouting, my people witnessed it. How can yours be the witnesses? Jun Rong nodded at Sun Kang, young master son. You are a well-known heir and the vice president of the student council at Yunheim Medical University. You should understand the law. Sun Kang gritted his teeth, eyes blazing with fury, but could only stare in silence. Fang Min, what did you say earlier? Do you still intend to report? Jun Rong looked at Fang Min with eager anticipation. Indeed, I still wish to report. Fang Min gestured towards the Mercedes-Benz business vehicle, indicating, there is a package beneath the right seat cushion in the back. Please examine it. Upon hearing this, Jun Rong immediately signaled to a male officer, who complied and went to investigate. Sun Kang, realizing the gravity of the situation, trembled in fear, exchanging glances with his henchmen. Moments later, the male officer returned, holding a black package. Captain Jun, this is the item, he announced. Jun Rong took the package, opening it to reveal another bag inside. Upon inspection, her eyes widened in shock. She carefully examined the contents and sniffed the aroma, handing it to a nearby male officer. I suspect this to be drugs. The officer gasped, swiftly taking the package for identification. After 2 minutes, he nodded at Jun Rong, speaking with excitement. Captain Jun, you were right. This is methamphetamine, definitely illegal. A wave of triumph washed over Jun Rong. The discovery of this package was a significant achievement. She cast a grateful glance at Fang Min and then turned her icy stare towards Sun Kang, commanding, Sun Kang, explain this. Sun Kang stood dumbfounded. Having already been shocked by the discovery of the phones and necklaces, he could hardly fathom Fang Min uncovering these drugs, which had now led to his imminent capture. He knew all too well that this package weighed a staggering 60 grams. And if convicted, he faced a potential 15-year prison sentence. Sweat poured down his face as he hesitated, glaring at his henchman. He shouted, who left this in my car? Who is responsible? The henchmen exchanged terrified glances, trembling at the thought of admitting guilt. They understood that acknowledging their involvement would ruin their lives. ISNT that, right? Sun Kang's eyes burned with rage, glaring at one after another, his frustration boiling over. If I confess to the police, my entire family will suffer. If I don't, I'll ensure your family's face ruin. The henchmen exchanged anxious looks, beads of sweat forming on their brows. The pressure of being Sun Kong and Appo's underlings was overwhelming. Fang Min sighed in exasperation. Jun Rong smirked coldly, fixating on Sun Kong, curious to see how he would navigate this predicament. Quietly, she exchanged glances with her colleagues, signaling them to prepare for an arrest at the slightest indication of movement from Sun Kong. You! Sun Kong suddenly pointed at a bald man, accusing. What are you waiting for? Confess. The bald man was taken aback, his legs weakening, and his pants suddenly feeling warm. Everyone witnessed his humiliation as he lost control. Yes, I'm talking about you. Sun Kong glared at him. The bald man felt despair, mentally cursing Sun Kong. I don't even smoke, let alone do drugs. Guanto Chong. Just admit it. You know what you've done. That's right, Guanto Chong. You've committed this crime multiple times. Young Master Sun is righteous. He will take care of your family. Just confess. The other henchmen chimed in, placing all blame on the bald man. Hearing their accusations, Guanto Chong felt tears well up. Were these people truly his brothers? In this critical moment, they were throwing him under the bus. He thought of his parents, his wife burdened with millions in gambling debts, and the repercussions of defying Sun Kong. With a clenched jaw, he resigned himself to his fate, slowly rising and approaching Jun Rong with his head bowed. As he passed by Sun Kong, he whispered, Young master, I leave my family in your hands. Sun Kong sighed in relief, nodding at Guanto Chong, thinking, brother, rest assured. I may not care for your parents, but I will take care of your wife. Arrest him. Yun Rong commended Herr Officiers. In an instant, Guanto Chong was handcuffed and led to the police car. Captain Jun, I have more to report. Fang Min raised his hand again. Enough already. Sun Kong panicked, scrambling to flee towards the exit, clutching his groin in embarrassment, looking utterly ridiculous. The rest of the henchmen hurried to follow suit, disappearing without a trace, abandoning the Mercedes-Benz. Jun Rong burst into laughter, giving Fang Min a thumbs up. Fang Min joined in the laughter, feeling exhilarated, thinking, let us see if Sun Kong dares to disrespect me again, or show any disrespect to Sister Lan. Ah, Jiang Lan, teary-eyed, exclaimed, baby finally fled. Fang Min smiled, patting Jiang Lan on the shoulder. Sister Lan, it's all over now. They will lay low for a while. Jiang Lan was astonished by the unexpected turn of events, feeling warmth in her eyes as she embraced Fang Min. As Fang Min held her, inhaling the fragrance of her face and hair, he couldn't help but smile, tightening his embrace. Brother Fang Min is amazing. The children cheered nearby. Fang Min and Jiang Lan exchanged smiles, waving at the children to return to class. Thank you today, Fang Min. Jun Rong extended her hand. You've helped us uncover so many crucial leads. Truly unexpected. Fang Min chuckled, shaking her hand. Captain Jun, it was my duty. Oh, by the way, how did you discover those stolen items in the car? Jun Rong inquired curiously. Jiang Lan, equally intrigued, smiled at Fang Min. Fang Min smiled lightly. I don't possess extraordinary abilities, just a strong sixth sense. This is a clever ruse. Jun Rong laughed, pulling out her phone. Fang Min, please share your phone number and WeChat ID so we can stay in touch. Having met Fang Min for the first time, she felt great admiration for him and looked forward to future collaboration. Fang Min promptly retrieved his phone, exchanging contact information with Jun Rong. Knowing such a capable officer was a delightful prospect. More importantly, he hoped she would visit the orphanage often to assist him, Sister Lan, and the children. Just then, Fang Min's phone emitted 2 beeping sounds. Upon glancing at the message, he realized it was from the manager of the logistics department at the large pharmacy. In a state of urgency, he exclaimed, this is bad, this is bad. I must leave at once. Chapter 22. The betrayal of the police flower. What and Appo's? That's the matter. Little brother? Jiang Lan inquired, her gaze filled with concern as she looked at Fang Min. Fang Min replied, Manager Ma asked me to hurry over. There will be an inspection of our pharmacy tomorrow, and I still have a lot of work left to do. Fang Min, let us go. I'll drive you there. Jun Rong cheerfully said to Fang Min. Fang Min chuckled. Captain Jun, I feel quite embarrassed. If you don't go, I would feel even more awkward. Come on, let us go. Jun Rong insisted, pulling Fang Min along. Fang Min smiled and ceased his protests. Once seated in the passenger seat of the police car, he waved to Jiang Lan. Sister Lan, I'm off now. Call me if anything comes up. Jiang Lan returned a warm smile. nodding as she waved goodbye to Fang Min and Junrong. Virum. Junrong took the wheel, driving Fang Min towards the entrance. Thank you so much today, Fang Min. You've really helped your sister out. Junrong expressed her gratitude slowly. Fang Min scratched his short hair, feeling a bit shy. Captain Jun, it's the least I could do. Hey, Fang Min, don't call me that anymore. Just call me sister, Junrong said, pointing at him playfully. Fang Min was taken aback for a moment, but seeing Junrong's teasing expression, he chuckled and nodded. Sister, Rongjia. Now you're being obedient. Junrong laughed heartily, pressing the accelerator and speeding up. Beep, beep. The police car made quite a statement as it cruised through the streets. This was Fang Min's first time enjoying such treatment, and he couldn't help but smile. Little brother, what do you usually like to eat for lunch? Junrong suddenly asked with a smile. Fang Min replied, I have a good appetite. I enjoy all kinds of food. Braised noodles, pulled noodles, fried sauce noodles. Steamed noodles, they and appos, all great. Why is it always noodles? Yunrong cuisine. Fang Min chuckled, because noodles are inexpensive. Yunrong, aware that Fang Min grew up in an orphanage and was still in college, sighed inwardly. She pointed to a restaurant ahead. Little brother, today's lunch is on me. Fang Min quickly shook his head. Rongjia, I still have to get back to work at the pharmacy. Is work more important? Or is your health more important? Junrong slowed down, then turned the steering wheel towards the restaurant's parking area. This is a newly opened pickled fish restaurant. It and appos, as quite unique. Your sister will treat you to a meal. Fang Min felt a warmth in his heart, aside from Sister Lan. No other beautiful woman had ever invited him to a meal, which touched him deeply. After parking, Junrong waved at Fang Min, get out. At that moment, another police car drove by, but merely greeted Junrong before passing. Sister Rong, why aren't they having lunch? Fang Min asked loudly, looking at the departing police car. There are criminal suspects and stolen goods in the car. They need to return to handle it first, Junrong explained, wrapping her arm around Fang Min's shoulder as though he were her own brother. Don't mind them. Let us go. By the way, little brother, do you prefer spicy or non-spicy food? Sister Rong, if you like spicy, I'll like spicy. If you prefer non-spicy, I'll prefer non-spicy, Fang Min answered. Junrong burst into laughter, playfully patting Fang Min's head. Little brother, being so adaptable isn't always a good thing, but I like it. The two entered the restaurant, chatting and laughing. Sure enough, it was a popular establishment, bustling with patrons. Junrong scanned the room and noticed a table in the southeast corner. Little brother, you go ahead. I'll order the food. Fang Min nodded and walked over to the corner. As he settled into his seat, his phone buzzed. He pulled it out to find a message from his assassin wife. Xiao Yun, what does this woman want? Fang Min wondered, opening the message. Is there anyone else around you right now? Fang Min replied, no. Xiao Yun, open your wallet. Fang Min was taken aback, but complied, retrieving his wallet. Xiao Yun, in the middle corner of the wallet, there is something. Take a look. Fang Min quickly opened his wallet, unzipped it, and searched, discovering a silver microelectronic device, smaller than a fingernail. Found it. Xiao Yun. When you get into Junrong's police car, you must discreetly place this device in it. Fang Min broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, how does Xiao Yun know I'm with Junrong? Is she following me? He glanced around, anxiously checking his clothes and shoes. Suddenly, he noticed an electronic device hidden in the heel of his right shoe. Damn it, I'm being tracked by my assassin wife. Xiao Yun, it must be discreet. Fang Min coldly smiled and replied, I'm sorry, but I cannot comply. Xiao Yun, why can't you? Fang Min, Junrong is a police officer. I cannot betray a police officer. Furthermore, she has treated me well. I cannot repay her kindness with ingratitude. Xiao Yun, you should consider the consequences of defying my orders. Fang Min, when on duty, I am not bound by orders. Just as he sent this message, he was astonished to find that all previous messages had mysteriously deleted themselves. Strange. Fang Min scratched his short hair, suddenly realizing that his phone must have been tampered with by Xiao Yun. Little brother, the pickled fish will be ready soon. Junrong approached with a smile, sitting across from Fang Min and handing him a bottle of orange juice. Have some juice first. Okay. Fang Min accepted the orange juice, looking deeply at Junrong. With her beauty, competence, and kindness, he would never betray her. even if it meant facing the wrath of his assassin wife. He would remain loyal to her. Why do you keep staring at me? Jun Rong teased, noticing Fang Min's unwavering gaze. Are you enamored with my face or my figure? No, no, no. Fang Min hastily shook his head. Then do you neither admire my face nor my figure? No, 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 I admire both. Then what were you looking at? Fang Min quickly pointed at Jun Rong's lips, shifting the topic. Sister Rong, I was just admiring your lips. I think they're the most beautiful. Jun Rong laughed. What makes them beautiful? Red with a hint of pink. The color is lovely. They exude a natural fragrance. And I can only imagine how delightful they taste, Fang Min replied with a grin. Ha ha ha. Fang Min, I didn't expect you to be so charming with your words. Yun Rong Xiaokut. However, I like it. She increasingly felt that being with Fang Min brought her joy, leading her to wish they had met sooner. Before long, the pickled fish and side dishes arrived, and the two began to feast heartily. Occasionally, Jun Rong would serve Fang Min, further deepening their bond. In the midst of their meal, Fang Min's phone rang unexpectedly. He nodded at Jun Rong and stepped into a quiet corner to answer. Seeing an unfamiliar number, he stood up to take the call, as his assassin wife had instructed him that any unknown number might very well belong to her. Fang Min, I want you to place the tracker in Jun Rong and Appo's car, Xiao Yun and Appo's voice was chilling over the line. Fang Min shook his head. Wife, I can and Appo's do it. Even if you kill me, I comply. On the other end, a cold laugh echoed. Do you know where I am right now? Fang Min paused. Where? I am standing at the orphanage and I can see your sister Lan. Xiao Yun replied, each word dripping with malice. Fang Min gritted his teeth, his fists clenching tightly. Chapter 23. An unprecedented low despite his anger. Fang Min knew he had to remain composed. He was acutely aware of the repercussions of defying Xiao Yun's orders. My dear, I will do my utmost, he assured her. Once everything was set, he would discreetly report back to her. The call from Xiao Yun abruptly ended, leaving Fang Min to contemplate his next course of action. Following Xiao Yun's instructions would undoubtedly lead to Jun Rong's suffering, a consequence he could easily anticipate. He recognized that Xiao Yun was a formidable adversary, one who would view any investigating officers as threats. Conversely, disregarding her directives would jeopardize Jiang Lan, a scenario he could never accept. What was he to do? Little brother, hurry and eat, Jun Rong urged, bringing Fang Min back to the moment. He smiled faintly and took a seat, though the meal lacked the flavor it had moments before, tasting more like cardboard. After finishing their meal, they wiped their mouths and stood up. Fang Min rushed to the counter to pay. Despite Jun Rong being a police officer, she was still a lady, and it was unbecoming to have her pay. Little brother, Jun Rong exclaimed, pulling him back. Wait for me by the police car. I'll take care of the bill. Sister, I have money, Fang Min insisted, continuing toward the counter. Jun Rong grasped his arm again, teasing, Are you trying to upset your sister? Reluctantly, Fang Min scratched his short hair and headed outside. Jun Rong chuckled as she approached the counter, having feigned anger. A young man who actively offered to pay demonstrated his concern for her dignity and feelings. At the police car, Fang Min ignored the sweltering heat, scrutinizing the vehicle while fiddling with the electronic device hidden in his pocket, contemplating its installation. He squeezed the device tightly with his thumb and index finger, squinting as he activated his enhanced vision to inspect the contents of his pocket. As he engaged this ability, a jolt of electricity surged through his fingertips. With a sudden crack, the device shattered in his grasp. Damn, did I really break it? He mused, inspecting the fragments. Noticing Jun Rong had gone to the restroom after paying, he took out his phone to call Xiao Yun. My love, I will comply with your request. Excellent, Xiao Yun replied with satisfaction. Remember to keep it discreet. However, Fang Min interjected, I must inform you that this electronic device is rather fragile. It broke with the slightest pressure. Idiot, Xiao Yun snapped, her irritation palpable. Fang Min relished the moment. How about sending me another one? This time consider it a freebie, but bring back the broken device, she declared before abruptly ending the call. Fang Min chuckled, thinking to himself, You really believe you can act with impunity? What are you laughing at? Jun Rong inquired as she exited the restroom. Fang Min scratched his hair and replied, A beautiful waitress was flirting with me, but I sent her packing. Jun Rong believed him. Laughing heartily, little brother, don't squander your youthful charm. With a smile, Fang Min opened the car door, and together they drove toward the Kongren Pharmacy on Kongren Street. The Kongren Pharmacy was a well-known establishment in Yunhai City, boasting over 40 sales staff and resembling a pharmaceutical superstore. Fang Min worked there, lacking both a degree and connections, relegated to the most arduous and menial tasks. With an impending inspection from the health department, the logistics manager had insisted the sales floor be spotless, urging Fang Min to hurry to work and mop the floor multiple times. "Sister, you can head back," Fang Min called as the police car parked in front of the pharmacy. Junrong glanced at the pharmacy and asked, "What are you doing there?" "What can I do? I haven't received my university diploma yet. During the summer break, I can only take on odd jobs." "How wasteful. I'll investigate the pharmacy's background and call you later." Understanding her intent, Fang Min smiled and waved goodbye, striding into the Kongren Pharmacy. The air conditioning inside provided a refreshing respite, and he exhaled deeply. "Fang Min, where have you been this morning? Why didn't you request a day off? The inspection is tomorrow. Do you understand?" A beautiful woman chastised him as he walked in. He recognized her instantly as Ma Qingli, the logistics manager, an employee with over 6 years of service who often reprimanded newcomers. Casting a glance at her speckled face and the way her professional attire struggled to contain her figure, Fang Min softly explained, "Manager Ma, I had some matters to attend to this morning." "Only you have matters? What about everyone else? Are our employees free to do as they please?" Ma Qingli spat, her words flying at Fang Min. "Get to mopping. Dining hall, restroom, reception area, and back hall. All of it must be spotless. If at ISNT, you won't see a single cent of your wages this month and will owe a fine." As she continued her tirade, a female police officer approached Fang Min and handed him a half bottle of orange juice. "Little brother, your orange juice." Surprised, Fang Min exclaimed, "Junrong, didn't you leave?" Junrong, about to drive away, noticed Ma Qingli berating Fang Min and decided to intervene, saying coldly, "What is going on? Did my little brother do something wrong?" Recognizing Junrong, Ma Qingli's demeanor instantly shifted. "Ah, Captain Jun, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Junrong's icy expression, she quickly turned to Fang Min with a smile. "I had no idea you were Captain Jun and Appo's little brother. I'll help you with mopping later. How dare you look down on people?" Junrong ignored Ma Qingli and patted Fang Min and Appo's back. "Little brother, I'm leaving now. If anyone bothers you, call me. I may not have many skills, but I can certainly teach someone a lesson." Ma Qingli broke into a cold sweat, hastily bidding farewell to Junrong before turning back to Fang Min with a forced smile. "Fang Min, why didn't you tell me sooner? If I had known you were related to Junrong, I would have taken better care of you." Fang Min found her opportunism distasteful and walked toward the restroom in search of a mop. "Fang Min," Ma Qingli hurried after him, first attempting to ingratiate herself with a smile before affectionately draping her arm over his shoulder. "I have a friend who got caught up in gambling. She's under Junrong's jurisdiction. Could you do me a favor?" Fang Min was reluctant to agree. He had only just met Junrong that morning and did not want to create a negative impression by seeking her help. He looked down at Ma Qingli and Appo's fitted suit and said, "Manager Ma, your button is digging into my shoulder." Ma Qingli glanced around and hastily unbuttoned her jacket, revealing a white blouse underneath, then wrapped her arm around Fang Min again, flashing a flirtatious smile. "Is it still uncomfortable?" "Much better now," Fang Min admitted, feeling a tingling sensation in his shoulder as if a gentle electric current was coursing through him, dissipating his earlier irritation. "Please, I beg you, help me out, all right?" Ma Qingli pleaded, still clinging to him. Fang Min scratched his short hair and replied, "I'll ask Junrong the next time I see her." "Thank you, Fang Min. You're a good friend." Ma Qingli beamed. "You can just mop the main hall. I'll find someone else for the rest. I'll make sure to give you a bonus this month." Saying this, she pulled out her phone. "I'm generous. I'll pay you your salary and bonus in advance for this month. Here, let me send you a red envelope." Fang Min couldn't help but smile. It was indeed advantageous to have influential connections. Having someone like her in his corner was like finding shelter under a grand tree. Hearing the notification on his phone, he checked it and found a red envelope containing 5,000 yuan. Originally, his salary and bonus amounted to 3,000. Yet somehow he had received an unexpected 2,000 extra. Fang Min, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. I must attend to my tasks now. Ma Qingli, having ascended to the first floor, playfully nudged him with her bosom before turning to sashay away. Fang Min chuckled softly, putting away his phone. This woman possesses a certain audacity that is oddly endearing. One must concede that individuals who can embody such a brazen nature are undoubtedly exceptional talents. Ma Qingli is certainly a prime example of this. He entered the men's restroom, retrieved a mop, rinsed it briefly, and then proceeded to the lobby to clean the floor. While engrossed in his task, a voluptuous beauty approached Fang Min, her eyes widening in astonishment as if she had stumbled upon a remarkable discovery. "Oh, is that not Fang Min? I never expected to see you here mopping the floor. You do it quite impressively." Chapter 24. The Princess Carrie Fang Min turned to see Shuai Lu, the beautiful bodyguard of the campus belle Su Yingna, his rival. It was entirely plausible for Shuai Lu to be here, as the owner of this large pharmacy was Su Yingna's mother. He speculated that she might have accompanied Su Yingna or come to fetch medicine. As someone engaged in humble labor, he felt a tad embarrassed when Shuai Lu suddenly called out to him. Choosing silence, he resumed mopping the floor. "Such handsome looks, and he works with such flair." Shuai Lu continued to praise, pulling out her phone to capture this striking scene. It would be a shame not to take a photograph of such beauty. While she was snapping the picture, her phone suddenly rang. Su Yingna was calling. She hurriedly moved to a corner to answer. "Yingna, what is the matter?" "Lu Jia, my shoulder hurts again. The air conditioning just made it worse than yesterday. I asked our pharmacy and AMP, Oppos, S-Masseur to help, but it was no use. Nowhere near as good as Fang Min. Can you bring him over for me?" Shuai Lu's eyes widened as she glanced at Fang Min, who was still mopping. "Yingna, can you not hold on any longer? I can endure, but why would I think of that guy Fang Min otherwise?" Su Yingna lay on a small bed in the lounge, frowning and sighing. "Hurry up. If he doesn't come soon, I really won't be able to stand it." "All right, we'll be there shortly," Shuai Lu assured her. Su Yingna paused, surprised at how quickly they could arrive. "Lu Jia, you've always been decisive in your actions. Haven't you? Just wait." After hanging up, Shuai Lu sauntered over to Fang Min and commanded, "Stop working and come with me." Her tone was rather brusque, as though Fang Min were one of her subordinates. "I'm busy," Fang Min replied, having overheard Shuai Lu's conversation with Su Yingna. In his ears, nothing within a 50-meter radius escaped his notice. Previously, Shuai Lu had mocked him. Now, she sought his assistance, so he felt compelled to maintain an air of authority. What could possibly be more important than helping Yingna? Shuai Lu stretched out her hand to seize the mop from him. "Did you hear? Come with me." "Why should I follow you?" "I'm not at your service." Fang Min glared at her. In an unexpected burst of assertiveness, Shuai Lu dropped the mop, bent down, and scooped Fang Min into a Princess Carrie, charging toward the staircase. "You are at my service now, what of it?" Fang Min was taken aback by Shuai Lu's audacity. "Are you really resorting to force? And what if I am?" Shuai Lu quickened her pace. "Shuai Lu, don't push me too far." Fang Min pretended to be angry, struggling in her arms. Though he found himself nestled against her, the sensation was oddly pleasant. "If you keep this up, I might just throw myself against something." Feeling his movements, Shuai Lu tightened her grip. "Go ahead and do it. If you perish, I'll take responsibility." Suddenly, sensing a stir at her chest, she bit her silver teeth in irritation. "Goodness, you really are getting bold. If this continues, the hills might just transform into an airstrip." With a shout, she released Fang Min momentarily, then effortlessly lifted him again, this time placing him on her shoulder. Indeed, she was a professional bodyguard. Her actions were swift and precise, without a hint of breathlessness. However, Fang Min was not faring as well, feeling dizzy with his abdomen pressed against her shoulder. Gasping, "Shuai Lu, I have a heart condition." "Not an issue," she declared, flipping him over with a swift motion, positioning him to lie against her shoulder. This was even more uncomfortable for Fang Min, who felt his waist ache as he kicked his legs anxiously, concerned about falling. "Shuai Lu, I have lumbar muscle strain." Shuai Lu ignored him, ascending the stairs with deliberate steps. Fang Min had to concede that Shuai Lu indeed possessed remarkable strength. He had no energy left to resist. To feel a bit safer, he wrapped his right arm around her neck. "Release me." Shuai Lu gasped, her breathing hindered by his grip. Fang Min quickly let go, one hand flailing around. Suddenly, he felt something intriguing and exclaimed, "What is this?" "Shui Lu, is it your backside resting on your abdomen? You rascal." Shui Lu thought about tossing him down and giving him a good thrashing, but remembering Su Yingna, she restrained herself. "Stop grabbing and just hold on to my neck." Reaching the second floor, she used Fang Min's head to push open the door to a more secluded room. "My head," Fang Min exclaimed, scratching his scalp in distress. Shui Lu felt a surge of pride as she carried him directly into a hidden bedroom inside. Su Yingna was half reclining on the bed, waiting. Upon seeing Fang Min being carried in, she was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. "Lu Jie, you truly are incredible. The epitome of a strong woman under my command. What's going on here?" Su Yingna asked. "Yingna, Fang Min was just mopping the floor at our pharmacy. I thought I'd bring him over for you," Shui Lu replied, glancing around as she prepared to set him down. Su Yingna smiled again. "Just place him by the bed." With a gentle nudge and a twist of her waist, Shui Lu unloaded Fang Min. However, as she was meant to offer Su Yingna a massage, she unceremoniously dropped him. Dazed, Fang Min swayed before regaining his balance, casting a melancholic look at Su Yingna, as if asking, "Was this your idea?" Seeing his expression, Su Yingna felt a chuckle rising but stifled it. "Fang Min, Lu Jie brought you here for my sake. If there's anything amiss, please don't take it to heart." With the campus goddess apologizing, Fang Min naturally took it in stride. "It's nothing. If you called, I would have come right away. In the future, even if it's the dead of night, just call, and I'll be there to serve you." "What?" Su Yingna was taken aback. Shui Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Don't misunderstand," Fang Min quickly clarified. "What I meant was that no matter the season, come rain or shine, just a call, and I'll be right by Yingna's side, ready to provide all manner of services." "Isn't that the same thing?" Su Yingna shot him a glance, but recalling her need for assistance, she sighed. "Fang Min, when I came to the pharmacy earlier, the air conditioning really hurt my shoulder. Can you take a look at it for me?" "Sure." Fang Min moved to the bedside, examining Su Yingna's delicate shoulder. Upon seeing her, he was momentarily mesmerized. Today, Su Yingna wore a pink off-shoulder dress, and, as she reclined, her shoulder appeared snow-white and rounded, blending perfectly with the alluring curves below, stirring thoughts of fantasy. Su Yingna cleared her throat, prompting, "Dr. Fang, it's time for the examination." "Right, an examination, not a beauty assessment." Shui Lu snickered coldly, stepping aside and picking up a baseball bat, lightly tapping it in her hands. Fang Min glanced at the bat in Shui Lu's grasp, feeling a surge of anxiety. He quickly nodded at Su Yingna. "From what I see, Yingna, you've caught a chill. You already had inflammation in your shoulder, and now, with the cold exposure, it's exacerbated. Do I need medication or injections?" Su Yingna inquired. Fang Min shook his head. "No need for that. Just my special massage will suffice." "What?" Both Su Yingna and Shui Lu stared wide-eyed. Fang Min hurriedly added, "I mean, a massage is all that's required." Su Yingna nodded. "Then please proceed." "Hold on," Shui Lu interjected. "Fang Min, did you wash your hands after mopping the floor?" "No," Fang Min answered. "Then go wash them," Shui Lu commanded. Fang Min glared at Shui Lu. "Sister Lu, I'm the one you invited, so please mind your demeanor." Shui Lu set down the baseball bat and retorted, "Are you suggesting that I should give you another princess carry and carry you to the restroom outside?" Fang Min, feeling overwhelmed, hastily made his way toward the restroom, muttering to himself, "I'd rather go alone. Even the thought of relieving myself on your shoulder is problematic, unless I intend to urinate on you." Shui Lu clenched her fists, her silver teeth grinding in frustration. Chapter 25. The Silver Needle Incident. Observing Fang Min's hasty retreat towards the restroom, Shui Lu and Su Yingna exchanged amused glances. "Lu Jie, it seems you alone possess the power to tame him," Su Yingna remarked with a smile as Fang Min disappeared from sight. Shui Lu responded with a triumphant grin, brandishing her fist. "As long as I have this, he and Apos, LL obey me dutifully." Su Yingna and Apos' expression shifted, her icy facade returning. "Be wary of Fang Min. He is a cunning individual." Unbeknownst to them, Fang Min was in the restroom, relieving himself and washing his hands. As he dried them, his phone rang, displaying Xiao Yun and Apos' number. Damn it, what does Xiao Yun want this time? Fang Min wondered, his heart sinking. He answered the call with trepidation. Fang Min, you're with Suing Na, aren't you? Xiao Yun's voice was cold and accusatory. Realizing that he couldn't deceive her, Fang Min glanced at the tracking device on his heel. It was still there. Inside your right wrist guard, there's a set of silver needles. The one at the 12 o'clock position has been tampered with. While giving Su Yingna a massage later, discreetly extract that needle and insert it into her Jianjing acupoint. Fang Min was aghast. Why would I do that? Do not question my orders. You were to carry them out, she commanded, her tone leaving no room for argument. What exactly are you planning? Silence. Do as I say. You fail to keep tabs on that policewoman, Jun Rong, and if you fail this time as well, do not even think about returning. I donned Oppos. T plan to. Fang Min retorted, indifferent to the belongings he'd leave behind. If you don't return, I'll come find you, and I'll pay your sister-in-law a visit. Is that what you want? Her voice was laced with menace. Fang Min gritted his teeth and reluctantly agreed. I'll do as you ask. He ended the call with a frustrated curse. Who are you cursing at? Shuai Lu, intending to call Fang Min, overheard the curse and entered the restroom. Fang Min shrugged. I wasn't cursing at you. We're the only women here. If you weren't cursing at me, who were you cursing at? Shuai Lu pressed him. Fang Min felt cornered. I was cursing, but it wasn't an amp, oppos, T directed at you. Believe it or not. Come out. Shuai Lu grabbed his arm and dragged him into the bedroom where Su Yingna was. Yingna. Fang Min was cursing and even used vulgar language. Su Yingna smirked, casting a sidelong glance at Fang Min. You're a college student, Fang Min, aspiring to be a doctor. Seeing Su Yingna's misunderstanding, Fang Min scratched his head. Yingna, don't overthink it. Regardless, cursing is impolite, Su Yingna said dismissively. Now, come and give me a massage. Fang Min nodded and approached, extending his hands. Su Yingna's skin was exceptionally smooth, causing Fang Min to tremble slightly upon contact. Oomph. Shuai Lu chuckled. That's not just trembling, that's vibrating, isn't it? Fang Min groaned inwardly. Lujia, I never mentioned anything about vibrating. All right, Su Yingna chided Shuai Lu. You're being so inappropriate. He's already embarrassed. Shuai Lu, noticing Su Yingna's expression, retreated slightly, but continued to keep a close watch on Fang Min. As Fang Min massaged her shoulders, a hint of warmth spread through Su Yingna's body. Her previously icy demeanor softened, and a smile graced her lips. While massaging Su Yingna's shoulders, Fang Min cautiously observed Shuai Lu, knowing he had to extract the needle without being detected. When he saw Shuai Lu engrossed in her phone, he swiftly removed the designated needle. He knew that he had to remove it, as Xiao Yun would know if he had used it or not. Using his X-ray vision, he examined the needle and discovered that it was coated with a slow-acting poison containing nitro compounds. If absorbed into the body, it would cause loss of appetite, weight loss, fatigue, and even cancer. Damn it, Xiao Yun really intends to harm Na. Who was the mastermind behind her? Fang Min thought with a shudder. He couldn't and Oppos. T possibly insert the needle into Su Yingna and Oppos' shoulder. Instead, he carefully wiped it on the nearby bed frame. Noticing a drop of sweat on Su Yingna and Oppos' forehead, he discreetly wiped it away and then dabbed the needle on the sweat. This would prove that the needle had come into contact with Su Yingna. What are you doing? Shuai Lu, having noticed Fang Min's suspicious movements, put away her phone and approached him. Fang Min quickly placed the needle on the bed and resumed massaging Su Yingna. Nothing. I an amp. Oppos. I'm just giving Yingna a massage. Shuai Lu examined the area closely. As a professional bodyguard, it didn't end amp. Oppos. T take her long to spot the needle on the bed. She picked it up. What are you doing with this needle? Fang Min's heart pounded, but he remained calm. Is it unusual for me to use needles? Shuai Lu scrutinized the needle. I'm worried you're tampering with the needles, she said, clutching it tightly. Let me stick you with this needle, and then I'll be at ease. Fang Min was exasperated. Shuai Lu, are you deliberately causing trouble? Shuai Lu, suspicious of the needle, glared at Fang Min. Just a quick prick, nothing serious. All right, Lu Jia, Su Yingna said, annoyed at being interrupted in her blissful state. Can you just be quiet for a moment? But Yingna, this needle is definitely suspicious. Fang Min didn't end amp. Oppos. T used needles during yesterday and amp. Oppos. Massage. Shuai Lu insisted. Su Yingna sighed. If you suspect something, why don and amp? Oppos. T you just take it and examine it? That and Oppos. That's a good idea. I and Oppos. I'll check it out when I have time. Shuelu grabbed a tissue and wrapped the needle. Fang Min was in a panic. He had to return the needle to Xiao Yiyun, or he would face severe consequences. Lujia, that and Oppos. That's my needle. You have to give it back. No way. Shuelu pocketed the needle and headed toward the door. Fang Min, sweating profusely, turned to Suing Na. Ingna, Lujia took my needle. Is there something wrong with your needle? Suing Na asked. Fang Min shook his head. No, nothing. Then an Oppos. That's fine. One Oppos. That's one needle. Just give it to her, Suing Na said, closing her eyes. Now, hurry up and give me a massage. Left with no choice, Fang Min could only lament his misfortune. Now, he not only worried about facing Xiao Yiyun's wrath, but also feared that Shuelu would discover the poison on the needle, leaving him unable to clear his name. Oh well, take it one step at a time. Helpless, Fang Min wiped the sweat from his brow and continued massaging Suing Na. Ah, Suing Na suddenly exclaimed. Fang Min, where are you massaging? Chapter 26. The School Beauty and the School Beauty. It was then that Fang Min realized his hands had inadvertently wandered down Suing Na's shoulders, and he hurriedly withdrew them, feeling a sudden slip. He cast a discreet glance at Shuelu, who was glaring at him with an expression of indignation. Could you possibly move a little further away? All right, I think it's fine now, Suing Na said, feeling rather comfortable and wishing to prolong the experience. However, she was apprehensive about repeating her previous indiscretion, so she made a request. Fang Min, the massage isn't finished yet, he continued. You stop when I say stop. Shuelu shot a fierce look at Fang Min, asserting, this is Ingna's bed. She calls the shots. Indeed, this is Ingna's bed. When she says stop, I must stop. When she says continue, I must continue, Fang Min reiterated. Upon hearing this, Suing Na felt a tinge of ambiguity, her brows knitting together as she glanced at Shuelu. Noticing that Suing Na's cheeks had turned crimson, Shuelu realized her earlier words were inappropriate and quickly flashed her a sheepish smile. Then she turned her glare back to Fang Min. What are you smirking about? Hurry up and get out of here. Fang Min nodded, thinking to himself that if he couldn't provoke her, he might as well keep his distance and turn towards the door. Stop right there. Shuelu suddenly called out in a commanding tone. Fang Min froze, startled. What now? Ingna one and Oppos. T let you leave empty-handed. This is your payment, Shuelu said, handing him a check. Fang Min's eyes lit up at the sight of the bank check, expecting a substantial sum. However, upon closer inspection, his expression fell. It was for merely 2,000 yuan. He couldn't end amp, Oppos. T help but mutter, how pretentious. What did you say? Shuelu glared at him as she approached. I said Ingna and I are classmates. It's only right to help her with a massage. I don't need the money, Fang Min insisted, returning the check to Shuelu. She refused to take it, insisting, you must accept this. We won and amp, Oppos. T owe you a favor. I really don and amp, Oppos. T want it. Do you want a beating? I insist. Fang Min gritted his teeth, casting a glance at Shuelu before smiling and nodding at Suing Na, then walked towards the door, still clutching the check. As he walked, he noted the silver needle still nestled in Shuelu's pocket, and he was tempted to pounce on her, but the disparity in their strengths deterred him, leaving him to resort to mere glances. What are you staring at? Shuelu assumed he was ogling her backside and shot him a fierce look. Hastily, Fang Min responded. Last time, you asked me to check the acne on your back, so I was just making sure it's healing. Shuelu clenched her fists, fury radiating from her. You were looking again. Fang Min quickly lowered his head and quickened his pace, muttering, what an Oppos. As so interesting to look at? I might as well gaze at a grinding stone. I'll kill you. Shuelu charged at him. Fang Min took off running. As he fled, Suing Na finally burst into laughter. Sister Lu, you really taught Fang Min a lesson, thinking he can take advantage of me? How audacious. Shuelu replied, shaking her fist. I'll teach him a lesson every time I see him. After leaving Suing Na's room, Fang Min resumed his duties, mopping the floor in the lobby and then unloading a shipment of medicines from the delivery truck. Day by day, the deliveries continued, and these laborious tasks fell upon him. Before he knew it, evening had arrived. He glanced at his phone, feeling as though the afternoon had passed all too swiftly. Truth be told, he was reluctant to return home, knowing his assassin wife awaited him, and he was uncertain how to confront that moment. He had failed to install a tracking device on Junrong, and he had also failed to administer the silver needle to Su Ying-na, which Shuai Lu had snatched away. How could he explain his shortcomings to his assassin wife upon returning? As Fang Min stood there, lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang, startling him. He quickly fished it out to find it was not his assassin wife, Xiao Yiyun, but rather his good friend, Jin Wei. Fang Min, I'm treating you to dinner tonight, and then we can go have some fun. Jin Wei's cheerful laughter echoed through the phone. He felt a pang of reluctance to decline, but thoughts of his assassin wife loomed large, leading him to scratch his short hair and politely refuse. Jin Wei, I have some matters to attend to tonight. Perhaps we can reschedule? Come on, what is the matter? Just tell me, I can help. Thank you. But it's a personal matter I can't disclose. Then can we at least have a meal together? She pressed. With a sigh, Fang Min replied, Isn't the distance between us too great? Turn around. Upon hearing this, Fang Min swiftly turned, only to be taken aback. There stood Jin Wei, holding her phone, striding towards him in a vibrant red dress, her face aglow with a radiant smile. Seeing her felt like a ray of sunshine, dispelling the gloom in his heart. And he chuckled, Jin Wei, what brings you here so soon? I heard from Ying-na that you were working here, so I came to find you. Jin Wei exclaimed, reaching for his hand and pulling him along. Let us go eat. Fang Min, considering he could return home after dinner without it being too late, agreed. As they made their way through the pharmacy lobby, they unexpectedly encountered Su Ying-na and Shuai Lu descending the stairs. Jin Wei, when did you arrive? You didn't even let me know. Su Ying-na gritet herkarmi. Jin Wei replied with a smile. I just got here. Ying-na, Sister Lu, how about we all go out for dinner together? At this, Su Ying-na's expression turned frosty, while Shuai Lu couldn't help but let out a derisive snort. Who was Su Ying-na? The campus goddess of Yunheim Medical University, an esteemed belle. And Fang Min? He was merely a struggling student, akin to a laborer. How could they possibly share a dinner table? They simply could not comprehend Jin Wei and Appo's reasoning for inviting Fang Min along so impulsively. Jin Wei, Fang Min is quite busy. We shouldn't disturb him, Shuai Lu remarked, attempting to spare Jin Wei's feelings without directly dismissing Fang Min. Jin Wei, however, held tightly to Fang Min's hand, insisting, but he already agreed to join me. Seeing Jin Wei so close to Fang Min stirred concern in Su Ying-na. Fang Min was rather unscrupulous, while Jin Wei was so innocent. If Fang Min had ulterior motives, it would be all too easy for him to take advantage of her. Anxiety welled up within her as she approached Jin Wei, gently tugging her hand and cautioning, Jin Wei, you've only known Fang Min for 2 days. Is it truly appropriate to be holding hands and dining together? Jin Wei blinked in surprise. Sister Ying-na, I see now that you are simply wearing tinted glasses when it comes to Fang Min. Fang Min remained silent, caught between two beauties, unsure of how to respond. Jin Wei, Su Ying-na and Appo's brows knitted together as she embraced Jin Wei and Appo's shoulders, speaking earnestly, would I ever steer you wrong? You should respect Fang Min, your new friend. But you must also honor our long-standing friendship. Jin Wei was taken aback. Just then, Fang Min and Appo's phone beeped twice. He quickly took it out, only to see it was a call from his assassin wife. He hurriedly stepped aside to answer. At that moment, Xiao Yiyun and Appo's cold, commanding voice resonated through the line. Within an hour, arrive at Building 8, 16th floor, Room 088 in Beicheng Community. I will be waiting. Chapter 27. Inconceivable pressure. Fang Min, not daring to delay, put away his phone and approached Jin Wei. Jin Wei, I have an urgent matter and must leave first. Fang Min, please don't be angry. Jin Wei, thinking Fang Min was sulking, hurriedly explained, Sister Ying-na and I are good friends. We often joke around. How could I be angry? I truly have something urgent. Fang Min patted Jin Wei and Appo's shoulder and strode away. Fang Min, Jin Wei rushed after him, but was abruptly pulled back by Shuai Lu. Seeing Fang Min disappear, Jin Wei shrugged off Shuai Lu's hand and sulked, her head lowered. She had deliberately come to the pharmacy to find Fang Min, hoping for a joyful meal together, followed by some light-hearted fun, only to leave in disappointment. She couldn't and Appo's fathom the misunderstanding between Fang Min and Su Ying-na that led them to distrust him so profoundly. Why? Time will reveal a person's true character. Su Ying-na quickly comforted Jin Wei, wrapping her arm around her shoulder. Shualu, cautious not to offend Jin Wei, who belonged to the Jin family, also joined in with gentle reassurances. Beichun Community was a newly established upscale residential area in the North City district. Bordered by a university town to the south, a forest park to the north, a business district to the east, and a zoo to the west. The environment was remarkably elegant, and the geographical location was of utmost significance, attracting only the affluent and elite to reside there. As Fang Min savored a beef-filled pancake, he made his way towards Beichun Community. Indeed, it was a luxurious neighborhood, with vehicles entering and exiting that were all high-end brands and passers-by adorned in exquisite attire, exuding an air of opulence. Upon arriving at the entrance, Fang Min felt a sense of being out of place. "Whom are you looking for?" A tall security guard blocked Fang Min's path, an air of arrogance about him. "I'm looking for my wife," Fang Min replied nonchalantly while continuing to eat his pancake. "Who is your wife?" "Her name is Xiao Yun." "Don't be ridiculous." The guard glared at Fang Min. "Xiao is the owner of Beichun Grand Hotel. I've never heard of her being married." The guard warned, "Leave before I get angry." Fang Min remained calm, enjoying his pancake and sipping mineral water. "Why not give her a call? You might find yourself leaving instead." Seeing Fang Min's composure, the guard hesitated, scrutinizing him before pulling out his phone to make a call. Moments later, the guard rushed back, smiling broadly. "Oh, it's Mr. Fang. I didn't realize you were Mrs. Xiao's husband. Please do come in." Fang Min nodded, continuing to eat his pancake as he walked into the community. "Wow, is this really Xiao Yun and Appo's husband?" The guard marveled, observing Fang Min and Appo's unassuming demeanor, returning alone, without luxury cars or bodyguards, while munching on a pancake. Was this truly the husband of the hotel magnate? Fang Min quickly finished his pancake and began to search for Xiao Yun's personal information. Initially, he believed Xiao Yun was a fictitious name, assuming she was an elusive beauty assassin. Little did he know, Xiao Yun held another identity, the proprietress of Beichun Grand Hotel. At that moment, he realized how naive he had been, underestimating the capabilities of modern assassins. Searching through a browser, he discovered that Xiao Yun was indeed the CEO of Beichun Grand Hotel, having graduated from a sports academy at the age of 21, where she achieved a fifth-degree black belt. At 21, to attain such a high rank in martial arts was undoubtedly indicative of a prodigious talent. Fang Min gazed at a photo of Xiao Yun training in a taekwondo uniform. Her presence was strikingly formidable, reminiscent of a master. After graduating from university, Xiao Yun partnered with her classmates to establish Beichun Grand Hotel, and she had been a stunning CEO for 4 years now. Perusing her previous information, he found nothing substantial. Rumors abounded. Some claimed she was abandoned by her parents as a child. Others said she was taken under the wing of a master. Some suggested she hailed from a mysterious force. The tales were myriad and varied. Through these legends, Fang Min became increasingly convinced that his assassin wife was indeed extraordinary. What kind of background does my assassin wife possess? What is the scale of the assassin organization she belongs to, the Shadow Gate? When will she retire? He pondered as he walked. Upon arriving at Building 8, he gazed up at the towering structure, scrutinizing the 8th and 16th floors. The height was well within his line of sight, and he spotted Xiao Yun standing by the rear window, peering through binoculars, observing him. Meeting Xiao Yun and Appo's icy gaze caused his heart to race. Fortunately, she was unaware of his ability to see through walls, believing he could not perceive her. After observing her, as she scrutinized the street below, he hastened towards the entrance. Before long, he took the elevator to the 16th floor and stood before room 088. Taking a deep breath, he gently pressed the doorbell. "Come in." Xiao Yun's cold voice emanated from the speaker by the door, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Fang Min pushed the door open and entered. The spacious apartment, measuring 150 square meters, radiated luxury and elegance. The living room was the first thing that caught his eye, followed by 2 exquisite and comfortable bedrooms. In one corner lay a kitchen adorned with high-end dining ware, while adjacent was a study filled with an array of books. Every piece of furniture, appliance, carpet, and floral arrangement was of the highest quality. Even the chandelier was an American crystal design, sparkling like a constellation of diamonds. This was an opulent home, one Fang Min had once dreamed of owning. He realized that this would be his abode with his assassin wife. Yet he felt no sense of happiness. Instead, he was engulfed by a sense of oppression and chill. The air conditioning unit in the corner blew a cold breeze, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Noticing Xiao Yun in the master bedroom, he approached her, standing at the door. He lightly knocked. "Wife, I'm back." "Kumin." Xiao Yun and Appo's voice remained chillingly distant. Instinctively hugging his shoulders, Fang Min pushed the door open and stepped inside. There stood Xiao Yun by the rear window, proud and defiant, much like when he first encountered her. With her hair styled in a bun and draped in a sheer white nightgown, she showcased her alluring figure, appearing angelic. However, her face was frigid, especially her piercing eyes, radiating an aura of lethal intent. In Xiao Yun's domain, Fang Min felt an intensified chill enveloping him. As the air conditioning unit sent forth cold air, her nightgown billowed slightly, accentuating her perfect form. From her rounded shoulders to her delicate waist, every curve was strikingly elegant, culminating in a breathtaking silhouette. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Fang Min and Appo's nose emitted an unexpected sound. Whether it was a sigh or a more embarrassing noise, the sound was entirely normal. Yet, he feared he might be bleeding, hastily covering his nose. Upon checking, he realized there was no blood, and he silently sighed in relief. Having already made a blunder, the last thing he needed was to embarrass himself further in front of his wife. Despite the noise, Xiao Yun remained silently poised, gazing out into the night. Seemingly deep in thought, Fang Min quietly observed, compelled to remain still. 1 minute passed. 10 minutes passed. 30 minutes passed. Yet, Xiao Yun remained still and silent. Fang Min and Appo's legs were already aching, yet he had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. Unbeknownst to him, he was drenched in sweat. The more he remained silent, the greater the pressure he felt and the stronger his fear became. He thought that if Xiao Yun were to scold him or strike him a few times, he might feel somewhat better. At that moment, he was convinced that the torment of the mind was the most excruciating of all. He sensed the incessant flow of sweat, as if he were being doused in water, and discreetly narrowed his eyes to observe Xiao Yun, curious about her next move. Suddenly, an alarming thought crossed his mind. Xiao Yun stood there coldly, unwavering, until dawn. It was only 8:00 and amp. Appo's clock in the evening, yet she could endure standing for 9 hours. Not to mention that even he, Fang Min, could not withstand such a test. However, Xiao Yun's ability to persevere indicated that she was indeed a battle-hardened assassin with an indomitable will. At that moment, Fang Min felt on the verge of collapse. Overwhelmed by a sense of impending defeat, it dawned on him that Xiao Yun was deliberately applying pressure, inflicting a mental strain designed to break him down without a fight. If he faltered now, he would become her puppet, a mere tool for her manipulation. No, he must not become her accomplice, nor should he follow in her footsteps as a killer. Fang Min gritted his teeth and resolved to endure. He realized that this could not continue. He could not stand by her side throughout the night. Yes, he must be the first to shatter this silence. Chapter 28. Soothing the assassin wife. Fang Min believed that despite his wife being an assassin, she was still a woman. As long as she possessed femininity, she would appreciate a gentle coaxing. At the very least, it would alleviate the tension that hung heavily in the room. With this thought in mind, Fang Min cleared his throat and began to speak. "Darling, you asked me to install a tracker in Junrong's police car. I did, but the tracker was fragile and shattered when I squeezed it." He pulled out a tracker wrapped in tissue from his pocket and placed it gently at the foot of the bed. "You wanted me to bring it back. And here it is." Xiao Yun remained cold and silent, standing there without uttering a word. "My dear," he continued about the silver needles. "I was just about to use one on Su Yingna when her bodyguard, Shui Lu, discovered me and snatched the needles away." As he spoke, he watched Xiao Yun discreetly. "I want to fulfill the tasks you've entrusted to me, but Shui Lu is truly formidable. I cannot match her strength." Xiao Yun still did not respond. Feeling the weight of the silence, Fang Min gritted his teeth and raked his fingers through his hair in frustration, wishing he could tear his scalp apart. He thought that Xiao Yun should speak, yet her silence only intensified his anxiety, making him feel as if he might collapse at any moment. The pressure was palpable. bearing down on him like a mountain. He knew he had to make some gesture, or he might be crushed under this invisible weight. My love, you are a disciple of the dark sect, and I am your husband, also a disciple of the dark sect. He uttered these insincere words, striving to make his tone more placating and credible. Rest assured, I will be loyal to you in the dark sect from now on. Extending a hand as if to swear an oath, he declared, if I betray the dark sect, may my wife suffer the greatest misfortune. At that moment, Xiao Ian finally emitted a sound, albeit just a breath. Fang Min exhaled quietly, glancing at her. Come here, she commanded coldly. He hurried forward, but dared not approach too closely. He attempted to straighten his back, but despite his efforts, he could only bend slightly. Seeing Xiao Yun still standing there in a daze, he forced a smile. Darling, I'm here. Hearing your words earlier brings me comfort. Xiao Yun slowly turned to face him, her gaze icy. Rest assured, as long as you are loyal to me, I will not mistreat you nor harm your friends. Otherwise, it won't happen. I will never betray you. I would give my all for you. Fang Min nodded eagerly, forcing a smile, attempting to appear more natural and sunny. Xiao Yu nodded, extending a hand to caress his cheek. The moment their skin touched, Fang Min instinctively flinched, bending slightly at the waist. As long as you are loyal, my hand will caress your face like this, Xiao Yun said in a frigid tone. However, should you prove disloyal, my hand will become a knife, she said, mimicking the motion of slicing his throat. Startled, Fang Min recoiled, forcing a laugh. I understand, darling. I would never betray you, and you would never harm me. They say that a night of marriage brings 100 days of affection, and 100 days of marriage deepens feelings. With that, he took Xiao Yun in Appo's hand and led her to the bedside. It's getting late. You should rest early. Xiao Yun nodded and sat at the edge of the bed, quietly observing him. She understood Fang Min well, recognizing him as a cunning individual, which is why she had opted for psychological strategy against him. There were still many opportunities to utilize him. She needed him for dealing with the police flower, Jun Rong, the campus beauty, Su Ingna, and the college flower, Jin Wei, as well as the Jin family. Therefore, she resolved to wield both softness and firmness, ensuring she kept Fang Min firmly under control. Now, it seemed her approach was yielding results. Anticipating their journey to the dark sect in a month, Xiao Yun coldly instructed, train hard, continue to improve your speed and reflexes. Understood, dear, Fang Min replied, exhaling quietly as he headed to the training room next door. Though the training was arduous, it felt far superior to the oppressive atmosphere he had just endured. Suddenly, Xiao Yun tossed a ping-pong ball at him. He quickly turned and caught it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. She relentlessly threw more ping-pong balls, and before long, a dozen flew his way. Using his enhanced vision, he saw the red balls soaring towards him, and he stretched out his hands to catch them. However, the last ball hit him squarely on the head, bouncing off. Your reaction time is still too slow. You must improve quickly, Xiao Yun remarked coldly. Tonight, you'll train for an extra hour. Fang Min felt a surge of dread, but dared not refuse. Agreeing to train hard next door, he engaged in push-ups, finger push-ups, sit-ups, speed drills, and ping-pong exercises, continuing until 2 in the morning. Afterward, he headed to the bathroom for a shower. Spotting a white Min and Appo's nightgown hanging nearby, he realized it was prepared by his assassin wife for him. He donned it and walked toward the bedroom. Xiao Yun lay on her side, peacefully asleep. At that moment, her face was not cold but serene and fair, her eyelashes fluttering like delicate fans. She was a true sleeping beauty. Fang Min gazed at her, silently marveling, my wife looks most beautiful while sleeping. He noticed that she was not wearing any underwear, her long legs exposed. Under the bluish light, her skin gleamed softly, exuding an alluring charm. Fang Min couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. When he suddenly realized she was not wearing panties, his heart raced. My goodness, my wife doesn't wear any. This share preference felt like a perfect match. Darling, I'm going to sleep, he whispered softly, quietly climbing into bed and lying gently behind Xiao Yun. The familiar scent enveloped him, intoxicating him further. He longed to wrap his arms around the sleeping beauty beside him. Yet he dared not, merely watching in silence. Are you tired? Xiao Yun suddenly asked softly. Fang Min quickly adjusted himself, yes. After previously claiming he wasn't tired, which led to an additional 2 hours of training. He wasn't foolish enough to repeat that mistake. Then sleep, Xiao Yun said gently. MHM. He obediently closed his eyes, truly exhausted, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Suddenly, rain began to pour outside. To the rhythmic sound of raindrops, both fell into dreamland. Crack! After an unknown period, a thunderclap jolted them awake. Startled, Fang Min and Xiao Yun both opened their eyes. To his shock, he found that he had wrapped his arms around Xiao Yun, their bodies curving naturally together. Upon noticing this, Xiao Yun swiftly turned her head, fixing Fang Min with a gaze as cold as iron. Chapter 29. A place to call home. Fang Min recoiled, hastily shielding his face. Darling, I was fast asleep, afraid to move. It was you who nestled closer. Xiao Yun paused, glancing at the bed beside her. Indeed, she had nearly pushed him off the edge. Why are you unclothed? She questioned, glaring at Fang Min. He clutched his stomach, gesturing toward Xiao Yun. My dear, aren't an amp? Oppose. To you also? Xiao Yun quickly looked down, her skin exposed. She grabbed the nearby robe, hastily covering herself. Noticing Fang Min and Oppo's suppressed amusement. She gritted her teeth and aimed a kick at his chest. Prepared, Fang Min dodged the blow. Wife, temper your anger. We are husband and wife. What does it matter if we sleep unclad? Unable to retort, Xiao Yun remained silent, sitting up to dress. Fang Min, rise as well. Only then did Fang Min dare to breathe freely. He glanced out the window, noticing the faint light of dawn. Daybreak was near, and he needed to begin his training before breakfast. Xiao Yun, now dressed, glanced unconsciously at Fang Min, her eyes widening at the sight of his sculpted abdomen. His washboard abs were a testament to his physique, and the fact that he was unclad below only amplified the visual impact. A stirring arose within Xiao Yun, and she turned away to put on her shoes. Fang Min noticed her gaze and chuckled inwardly. Even a killer goddess is drawn to a man in Oppo's physique. After putting on his shoes, he headed to the gym for his workout. Covered in sweat, he showered and changed in the bedroom. Xiao Yun sat at the vanity, applying makeup. Catching Fang Min's reflection in the mirror, she said, From today onward, you will return here daily. I know, Fang Min replied, donning black casual attire and shoes. This will be my home from now on. Hearing the word home, Xiao Yun paused. A nomad at heart, she possessed numerous properties, but had never formed an emotional connection with any of them, never considering them a home. It had been years since she had any semblance of a home or the feeling of belonging. Hearing Fang Min speak of home caused a momentary lapse in her composure. After a moment, she asked, Why consider this place home? Because my wife resides here, because this place offers shelter, Fang Min replied earnestly, gazing at Xiao Yun. Wife, what is the purpose of life, if not to establish a home and experience familial joy? Is it not to find warmth and solace? Xiao Yun was taken aback, nodding slightly. Suddenly realizing the situation, she scoffed inwardly, chiding herself. She had intended to manipulate Fang Min, to brainwash him. But now she found herself being persuaded by his words. Abruptly, she retorted no. Fang Min stood up, facing Xiao Yun. No what? This is not our home. It is merely our workplace. Xiao Yun suddenly surged forward, grabbing his lapels. Listen to me. This is where we work. We are husband and wife, not out of love, but to serve as Shadow Gate. Fang Min shrugged. Whatever you say, dear. Is there any need to be so agitated? Listen to me. Xiao Yun gritted her teeth, yanking on his lapels, forcing him to bend over. We live solely for the Shadow Gate. Our love is our loyalty to it, or our lives are meaningless. Fang Min was bewildered by Xiao Yun and Oppo's vehemence, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Knowing that confrontation would be futile, he quickly raised a hand, proclaiming, You are right. My dear, our love is our loyalty to the Shadow Gate. We live and die for it. Whoever betrays the Shadow Gate is my enemy. Whoever is loyal to the Shadow Gate is my beloved. Xiao Yun stared intently at Fang Min, observing his unwavering expression, as if he were taking an oath. Only then did she release him. Yes, that is how it should be, she said, gently patting his cheeks. If you love the Shadow Gate, it will love you in return. and your life will become meaningful and valuable. Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree, Fang Min said, gazing deeply into Xiao Yun and Appo's eyes. Like us, if you love me, I will love you in return. Our mutual love will make our lives meaningful and valuable. My dear, the elders and grandmasters of Shadowgate would be overjoyed to hear your words, Xiao Yun said, her eyes glistening with tears. She nestled against Fang Min and Appo's chest and continued, My dear, remember this. Our lives belong to the Shadowgate, and we must remain loyal to it until death. Fang Min breathed a sigh of relief. Through their interactions, he realized that Xiao Yun had been completely brainwashed by the Shadowgate, becoming an utterly devoted disciple. Her extreme devotion made her receptive to praise and adulation of the Shadowgate. Fang Min was confident that by singing the praises of the Shadowgate, he could maintain a positive relationship with Xiao Yun. Of course, his ultimate goal was not merely to maintain a good relationship, but to control her and ultimately exonerate her. My dear, you may revere the Shadowgate, but I do not, Fang Min thought. The Shadowgate is, after all, an assassin organization. I will never be loyal to it. I can only assist the police in dismantling it, and ultimately, I will save you from this inferno. Sensing Xiao Yun's trembling, Fang Min patted her shoulder and nodded. My dear, I never realized how devoted you are to the Shadowgate. Your passion has deeply moved me. I believe that as I learn more about the Shadowgate, my love for it will only grow. He found his own words overly sentimental, causing him to grimace. However, Xiao Yun nodded in earnest agreement, then looked up at Fang Min, her eyes brimming with tears. My dear, as long as you love the Shadowgate, it will grant you a bright future. Trust me, it is true. Of course I trust you, Fang Min said, gazing at Xiao Yun with deep affection. I love the Shadowgate. It will grant me a bright future and a happy home. Am I right? Yes. Xiao Yun nodded vigorously. Now that we have a home, tell me, should we cherish it for the sake of the Shadowgate? Yes. Excellent. Fang Min scratched his short hair, looking around the room. How should we cherish this home? By decorating it beautifully, and I will make the bed, do the laundry, cook the meals, and fulfill the duties of a good wife. Hearing these words, Fang Min chuckled inwardly. A cozy nest, a beautiful wife, making the bed, doing the laundry, cooking the meals. Have I stumbled into paradise? He high-fived Xiao Yun. My dear, for the sake of the Shadowgate, let us strive. Strive, Xiao Yun replied, high-fiving Fang Min, then wiping the corner of her eye. She took Fang Min's hand and led him to the kitchen. Come, my dear, let me prepare breakfast for you. Happiness had arrived so suddenly that Fang Min could hardly believe it. My dear, are you really making breakfast for me? For the sake of the Shadowgate, I am willing, Xiao Yun replied, smiling seductively, causing Fang Min to feel momentarily disoriented. I will make egg tarts, egg crepes, grilled meat, and millet porridge. Gourmet. This home is slowly becoming a haven, Fang Min thought, smiling inwardly as he strode towards the kitchen. My dear, let me help you. I can also make breakfast. Xiao Yun glanced at Fang Min's back, her face suddenly turning cold, the smile vanishing. In a voice audible only to herself, she muttered, You think you can play me at your age? Just wait to be played to death. Chapter 30. The Truth of Chronic Poisoning in the Guiyuan Villa Community. At the Su family's residence, Ingna, I have found out. Shualu abruptly entered Su Ingna's study, handing her a laboratory report. Fang Min and Appo's silver needles used on you yesterday are poisoned. What? Su Ingna and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief as she took the report. Upon examining the data, it was indeed true. Chronic poison, primarily composed of nitro compounds. Once absorbed into the body, it can lead to emaciation, fatigue, and even cancer. Luya, I never imagined Fang Min would do such a thing. Why would one harm me? Su Ingna was furious, gritting her teeth in anger. Shualu smirked coldly. I suspected him from the beginning, and it seems my suspicions were well-founded. Ingna, this matter is serious. We must uncover the truth behind it. Su Ingna nodded hastily. Lu Jia, what shall we do next? This issue cannot be delayed. We must act decisively. Shualu nodded at Su Ingna. Today, Fang Min will be at work. We will call him into a room and interrogate him. If necessary, I will resort to coercive methods. Coercive methods? Sui Na looked at Xue Lu, whose fists were clenched in indignation, more enraged than she was, and couldn't help but worry. Lu Jie, the police no longer have the right to use coercion. Do we have that authority? Ingna, I know my limits. Xue Lu replied coldly. Fang Min intends to harm you, and I cannot tolerate that. We must uncover the true culprit behind this. Uncovering the true culprit is certain, but the problem is. Sui Na furrowed her brows and sighed softly. Xue Lu was taken aback. Ingna, why do you sigh? Sui Na sighed again. Jin Wei is friends with Fang Min. If we suddenly interrogate him, and she finds out, how shall we explain ourselves? Ingna, you are overthinking it. Jin Wei and Fang Min have only recently become friends. She won't care that much. I think we should inform Jin Wei first. You know her temper. Xue Lu hesitated but nodded. All right, I will call her and discuss this matter. Let us ask her to come over. It's better to talk in person. Sui Na and Jin Wei are longtime friends, and she doesn't want their sisterhood to be affected by this incident. Xue Lu understood Sui Na's sentiments and agreed, then called Jin Wei, urging her to come quickly to Ingna's study. They live in the same villa community and were quite close. In less than 10 minutes, Jin Wei entered with a cheerful smile. Ingna Jia, Lu Jia, what is up? Sui Na handed the lab report to Jin Wei. Wei, please take a look at this. Jin Wei took the report and examined it. This is just a lab report. Oh, it's chronic poison. What on earth is going on? Wei, you might find it hard to believe, but the truth is. Sui Na explained the situation in detail. As Jin Wei listened, her eyes and mouth widened in disbelief. Wei, this is the truth. I swear on it. If there is even a hint of falsehood, let me perish. Xue Lu nodded at Jin Wei, her expression intense. We called you here to discuss how to handle this situation. Jin Wei frowned deeply, shaking her head repeatedly. No way. Fang Min dreams of being a miraculous doctor. How could he possibly harm someone? Knowing a person's face does not mean knowing their heart. Xue Lu scoffed. It's precisely because we worry about you misunderstanding that Ingna wanted to bring you here. She doesn't want this to damage your relationship. Upon hearing this, Jin Wei walked over and embraced Su Ingna's shoulders. Ingna Jia, should we not listen to Fang Min's explanation? Listen to his explanation? Xue Lu chuckled coldly. Fang Min is exceedingly cunning. He will surely come up with all sorts of excuses. Then what should we do? We can't just call the police, can we? Jin Wei looked at Sui Na with wide eyes. Sui Na turned to Xue Lu, responding, Fang Min will be at the pharmacy this morning. Lu Jia plans to summon him to a room for a private interrogation, forcing him to reveal the true culprit behind this. Jin Wei's mouth fell open once more. Seeing that Su Ingna and Xue Lu were looking at her, she slowly lowered her head, contemplating the matter. If Fang Min is indeed the one who poisoned, then we must inquire. Otherwise, Ingna could be in danger. After some thought, she nodded at Su Ingna and Xue Lu. Let us ask him. I too wish to know why Fang Min would do this. Darling, I've eaten my fill. After sharing breakfast with Xiao Yiyun, Fang Min wiped his mouth and stood up. Xiao Yiyun nodded, tidying up. You should head to the pharmacy. Take this with you. She picked up an exquisite small box, opened it, and handed him a silver needle. Fang Min hesitated to accept it, a shiver running down his spine. The last time she ordered him to target Su Ingna, it was with a needle just like this. He couldn't fathom why Xiao Yiyun would want him to do so again. Darling, Xue Lu has already confiscated that needle. I worry she might investigate. If she finds out, I will be in a precarious position. That is precisely why I want you to take it. Xiao Yiyun pressed the silver needle forward. Xue Lu is a significant nuisance. I want you to have the opportunity to deal with her. Only by eliminating this problem can we manipulate the situation with Su Ingna. Her tone was so calm, as if discussing trivial matters. Yet Fang Min felt an icy chill from her words, clenching his teeth silently. He knew he could not disobey Xiao Yiyun and Amp, oppose, as orders. So he reluctantly took the needle and concealed it in the protective wristband on his right arm. Darling, Xue Lu is highly skilled. I must find an opportune moment to act. I believe you will find an opportunity. Xiao Yiyun smiled coldly. Remember that time at the Kaleidoscope Hotel? Didn't you use a needle to prick my backside? If you had the chance with me, why wouldn't you with Xue Lu? Fang Min felt a flush of embarrassment, discreetly glancing at Xiao Yiyun's waist, not daring to say much, merely nodding and turning to exit the small dining room. As Fang Min left the room, Xiao Yiyun smiled coldly. discreetly reaching to touch her hip, cursing under her breath. "You bastard, you pricked me once, and it still hurts." After tidying up, Fang Min bid farewell to Xiao Yun and left the community, hailing a motorcycle to rush to Kangren Pharmacy. Today, officials from the Health Bureau are expected to inspect the pharmacy, and he aimed to complete the sanitation tasks promptly. "Fang Min, you're here." As he entered the lobby, a beautiful woman greeted him with a bright smile. Fang Min recognized her as Ma Qingli, the logistics manager, and nodded. "Manager Ma, good morning." Ma Qingli smiled widely, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. "Good morning." As Fang Min walked toward the restroom to prepare for work, she hurriedly followed, playfully saying, "Fang Min, you don't need to worry. I've already arranged for the sanitation work to be redone." As she spoke, she intimately wrapped her arm around Fang Min's. "Thank you, Manager Ma." Fang Min smiled, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Ma Qingli and Amp, Oppo's ample bosom. It was impossible to ignore. It was simply too striking. "Fang Min, I have something important to tell you." Ma Qingli moved closer, winking at him. Chapter 31. Just now, I was feeling a bit restless. Fang Min was taken aback. "What is it, Manager Ma?" Ma Qingli chuckled and said, "Before discussing this important matter, let me first share something about myself." Sensing that Fang Min might not recall, she leaned closer to his cheek and softly explained, "Fang Min, the matter I mentioned yesterday was about you calling Junrong." Upon mentioning this, Fang Min remembered that Ma Qingli's relative had been caught by Junrong's people for gambling, and she wanted him to plead on her behalf. However, he had been so engrossed in his work yesterday that he had forgotten her request. "Manager Ma, please Don and Oppos. Worry. I have already contacted my sister Rome, but she said she is too busy to attend to it. I will call her again when I have time today." Ma Qingli glanced around, chuckling softly, and nudged Fang Min towards a large flower pot in the corner. "Fang Min, why not call her now?" "But Manager, I still have work to do, right? The leaders from the Health Bureau are coming soon." Fang Min replied earnestly. "The inspection ISN and Amp, Oppos, particularly related to you, is it?" Ma Qingli smiled, suddenly letting out a little exclamation as she unbuttoned her blazer and wrapped her arm around Fang Min and Oppos' shoulder. "By the way, Fang Min, are you feeling more comfortable now?" Fang Min indeed felt a bit at ease, but this was the corridor, and he wondered what Su Yingna and Shui Lu would think if they saw this. He gently pushed Ma Qingli away, saying, "Manager Ma, I will make the call." Ma Qingli looked around again and whispered in his ear, "Fang Min, just call Captain Jun right now, and I will share an important piece of information with you." Fang Min laughed lightly, dismissing her urgency. "Really, this matter is related to you?" Ma Qingli insisted, nodding at him. "I am not deceiving you. I heard it personally." Fang Min was puzzled again. "What is it about?" Ma Qingli chuckled again. "Come on, just call Captain Jun first." Fang Min turned to leave. "Fang Min, wait." Ma Qingli hurriedly grabbed him and whispered, "Just now, Su Yingna and Shui Lu came by, saying they want to deal with you." Fang Min's heart raced at this revelation. Yesterday, Shui Lu had confiscated the silver needles, and he feared she might have discovered something. This was no trivial matter. Shui Lu already harbored grievances against him, and now that she might have uncovered this, she would surely despise him even more. Furthermore, the assassin and Oppos' wife had instructed him to deal with Shui Lu, but he had no intention of doing so. Now that Shui Lu was seeking him out, he resolved to evade her. "Manager, I will call Rongjia, but first, I need to check the backyard," Fang Min said as he glanced around and hurried towards the corridor, planning to quietly exit through the back door of the pharmacy. Using his perceptive eye, he noted that 4 security guards were stationed at the front entrance, while the back exit was unguarded. Thus he made his way to the rear. However, as he reached the backyard, a sharp voice rang out, "Stop." Startled, Fang Min halted and turned around to see Shui Lu. "Oh, Lu Jia, why are you here again?" "This is Yingna's pharmacy. I can come anytime," Shui Lu replied coldly. "Yingna's shoulder is hurting, and I'm looking for you. Come on, let's go upstairs." Seeing Shui Lu clad in a tight black outfit that accentuated her voluptuous figure, Fang Min was aware that such attire was conducive to agility and combat, much favored by superheroes like Superman and Spider-Man. It seemed Shui Lu was fully prepared. "Lu Jia, I understand. I and Amp, Oppos, just wash my hands and join you shortly." He smiled at Shui Lu and turned towards the public restroom in the corner. trying to escape. Shuai Lu smirked coldly, suddenly leaping to Fang Min's side and seizing his wrist. Fang Min, there's a restroom upstairs too. Come with me. Luya. You know I prefer to relieve myself in crowded places. Fang Min protested as he tried to pull away. Shuai Lu insisted, if you like crowds, I can gather more people for you shortly. Feeling that Shuai Lu was stronger than him, Fang Min pulled back, then swiftly twisted his wrist in an attempt to free himself. Shuai Lu skillfully countered, twisting his arm behind his back. Fang Min winced in pain and executed a forward flip to avoid her grip. This maneuver, once beyond his capability, had become second nature to him after 2 days of rigorous training and guidance from the assassin's wife. Ah, I underestimated you, Shuai Lu exclaimed. Taking advantage of Fang Min and Appo's flip to thrust her knee into his groin. He collapsed to the ground with a grunt, feeling a fiery pain, and quickly began to massage the area, glaring at Shuai Lu as he got back on his feet. Lu Jia, why did you strike me? Apologies. Just feeling a bit restless, Shuai Lu replied with a chilling smile, advancing towards Fang Min. Now, will you walk upstairs, or shall I carry you? I prefer to walk alone, Fang Min said with a grin, taking a couple of steps before suddenly turning and sprinting toward the back door. However, just a few steps away, he abruptly halted, for burly men had appeared at the rear entrance, the very bodyguards Su Yingna had brought. With no choice, Fang Min turned back toward Shuai Lu. Lu Jia, if Yingna and Amp, Appo's shoulder is bothering her. Let an Amp, Appo's go upstairs and take a look. Shuai Lu smirked coldly, seizing the nape of Fang Min and Appo's neck as if apprehending a thief and forcefully pushing him down. Let an Appo's go. Feeling as if his neck might snap, Fang Min grimaced in pain. With many onlookers nearby, he could not afford to lose face. He bent forward and seized Shuai Lu and Appo's calf, yanking hard. Unexpectedly, Shuai Lu was caught off guard and fell onto the floor, limbs flailing. Sorry, just feeling a bit restless, Fang Min thought with a secret smile, then dashed toward the lobby and up the staircase. Shuai Lu, grimacing, quickly regained her footing and pursued him, fuming. You dare to ambush me? Just wait. Reaching the second floor, Fang Min employed his perceptive eye to scan each room. At this moment, he needed to find Su Yingna to explain, otherwise, he might suffer dire consequences. Spotting her in a gym, he hurried over. Pushing open the door, he entered and found Jin Wei waiting anxiously in the corner. Jin Wei, what are you doing here? Jin Wei rushed to him, saying, Fang Min, we were just waiting for you. You need to explain to me and Yingna about that silver needle from yesterday. I was just about to explain to Yingna, Fang Min replied, wiping the sweat from his brow and nodding towards Su Yingna. With a frosty expression, Su Yingna warned, Fang Min, if you cannot convince us, I will call the police. Fang Min nodded, preparing to explain when suddenly, an imposing figure burst into the room. It was none other than Shuai Lu. Without uttering a word, she charged at Fang Min, ready to throw a punch. Chapter 32. The Trouser Inspection. A gentleman speaks rather than resorts to violence. Fang Min hastily sought refuge behind Jin Wei. Jin Wei immediately intercepted Shuai Lu, exclaiming, Sister Lu, what are you doing? Let an Amp, Appo's discuss this rationally. There and Amp, Appo's no need for violence. Step aside. Shuai Lu glared at Jin Wei. Jin Wei, if you continue to obstruct me, I will sever our ties. Upon hearing this, Jin Wei became indignant, her eyes widening in protest. Shuai Lu, are you really going to turn against me just for mediating? Do not forget, you are Yingna's bodyguard, meant to resolve issues, not create them. Shuai Lu, now somewhat calmer, released her grip on Jin Wei and cast a fierce glance at Fang Min. I will not let him off the hook. Sister Lu, Wei Wei is correct, Su Yingna interjected, stepping forward. Since we are all present, let us discuss this matter properly. Indeed, Jin Wei nodded emphatically. On one side, we have my friend, on the other, my sister. This time, I shall remain impartial. I will stand with whoever is justified, and I shall not excuse any wrongdoing. With that, she gestured towards the tea table in the corner. Fang Min, you sit on the west side. Sister Yingna, you sit on the east side. Upon hearing this, everyone moved to take their seats at the table. Fang Min sat on the west side. while Suing Na and Shui Lu occupied the east, with Jin Wei sitting in the north, positioned between them. Smack! Shui Lu slammed her hand on the table, glaring at Fang Min. Now confess. Before Fang Min could respond, Jin Wei interjected, Shui Lu, let's clarify the issues first, then we'll confront each other. Shui Lu sneered coldly, retrieving a transparent plastic bag from her briefcase and slamming it onto the table. Fang Min, this is the silver needle you took out while giving Na a massage yesterday. ISN and Oppos. T. Fang Min glanced at it and nodded subtly. Yes. Smack. Shui Lu produced a test report and slapped it down on the table. I've had it tested. This silver needle is coated with chronic poison. Here is the report. What do you have to say for yourself? Fang Min, fully aware of the implications of the needle, shook his head gently, remaining silent. I have also examined this report, and indeed, there is chronic poison on your silver needle, along with Na and Oppos' sweat. This indicates that you have previously come into contact with her. Before Jin Wei could finish, Shui Lu interjected once more precisely. Had I not intervened in time to seize Fang Min and Oppos' hand, Na might have already been poisoned. Now confess, why is this needle toxic? Why do you wish to harm Na? Who is the true mastermind behind this? As Shui Lu's relentless questioning grew more intense, the atmosphere in the room became increasingly tense, the expressions on Shui Lu and Suing Na's faces growing colder. I too ponder this question. Fang Min shrugged toward Jin Wei, then toward Suing Na and Shui Lu. How could my silver needle be poisoned? Who would orchestrate such a scheme? Who would wish for us to harm one another? Still playing the fool, are we? Shui Lu scoffed, her demeanor sharp. Based on my years of experience as a bodyguard, I can assert that there must be a hidden mastermind behind this. Who is acting? After all this time, do you not know what kind of person I am? Fang Min spread his arms helplessly. Perhaps you're unaware that I have feelings for Na. I must speak my truth at this critical moment. Indeed, I like Na and wish to become her intimate partner. Suing Na let out a cold laugh, casting a disdainful glance at Fang Min before turning away. What a joke. A toad wanted to eat swan meat. Bah! Shui Lu glared at Fang Min. Look at yourself in the mirror. Shui Lu. Jin Wei shot an admonishing look at Shui Lu. Fang Min deserves the chance to express his feelings, does he not? Can you honestly claim that your previous words were not sincere? If everyone speaks openly, I believe we can resolve this conflict peacefully. With that, she gestured for Fang Min to continue. He nodded and added, since I care for Na, why would I wish to harm her? Give me one reason. You have been bribed. You are being used as a pawn, and that is your reason. Shui Lu suddenly waved her hand, pointing at Fang Min. If you have the courage, stand up. Fang Min hesitated but complied. Shui Lu opened her briefcase and extracted a device resembling a magnifying glass, tossing it to Jin Wei. Jin Wei, you check him thoroughly, starting from his feet. Jin Wei accepted the device, glanced at Shui Lu and Suing Na, then at Fang Min, before beginning her inspection of his feet. Beep. Upon detecting something on Fang Min's right foot, the electronic device emitted an alarming sound. Jin Wei was taken aback, scrutinizing Fang Min and Oppos' right foot. Just as I suspected, Shui Lu rose and approached Fang Min, removing one of his shoes. Fang Min realized the heel of his right shoe contained a tracking device, but he had no choice but to remove it and hand it to Shui Lu. Shui Lu inspected the shoe and soon retrieved a small knife from her briefcase, dissecting the heel. Within moments, she uncovered a miniature electronic device and handed it to Jin Wei. Jin Wei, see for yourself. This is a micro-tracker. Jin Wei examined it, confirming it was indeed an electronic tracking device, and widened her eyes at Fang Min. Fang Min was embarrassed, hastily explaining, Jin Wei, I have no idea how this tracking device ended up in my shoe, but it is clear that someone is attempting to frame me. Shui Lu chuckled coldly, stowing the tracker away and urging Jin Wei to continue the examination. Jin Wei nodded and scanned Fang Min and Oppos' legs, finding nothing amiss, and proceeded to inspect higher. When she reached his abdomen, the electronic device once again emitted a warning sound. Oh no, is there something wrong with my pants too? Fang Min's scalp prickled with cold sweat, horrified at the thought of a killer's wife having tampered with his trousers. Upon hearing the beeping, Jin Wei was startled and quickly checked Fang Min and Oppos' belt. Finding no issues, she examined his trousers, which also appeared normal. It must be the underwear, Shui Lu exclaimed, demanding, Remove your pants so we can check. Fang Min, taken aback, instinctively clutched his belt, his expression akin to that of a frightened child. Fang Min, to prove your innocence and uncover more issues, you must remove your pants. Jinwei looked at him, resigned. Fang Min, feeling despondent, gazed at Jinwei with a melancholic expression. Jinwei, you are supposed to be my confidant. Is this how you treat your best friend? Jinwei, sensing his distress, patted his shoulder reassuringly. Fang Min, with me here, you can proceed boldly. Fang Min's face contorted in despair as he turned his mournful gaze towards Su Ying-na. Ying-na, you are the ice goddess. Is it appropriate for me to undress in front of you? Su Ying-na simply let out a cold laugh and turned her head away. Do not avert your gaze. Xuelu, now even more convinced of Fang Min's guilt, moved closer to him, her voice rising in urgency. Remove your pants, do it now. Chapter 33. A struggle with a beautiful bodyguard honor must be defended. Fang Min resolutely tightened his grip on his belt, embodying a sense of righteousness. Xuelu, in a state of urgency, glared at Jinwei. Jinwei, you hold his hands. I will take off his pants. Jinwei, feeling overwhelmed, protested. Xuelu, this is inappropriate. I think he should do it himself. Right now. Fang Min and Appo's underwear must be problematic. Xuelu exclaimed, directing a fierce glare at Fang Min. Fang Min, if your underwear is fine, I will let you go immediately. If you resist, I will not hesitate to beat you to a pulp. With that, she dashed to the corner, seized a pair of nunchakus, and began to twirl them vigorously by the coffee table. Her movements were so intricate and seamless that they surpassed even those of Master Long. Fang Min, witnessing this, felt his legs weaken. He thought to himself, a wise man does not suffer in vain. It in Appo's. That's merely a matter of removing his pants in front of a few beautiful women. How serious could it be? After a brief hesitation, he unbuckled his belt and removed his trousers. Jinwei and Xuelu widened their eyes in observation, while Su Ying-na felt a blush creep across her face, turning away. She had never witnessed a man undressing in front of her, and the scene was overwhelming. If it were not for the investigation regarding Fang Min, she would have likely covered her face and fled. As the pants fell, Fang Min's boxers were revealed, and one particular aspect stood out, creating a striking visual impact. Both Jinwei and Xuelu noticed, but pretended to ignore it. Jinwei continued to scan with an electronic detection device, and when it reached the lowest point, the device emitted a series of beeps. At the very bottom, Xuelu nodded, I believe it, and Appo's as something smaller, right at the bottom of your boxers. Fang Min, raise your leg. Fang Min tensed, instinctively clutching his stomach, casting a forlorn look at Xuelu. What are you staring at? Xuelu snapped back at him. Either lift your leg or take off your boxers. The choice is yours. A stark ultimatum was laid before Fang Min, and he felt a pang of embarrassment. His eyes tightly shut as he gently shook his head. Dealing with Xuelu made him acutely aware of what a formidable woman she was, a powerful bodyguard. At the same time, he silently lamented, Oh, my assassin wife, why did you install this device in my underwear? Now I'm being forced to undress and lift my leg. How is that good for your reputation? With no other option, Fang Min slowly raised one leg, akin to performing a split. Jinwei and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment as she discovered a small electronic device stuck to the bottom of his shorts. With a swift motion, she tore it off. It's a listening device, Xuelu declared after a brief glance. Fang Min, how do you explain this? I truly don't know. I really have no idea. Fang Min's eyes widened as he glanced between Jinwei, Xuelu, and Su Ying-na. As he spoke, he reached for the pants on the sofa. Xuelu was quick, snatching the pants away and hiding them behind her back, declaring, You're not getting your pants back until you tell us everything. Honestly, I don't know. Someone must be trying to track me down. You have to help me find out. Fang Min admitted, his voice tinged with fear. Stop your theatrics, Jinwei interjected coldly, turning away. If you continue this charade, I can't assist you. Fang Min was taken aback, staring at Jinwei. Why would you say that? I suspect a woman is out to get you. Jinwei retorted, fixing her gaze on him. You smell of a woman in Appo's perfume, and I suspect she's the one who put these devices on you. Now, who is she? Fang Min was compelled to acknowledge the keen perception of women, especially when it came to identifying other women through scent. However, he couldn't admit anything and shook his head. No, I spent the entire night sleeping in my rented room. How could a woman have been there? Is that so? Jean Wei scoffed, leaning closer to Fang Min, pulling a long hair from his shorts. If you weren't near any women, how did this hair end up here? Fang Min recognized it as the long hair of his assassin wife, Xiao Yiyun, and was momentarily speechless. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. To admit it was Xiao Yiyun and Amp, Oppo's, hair? That was out of the question. To fabricate a story about visiting a hotel? Fang Min knew that if he uttered that, Jean Wei, Shui Lu, and Su Yingna would look down on him immensely. To claim he had a girlfriend? If they pressed him for her identity, he would have no plausible answer. Fang Min, I ask you one last time. Who was the woman with you? Jean Wei fixed her unwavering gaze on him. Fang Min hesitated, gazing out the window at a 45-degree angle, exhaling deeply. You won't believe it, but just last night, as I was asleep, a long-haired beauty descended upon me. It felt like a scene from a fantasy or a reincarnation story, yet it was so vivid and touching. Oomph. Jean Wei seized a teacup and smashed it onto the floor. Fang Min, our friendship is over. With a dramatic flair, she exited, slamming the door behind her. Now, tell me, Shui Lu exclaimed, energized by Jean Wei and Amp, Oppo's, departure. Who was the woman in your life? And who installed these tracking devices on you? Fang Min stepped back, declaring, Shui Lu, I want to explain. You should just call the police and let them investigate. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Shui Lu, unable to contain her frustration, suddenly shouted and charged at Fang Min, delivering a swift kick aimed at him. Fang Min quickly bent down to evade, fully aware of Shui Lu's strength and speed. Knowing she was a martial arts expert, he could only focus on defense. The clash intensified with a series of punches and kicks, forcing Fang Min into a corner. After 2 nights of rigorous training, his reflexes were exceptionally sharp, allowing him to dodge adeptly each time. Yet, the more he evaded, the angrier Shui Lu became, escalating her onslaught. They exchanged blows in the southeast corner of the gym, then moved to the southwest, wrestling on the floor in a fierce struggle. Su Yingna stood by, watching in disbelief. She knew Shui Lu was skilled and should have no trouble subduing Fang Min. Yet 20 minutes had passed, and he remained unscathed. Sweating profusely, she suddenly grabbed a pair of nunchakus and tossed them to Shui Lu. Lu Jie, use the sticks. Fang Min anticipated the movement, rolling away and catching the nunchakus. That is not for you. Su Yingna admonished. That is for Lu Jie. Fang Min took the nunchakus and began a practice with them. Suddenly, a blow struck the back of his head, leaving him dizzy. It was his first time handling nunchakus, and he struggled to master them. Su Yingna, seizing the moment, lunged at Fang Min, throwing a punch toward his chest. Thud! Fang Min, preoccupied with the pain in his head, neglected to defend against Shui Lu, who landed a solid hit. With a crash, he fell flat on his back. Fang Min, this time you're done for. Shui Lu seized the nunchakus from the floor and lunged at him once more. Chapter 34. A severe beating for Fang Min. Fang Min was besieged by a throbbing headache and a constricting pain in his chest, leaving him momentarily dizzy. As he noticed Shui Lu charging towards him in a fury, he quickly covered his head. Bang! 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 The nunchaku struck Fang Min repeatedly, inflicting upon him a profound sense of suffering as he cowered in a corner. Hit him! Keep hitting him! Su Yingna shouted in encouragement from the sidelines. In the past, she would have never dared to look twice in such a situation, but now, fueled by anger, she directed her ire at Shui Lu. In the midst of receiving a massage, she had the audacity to contemplate using poison needles against her. And even after harming him, she refused to acknowledge it. Out late at night, acting as someone else in Amp, Oppo's, puppet, Su Yingna held a deep contempt for such a person, wishing fervently that Shui Lu would beat Fang Min to a pulp. Speak. Who is your real mastermind? Shui Lu, weary from her exertions, pressed a foot against Fang Min and Amp, Oppo's, back, wielding the nunchaku threateningly towards his head, panting heavily as she demanded an answer. Fang Min cradled his head, trembling from the pain. Yet upon using his X-ray vision, he discerned that he was not gravely injured. The current pain was merely temporary. However, being pinned down by Shui Lu's foot enraged him. And he gritted his teeth. I don't know. Even if you slept with me, I wouldn't amp. Amp, oppose. Tino, scoundrel. Shui Lu and amp. Amp, oppose. As fury flared anew as she swung the nunchaku again. She refused to believe that Fang Min could remain unyielding. Fang Min, if you cooperate and confess, we will let you go. Otherwise, you will have cause to regret it. Suing Na glared at him coldly, issuing a warning. Fang Min turned to Suing Na, exasperated. Ing Na, that day at the hotel, I saved your life. Your shoulder was sore, and I was the one who massaged it for you. How can you repay your savior with such ingratitude? Pa! Suing Na nearly spat in Fang Min and amp. Amp, oppose, face, savior? In my eyes, you are nothing but a petty man, a clown. Speak. Suddenly, Shui Lu pressed her foot hard against Fang Min and Oppo's neck, forcing him down onto the floor. Who is your true mastermind? Fang Min gritted his teeth and remained silent. Oh no! Oh no! The sales manager, Ma Qing Li, abruptly burst through the door, rushing into the room. Ing Na, you must come downstairs quickly. Your mother, General Tian, has collapsed and fainted while accompanying the Health Bureau leaders for an inspection. Suing Na gasped in shock and hurried towards the door. Shui Lu, come with me to see my mother. Bang! Shui Lu delivered a fierce kick to Fang Min's stay put. She then swiftly followed Suing Na. Fang Min finally caught his breath, rolling over to lie flat on the floor. His entire body ached, and he grimaced as he lightly patted himself. Fang Min, why are you lying here? What happened with Shui Lu? Ma Qing Li rushed over, her concern evident. Fang Min shook his head, panting, it's nothing, just a misunderstanding. Do you need my help? Ma Qing Li and amp, oppose. Eyes widened as they darted to Fang Min and amp, oppose. Legs. No, I and amp, oppose. LL just rest for a bit. Fang Min still felt pain at the back of his head and began scratching it. At that moment, chaos erupted in the lobby below. A group of people, including Suing Na, Jin Wei, and Shui Lu, surrounded a dignified, plump middle-aged woman, shouting in distress. The middle-aged beauty was none other than Suing Na and amp, Oppo's mother, Tianya, the owner of the pharmacy. She had collapsed and lost consciousness while inspecting the medication's safety with the leaders. Quick, call an ambulance. General Tian and amp, Oppo's face is growing paler. What should we do? It seems her heartbeat has stopped. A wave of panic swept through the crowd, with Suing Na clutching her mother and amp, Oppo's hand crying out, Mom, wake up. Please wake up. Jinwei held on to Tianya and amp, Oppo's other hand, pleading, Annie, please don't fall asleep. Open your eyes and look at us. Is there a doctor here? Shui Lu suddenly shouted at the crowd. The onlookers, who had come to purchase medication, shook their heads in response, their eyes filled with sympathy for the unconscious Tianya. But doesn't an amp, Oppo's, TR Pharmacy have doctors on duty? Suing Na cried out to the staff nearby. Oh no, Dr. Jiang went out to buy groceries. Ma Qingli stamped her feet in frustration. Why now of all times? She hurriedly pulled out her phone to call for help. At that moment, everyone was sweating with anxiety, worrying that Tianya might not survive this ordeal. Wait, we do have a doctor. Jin Wei suddenly raised her voice. Fang Min is a doctor. He understands first aid. Why not calm down? Shui Lu dashed toward the stairs upon hearing this. Suing Na, recalling her prior mistreatment of Fang Min, worried he might refuse to come down, quickly instructed Jin Wei to follow Shui Lu. The two raced up the stairs, eager to reach Fang Min. Upon reaching the second floor, Shui Lu burst into the gym. Do you know first aid? Fang Min lay sprawled on the floor, resting in a star shape, and replied in a languid tone, If I didn't know first aid, why would I be a doctor? The patient downstairs is pale, sweating profusely, hands clenched and legs stiff. Right? Shui Lu gasped in shock. Fang Min, how could you know if you weren't there to see it? While resting, Fang Min had already used his vision to observe the scene in the lobby. To answer your question, I would need half an hour, but I can provide you with a detailed account right now, if you wish. Fang Min, I believe in you. Please come down and help. Shui Lu crouched beside him, her eyes pleading. Fang Min, Suing Na knelt beside him, taking his arm. Please, I beg you, save my mother. Nah, I'm a petty man, a clown. Why would you beg a petty man, a clown? Fang Min shook his head, gesturing downstairs. There are dignitaries, prestigious families, rich heirs, and young ladies. Wooden and Amp, Oppos. It be better to ask them for help? Suing Na and Amp, Oppos. S face flushed with shame. I and Amp, Oppos. Am sorry, Fang Min. I take back what I said earlier. I and Amp, Oppos. LL reconsider the matter regarding your poison needles. Now, I implore you to come down and treat my mother. As tears streamed down her face, she grasped Fang Min and Amp, Oppos, S hand. Fang Min, I promise, if you save my mother, I will do anything you ask. You said that, and I will remember it. Fang Min nodded at suing Na, then turned to Shui Lu. Sister Lu, your nunchaku skills are quite impressive. Would you care to demonstrate them again? Shui Lu blushed and bowed apologetically to Fang Min. Brother Fang Min, I was momentarily foolish. Please forgive me, and let us hurry to treating Na and Amp. Amp, Oppos, S mother, are you truly apologizing to me? Fang Min asked, looking at Shui Lu. Shui Lu nodded earnestly. Brother Fang Min, I apologize. Fang Min pointed to his face. Shui Lu's cheeks flushed, and glancing at the anxious Su Ingna, she leaned in and kissed Fang Min on the cheek. You see, I asked you to wipe the sweat off my face, and you ended up kissing me. Fang Min glared at Shui Lu. Shui Lu hurriedly wiped the sweat from Fang Min and Amp, Oppos, S brow. I and Amp, Oppos, am sorry, Brother Fang Min. I misunderstood your intention. Satisfied, Fang Min nodded. With both beauties having apologized, it was now time to focus on saving a life. Shui Lu, my legs hurt. I can and Amp, Oppos, walk right now. I and Amp, Oppos, I'll help you. Shui Lu suddenly scooped Fang Min up in a princess carry and dashed toward the door. Fang Min had intended for Shui Lu to assist him, but instead found himself enveloped in her embrace. Hey, beautiful, I and Amp, Oppos, am not even dressed yet. Chapter 35. The urgent rescue of a middle-aged beauty. Shui Lu hurriedly made her way downstairs, her urgency overriding any concern for her attire. Saving lives took precedence. Hey, you've embarrassed me, Fang Min murmured, nestling against Shui Lu and Oppos' chest, his face flushed with shame as he sought refuge in her embrace, wishing to submerge himself in the tumultuous waves of snow. Coming. A voice suddenly rang out from the first-floor hall. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to see Shui Lu carrying a man clad only in shorts, their expressions shifting from shock to disbelief. Some stood frozen, others felt their composure shatter, while a few voiced their astonishment. Who is this remarkable figure? Shui Lu paid no heed to their reactions, directly rushing to the unconscious Tianya. Make way, she called out. Once close enough, she gently placed Fang Min down. Fang Min, we need to act quickly. Suddenly, she felt a chill against her chest and, upon inspection, discovered it was wet. That scoundrel. He managed to get me completely unaware. Everyone please step back. President Tian needs fresh air, Fang Min commanded as he prepared for resuscitation. Shui Lu, hearing this, hurriedly urged the crowd to disperse. As Fang Min performed CPR, he kept a vigilant eye on Tianya, recalling the first aid instructions his X-ray vision had provided. He worked methodically, while the onlookers watched in rapt attention, particularly Suing Na, who silently wept. After a minute, Fang Min initiated artificial respiration. Some moments later, he resumed chest compressions. Yet, with each passing minute, Tianya remained unresponsive, causing beads of sweat to form on Fang Min's brow. Hurry up, Fang Min, Jin Wei urged anxiously from the sidelines. Fang Min remained silent, focused solely on his life-saving efforts. The ambulance has arrived, someone shouted suddenly. Everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance, relief washing over them as the professionals entered, equipped with medical instruments. As they noticed the individual performing the rescue was a man in shorts, they were momentarily taken aback. One nurse, upon seeing him, exclaimed, "Who is this man in shorts? Is there no doctor available in our great nation to assist?" Continuing his work, Fang Min glanced at the nurse, noting her round face and striking beauty. He nodded and replied, "I'm Fang Min, just a couple more seconds." As if on cue, Tianya suddenly coughed. "Mom, you're awake." Su Ying-na exclaimed joyfully, tears streaming down her face. Shui Lu, witnessing Tianya's awakening, was equally overwhelmed with emotion. She is awake. Finally awake. Jin Wei clapped her hands, prompting the others to join in applause. Who would have thought this young man possessed such skill? Truly, one must not judge by appearances, as wearing shorts certainly does not hinder saving lives. Yes, a man in shorts is certainly not an ordinary man. The crowd applauded, marveling at Fang Min's capabilities. Tianya needs to go to the hospital for a checkup. Let us get her in the ambulance. Fang Min gestured to the doctors and nurses, heeding his command. The medical team carefully lifted Tianya onto a stretcher while the nurse who had questioned Fang Min observed him with curiosity. Mom, please go to the hospital. I'll follow shortly, Su Ying-na said, wiping her tears and reassuring Tianya. Tianya nodded weakly, expressing her gratitude. That young man saved me. I must repay him. Before long, the ambulance departed, and the health officials present could no longer continue their work, leaving as well. Fang Min finally exhaled, glancing outside. To ensure Tianya's safety, he scanned the area with his X-ray vision. His heart sank upon spotting a black Mitsubishi car, inside which sat a beautiful woman, none other than his assassin wife, Xiao Yiyun. Realizing she was following the ambulance, Fang Min and Oppose, as concern deepened. What is Xiao Yiyun doing trailing the ambulance? You were incredible, Fang Min, Jin Wei exclaimed with a smile, extending her hand for a high five. Fang Min ignored her, his focus still on the outside as he briskly made his way towards the stairs. He needed to quickly dress and follow Xiao Yiyun, worried she might harm Tianya. Fang Min, Jin Wei felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as he disregarded her. Remembering her earlier comment about their friendship being over, she hurried to catch up, playfully tugging at his arm. Fang Min, please forgive me. Grant me another chance. Fang Min remained silent. Fang Min, Jin Wei clung to his arm, pouting, I promise I won't act that way again. From now on, I will support you unconditionally. You are remarkable for saving lives. I deem you trustworthy. I swear, if I ever harm your feelings again, let me perish alongside you. Fang Min felt overwhelmed, playfully pinching her nose. If you must die, do it alone. Don't drag me down with you. Jin Wei giggled, planting a kiss on his cheek, though we were born on different days. May we depart this world together. Upon reaching the gym on the second floor, she quickly found Fang Min's pants and assisted him in putting them on. At that moment, Su Ying-na and Shui Lu entered the gym, their expressions now softened from previous hostility to one of regret. Regardless of their past grievances, they understood that Fang Min had saved Tianya's life, a debt that could not easily be repaid. Fang Min, Sadi, Su Ying-na apologized once more. I believe there has been a misunderstanding regarding the silver needles. Together, we can uncover the truth. Seeing the sincerity in her eyes, glistening with tears, Fang Min smiled. Long live understanding. Just then, Shui Lu's phone rang. She pulled it out to see it was a bodyguard of Tianya's calling. Glancing at Su Ying-na, she answered. On the other end, a woman's frantic voice exclaimed, Shui Lu, President Tian collapsed midway and has now lost all vital signs. You and Ying-na must hurry over. Shui Lu gasped, but she had just awakened. Su Ying-na immediately covered her face, tears streaming through her fingers. We found a silver needle in her foot. The voice exclaimed, Isn't this the same needle we tested previously? It's identical. Fang Min clenched his teeth upon hearing this. His assassin wife had already targeted Tianya. Shui Lu abruptly turned to Fang Min, her eyes blazing with a murderous intent. Chapter 36. Telephonic First Aid. Observing the ire in Shui Lu and Amp Oppo's eyes, Fang Min surmised her fury. However, this was not the moment for explanations. He strode towards the door, knowing there was still time to rescue Director Tian. Fang Min, Shui Lu bellowed, do you intend to deceive us further? I swear I ain't Amp. Amp? Oppose. LL kill you. Fang Min whirled around, retorting, would killing me save Director Tian? Shui Lu recoiled, startled. Su Ying-na and Jin Wei exchanged astonished glances. It was the first time they had witnessed such ferocity from Fang Min, and it was somewhat unnerving. They could discern a palpable sense of menace in his gaze. Fang Min is right. We must hasten to save Director Tian, Jin Wei exclaimed, urging Suing Na and Xue Lu, we and Amp. Oppose. VE already misjudged Fang Min once. Must we persist in our error? The priority is to save Director Tian. Before Suing Na and Xue Lu could respond, Fang Min had already dashed out the door. Seeing this, Suing Na and Xue Lu hastily followed. Na, let's take your car, Jinwei called out as she hurried along. Her sports car could only accommodate 2 people, whereas they were a party of 4. Soon, they arrived at the parking space in front of the pharmacy. Xue Lu gestured towards Fang Min, who was standing by the car door. Fang Min, take the passenger seat. I and Oppose. LL drive. Fang Min remained stationary, opening the car door. I and Oppose. LL drive. Xue Lu hesitated, but seeing Fang Min's unwavering confidence, she pressed the key. Jinwei stared at Fang Min, recalling that he did not possess a driver's license, but dared not voice her concerns. With a double beep, Fang Min pulled open the door and settled inside. Suing Na, Jinwei, and Xue Lu quickly piled into the car. Suing Na and Jinwei took the back seats, while Xue Lu sat in the passenger seat. With a roar, Fang Min started the car and floored the accelerator, launching them forward. Though unlicensed, he had learned to drive from Jiang Lan, enabling him to manage the vehicle. Activating his clairvoyant vision, the roads ahead became remarkably clear. As the recent traffic patterns materialized in his mind, he swerved the wheel, veering into a narrow alley. Normally, one would hesitate to exceed 60 kilometers per hour in such a confined space, but he slammed on the gas, accelerating to 120. Suing Na and Jinwei were petrified, and even Xue Lu watched with trepidation. What if a car or pedestrian suddenly appeared? Xue Lu, call Director Tian's bodyguards and instruct them to follow my directions. Fang Min commanded. Xue Lu promptly complied, retrieving her phone. What is Director Tian's condition? The doctors attempted resuscitation, but Director Tian showed no signs of life. They have given up and are preparing to transport her directly to the morgue, came the urgent reply. Upon hearing this, Su Ingna covered her face and wept, her tears flowing freely. Instruct them to follow my instructions, Fang Min urged as he drove. Xue Lu nodded, shouting into the phone, Xiao Fang. There and Amp. Amp, Oppose. SA doctor here who will tell you what to do. Do exactly as he says. What? The voice on the other end exclaimed. He and Amp, Oppose. S not here. How can he direct our emergency response? Xue Lu found it hard to believe herself, but the alternative was certain death for Director Tian. Just listen to me. Time is of the essence. Follow Dr. Fang and Amp. Oppose. S instructions. Tell every doctor and nurse inside that anyone who disobeys will face my wrath. Yes, Xue Lu. The voice replied, cowed. Inside the ambulance, the doctors and nurses were startled by the command and nodded in agreement. Dr. Fang, speak. Xue Lu held the phone to Fang Min's ear. Suing Na had ceased her weeping. Her eyes fixed on Fang Min. Jinwei stared intently at him. They dared not believe in miracles, yet they desperately yearned for one to occur. Examine Director Tian and Oppose. S right foot, the site where the silver needle was extracted. Fang Min instructed. There should be a purplish discoloration. Dr. Fang, we see it. There is indeed a purplish area. Xiao Fang reported, observing Tianya and Oppose. S right foot. Xue Lu, Suing Na, and Jinwei were astounded. How could Fang Min know? Find a knife and incise the purplish area. Fang Min commanded. Quickly. Inside the ambulance, Xiao Fang turned to the attending physician. Dr. Zhang, find a knife and incise the purplish area on Director Tian and Amp. Oppose. S right foot. Dr. Zhang, wearing glasses, appeared flustered. Director Tian is beyond help. Why are we bothering? Xiao Fang. If he hesitates, kill him. Xue Lu roared, hearing Dr. Zhang and Amp. Oppose. S objection. Xiao Fang glared at Dr. Zhang. Okay. Dr. Zhang stammered, breaking out in a cold sweat. He hastily grabbed a sterilized scalpel and gently sliced open the area near the sole of Tianya and Oppose. S right foot. Xiao Fang exclaimed. We and Oppose, V, made the incision. Now, allow the purplish blood to flow freely. Fang Min instructed. As long as blood flows from Director Tian and Oppose. S wound, it proves she is still alive. Dr. Fang, you and Oppose, rewrite. Xiao Fang exclaimed, staring at Tianya and Oppose. S wound. Purplish blood is flowing from the incision. A Upon hearing this, Suing Na wept anew, gazing at Fang Min with an almost reverent expression. Jean Wei and Appo's eyes were filled with admiration. To accurately assess a patient and Appo's condition without being present was nothing short of divine. Dr. Fang, should we perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation on Director Tian? Xiao Fang asked. Fang Min replied, no, I have already performed CPR on her. Her heart is functioning, albeit weakly. But Director Tian is still showing no vital signs. Xiao Fang exclaimed. What medications do you have available in the ambulance? Fang Min asked as he drove. Dr. Fang, we have chloramine, epinephrine, lobeline, metaraminol, atropine. Dr. Zhang replied. Administer epinephrine immediately. Fang Min instructed, and provide oxygen. The procedures were promptly carried out in the ambulance. Fang Min swerved the wheel, heading north, and accelerated. After traveling only 100 meters, he swerved again, heading toward the nearby park. Shuai Lu and the others understood that Fang Min was taking a shortcut, but the park was crowded with people and the roads were poor. How could he possibly drive through it? Dr. Fang, we've done it. Dr. Zhang exclaimed from the ambulance. But Director Tian is still unresponsive. Do not jump to conclusions. Fang Min urged. Check her blood pressure. Yes, Dr. Fang. Dr. Zhang measured Tianyin's Appo's blood pressure and exclaimed, Dr. Fang, Director Tian and Appo's blood pressure is rising. It and Appo's now 90/50. It and Appo's rising. Don and Appo's give up. Fang Min wiped the sweat from his brow and continued, keep observing, and have everyone massage her arms and legs. Okay, here's a refined version of the text you provided, focusing on improved language and removing extraneous content. Chapter 37. Delicate hands, yes. Dr. Fang. Dr. Zhang directed the nurses to commence a full-body massage on Ms. Tian. Observing Tianya and Appo's right foot, Dr. Zhang exclaimed, Dr. Fang, Ms. Tian and Appo's right foot is still bleeding. Allow it to bleed. The dark, purplish hue indicates toxins. Only when bright red blood emerges should you consider hemostasis. Fang Min asserted. Understood, Dr. Fang. Dr. Zhang nodded, his respect evident. Monitoring the instruments, he announced, Dr. Fang, Ms. Tian's blood pressure is stabilizing. Systolic at 110, diastolic at 80. Fang Min chuckled. Ms. Tian has returned from the brink. Mom. Suing Na sobbed, tears of joy streaming down her face. Fantastic. Jean Wei pumped her fist. Fang Min, I and Appo's am developing a profound admiration for you. Shuai Lu, eyes glistening with tears, nodded at Fang Min, a grateful smile gracing her lips. Fang Min, thank you. Fang Min demurred. No gratitude is necessary, provided you refrain from attempting to end my life. Shuai Lu's cheeks flushed with shame. She apologized. Fang Min, if you had harbored ill intentions towards Ms. Tian, you wouldn't and Appo's have exerted such effort to save her. I suspect someone is attempting to sow discord between us. We must uncover the perpetrator. I concur wholeheartedly, Jean Wei affirmed. We must find this nefarious individual. Suddenly, the phone emitted a sound. Shuai Lu gestured for silence. Dr. Zhang's voice echoed from the phone. Dr. Fang, the fluid emanating from Ms. Tian's right foot is now bright red. Proceed accordingly. She can now be transferred to the hospital for observation. Fang Min instructed into the phone. Ms. Tian and Appo's condition is stabilized, but ensure her personal safety. He worried his homicidal wife might strike again. He accelerated, speeding along the cobblestone path. Should he spot his wife's Mitsubishi tailing the ambulance, he would ram her car. Have you arrived? Shuai Lu inquired, calling the other bodyguards. Good. Follow the ambulance and maintain 24-hour security for Ms. Tian. Relieved, she wiped perspiration from her brow and smiled at Fang Min. Fang Min, there's no need to rush. Ms. Tian is stable, and her safety is assured. Ingna is still anxious. I want to reunite her with her mother as quickly as possible. Fang Min, assessing the road, accelerated once more. Suing Na and Appo's eyes welled with tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Remorseful for her past mistrust, she tearfully apologized. Fang Min, I apologize for the misunderstanding at the pharmacy. Shuai Lu, equally contrite, offered a smile of regret. Fang Min, you're a man of fortitude. You wouldn't hold a grudge, would you? Hold a grudge? I'm savoring the experience, Fang Min replied. Shuelu was taken aback. Really? Jinwei exclaimed. That harrowing ordeal is worth savoring? Su Yingna, her eyes glistening, looked at Fang Min with curiosity. The exquisite nature of that experience is something only Shuelu and I can truly appreciate. Fang Min winked at Shuelu, his gaze lingering on her ample bosom. Understanding dawned on Shuelu. She playfully punched Fang Min and Appo's shoulder. You cat, why bring that up? Haha, do you two share a secret? Jinwei, reveling in the drama, laughed. Shuelu glared at Jinwei. Wei, be quiet. I am a respectable woman. Then why are you blushing? Jinwei pointed to Shuelu's face. Look, it's getting redder. Shuelu shot Jinwei a fierce look and turned away. Fang Min laughed heartily. The atmosphere within the car lightened considerably. Initially tense, the three women now reveled in their newfound relief. 10 minutes later, they exited the park. After another 15 minutes, they arrived at the Municipal First People's Hospital. Tianya had been admitted to an intensive care unit on the 29th floor for observation. Fang Min, accompanied by the three women, smiled upon seeing Tianya in the ICU. In truth, she could have been placed in a regular ward. His clairvoyance indicated she would awaken naturally around 11 o'clock p.m. Su Yingna, still concerned, followed a nurse into the ICU to visit her mother. After a few minutes, she emerged, alternating between tears and smiles. Now, they could only wait for Tianya to awaken. They settled onto a bench near the entrance, which accommodated 4 people. Jinwei and Shuelu sat on either end, with Fang Min and Su Yingna in the middle. It was the first time Fang Min had sat so close to Su Yingna, their arms almost touching. He nodded at her and whispered, Yingna, rest assured, Ms. Tian will awaken tonight. All she needs is rest. Su Yingna nodded gently, her gaze towards Fang Min soft and affectionate. What time tonight? Shuelu inquired, craning her neck towards Fang Min. Well, Fang Min extended his hand. By examining our fingers, I can deduce the time. No way, Jinwei exclaimed, extending her hand. How can you deduce it? Su Yingna and Shuelu, intrigued, also extended their hands. Place your hands before me, Fang Min requested softly. Jinwei looped an arm around Fang Min's shoulder and extended her other hand. Su Yingna extended her left hand, as did Shuelu, all reaching towards Fang Min. With Shuelu embracing Su Yingna, she was pressed against Fang Min. She remained silent, watching Fang Min attempt to determine the time. Fang Min felt Su Yingna leaning against him, a sensation both gentle and sweet, stirring an impulse to kiss her forehead. The delicate fragrance of roses emanating from her intoxicated him. He even longed to embrace her. Strangely, Jinwei and Appo's embrace, though tight, did not evoke the same feelings. Regaining his composure, Fang Min began to examine the women's hands. Jinwei's hand was small and delicate, while Shuelu's appeared slightly more robust, yet both were beautiful. However, they paled in comparison to Su Yingna's. Her hand was as white as jade, smooth and tender, slender and elegant. A masterpiece, truly deserving the descriptor delicate hands. Simply beholding her hand caused Fang Min to swallow hard. He had seen such beauty before, had even touched it, in the hands of his assassin wife, Xiao Yiyun, which were equally exquisite. He wondered how she maintained them. Despite her rigorous training, her hands were free of calluses or roughness. However, her hands were perpetually cold, offering no warmth or comfort. Looking at Su Yingna and Appo's hand, Fang Min realized it possessed everything he desired. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and deduce. Jinwei shook Fang Min's shoulder, urging him on. Chapter 38. The Heir and the Divine. Dr. Fang Min spoke earnestly. I am currently engaged in calculations. Please do not disturb me. Fang Min, I caution you. If your calculations prove erroneous, I shall hold you accountable. Shuelu remarked, having noticed Fang Min's unwavering admiration for Su Yingna's delicate hands, thereby grasping his intentions. Fang Min turned to Shuelu. Sister Lu, if my predictions are accurate, what will you say? Speak. Shuelu replied, I'll wager with you. I've heard Sister Lu is adept at Tai Chi. Should you lose, you must teach me. Fang Min nodded in agreement. Very well, but if you lose? I excel in bedroom skills. I shall instruct you in that, he retorted playfully. Scoundrel. Shuelu clenched her fist to strike. Su Yingna stifled a laugh, quickly grasping Shui Lu's arm. All right, Sister Lu, Fang Min is merely jesting. In the past, such humor would have been intolerable to her, but now she had come to terms with it. Fang Min had saved her mother twice, and although they did not understand her, Shui Lu's desire to strike seemed misplaced. Fang Min's jesting was a natural emotional release. Ha! Is your bedroom skill truly remarkable? Jean Wei chuckled, throwing her arms around Fang Min's shoulder, collapsing into his embrace with laughter. Witnessing Jean Wei's mirth, Shui Lu ground her teeth in dissatisfaction. What do you take me for? That he dares to jest so with me. It is precisely because I am familiar with Sister Lu that I dare to joke. Fang Min replied with a chuckle, squeezing Su Yingna's hand. I predict that President Tian will awaken naturally at 11:55 tonight. Very well, I shall remember this. Should there be any discrepancy, I will seek you out for reckoning. Shui Lu huffed at Fang Min. Fang Min nodded. We have made a wager. I trust you will honor it should you lose. As they conversed softly, doctors, nurses, patients, and their families passed by in the corridor, glancing at Fang Min and his companions, filled with envy, particularly the men, who were consumed with jealousy as they beheld the enchanting Su Yingna, the captivating beauty from the music academy, and the goddess-like bodyguard of the campus belle. Fang Min, seated amidst these floral beauties, truly reveled in the splendor, exuding charisma. Time fled swiftly as they chatted, and before they knew it, evening had approached. They began to discuss dinner plans. As they were preparing a small birthday celebration for Su Yingna, suddenly, several burly men emerged from the elevator, led by a dapper figure clad in white, exuding an extraordinary presence. With 4 strong bodyguards flanking him, he appeared even more formidable. Fang Min recognized him instantly as the infamous heir, Master Sun Kong. How on earth did he find this place? Fang Min recalled their last altercation and wondered if Sun Kong sought trouble. However, with Shui Lu and the other beautiful bodyguards present, he remained unperturbed. Su Yingna, upon recognizing Sun Kong, offered a cold smile and turned her head, feigning indifference. Snap! Sun Kong snapped his fingers at the elevator entrance. Moments later, 2 beautiful women in white chef attire wheeled out a grand golden cake, even more magnificent than the previous one Fang Min had devoured. Realizing Sun Kong and Appo's intent, Fang Min understood that he had come to celebrate Su Yingna's birthday and simultaneously to undermine him. Yingna, happy birthday! Sun Kong approached Su Yingna with his entourage, offering her a courteous smile. Last time, I attempted to celebrate your birthday, but it was interrupted by a certain ruffian. This time, I have arranged for a much more splendid cake. As he mentioned the ruffian, he cast a furtive, disdainful glance at Fang Min. Fang Min disregarded the glance and inspected the golden cake, recalling its delightful taste and anticipating an even better flavor this time. Enough for you. I am willing to sacrifice my time. For you, I am willing to dedicate my wealth. For you, I would even offer my life, Sun Kong declared, placing his hands over his heart with heartfelt sincerity. At that moment, nurses and doctors passed by, along with patients and their families, and a few of Sun Kong and Appo's hired admirers joined in. Wow, how romantic. He is so charming. If it were me, I'd be the happiest person alive. Indeed, anyone who received such affection would be the luckiest of all. The girl Sun Kong had brought along squealed and sighed, encouraging Su Yingna. Yet, she continued to turn away, icy and silent. With her silence, Fang Min, Jean Wei, and Shui Lu also refrained from speaking, avoiding even a glance at Sun Kong. Seemingly anticipating this moment, Sun Kong flashed a confident smile and snapped his fingers again. Snap! Another sharp sound echoed. As the sound faded, a young doctor clad in a white coat approached. He appeared to be in his 40s, radiating vitality with his lustrous hair, which seemed to shimmer. Professor Bai, hello. Sun Kong greeted the doctor warmly, shaking his hand enthusiastically. He then turned to Su Yingna with a smile, casting a cold glance at Fang Min, before scanning the others and gesturing towards the doctor, introducing him in a melodious baritone. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the youngest and most esteemed neurosurgeon in our country, Professor Bai. After a brief pause, he continued. He is a visiting professor at Yunheim Medical University a guest professor at Harvard Medical School, and the vice president of the National Neuroscience Research Council. His expertise in neurology is unparalleled, the savior of those afflicted with cerebral ailments. Upon hearing this, Su Ina lifted her head to observe Professor Bai, while Fang Min furrowed his brow in scrutiny. Ingna, I rush to bring this esteemed neurosurgeon to treat your mother, who has been in a coma. Sun Kong smiled at Su Ingna. Professor Bai is exceptionally skilled in treating comatose patients. In your mother's case, he can awaken her in just 20 minutes. Within 2 days, she could be walking, and in a week, she could be fully recovered. At this revelation, Su Ingna's eyes sparkled with hope. She could hardly wait for her mother to awaken. Stealing a glance at Professor Bai, she turned to Xue Lu. Understanding her thoughts, Xue Lu promptly took out her phone to search for information on Professor Bai. After reviewing the photos, she discreetly looked at the professor and nodded at Su Ingna, whispering, Ingna, this Professor Bai is indeed a neurology expert, particularly renowned for treating comatose patients. Su Ingna and Amp. Appo's heart soared with joy as she stood up and smiled at Professor Bai. So, you're Professor Bai, hello? Professor Bai returned her smile. Ingna, I am a professor at Yunheim Medical University. As you are a student there, you are in essence my student. Since we are acquainted, I shall speak plainly. I was in the midst of a significant surgery in Kyoto when I received a call from Master Sunday. His heartfelt words about you moved me deeply, prompting me to request leave and rush back. He gestured towards Sun Kong, if you wish to express gratitude. Directed towards Sun Kong, Su Ingna was momentarily taken aback as she looked at Sun Kong. Ingna, for you, for my mother-in-law, for my aunt. It is only fitting that I do this, Sun Kong replied politely, gesturing to the golden cake. Ingna, this cake is specially prepared for you. Once we light the candles and enjoy the cake, we shall help your mother awaken, all right? Chapter 39. Challenging the expert Professor Su Ingna was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the golden cake. To blow out the candles would signify her acceptance of Sun Kong. Yet, refraining from doing so would leave her mother in dire need of expert examination, a prospect that filled her with unease. All eyes turned to Su Ingna, eager to witness her next move. The corridor fell into an almost palpable silence, so hushed that even the faintest sound, like a professor's discreet flatulence, could be heard. At that moment, a sudden cough pierced the stillness. Professor Bai, how do you treat your patients? The crowd turned to see that it was Fang Min. Sitid Bisaid Su Ingna. Who are you, and what gives you the right to speak here? Sun Kong glared at Fang Min, his irritation evident as he sought to challenge him. Fang Min, undeterred by Sun Kong and Amp, Appo's hostility, rose to his feet and addressed Professor Bai. Professor, I am also a student from Yunheim Medical University. Much like Ingna, I would like to inquire about your methods for treating patients. Professor Bai assessed Fang Min, noting the clarity in his gaze and his distinguished demeanor, silently commending him. He then turned to Sun Kong and inquired softly, who is this student? And who is his father? Sun Kong replied with a sardonic smile, deliberately loud enough for all to hear. His name is Fang Min, and his father is a nameless individual, as he emerged from the Jiuxing orphanage. He is about to enter his senior year. Working part-time at the pharmacy owned by Ingna and Amp, Appo's mother, possessing nothing else. Oh, I see. Professor Bai and Amp, Appo's expression shifted to one of condescension. So, Fang Min, I believe you might have trouble even affording a meal. Perhaps you should focus on how to fill your stomach first? Fang Min recognized Bai and Amp, Appo's allegiance to Sun Kong. The respect he had felt moments earlier evaporated. Professor Bai, I personally resuscitated the patient inside, and thus I bear responsibility for her. Is it unreasonable for me to ask how you intend to treat her? Indeed, Professor Bai, Su Ingna interjected, nodding at Bai. My mother has faced 2 critical situations, both of which Fang Min managed to navigate. His inquiry into her coma treatment is not excessive. Professor Bai let out a cold chuckle. A student who hasn't even graduated can perform resuscitation? Aren't you afraid of potential mishaps? Fang Min was the only one present during the emergencies, and we had no choice but to trust him. Thankfully, he performed admirably, Su Ingna affirmed, her gaze unwavering. Bai smirked again, patting the pocket of his white coat. I employ a secret formula that cannot be disclosed, but I assure you, your mother will awaken. Is that satisfactory? Suing Na paused, glancing at Fang Min. He immediately activated his X-ray vision to scrutinize Bai's pocket, his heart racing upon discovering the contents. Western medicine, primarily composed of aminobenzol. This substance could be utilized to create stimulants and might be suitable for certain patients, but under no circumstances should it be administered in cases like Tianyas, or it could lead to severe repercussions. Fang Min chuckled coldly, fixing his gaze on Bai. Professor, even if your formula is a secret, surely you can divulge its primary ingredients? You, a mere undergraduate without a diploma or medical certification, think you can comprehend what I might reveal? Bai shot a disdainful glance at Fang Min before turning impatiently towards Suing Na. Ingna, do you still wish for your mother to receive treatment? I have several surgeries awaiting me. Su Ingna hesitated, biting her lip as she lowered her gaze. Up to this point, Fang Min had saved her mother twice. It was difficult for her to ask him to leave. Fang Min, let us go have dinner. Shuelu, sensing Suing Na and Appo's distress, wrapped her arm around Fang Min's shoulder, guiding him toward the elevator. Her presence was a comfort to Fang Min, preventing his embarrassment. At that moment, Fang Min could not depart. He shrugged off Shuelu and Appo's embrace and approached Suing Na before he could finish. Shuelu swept him up and carried him toward the elevator. You're carrying me again. Fang Min shook his head but glanced at Bai with a cold smile, confident that Bai would ultimately not allow him to leave. Ha ha ha, Sun Kong and Professor Bai burst into laughter. Sichi. Fang Min suddenly called out a name. This was the woman he had identified through his X-ray vision as the one who had called Professor Bai. The crowd, unfamiliar with Sichi, exchanged puzzled glances and shook their heads. However, one individual felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing the name, Professor Bai, while others were oblivious. He was acutely aware that Sichi was his mistress. His mind raced. No one besides me knows of my affair with Sichi. How could Fang Min possibly know? Isn't anyone going to speak? I just exposed the secret about Sichi. Fang Min, still in Shuelu and Appo's embrace, shouted as they neared the elevator. Chapter 40. Professor Bai and Appo's coercion of Fang Min. Upon hearing this, Bai felt a surge of embarrassment and hurried towards Shuelu. Release Fang Min at once. He is my student, and I shall not permit anyone to treat him in such a manner. Shuelu halted abruptly and turned to face Professor Bai. What did you just say? Did you not hear my words? Do not mistreat my student. Bai stated with utmost seriousness as he gazed intently at Shuelu. He has a matter to discuss with me. Naturally, I must respond. Please go to Ingna's side. Shuelu was taken aback, releasing Fang Min. Her eyes filled with suspicion as she regarded Bai. Is this the same Professor Bai who looked down upon Fang Min earlier? Sun Kong also appeared puzzled. Fang Min, let us have a private conversation, Bai said warmly, placing an arm around Fang Min's shoulder and guiding him towards the end of the corridor. Fang Min chuckled playfully, following without hesitation. Meanwhile, Shuelu, Suing Na, Jin Wei, and others were left in confusion, with Sun Kong even more bewildered. What on earth is wrong with Bai? With no other option, they waited patiently for Bai. Upon reaching the corridor's end, Bai continued to embrace Fang Min's shoulder, softly inquiring, Fang Min, whose name did you mention earlier? Fan Min replied, Sichi. Do you know her? Not personally. Upon hearing this, Bai's initial warmth faded, replaced by a chilling demeanor. Fang Min, how could you call out a name you do not recognize? I do not know her, but I have heard her legends. She is said to be supported by a professor, a man who has studied abroad and is renowned as the youngest and most distinguished neurosurgeon in the nation, a leading authority on coma treatment, and the vice president of the National Neuroscience Research Council. Fang Min nodded towards Bai. That is all. Bai felt a headache coming on, yet suddenly smiled again. Fang Min, these are merely tales. Do not take them to heart. Indeed, Fang Min and Appo's eyes widened. Where does Sichi reside? Where does her child attend school? When does the professor visit them? They know everything quite clearly. They mentioned that should I agree, they would send me all the information immediately. I said it was useless. It would be better to publish it online directly. Please no, Bai exclaimed, breaking into a sweat as he tightened his grip around Fang Min's shoulder. Tell your friends to drop this matter, all right? Why? Fang Min shrugged. Is it not better to expose those hypocrites? He then produced a piece of paper displaying a string of phone numbers. This is C Chi's number. Even if I do not publish their information online, I shall give this number to that professor and Appo's wife. Bida was drenched in sweat at this revelation. His wife was fierce, and he dared not provoke her. Looking around furtively, he discreetly retrieved his wallet and handed Fang Min a bank card. Fang Min, having grown up in an orphanage, you must need some money. Take this 100,000 as pocket money. You understand? 100,000? Fang Min and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. That and Appo's too little. Bida hastily pulled out another card, shoving it into Fang Min and Appo's hands. 200,000. This is 200,000. Fang Min chuckled inwardly, pushing Bida and Appo's hand away. Professor Bai, precisely because I am an orphan, I have learned to be self-reliant. I cannot accept this money. By rights, a talented student like you deserves my support. You are now at least 20 years old. If I had supported you with 10,000 each year, it would total 200,000 by now. Bida insisted, attempting to press the money into Fang Min's hands. Accept it. If you refuse, it would imply you look down on me. Well, since Professor Bai is so concerned about me, I suppose I must accept your kindness. Fang Min sighed, reluctantly taking the money. 200,000 effortlessly acquired. Fang Min had not anticipated such a windfall, and he couldn't Appo's help but smile inwardly. Glancing at the distant crowd, he leaned closer to Bida and whispered, By the way, Professor Bai, there's something I must inform you. Please, do continue. Your matters are my concerns. Bida nodded earnestly. As Fang Min and Bida conversed in hushed tones, Sun Kong and the others continued to wait anxiously. Suddenly, upon seeing Bida returning with Fang Min, Sun Kong smirked. Professor Bai has brought Fang Min back. I trust this is an apology on his part. How impressive. Bida has summoned Fang Min to apologize to me. Professor Bai, you have returned. When shall treatment commence for my mother? Suing Na stood, smiling as she inquired. Na, please sit. I have come to discuss this matter with you. Bida gestured for her to remain seated, then signaled Fang Min to do the same. Fang Min nodded and took his seat. Huh, you think you can apologize while sitting? Not a chance. Sun Kong sneered at Fang Min and Na. You should also take a seat. Bade encouraged her again. Seeing Bida and Appo's insistence, Suing complied sad beside Fang Min. It is as follows. Bida cleared his throat. My remedy can indeed assist your mother in awakening, yet it carries significant side effects, leading to disorientation, frequent nightmares, and a diminishing appetite. Thus, I implore you to consider this carefully. Suing Na gasped, quickly asking, Professor Bai, what if you do not use this medication? If the medication is not employed, your mother will naturally awaken, which is preferable to being induced by drugs, Bida affirmed. Suing Na smiled with relief. Then we shall wait. That is best. Bida smiled back at her, nodding towards Fang Min and Sun Kong. Sun Kong, I have another surgery to attend. I shall take my leave. Lowering his head, he strode purposefully towards the elevator. Sun Kong was momentarily stunned. No way. He had anticipated that under Bida's pressure, Fang Min would apologize, paving the way for Suing Na to accept his pursuit and become his partner. Yet, unexpectedly, Bida had abruptly departed, leaving Sun Kong empty-handed. Professor Bai! Professor Bai! Sun Kong called out urgently, but Bida seemed oblivious, opting for the stairwell instead of the elevator. At that moment, Sun Kong felt utterly defeated. Without Bida's influence, he could not sway Suing Na, and without influence, he had no hope of winning her affection. Damn it, Bida, you took my money. I shall not let this go. Sun Kong seethed, turning his gaze back to Suing Na. What he saw fueled his rage further. Suing Na was nestled against Fang Min and Appo's shoulder, appearing as if she had fallen asleep. Their closeness resembled that of a couple. Looking at Fang Min, sitting comfortably between Jin Wei and Suing Na, he was practically surrounded, one hand gently caressing Suing Na and Appo's shoulder, reveling in his fortune. This was pure folly. Sun Kong and Appo's anger surged, his fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. Chapter 41. A disturbing encounter. Sun Kong glared at Fang Min, his teeth clenched in frustration, wishing he could seize him and beat him to a pulp. Yet, he remained motionless, unable to utter even a curse. This predicament was not Fang Min and Appo's fault. The blame lay squarely with Professor Baida. Moreover, he could not afford to tarnish his image in front of Su Yingna. She had always perceived him as the offspring of a wealthy family involved in dubious dealings, and he felt compelled to prove otherwise, at least in public. Grinding his teeth in annoyance, he shot one last glare at Fang Min before turning away, abandoning the golden cake. Just you wait. His bodyguards, quick to follow, were no fools. The beautiful bodyguard named Shuai Lu was not someone they wished to provoke lightly. Ha, Fang Min, I see you've managed to deal with Sun Kong. Jin Wei laughed heartily, wrapping her arms around Fang Min and planting a kiss on his cheek. Startled, Fang Min recoiled. Please, not like this. In an unexpected turn of events, his cheek brushed against Su Yingna's, resulting in an unintentional kiss. Su Yingna felt a rush of warmth to her face and quickly shifted to the side, lowering her gaze. Had it been any other man, she would have been furious and demanded Shuai Lu to teach him a lesson. Yet, faced with Fang Min, she could only respond with a shy smile. After all, he had just saved her mother once again, preventing her from suffering lasting consequences, and she herself would have faced significant trouble. Fang Min, are you bullying Yingna again? Shuai Lu observed the scene, rising to confront him. Fang Min, alarmed, swiftly wrapped his arms around Su Yingna, exclaiming, Yingna, save me. Your bodyguard is about to embrace me. Su Yingna, feeling the warmth of his embrace, experienced a flutter of emotions and quickly glanced at Shuai Lu, playfully scolding, Sister Lu, this is the hospital corridor. Could you please sit quietly? Reluctantly, Shuai Lu complied, resuming her seat beside Su Yingna, casting a fierce glare at Fang Min and whispering, if you're still holding on, let go. Fang Min chuckled, finally releasing her embrace with reluctance. Sister Lu, you're just saying that because you've grown fond of hugging me. Shuai Lu shot him an annoyed look. Jin Wei, stifling a laugh as she caught Su Yingna's gaze, whispered, I'm starving. Shall we get something to eat? Fang Min, equally hungry, pointed to the golden cake nearby, saliva pooling in his mouth. Isn't this a perfect opportunity? It's filled with cake, bread, and fruit. The three lovely ladies exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. It would indeed be a shame to let such a bounty go to waste. Thus, Fang Min began to slice the cake, sharing it among them. The cake was so large that they could not finish it all, so they generously offered some to the nearby doctors and nurses. As they indulged, Fang Min and Appo's phone buzzed. While still savoring the cake, he stepped aside to check his messages. Upon glancing at his phone, he saw a WeChat message from his assassin wife, Xiao Yun. Come to the Hutu Mountain Geological Park, Black Maple Forest. Fang Min, feeling a surge of indignation, thought of confronting Xiao Yun about her reckless actions that nearly cost Tian her life. He quickly finished his cake and approached Su Yingna and Jin Wei. Yingna, Jin Wei, I have something urgent to attend to. Please stay with President Tian. Jin Wei stood up. I'll accompany you. No need. Just stay with Yingna and Sister Lu. If anything happens with President Tian, call me. Fang Min reassured her, patting her shoulder and nodding at Yingna and Shuai Lu before striding away. Once Fang Min was out of sight, Jin Wei flashed a radiant smile at Su Yingna. Yingna, Fang Min is not the person you and Sister Lu once thought he was, right? Regardless, he possesses exceptional medical skills and has indeed helped me immensely. Su Yingna acknowledged with a gentle nod. Upon hearing this, Shuai Lu couldn't help but admire Fang Min. He had undeniable talent. If only he weren't so lustful, cunning, or manipulative, he would truly be worth befriending. Is a man even a man if he is not lustful? How can one survive in this society without being cunning or crafty? Jin Wei defended Fang Min. I almost lost him this morning because of my efforts for you. Yingna, I regret it so much now, but thankfully he forgave me. You should all learn from my mistakes. Su Yingna nodded thoughtfully. Shuai Lu smirked coldly, crossing her arms, inwardly lamenting, you praise him, but you have no idea he has taken liberties with me. Hutu Mountain lies in the western outskirts of Yunhai City, spanning over 500 miles, entwined with the geological park to form a primeval forest. At the northern edge of the geological park is a lake known as Crescent Lake, with the black maple forest situated just beyond it. This area is often frequented by wild wolves, deterring most people from venturing there. Fang Min arrived on a motorcycle taxi, the clock nearing 9 at night, surrounded by darkness. Upon reaching Crescent Lake, the driver hesitated to proceed north, leaving Fang Min to disembark and walk towards the black maple forest. With his ability to see through the darkness, the night was illuminated as if bathed in moonlight. Nevertheless, he remained cautious, having concealed 2 sharp fruit knives on his person for safety. As he ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew increasingly cold, and he felt as though he were stepping into the depths of hell. To claim he was unafraid would be a lie. The thought of encountering a wild wolf sent shivers down his spine. Incidents of wolf attacks had frequently made headlines. Drawing one of the fruit knives, he proceeded cautiously, taking careful steps while occasionally using his enhanced vision to anticipate any forthcoming threats. After walking over 2 miles northward, he still saw no sign of Xiao Yun. Pulling out his phone, he called her. "I've arrived at the black maple forest. Head east, cross a small stream, and there's a hill. I'll be on the hill," came her icy voice over the line. Fang Min had become all too familiar with that chilling tone, which sent goosebumps racing across his skin in this eerie setting. This beautiful woman, who claimed to be his wife, was in fact a harbinger of death, one who would never love him. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he glanced towards the east and strode forward. After covering just over 500 meters, he spotted a small stream. The water was shallow and crystal clear. He leaped across and continued towards the hill. The hill stood only 100 meters high, and he soon reached the top, where he beheld a tall, enchanting beauty standing atop a stone. Her white dress danced gracefully in the wind, creating an ethereal and dreamlike aura. At that moment, she seemed otherworldly. If she were masked, one might mistake her for a beautiful ghost. Recognizing her as Xiao Yun, he rushed forward. Despite his fear, his anger propelled him onward. "Xiao Yun, how could you do this? You knew Tianya was the person I saved. Why would you try to harm her?" Xiao Yun remained silent, tightening her grip on the black pistol in her hand. Chapter 42. The trial of life and death. Your actions warrant nothing less than my demise. I pledge my loyalty to you and the Shadow Gate. Yet you must also regard my feelings. Xiao Yun, you may as well pull the trigger. I have endured enough of you. Fang Min shouted vehemently at Xiao Yun, his furious voice reverberating through the woods, echoing far into the distance. Xiao Yun remained stoically still, her fingers caressing the small pistol. Once Fang Min ceased his outcry, she turned her gaze towards him, her icy demeanor questioning. "Are you done venting?" Fang Min continued to glare at Xiao Yun, his anger palpable, yet his voice faltered, not only from exhaustion, but also due to the sudden realization of the chilling aura of death that enveloped her. This malevolence surpassed any he had previously encountered. "You are still quite enraged, are you not?" Xiao Yun slowly raised her firearm towards Fang Min, suggesting, "Eliminate the person beside the stone, and perhaps you shall find relief." Startled, Fang Min glanced towards the stone, only to discover a figure clad in black sprawled on the ground, lying in the shadow of the stone. The darkness rendered the scene nearly invisible. Squinting, he activated his vision to ascertain the truth and was met with astonishment. There lay a young man, bloodied and on the verge of death, crimson flowing from his throat. Did Xiao Yun slay this individual? As Fang Min pondered, memories of the preceding 40 minutes flooded his mind. Xiao Yun had summoned this man, catching him off guard with a swift, lethal strike to the neck. The brutality of her action left him reeling. The man had no time to defend himself, collapsing onto the grass, clutching his gushing throat. Witnessing this scene, Fang Min instinctively recoiled, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded Xiao Yun. In that moment, he truly grasped the essence of a killer. A merciless assassin capable of taking lives without a flicker of remorse. He cast a glance at Xiao Yun, wishing fervently to snatch the pistol from her hands and unleash a barrage upon her head. He was utterly fed up with her. Her coldness, her ruthlessness, her capacity for murder ignited a desire within him to end her life without a second thought. "Fang Min, are you not furious?" Xiao Yun and Amp. Oppose. S tone remained icy yet soothing. "Take this pistol and fire 2 shots at that man. Surely it shall quell your rage. Do it." In his life, in an impulsive rush, Fang Min lunged towards Xiao Yun. seizing the pistol from her grasp. His intent was clear, to aim it at her head and pull the trigger. However, in the fleeting moment of taking the weapon, he examined it with his enhanced vision, only to break into a cold sweat upon discovering it was devoid of ammunition. In an instant, Fang Min comprehended that this was Xiao Yiyun's test. The thought of directing the firearm at her, and the realization that she would not hesitate to plunge a dagger into his throat if he attempted to shoot sent a shiver down his spine. He would meet the same fate as that unfortunate young man. By the heavens, truly ruthless. This is indeed a trial. Fang Min grasped the pistol and aimed it at the man beside the stone. I shall kill you. I shall kill you. Click, click. The trigger produced merely the sound of friction, no bullets discharged. How am I to end his life without bullets? Fang Min glared at Xiao Yiyun, incredulous at her manipulation. Xiao Yiyun smirked with satisfaction. Fang Min, was this not a chance for you to vent your fury? Do you not feel better now? Taking a deep breath, Fang Min nodded slightly. So you're now composed. Xiao Yiyun chuckled coldly, producing another small black pistol. Since you desire to kill this man, I shall afford you the opportunity. With that, she handed the new pistol to Fang Min. Upon inspection, he noted, to his dismay, that it too was devoid of bullets. Clearly, this was yet another of Xiao Yiyun's trials. She had tested his rage, and now she sought to gauge his composure. Fang Min activated his enhanced sight once more, realizing that if he aimed this pistol at Xiao Yiyun, she would again strike at his throat with a dagger. His fate would remain unchanged. Xiao Yiyun, if this is a game you wish to play, I shall engage to the end. Gritting his teeth, Fang Min took the pistol and aimed it once more at the black-clad man. Again, he pulled the trigger, only to be met with silence. Ha ha! Xiao Yiyun's laughter echoed through the woods, a chilling sound that sent shivers down Fang Min's spine. He clenched his jaw, aware that she was pleased with his previous response. Believing him to be truly loyal, otherwise he would have fired the weapon at her. My dear husband, it seems I made the right choice in you. Xiao Yiyun approached Fang Min, reclaiming the pistol from his grasp and embracing him warmly. This time, you shall not be the one to act. Allow me to introduce you to a new friend. Fang Min was taken aback, scanning the surroundings. Though he saw nothing amiss, the atmosphere grew increasingly frigid and foreboding. What sort of companions could a killer summon? With a soft whistle, Xiao Yiyun placed her pinky to her vibrant lips. Howl! Suddenly, a chilling howl erupted from the north, the cry of a wolf piercing the night with an eerie resonance that sent a tremor through Fang Min. In that moment, he comprehended the true nature of terror. Turning swiftly, he gazed down the slope, spotting a massive black wolf, its size rivaling that of a full-grown leopard. Weighing an impressive 200 pounds, it darted through the trees with ferocity and grace, its emerald eyes glimmering ominously. Howl! The wolf approached the hilltop, and upon seeing Xiao Yiyun, it greeted her like a cherished pet, wagging its tail and nuzzling against her as though reuniting with a long-lost friend. Xiao Yiyun smiled with an innocent joy, crouching to pet the wolf as one would a beloved dog. In that moment, it was difficult to reconcile the image of a deadly assassin with the tender scene unfolding before him. Fang Min stood frozen, unable to move, as the sight before him defied belief. Wolves are known for their untamed nature, notoriously difficult to tame, yet this ferocious creature displayed an unexpected intimacy with Xiao Yiyun. It now appeared as docile as a household pet. Chasing Cloud, allow me to introduce you to a new friend. Xiao Yiyun stroked the wolf, gesturing towards Fang Min. This is my husband, Fang Min. Henceforth, he shall also be your companion. The wolf, as if comprehending her words, gazed at Fang Min, wagging its tail enthusiastically. Xiao Yiyun chuckled softly before looking at Fang Min, whispering, Fang Min, this is our pet, named Chasing Cloud. Come meet him. Fang Min nodded, slowly approaching Xiao Yiyun and crouching down. As he extended a trembling hand towards the wolf, he felt a mixture of awe and trepidation. Chapter 43. The Wolf and Appos. Feast has already recognized you and knows you are my husband. Xiao Yiyun nodded at Fang Min, encouraging him to gently stroke its neck and tail. Once he did so, it would remember him entirely. In the future, when he visited this forest, it would silently provide him with protection. I do not wish for it to protect me, Fang Min replied. Yet he still nodded and cautiously caressed the wolf and damp, oppose, his neck and tail. The wolf gazed at Fang Min with soft eyes, sniffed his scent, and even extended its tongue to lick his hand and face. Fang Min felt a flush of heat on his face and caught a whiff of a metallic tang. He was tempted to strike the wolf, yet he dared not. Chasing Cloud, go ahead and assist me with this matter, Xiao Yun suddenly said, lightly tapping the wolf's head. The wolf howled, its eyes flashing with a cold light, baring its teeth in a menacing snarl. Startled, Fang Min instinctively stepped behind Xiao Yun. In an instant, the wolf dashed like the wind toward the young man in black near a rock, biting him several times before killing him and dragging his lifeless body away into the dense forest to the east. Goodness! Fang Min was taken aback by the sight of a wolf devouring a human. His legs weakened, nearly collapsing onto the grass. In the blink of an eye, he was drenched in sweat, feeling a chill wash over him. Chasing Cloud will take him away and consume some of his flesh. When the police discover the body, they will not trace it back to me, Xiao Yun said, her tone remarkably casual as she watched the wolf vanish. Fang Min could tell that she had executed such acts more than once, making it evident she was quite accustomed to the brutality. He could not help but reassess this woman, who could speak of such a heinous act with such nonchalance. Was she not a goddess of death? Fang Min, let us depart, Xiao Yun said, evidently pleased with his performance today, her demeanor unexpectedly gentle. We should return to rest. Fang Min gritted his teeth and followed suit. This was a wild, untamed mountain. Remaining here alone could lead to an unknown demise. Dear wife, who was that man earlier? Why did you kill him? Fang Min inquired, keeping pace with Xiao Yun. In the past, she would have coldly responded not to ask such questions. However, this time, she replied calmly. He was originally a disciple of the Dark Gate. He betrayed the Dark Gate, and thus I had to eliminate him. My dear, I have pledged my loyalty to the Dark Gate, and I wish to understand how he betrayed it. Fang Min continued, referencing the adage that one should learn from the lessons of the past. Because he betrayed me, Xiao Yun said abruptly, stopping in her tracks and fixing Fang Min with a cold gaze. He was my subordinate. His betrayal was a betrayal of the Dark Gate. Hearing this, Fang Min felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, and he nodded gently. Wife, I understand. Xiao Yun resumed walking. I have promised to take you to the Dark Gate, where you will gradually comprehend its greatness. Focus on your training. You have approximately 25 days left. I know. Fang Min nodded eagerly, a sarcastic smile forming in his heart. Greatness? How could a killer organization be described as great? Upon reaching the valley below, they headed south. Fang Min stole glances at Xiao Yun, gauging her expression, before sighing, Wife, I will remain loyal to you, but I hope you can consider my feelings as well. Xiao Yun understood his unspoken concerns and nodded. From this night onward, I shall take your feelings into account. Rest assured, I will not harm those close to you. Even if I must act, I will inform you first. Upon hearing this, Fang Min let out a silent breath of relief. With this assurance, he no longer had to excessively worry about the safety of Su Yingna and her daughter, as well as Jin Wei. However, you must continue with your tasks. Xiao Yun and oppose, as tone turned icy once more. Fang Min scratched his short hair, feigning ignorance. Wife, I was quite frightened earlier and momentarily forgot. Please remind me again. Useless. Xiao Yun's expression shifted dramatically as she pivoted, grasping Fang Min's collar and yanking him closer. Fang Min, you are a disciple of the Dark Gate. You belong to me. Xiao Yun, every task I assign, you must be etched into your memory for life. Yes, yes. Fang Min broke out in a cold sweat, nodding hastily. Wife, I am just beginning my journey. It is impossible for one to become a professional killer overnight. I require a period of growth. Xiao Yun glared at him, then struck his cheek firmly. I have stated that you have only 1 month. 1 month. If your performance disappoints the higher-ups when I take you to the Dark Gate, you will be finished. Fang Min nodded once more, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Wife, I will strive to meet your expectations. Xiao Yun scrutinized Fang Min's eyes, then gently patted his cheek. Very well, I believe in you. Now, I will tell you for the last time about your recent tasks. One is to get close to Su Yingna's Su family. The other is to approach Jin Wei's Jin family. Gather as many secrets about these two families as you can. Do you understand? Understood, Fang Min replied loudly, instantly drenched in sweat. They say accompanying a sovereign is akin to accompanying a tiger. Now he realized that being with a killer wife was the true embodiment of peril. Minutes later, they arrived at a patch of reeds. Fang Min spotted a dilapidated motorcycle with a false license plate. It was undoubtedly Xiao Yun and Amp Oppos, as temporary ride. Get on. We leave, Xiao Yun said as she mounted the motorcycle with a swift motion. Fang Min hurriedly followed suit. Virum. As the engine roared to life, Xiao Yun accelerated, propelling them forward. Fang Min was jolted back, nearly falling off, and instinctively wrapped his arms around Xiao Yun and Amp Oppos, as slender waist. Xiao Yun felt the force of his embrace. Even as he held her tightly, she remained silent, continuing to speed through the dense forest. At the First People's Hospital, Su Yingna, Jinwei, and Xue Lu waited anxiously outside the intensive care unit. As the clock approached 11:50, they entered the room to quietly observe the still sleeping Tianya. Fang Min had previously mentioned that she would awaken at 11:55, and Xue Lu had even bet on it. Now they were eager to witness this moment. Time ticked by slowly. The three women were drenched in nervous sweat, especially Su Yingna, whose forehead glistened with beads of perspiration. Jinwei stood at Tianya's bedside, intently watching her wristwatch, murmuring, 54 minutes, 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. As she counted down to 1 second remaining, the sleeping Tianya suddenly coughed and slowly opened her eyes. Ha, Fang Min ist remarkable. Jinwei and Su Yingna exclaimed in unison. Mom, you're finally awake. Su Yingna cried out joyfully, bursting into tears as she embraced Tianya. Okay, here's the refined version of the text you provided, focusing on improved English phrasing and vocabulary while removing irrelevant content. Chapter 44. A telephonic consultation upon witnessing Tianya's awakening. Jinwei was visibly moved. Auntie awakened precisely at the predicted hour. Fang Min is truly remarkable. Xue Lu, equally touched, dabbed at the corner of her eye and nodded. I never would have guessed that rascal Fang Min possessed such capabilities. Jinwei chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Xue Lu. Now that you acknowledge his talent, why persist in calling him a rascal? Xue Lu retorted with a smile, because he inherently is a rascal. Hush, Jinwei cautioned, noticing Su Yingna's intention to address her mother, urging Xue Lu to maintain silence. Mother, Su Yingna, her face awash with tears, clasped Tianya and Amp Oppos' hand and gazed intently at her. Are you feeling more comfortable now? Tianya offered a gentle nod, reassuring her daughter in a weakened voice. Nana, please don an Amp Oppos' weep. Mother is quite all right. Su Yingna managed a smile, swiftly wiping away her tears, and turned to Xue Lu. Lujia, please telephone Fang Min immediately. Inform him that my mother has awakened and inquire about the subsequent course of action. I was just about to contact him, Xue Lu responded with a smile, brandishing her mobile phone at Su Yingna before initiating the call to Fang Min, having returned to his residence with his assassin wife, was engaged in calisthenics in the gymnasium. Upon hearing his phone ring, he answered while performing sit-ups. Speaking, who is this? It is I, Xue Lu exclaimed into the phone. Who is I? Fang Min teased, recognizing Xue Lu's voice. Xue Lu, your older sister Lu. Ah, that explains the melodious tone, Fang Min replied. Enough with the flattery. Xue Lu glanced towards Tianya on the sickbed. Tian has awakened. Yingna requests guidance regarding our next course of action. Fang Min chuckled. Lujia, abide by the wager. Will you impart the art of Tai Chi to me? Yes. I will instruct you when you arrive here tomorrow. Xue Lu responded impatiently. My immediate question pertains to Tian's awakening. What measures should we now undertake? If Tian appears parched, offer her a small quantity of water, Fang Min advised. Thereafter, encourage her to rest. Should she find herself unable to sleep, engage her in light conversation. Furthermore, cease all medication. No pharmaceuticals are presently necessary. Understood, Xue Lu exclaimed. Cease your incessant nagging. Fang Min, exasperated, said Opites. Xue Lu, are you not the one who initiated this call? Oh yes, allowing Na to speak with me. Spare your attempts to ingratiate yourself with Yingna. It shall not transpire. Xuelu retorted coldly, feigning deafness. Lujia, permitting Na to speak with me. Fang Min repeated, receiving no response. Convey your message through me. Xuelu, observing Su Yingna approaching, interjected, Yingna is presently occupied. Upon overhearing this, Su Yingna promptly shook her head. I'm not presently busy. Hush. Xuelu gestured for Su Yingna to remain silent, before addressing the phone once more. Fang Min, speak. Luye, I wish to discuss matters of menstruation with Yingna. However, given your willingness to substitute, perhaps we shall discuss it with you. Fang Min stated earnestly. Never mind, never mind. Address Yingna instead. Xuelu relented, inwardly cursing him, and handed the phone to Su Yingna. Fang Min is on the line. Exercise caution. Su Yingna suppressed a smile. This Lujia is truly something. One must exercise caution even when conversing with Fang Min. Accepting the phone, she retreated to a corner and spoke softly. Fang Min, I am sincerely grateful. Precisely as you predicted, my mother awakened at the precise moment you indicated. It is heartening to hear of her recovery. Tian may recuperate in the hospital for a few days before being discharged. Fang Min responded with a smile. Yingna, please do not exhaust yourself. Prioritize your own well-being. Hearing Fang Min's words, Su Yingna felt a surge of warmth and responded with gratitude. I understand. I shall take heed. It is precisely because you're neglectful that I offer this reminder, Fang Min sighed. Yingna, confess. Has your menses been delayed by a few days? Su Yingna was taken aback. Fang Min, how did you discern that? Because I am a physician. Being in proximity to you, I could perceive it, Fang Min chuckled. Fang Min, are you attempting to deceive me? How is such a thing perceptible? Sujina expressed skepticism. Unless one possesses divine abilities, it is impossible to perceive another's menstruation. I regard you as a friend. You must be candid with me. Aware of Su Yingna and Amp. Oppo's disposition, Fang Min sighed. Have I ever jested with you? I reserve my jests for Xuelu, rarely directing them towards you. Furthermore, this pertains to a medical condition. Would I trifle with such a matter? Upon hearing this, Su Yingna furrowed her brow and pondered. Without palpation or prior knowledge of her condition, and given that her physical state was known only to herself, how could Fang Min discern that her menses were delayed by 2 days? Yingna, you also have small blemishes, Fang Min added abruptly. Part your skirt and examine your right thigh, the inner aspect. I recall a small blemish residing there. Su Yingna, startled, hastily lifted her skirt and examined her right thigh. Indeed, a small, reddened blemish with a slight white head was present on her fair skin. Her astonishment deepened. Fang Min, how could you possibly know of the blemish on my thigh? At that moment, Xuelu, who had been standing nearby, noticed the blemish on Su Yingna's thigh and overheard her question. She immediately berated the phone. Fang Min, you are a scoundrel. How dare you ogle Yingna's thighs? Fang Min was exasperated. Xuelu, is the butterfly-shaped birthmark on your coccyx also a figment of my imagination? Xuelu was rendered speechless. She was certain that Fang Min could not have seen it, as she was fully clothed. But how could Fang Min possess such precise knowledge? Allow me to elucidate. I am not only adept at healing, but also at divination. Fang Min chuckled inwardly. These are all the products of my calculations. Fang Min, you must have implanted electronic devices on our person. Xuelu, convinced that Fang Min would not possess such knowledge without resorting to trickery, cried out in exasperation. Luye, lower your voice. Su Yingna hastily covered Xuelu's mouth before urgently addressing the phone. Fang Min, say no more. I believe your words. Knowing that he possessed knowledge of even her menstrual cycle, she feared he might reveal other secrets, causing her face to flush. That is the correct approach. Fang Min spoke earnestly. Yingna, you must now prioritize rest and recuperation. Your menses is currently delayed by only a day or 2, should you remain neglectful. It may extend to 3 or 5 days. Alas, should it persist for 3 to 5 years, your situation would become dire. Su Yingna wanted to laugh. It is not as dire as you portray it. What steps should I take? It is straightforward. Prioritize rest and heed your diet, Fang Min instructed. Furthermore, refrain from wearing a perpetually somber expression. Emulate Jean Wei's cheerful demeanor. A positive disposition enhances the appetite, and a healthy appetite promotes overall well-being. Sujin na oferta fantasmaid. I understand. I shall take heed. If there is nothing further, I shall terminate this call. Do not terminate. Shuelu seized the phone from Su Yingna and retreated to a corner. Su Yingna, aware that Shuelu intended to confront Fang Min regarding the birthmark, smiled and shook her head. Fang Min, confess. Shuelu exclaimed into the phone upon reaching the corner. How did you come to know of the birthmark on my posterior? If you do not provide a clear explanation, I shall never forgive you. Chapter 45. How to erase the aura of death. Fang Min chuckled heartily. Lu Jia. Tomorrow I shall visiting Na and Amp, Appo's mother. Perhaps then we could discuss this matter with our trousers down. Just wait, I will kill you. Shuelu was so enraged that she nearly leaped up. Fang Min laughed heartily and hung up the phone. Engaging in banter with Shuelu was truly exhilarating. The thought of her furious expression made him laugh even more joyfully. What are you laughing at? A chilling voice suddenly emerged from the adjacent room. Startled, Fang Min quickly covered his mouth. There was a small swimming pool next door where Xiao Yiyun was bathing, and Fang Min's laughter had attracted her attention. Though her voice was soft, it resonated clearly in his ears. With the ability to perceive even the faintest sounds within a 50-meter radius, he felt compelled to respond to his wife's inquiry. He tidied himself up and walked toward the small pool. The scene was breathtaking. Both the pool and the beauty within it were nothing short of magnificent. Standing at the entrance, Fang Min beheld the shimmering waters illuminated by soft light, creating a scene reminiscent of a fairy tale. There was nothing purer nor more transparent than this. Even more enchanting was the woman floating on the surface. With her lustrous black hair, fair and voluptuous figure, and an ethereal aura. As she lay on the water, her exquisite visage was partially exposed, and the sight was so stunning it could make one bleed from the nose. To encapsulate her beauty in a poetic line would be most fitting. The young lotus reveals its delicate tip. Fang Min was momentarily entranced. He was fully aware that this woman was a killer, a being whose hands were stained with blood. Yet, upon witnessing her form, he found himself unabashedly enamored, captivated by her allure. Even a hero may falter in the presence of a beautiful woman. How much more so for an ordinary man, when a beauty is exceedingly stunning. One can hardly concern themselves with her origins or identity. All that matters is her physical form. Despite having shared intimate moments with this stunning woman, Fang Min still felt he had not truly possessed her. Indeed, she exuded an air of eternal purity that left one longing for more. He swallowed hard and softly asked, "Wife, did you call for me? Shall I fetch you a towel or some soap?" Xiao Yiyun lay quietly on the water's surface, her eyes closed, appearing almost asleep. She seemed not to have heard Fang Min's voice, remaining still. After an indeterminate time, she finally asked softly, "Husband, what were you laughing about just now?" "My dear, I was on the phone with someone, and in a moment of joy, I couldn't help but laugh." Fang Min admired Xiao Yiyun's exquisite figure and swallowed again. "I did not mean to disturb you. I apologize." As he spoke carefully, he scrutinized Xiao Yiyun's expression. That very night, he had witnessed her and her wild wolf kill a youth, which made him cautious, fearing he might inadvertently cross her boundaries. "An apology is unnecessary. I merely heard a faint sound," Xiao Yun replied softly, eyes still shut. "Since you are here, why not scatter some flower petals upon the water?" Only then did Fang Min notice a basket beside him, filled with vibrant rose petals, exuding a delightful fragrance. "All right, my love." He lifted the basket and stood at the edge of the pool, scattering the petals across the surface. With each handful, he was reminded of the phrase, "Heavenly maid scatters flowers." Yet the atmosphere felt anything but romantic as his nerves kept him on edge, worried he might err. While scattering the petals, he mused, if the beauty resting in the water were not a killer, how wonderful that would be. I would willingly drink her bathwater. As the rose petals floated toward Xiao Yun, she appeared even more alluring. She remained still, allowing the fragrance of the petals to envelop her, enhancing her beauty. "My dear, rose petals can enhance your beauty, while lavender can soothe your nerves and help you sleep." Fang Min broke the silence, speaking in a suggestive tone. "Shall I bring you some lavender next time?" "No." Xiao Yun gently shook her head. "I only use roses." Fang Min was taken aback. "Why?" "Because only roses are worthy of my body," she replied softly, "and only roses can help me eliminate the aura of death surrounding me." The mention of aura of death sent a shiver down Fang Min's spine. Indeed, a killer would undoubtedly carry such an aura. An ordinary person might not perceive it, but Fang Min could sense it now. A chilling essence enveloped Xiao Yun's exterior, an aura that was both suffocating and despair-inducing. It was akin to a butcher who emanates an aura of death. While humans remain oblivious, animals like pigs and dogs can sense it. This explains why hounds fear butchers. They possess an indelible aura of death. Gazing at the sleeping beauty in the pool, Fang Min now believed that even if Xiao Yun relished killing, she would never enjoy the aura of death surrounding her. For such an essence is unhealthy, unsettling, and detrimental to a woman's beauty. Historical patterns suggest that there are no lifelong killers. They ultimately seek to rid themselves of the inescapable aura of death and desire a peaceful existence. My dear, if you wish to eliminate the aura of death, I have a better method, Fang Min softly proposed while continuing to scatter rose petals. Xiao Yun's brows furrowed slightly as she slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Fang Min with a gentler expression. What method? Will you be angry if I speak? Fang Min asked cautiously. Xiao Yun closed her eyes again, commanding, just speak. He then articulated each word carefully. To eliminate the aura of death, you must cease killing. Suddenly, Xiao Yun sat upright in the water, reaching out to grasp Fang Min's shirt above his abdomen, yanking him violently. With a splash, Fang Min was thrust into the water. Xiao Yun stood and pressed her foot upon his neck, forcing him beneath the surface. She glared at him fiercely, as if he were an enemy. Fang Min felt the rush of water around him, but he dared not struggle, knowing his words had crossed Xiao Yun's threshold. The more one fears something, the more it approaches. Damn it, Xiao Yun, I was doing this for your own good. After a minute and a half, Fang Min could no longer hold his breath, desperately shaking his head and quickly tapping her ankle, attempting to acknowledge his recklessness. With gritted teeth, Xiao Yun continued to press down. Fang Min's eyes widened in panic as he shook his head, gulping mouthfuls of water. He realized he could not struggle. Doing so would only ignite Xiao Yun's fury, leading to his certain demise. He could only continue to tap her ankle in supplication, all the while swallowing water, uncertain how much longer he could endure, but knowing he must persist. Chapter 46. The Assassin Wife and Oppose. Apology. Xiao Yun had been keenly observing Fang Min in the water, fully aware of how long he could endure. She aimed to instill the utmost terror in him, to make him utterly fearful and submissive. While silently counting the seconds and watching Fang Min and Oppose's movements, she suddenly withdrew her foot. Sensing this, Fang Min hastily summoned his last ounce of strength to rise. As he burst forth from the water, he first expelled the liquid from his mouth, then gasped for air as if he hadn't breathed in years. As he struggled for breath, he inwardly lamented, if I had lingered for a few more seconds, I wouldn't have been able to stand. Do not attempt to brainwash me. Xiao Yun suddenly seized Fang Min's collar and shouted, I know best what needs to be done. When you offer suggestions, you had better think them through 100 times. Fang Min nodded vigorously, panting, Wife, I understand. I will be careful. Xiao Yun shot him a fierce glare, pushed him away, and resumed her scattering of flowers. With a splash, Fang Min found himself tumbling over, lying on the water surface before hastily regaining his footing, turning around in a rather undignified manner and trudging toward the pool's edge. Anger and hatred surged within him. As he walked, he gritted his teeth. I must rid myself of this assassin wife. The best outcome would be to send her to prison. Despite the burning rage within him, he knew he had to suppress it and show no outward signs. He understood all too well that Xiao Yun still held deep mistrust towards him. She could kill him at any moment. Only when he had completely submitted to her would she feel safe. It is absolutely impossible for me to bow down to you, Fang Min silently vowed as he picked up another basket of flowers and continued his task by the water's edge. Xiao Yun once again reclined, closing her eyes in rest, her long, elegant form on display. Her expression suggested that nothing had transpired. Fang Min cast a furtive, intense glare at her, biting his teeth in frustration. At this moment, he noticed that Xiao Yun and Oppose allure had diminished from before, and he dared not entertain any further thoughts. With his life at stake, how could he think of pleasure? Buzzing. Buzzing. Xiao Yun's phone suddenly vibrated, emitting a kaleidoscope of lights. Fang Min glanced at the Apple phone beside her head and then at her. Xiao Yun remained with her eyes shut, extending a damp jade hand. Observing this, Fang Min hurried over, picked up the phone, and gently placed it in her palm. Wife. Your call. Xiao Yun accepted the phone, opened her eyes to check the number, and immediately sat up to answer. Her previously aloof demeanor transformed into one of humility. Junior sister, Dagong has been shot and is now hanging by a thread. A woman's anxious voice resonated through the line. Xiao Yun sprang to her feet, water cascading down her graceful curves. Senior sister, Dagong cannot die. He must survive. Otherwise, we shall never obtain that vital token. I know, our doctor has done his utmost, but he cannot save him. The voice on the other end sighed. What kind of gunshot wound is it? Xiao Yun inquired urgently. 2 gunshot wounds, one to the neck and one to the abdomen, plus he has been poisoned. We cannot give up. Bring Dagong to me. I will arrange for treatment. Xiao Yun glanced at Fang Min. The voice sighed again. Junior sister, what is the point of this? There is. Xiao Yun insisted. The doctor by my side may not be a miracle worker, but he should be able to stabilize Dagong, at least long enough for him to reveal the secret. Hurry and bring him over. All right, I will arrive in an hour. The voice agreed before hanging up. Fang Min. Xiao Yun strode towards the pool and oppose. His edge. Her voice ringing out. My senior brother has been shot and poisoned. You must treat him. Fang Min had already discerned her intention. Wife, I haven't even graduated from university, let alone hold a medical license. How can I possibly rush to save a critically injured person? You can do it. Xiao Yun exclaimed. You revived Su Yingna when she was unconscious. You revived her mother too. They had no one else to save them, but you did. This proves your talent in emergency care. But he has gunshot wounds and is poisoned. Fang Min shrugged, sighing. I was nearly drowned just a moment ago. And now you want me to treat your people? Husband, just do your best. I will take responsibility for any consequences. Xiao Yun stepped closer to Fang Min, her tone softening. She understood that while she could compel him to do other things, this matter was different. A slight miscalculation could lead to disastrous results. A doctor could save a life, or with a mere misstep, take it away. For her, in the dark gate, Dagong was too vital. He must live, for only he knew the whereabouts of a crucial token. Hey, Fang Min sighed heavily. Wife, I understand your feelings, but the patient's condition is extremely critical. I truly have no confidence. I'm terrified just being alone with you. When your senior sister and brother arrive, I want to just be unable to treat him. I might faint from fear. At this point, he shook his head. Wife, even if you were to kill my sister Jianglan, I would still be powerless to help. Previously, Xiao Yun had often used Jianglan to threaten him. Now, he mentioned her, curious to see her reaction. Xiao Yun paused, a bittersweet smile creeping on her lips as she approached Fang Min. Fang Min, with me around, you need not fear. I will not disclose our relationship just yet. You must do your best, all right? Hearing her speak in such a conciliatory tone, Fang Min couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Wife, I truly am powerless. He replied, caring for that patient is a death sentence, as is neglecting them. You might as well kill me now. Xiao Yun fell silent. After a moment, she approached Fang Min and gently caressed his neck. Husband, how could I bear to kill you? I'm sorry, I accidentally stepped on your neck out of anger earlier. Rest assured, I will not do so again. As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around his waist and kissed his cheek. Now that felt right. Fang Min's heart eased somewhat. Wife, you are an assassin. To me, you are a fierce tiger. Do you think you could just turn on me at will? I can understand and accept that. Husband, do not worry. I will learn to control my temper. Xiao Yun's tone turned exceedingly gentle. There's a saying, a night of marriage brings 100 days of affection. We have been living together for a few days. Do you think there will be no feelings? Husband, do you not care for your wife at all? Fang Min ran his fingers through his hair, feigning despair. Wife, I wish to care for you, but do I dare? The result of caring for you will only lead to more pain for myself. Husband, if you do not tend to your wife, how will you know? Xiao Yun murmured, drawing closer to him. Upon hearing her words, Fang Min finally felt at ease. Faced with her sudden gentleness and affection, his heart fluttered. There was no escaping. Even the most formidable heroes struggle against the allure of beauty, let alone Fang Min. As he embraced Xiao Yiyun, he could no longer restrain himself and rushed toward the bedroom. All right, wife, this time I shall cherish you fiercely. Damn it, being with you is utterly stifling. Tonight, I shall vent my frustrations to the fullest. Indeed, let the tempest rage with even greater ferocity. Xiao Yiyun blushed with a shy smile, nestling against Fang Min's chest, softly murmuring, "My dear husband, I am your wife. Is it not a matter of mere whim to indulge whenever and wherever you desire? But do hasten, for they shall arrive in but an hour." Though she appeared enchanting and affectionate, a furtive glance directed at Fang Min revealed an insidious malice. "Just wait, Fang Min. Should you fail to cure Dagong, I shall ensure that you accompany him to the grave." Chapter 47. An extraordinary operation late at night. The North Spring residential area was serene and hushed. Only from Xiao Yiyun's room emanated occasional cries and gasps. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. She answered hastily, and upon hearing the news, she pushed away the man beside her. "Fang Min, next time, darling, they're arriving sooner than expected." "Damn, that's too fast," Fang Min exclaimed, crestfallen. "My dear, our overture hasn't even begun." "Never mind. I'll make it up to you next time. We have to hurry." Xiao Yiyun dressed quickly, gesturing for Fang Min to do the same. At that moment, a black van entered the courtyard of North Spring, heading towards a spacious warehouse in the northwest corner. Inside, four individuals in black attire sat with grave expressions. On a small cot lay a severely wounded man, his body drenched in blood, receiving oxygen but appearing near death. As the doors swung open, they swiftly exited, carrying the cot into the warehouse, followed by various medicines and surgical instruments from a vehicle. Having completed these tasks, a fiery-haired woman with a short haircut retrieved her phone and dialed. "Junior, we and Amp, Oppos, V arrived." "We and Amp, Oppos, Re here too." Xiao Yiyun, accompanied by Fang Min, hurried in from outside. As they entered the room, a burly man standing guard promptly locked the door from within. Fang Min subtly observed the surroundings, noting that the fiery-haired woman was indeed Xiao Yiyun and Oppos, as senior, Dai Meng and Oppos. Her triangular phoenix eyes and the 9 hidden throwing knives on her slender waist revealed her to be an even more formidable assassin than Xiao Yun. He discerned her leadership role from the aura of menace surrounding her. "Senior, this is the physician I and Oppos. V invited." "Fang Min," Xiao Yun said, nodding to Dai Meng and Oppos. Dai Meng and Oppos, taken aback by Fang Min's youth, exclaimed him. "Trust me, Senior," Xiao Yun affirmed, turning to Fang Min and instructing, "Fang Min, begin at once." Without hesitation, Fang Min approached the cot, examining the critically injured man. A gunshot wound to the neck, perilously close to the carotid artery. A gunshot wound to the abdomen, practically tearing it apart. Fang Min observed. "In this condition, he should be in a hospital. If a hospital were an option, would we seek you out?" Dai Meng retorted. Glaring fiercely at Fang Min, unnerved, explained, "Senior, I meant that the patient is hemorrhaging severely. A hospital could at least provide a blood transfusion. We brought it." Dai Menger gestured to a crew-cut man, who opened a backpack and placed several bulging blood bags on a nearby table. "Young man, we were too hasty in procuring the blood, and it became mixed. Some bags contained type A, others type B," Dai Menger said, regarding Fang Min with a troubled expression. "Our first challenge is to differentiate these blood bags. This one is type A, the others are type B," Fang Min declared, using his perceptive gaze to distinguish them. He set aside the type A bag, stating, "The patient is type B. Begin the transfusion immediately." Everyone was astonished. Dai Menger, gritting her teeth, drew a throwing knife with a snick and pressed it against Fang Min and Oppos' neck. "Boy, if you dare deceive us, you and Oppos, LL be the first to die." Fang Min, feeling the pressure on his neck, shrugged it off and said, "Senior, every moment wasted is your loss. Senior, rest assured, he's one of us and wouldn't dare trifle. Nor would he have the audacity." Xiao Yun interjected, hastily restraining Dai Meng und Oppos. Dai Meng and Oppos. Scrutinizing Fang Min, finally retracted the knife. "You and Appos," breathed the doctor. "Transfuse the blood to the patient." Fang Min directed the crew cut man. The crew cut man, once again surprised, glanced curiously at Fang Min. Fang Min and Appos' immediate identification of the blood type and his recognition of the man as a doctor aroused his suspicion. Nevertheless, after a moment and Appos' hesitation, he proceeded with the transfusion. The bullet in the abdomen is less critical and unlikely to cause a fatal injury. First, we must remove the bullet from the neck. Fang Min picked up a pair of tweezers from the table. "Careful. Die Menge kautionet, stepping forward anxiously." The bullet is dangerously close to the carotid artery. Removing it might be fatal. An astute observation. Fang Min nodded, inserting the tweezers directly into the wound. The crowd gasped, Die Menge crying out, "What are you doing?" Fang Min swiftly extracted the tweezers, displaying the bloody bullet to Die Meng and Amp. "Amp, Appos, what do you think I and Amp, Appos am doing?" Die Meng and Amp, Appos, was stunned, while the others were utterly flabbergasted. That was too fast. They had anticipated the surgery to take at least 2 hours, but Fang Min had resolved the issue in mere seconds. With both speed and precision, the bullet has been extracted. Now, we and Amp, Appos, disinfect the area and proceed with bandaging. Fang Min nonchalantly tossed the bullet into a tray, nodded to Die Meng and Amp, Appos, and the others, and began examining the abdominal wound. Barely 2 seconds later, he plunged the tweezers into the wound again. Once more, the onlookers were dumbfounded, but no one uttered a sound. Plop! As Fang Min withdrew the tweezers, a soft sound emanated from the patient's abdomen, followed by a gush of blood. The crowd gasped again. Another bloody bullet was clamped in the tweezers. Clang! Fang Min tossed the bullet into the tray, stating in an understated tone, "Now that the bullet in the abdomen has been removed, I and Amp, Appos, determined that no organs or intestines have been damaged. We can proceed directly to bandaging the wound." No one spoke, not even Die Meng and Amp, Appos, as they were all utterly dumbstruck. A surgery they had expected to be perilous and time-consuming had been completed by Fang Min in a mere 10 seconds, and executed flawlessly. In martial arts, speed is paramount. How much more so in surgery? Their eyes reflected astonishment, awe, and even admiration. Xiao Yun, standing aside, gazed at Fang Min with an almost worshipful expression, marveling, "Wow, I never imagined Fang Min and Amp, Appos' medical skills were so miraculous. It seems I and Amp, Appos, made a wise and decisive choice in making him my husband. With this surgical blade, what do we have to fear if anyone in our organization is injured?" As the wounds were bandaged and oxygen was administered, the patient gradually responded. In truth, he had never lost consciousness, quietly observing his surroundings. Noticing that a young doctor was performing the surgery, he initially believed he was doomed. However, now he was filled with awe. Who is this young doctor? How can he be so exceptional? Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he looked at Fang Min with a meaningful gaze. Fang Min, who had been observing the patient, noticed his gaze and discreetly used his perceptive sight to examine him. After a few seconds, he approached the patient's right side, leaned down, and nodded. "Rest well. You'll be able to get out of bed in half a month." The patient nodded, slowly raising his right hand to shake Fang Min and Appos. Upon shaking hands, Fang Min felt a small note concealed in the patient and Appos' palm. Despite having noticed the note with his perceptive sight, he was still shocked. What secret does this note contain? Why did this patient entrust it to me? Chapter 48. A secret veiled immediately. Fang Min surreptitiously concealed the note within his grasp, subsequently slipping it into his pocket when unobserved. He then reiterated his handshake with the injured man, nodding in acknowledgement, encouraging him to recuperate. During their exchange, he discerned the man's fervent grip, indicative of unspoken sentiments. With a knowing nod, he conveyed reassurance, a silent promise of unwavering support. "Dearest, we must depart." Die Meng and Appos, declared, casting a hostile gaze upon Fang Min startled. Fang Min gravitated toward Xiao Yun, who, sensing Die Menger's intent, interjected, esteemed sister, Fang Min is under my protection. You may rest assured. After a scrutinizing glance, Dai Meng and Amp, oppose, or acquiesced, drawing Xiao Yiyun aside to confide. Spare his life, but he must serve as our instrument. Fang Min inwardly vowed. We shall see who becomes whose pawn. Shortly thereafter, Dai Meng and Amp, oppose, or inter-cohort transported the injured man to a vehicle, swiftly departing. Beloved, shall we return? Xiao Yiyun inquired, guiding Fang Min back to their abode. En route, she queried, pray tell, from whom did you acquire your medical prowess? A self-taught endeavor, I suppose. I immerse myself in surgical videos and literature, Fang Min replied. Yet my celerity is wanting. I aspire to complete such procedures within mere seconds. Xiao Yiyun marveled at his words, acknowledging that his swiftness already surpassed that of seasoned surgeons. Previously, she would have dismissed such pronouncements, but now she silently applauded his audacity. Your diligence is commendable, she conceded. Your training shall be halved henceforth. Training is inconsequential. It is our. Fang Min began, alluding to their unconsummated union. Shall we train together? Xiao Yun proposed. I shall personally oversee your regimen. I'm in our. We shall partake in breakfast together? Excellent. I shall prepare a repast fit for a king. Fang Min was taken aback, questioning, could my spouse be frigid? The following day, Xiao Yiyun fulfilled her promise, presenting Fang Min with a delectable breakfast. As he prepared to depart, Xiao Yiyun inquired, what are your engagements today? My dear, I shall visit Su Yingna and her mother at the municipal hospital, followed by my duties at the pharmacy, Fang Min replied. I shall not neglect my responsibilities. Xiao Yiyun nodded in affirmation. Since their acquaintance, she had never witnessed such affability in Xiao Yiyun. He cherished this newfound harmony, bestowing a kiss upon her brow before departing. As he descended the stairs, Xiao Yiyun observed him through a telescope, her countenance shifting from tenderness to iciness. She lamented the inability to implant surveillance devices. Thwarted by the astute policewoman, Junrong, she harbored concerns about Fang Min's potential treachery, a possibility she was ill-equipped to detect. Despite her attempts to dominate him, she found him elusive, owing to his cunning and extraordinary medical skills. Her gaze drifted to a photograph of Jiang Lan, a cold smile playing upon her lips. With this trump card, I doubt he shall betray me. Simultaneously, Fang Min pondered Xiao Yiyun's motives, aware of her surveillance. Upon exiting the complex and traveling a considerable distance by taxi, he exhaled in relief. He meticulously scanned his person for electronic devices before retrieving a crumpled note from his pocket. The note, acquired from the injured man, bore the inscription, Fertile Acres, Building 9. 13th floor, room 135, red shoe box beneath the bedroom bed. What secrets lie within this box? He mused. Why was this address entrusted to me? Weighing the man's identity, Dai Menger's volatility, and a relationship between Dai Menger and Xiao Yiyun, he resolved to investigate. Entangled within the web of the clandestine organization, he sought to seize control. He instructed the driver to halt at a nearby market, where he procured a black backpack, a cap, gloves, a screwdriver, and needles. He also acquired a slingshot and ammunition. Reminiscent of his youthful days, a pastime often reproved by Jiang Lan. Backpack in tow, he hailed a taxi to Fertile Acres. Upon arrival, he observed a dilapidated complex, slated for demolition. Noticing a security camera, he smirked. My purchase was prescient. Concealing himself behind a tree, he stealthily launched a projectile, shattering the camera lens. Unnoticed amidst the bustle, he donned his cap and entered the complex. Despite its disrepair, the complex boasted lush greenery. He proceeded toward Building 9, only to recoil in shock. A familiar figure stood at the entrance. It is none other than the assassin and Oppo's wife Xiao Yiyun. Chapter 49. Projectile incapacitation of surveillance camera Fang Min and Oppo's. Heart leaped in his throat, his breath catching in his chest. Good heavens, he thought, what is Xiao Yiyun doing here? In a fleeting moment, he surmised that Xiao Yiyun was also seeking the box and was aware of its location within this residential complex. He mirrored her immobility, utilizing his clairvoyant vision to assess the situation. A sudden gust of wind swept through the area, followed by a gentle drizzle. Before long, the The surroundings were enveloped in a misty haze. Subsequently, Fang Min noticed Xiao Yun engaging in a phone call, overhearing her hushed voice. Senior, I and Oppos. V located Building 9 of the Fengchan residential complex, but I and Oppos am uncertain of the specific floor and room. The voice on the other end responded, It and Oppos, S in Building 9. Begin your search, and I and Oppos. LL arrive with reinforcements shortly. Upon hearing this, Fang Min deduced that Xiao Yun was conversing with Dai Meng and Oppos, causing his brow to furrow. With Xiao Yun present and Dai Meng en route with a contingent, his opportunity would be non-existent. He had to secure the box within the shortest possible time frame. Observing the intensifying mist, Fang Min smirked coldly, donned his gloves, retrieved his slingshot, and, after priming the projectile, aimed at Xiao Yun. Thwack! The sound of displaced air echoed. True to her profession, Xiao Yun, upon hearing the projectile hurtling toward her, swiftly evaded it, while simultaneously scrutinizing the western direction. In that instant, she reached for the throwing knives at her waist. However, Fang Min was not about to afford her the chance. Utilizing the concealment provided by the mist, he advanced surreptitiously, launching a barrage of projectiles at Xiao Yun. Given the proximity and rapid succession of the shots, even a seasoned assassin like Xiao Yun struggled to cope. Thud, thud, thud. In short order, Xiao Yun sustained 3 hits on her shoulder, back, and calf. Overwhelmed by the pain, she shielded her face, seeking refuge in the nearby grove. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Fang Min continued his relentless assault, leaving Xiao Yun with no recourse but to flee. Unaware of the number and identities of her assailants, coupled with the obscuring mist, she was filled with apprehension. Furthermore, the impacts were excruciating, compelling her to seek distance. As she felt a stinging sensation on her face, her resentment deepened, and she retreated further. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Fang Min persisted in his barrage, firing with gritted teeth, firing with unadulterated glee. Wasn't it you who tormented me? Wasn't it Oppos? It you who dragged me to the depths? Wasn't it Oppos? It you who struck and berated me at will? Witnessing Xiao Yun and Oppos' ignominious retreat, Fang Min suppressed his urge to erupt in laughter, firing a few more shots before plunging headlong into Building 9. After a quick glance at the elevator, he noticed it was out of service. He dashed toward the stairwell, ascending to the 13th floor in a single burst. Upon reaching the corridor and finding it deserted, he proceeded directly to room 135. Employing his clairvoyant vision to scan the room and confirm its emptiness, he approached the door and opened his backpack, producing a lock-picking tool. With the aid of his clairvoyant vision, he inserted the tool into the lock. Despite some initial clumsiness, he heard a distinct click after a minute. The door was unlocked. Fang Min paused to catch his breath, glanced down the corridor, entered the room, and closed the door behind him. By this point, he was drenched in perspiration. Due to the closed windows and doors, the room was stiflingly hot, with a pungent odor permeating the air. Disregarding the other rooms, Fang Min headed directly to the master bedroom. As he advanced, he surveyed the surroundings, searching for any hidden surveillance devices. Finding nothing of note, he entered the master bedroom, approached the bed, and abruptly threw back the mattress. Beneath it, a storage compartment contained a dozen shoeboxes, with a red one tucked away in the corner. Fang Min scanned it with his clairvoyant vision, revealing a jade stone the size of an infant's fist. An emerald jade. Good heavens, a treasure! Fang Min exclaimed. A single glance was enough to convince him of its immense value. As he admired it, he felt a cool breeze caress his face, providing a soothing sensation. This unprecedented experience further solidified his belief in its preciousness. He hastily retrieved the red shoebox, opened it to extract the exquisite box containing the jade, placed it in his backpack, and turned to leave. As he moved, he remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. Upon reaching the doorway, he noticed Xiao Yun and Dai Meng, accompanied by 4 burly men, storming up to the 13th floor, having already reached the 12th. Good heavens! Fang Min exclaimed, breaking out in a cold sweat. Attempting to escape via the stairwell would inevitably lead to an encounter with them. Retreating into the room would be a death sentence. Fang Min gritted his teeth, hastily reopened his backpack, retrieved the lock-picking tool, and moved to the opposite room to unlock its door. Thump, thump, thump. Fang Min could clearly hear Xiao Yiyun and her entourage ascending the stairs, causing him to break out in an even greater sweat. Just as Xiao Yiyun and Dai Meng and Amp, Oppos, reached the 13th floor, Fang Min flung open the door, stepped inside, and quietly closed it behind him. Through the door, he observed Xiao Yiyun and her group rapidly approaching. Xiao Yiyun's face was bruised and swollen, necessitating the use of a white silk scarf to conceal her disfigurement, giving her the appearance of a beauty from the western regions. Huh, serves you right. No good. Xiao Yiyun and Dai Meng, upon reaching the door of room 135, simultaneously emitted a piercing shriek. They rushed into the room, inspecting each chamber. Upon noticing that the bed in the master bedroom had been overturned, their eyes widened in dismay. The treasure had been taken. Quick! He can't have gone far. We must apprehend him and silence him. Xiao Yiyun, Dai Meng, and their companions were incensed, turning and storming out of the room and into the corridor, with the burly men trailing behind, equally enraged. Fang Min had been closely monitoring the situation, and upon seeing them descend the stairs, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Rather than rushing to leave, he approached the rear window and cautiously peered down below. After waiting for 3 minutes, he observed Xiao Yiyun, Dai Meng, and their group pile into a van and speed away. However, upon reaching the vicinity of the main gate, they abruptly stopped and stormed into the adjacent security office. Fang Min realized they intended to review the surveillance footage, prompting him to chuckle. Fortunately, I had the foresight to disable it. Your investigation will be futile. As expected, Xiao Yiyun and Dai Meng and Oppos discovered that the surveillance cameras had been destroyed, causing them to leave the security office in a fit of rage and drive away. Only then did Fang Min feel safe enough to exit the room. However, upon merely extending his head, he quickly retreated. He knew Xiao Yiyun was cunning, and he couldn't afford to be careless. After scanning the corridor with his clairvoyant vision, he noticed a piece of chewing gum stuck to the wall at the corner, concealing a miniature camera. Good heavens! I must concede defeat, Fang Min exclaimed. He hastily retrieved his slingshot, extended his gloved hand, and, without exposing his head, used his clairvoyant vision to target the chewing gum. Thwack! With a resounding crack, the chewing gum was dislodged, and the camera within was shattered. Fang Min conducted a final scan, confirming the absence of any further threats, before exiting the room and striding down the corridor. At that moment, Xiao Yiyun, who was traveling in the vehicle, suddenly cried out, "Stop the car!" She had been monitoring the situation on the 13th floor of Building 9 via the camera, and upon noticing the anomaly, she instructed Dai Meng to review the footage. Senior, he and Oppos, still inside Building 9. Look, he shot our camera. Dai Meng and Oppos, was reinvigorated, shouting, "Quick! Return to Building 9. Chapter 50. The Emerald Jade. Fang Min hastened down the stairs, employing his penetrating vision to survey his surroundings. At that moment, the rain intensified, shrouding everything in a thick mist. Although his sight could only pierce through 50 meters, he had no trouble discerning objects several hundred meters away. Upon exiting Building 9 and approaching a nearby garden, he spotted Xiao Yiyun and Dai Meng and Oppos, rushing towards him. A cold smile crept across his face as he quickly concealed himself behind the garden. Suddenly, a business vehicle careened towards him, screeching to a halt. Xiao Yiyun, Dai Meng, and the others swiftly disembarked, brandishing firearms and knives as they stormed into Building 9. Fang Min observed them keenly before making his way towards the entrance. As he approached, he noticed 2 burly guards stationed at the door. He halted abruptly, quietly retrieving his slingshot. Through his penetrating vision, he discerned that these were formidable opponents, their prowess on par with Xiao Yiyun. Thus, he stowed his slingshot and took a position in a nearby corner, silently watching. After 5 minutes, he noticed one of the guards sauntering towards a corner restroom. Seizing the opportunity, he retrieved his slingshot and stealthily approached. From a distance of several meters, he positioned himself behind a utility pole and observed the guard lighting a cigarette. With a swift motion, he drew back his slingshot. The sound of steel balls whizzing through the air echoed. The smoking guard was struck multiple times, hopping around in pain, his cigarette falling from his lips as he hurried into the adjacent security room for cover. Indeed, the striking force of the steel balls was considerable. Even an expert like the smoking guard could not withstand such relentless fire. However, he was no novice either. As he retreated into the security room, he hurled throwing knives in Fang Min's direction. The sound of slicing air filled the misty atmosphere. Fang Min had already anticipated this and squinted to observe. Through his penetrating vision, he noted that the flying knives moved sluggishly, akin to a fish gliding through water. He tilted his head aside, evading the knives and continuing his barrage towards the security room. His slingshot released a series of steel balls, compelling the guard to remain hidden. With the guard no longer daring to show his face, Fang Min turned and vanished into the street. "Senior sister, that person shot at me. He has fled." The guard in the security room quickly contacted Dai Meng'er. Enraged, she rushed down from Building 9 with Xiao Yiyun and the others, heading towards the entrance. The entire world was enveloped in mist. Where could they possibly find him? That person must be a master. Xiao Yiyun nodded towards Dai Meng'er. His skills are on par with ours. Rubbing her painfully throbbing face, she gritted her teeth in frustration. Dai Meng'er was beside herself with rage. "Investigate. We must uncover his identity." Fang Min departed the Fengshan community, strolling along the road towards the eastern street. Upon arriving at a small park, he entered and took a seat beneath a pavilion to rest. Having just acquired a piece of jade, he had yet to truly appreciate it and felt an irresistible urge to admire it. Surveying his surroundings, he cautiously opened his backpack, opting not to remove the jade entirely but to inspect it within the bag. The emerald jade, shaped like a Mithra Buddha, it appeared exquisitely crafted, as if by divine hands. Its color, shape, and texture were beyond description. Fang Min was certain this was indeed emerald jade, for otherwise Xiao Yiyun and Dai Meng and Oppos would not have been so eager to retrieve it. Though his knowledge of jade was limited, he understood that emerald was revered as the king of gemstones, exceedingly precious. Gazing at the stone, he noted its alluring hue, a blend of green with hints of jade and blue, creating an indescribable beauty, truly the most exquisite color in the world. Fang Min first admired it in the mist, then illuminated it with his phone's flashlight, and again peered at it within his bag. He discovered that regardless of whether it was cloudy or sunny, or under artificial or natural light, it radiated a soft yet vibrant glow. It was simply breathtaking. After a few more glances, he felt a profound sense of comfort, an indescribable delight that could be relished for a lifetime. He held the emerald jade tightly to his chest, reluctant to let go. At the same time, he felt invigorated, his spirits lifted and fatigue fading away. He had some knowledge that the green light emitted by emerald represented life and hope, possessing strong healing powers, alleviating fatigue, and detoxifying. Ah, what a magnificent treasure! Fang Min felt elated, embracing the emerald jade as if it were a beautiful maiden. Suddenly, he perceived a bright light before him, causing him to blink and glance around. After a moment of observation, he joyfully discovered that his vision could penetrate even further. Previously limited to 50 meters, he could now see up to 100 meters. Indeed, 100 meters away, an elderly man was strolling through the fog, and he could see that the man was not wearing any undergarments and had white hair in his nether regions. "Huh, this emerald jade has enhanced my penetrating vision." Fang Min was ecstatic, realizing that his ability could indeed be upgraded, albeit requiring the aid of such a precious gem. In disbelief, he scanned his surroundings. Indeed, he could now see 100 meters. Furthermore, he began to hear sounds from 100 meters away with crystal clarity whenever he wished. At this moment, he was entirely convinced that his penetrating vision had advanced. "Huh, the more powerful my penetrating vision, the more remarkable I become." Uncontrollably, he resumed admiring the emerald jade. Suddenly, a reminder echoed in his mind. If he lost the emerald jade for 24 hours, his penetrating vision would revert to its initial state. Oh, so that in Oppos. That's how it is. Fang Min comprehended that his previous ability, limited to 50 meters, was indeed the lowest tier, 1 star. He was uncertain how high his penetrating vision could ascend, but resolved to protect the emerald jade at all costs, determined to enhance his ability further. Abruptly, he recalled the individual who had gifted him the emerald jade. Rising to his feet, he mused, "That person must have sought my assistance in return for such a precious jade. I must find a way to meet him again. One should repay even the smallest act of kindness with great gratitude." Fang Min would never forget the man who had bestowed upon him the emerald jade, facilitating his remarkable enhancement. As he pondered, his phone rang unexpectedly. He hurriedly secured the emerald jade and pulled out his phone, only to find that the caller ID displayed Xiao Yiyun, the assassin's wife. Chapter 51. The transmission of Tai Chi. Fang Min, without needing to ponder, instantly understood that his assassin wife required his assistance. A cold smile graced his lips as he pressed the answer button. "Husband, where are you?" The icy voice of Xiao Yiyun resonated through the phone. Sensing her urgency, Fang Min replied softly, "Wife, I'm almost at the First People's Hospital. Once you arrive, please fetch me some medicine," came the response from the other end. Fang Min feigned ignorance. "What happened, my dear?" "I took a tumble on the back mountain and injured myself. Please bring back some anti-inflammatory and pain relief medication." Xiao Yiyun, you and Amp, Oppos. Re-experiencing a bit of misfortune today? Fang Min thought to himself, barely suppressing a laugh. "I will return with the medicine shortly." "No need. You can bring it back when you return tonight. There's still some medicines at home." "Wife, I'm worried about you." Fang Min pretended to express concern. "I'll tend to my wound briefly. I have other matters to attend to. I was merely worried and decided to call you first." The call was promptly terminated. Fang Min burst into laughter, stowing away his phone. "Xiao Yiyun, did you ever imagine that your injury was inflicted by your own husband?" He chuckled heartily, slinging his backpack over his shoulder as he exited the park, heading towards a bus to the First People and Oppos as hospital. At the First People and Oppos as hospital, in a single-room ward, Tianya lay quietly resting on the bed. Adjacent to her, three beautiful women, Su Yingna, Jin Wei, and Xue Lu, sat on a small bed, engaged in a card game to alleviate their boredom. As they played, the stakes included face stickers for losses. Jin Wei sported 5, while Xue Lu had 2. "Lost again. I'm done," Jin Wei exclaimed in exasperation, gently tossing the cards onto the bed. "Are you trying to cheat me?" Xue Lu chuckled, wrapping her arms around Jin Wei as she continued to affix stickers to her face. Jin Wei squealed softly, playfully wrestling with Xue Lu on the bed, while Su Yingna watched, laughing. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Su Yingna turned her head, glancing through the glass window, and saw Fang Min. She stood up and waved him in. Fang Min smiled as he entered, extending a carnation towards Su Yingna. "Yingna, your mother is recovering quite well, I presume?" "Indeed. She had a bit of corn porridge this morning," Su Yingna replied with a grateful smile as she accepted the flower. "Thank you for the flowers you sent to my mother." Fang Min grinned and discreetly produced a hidden rose from among the carnations, presenting it to Su Yingna. Surprised, she momentarily froze, accepting it would signify acknowledgement of Fang Min and Oppos' affection, while refusing would be rather awkward. "What a beautiful rose!" Jin Wei suddenly approached, snatching the flower from Su Yingna's hands. "Fang Min, how could you send me a rose through Yingna? Remember, you can give it directly to me in the future." Fang Min felt overwhelmed. "You little firecracker, aren't you just complicating matters?" "Hey, I've been waiting for you. Come with me," Xue Lu interjected, suddenly wrapping an arm around Fang Min and Oppos' neck and leading him towards the door. This rascal. Just wait and see. Your mother is fine now. Just take care to rest." Fang Min observed Tianya, lying on a hospital bed, and nodded towards Su Yingna. Feeling reassured, Su Yingna replied, "So, she could be discharged in a couple of days? If she feels uncomfortable here, she can leave tomorrow." Fang Min smiled, recognizing that home would be more comfortable and liberating. He nodded at Su Yingna, adding, "If you're worried during her discharge, I can accompany your mother to ensure her safe return." Su Yingna nodded with a smile. Planning to woo Yingna at her home, are we?" Xue Lu chuckled coldly from the side. Her words struck a nerve, causing Fang Min to feel slightly embarrassed as he smiled back at her. "Sister Lu, my only concern is for Annie and Oppos' health. I must go. Only then will I feel at ease." Fang Min insisted. Tianya, who had been silent, smiled and nodded at Fang Min very well. Auntie, please rest, Fang Min said, acknowledging Tianya before turning to Xue Lu. Sister Lu, you promised to teach me Tai Chi yesterday. Do you have time now? Of course. Follow me. Xue Lu had been waiting to teach Fang Min and immediately made a gesture for him to follow. Fang Min smiled faintly, proceeding towards the door. He was aware of Xue Lu and Appo's intentions, but recognized he had no choice. If he couldn't pass her test, how could he ever face his assassin wife, Xiao Yin? At the end of the corridor was a room, a resting area arranged by Su Yingna and Xue Lu. Inside, there was only a bed and a mattress on the floor. Xue Lu often practiced her skills on that mattress when she had free time. Xue Lu led Fang Min to the room, pointing to a corner cupboard. Change your clothes first. Is that necessary? I'm in casual attire. I can practice in this. Fang Min replied, scratching his short hair. Then please step outside. I need to change into my workout attire, Xue Lu said, heading to the cupboard. Fang Min nodded and stepped outside. After waiting for about 5 minutes, he heard Xue Lu's voice calling, "You can come in now." Her graceful figure was striking, captivating to behold. Fang Min couldn't help but swallow hard. Come on in. Xue Lu noticed his gaze and shot him an admonishing look. Fang Min hesitated, pointing to the small bed against the wall. Sister Lu on the bed? It's a mattress. Xue Lu retorted, her teeth clenched as she gestured towards the center mattress. I see, you want me to lie on the bed. I was hesitant to do so, Fang Min admitted, nodding as he removed his shoes, put down his backpack, and approached the center mattress. Xue Lu smirked coldly, shedding her casual shoes as she walked towards the mattress. Fang Min, do you know what Tai Chi is? Chapter 52. The feather lifts 1,000 pounds. As the conversation unfolded, Xue Lu approached Fang Min, suddenly seizing his arms with both hands and rolling him onto the ground. With a swift motion, she kicked him in the stomach, propelling him into the air. This was the essence of a pillar supporting the heavens. Fang Min found himself airborne, while Xue Lu lay beneath him, their positions resembling a juggler and Appo's. Sacked. His abdomen ached from the force of her kick, and he gasped, Sister Lu, please let me down. Isn't this the pillar supporting the heavens? Lying on the floor, Xue Lu tightened her grip on his arms and asserted, Isn't my leg the pillar now? Fang Min, overwhelmed and flailing his legs, quipped, You've mastered the art of Tai Chi, pursuing harmony and unity. Are you employing Tai Chi or Tai Chi kicks? So you possess some understanding. Xue Lu scoffed, Very well. I shall teach you the principle of using a feather to lift 1,000 pounds. Fang Min struggled momentarily. But you must first let me down. Patience, Xue Lu replied with a smirk, suddenly switching legs to kick him in the stomach with her left foot, then delivering a series of blows to his chest with her right, forming a circle, a demonstration of the first form. The circle formed from contact. Fang Min's breath quickened. His face reddened with exertion. At that moment, he had to concede the disparity between himself and Xue Lu. He could not escape her grasp and was merely a plaything in her hands. With no other choice, he adopted a learning attitude and inquired, Sister Lu, what does it mean to form a circle from contact? Quite simple. When engaging with an opponent, aim to transform their attack into a circle, thus allowing you to find an opportunity to use a feather to lift 1,000 pounds. As she explained, she suddenly kicked him fiercely in the chest. Fang Min yelped, executing a sideways flip in midair. For a fleeting moment, he lost control of his body, soaring high with no means to steady himself. Upon flipping back, he joyfully descended toward Xue Lu, anticipating a soft landing on her body, which he imagined would be delightfully yielding. However, just as he fell, Xue Lu swiftly kicked him in the stomach again, while simultaneously seizing his hands. Do you comprehend the concept of forming a circle from contact now? I understand. He hastily nodded. Good. Let me teach you the second principle, guiding the opponent into emptiness. Xue Lu proclaimed. What does that entail? Fang Min inquired urgently. When your opponent attacks, you must leverage their strength against them, allowing them to strike into emptiness like this. Xue Lu gestured for him to attack. Fang Min, cheeks flushed and breath shallow, protested. How can I attack you? I can neither hit nor kick. Figure out, she commanded, with a determined grit. Fang Min suddenly grasped her thigh and twisted fiercely. "Scoundrel, you dare employ such underhanded tactics?" Shui Lu's eyes widened in disbelief as she grasped his wrists and forcefully brought them together. With a sharp sound, her left hand struck her right, causing Fang Min to cry out in pain, feeling as though his hands might shatter. "With my strength, combined with yours, of course it hurts," Shui Lu retorted with a cold smile. "This is the principle of guiding the opponent into emptiness." Fang Min, still struggling to fully grasp the lesson, felt it was insufficiently explained, but knew better than to press further. "The third principle is evading the solid to strike the void," Shui Lu continued. "This one should be easy to understand." "I comprehend," he quickly affirmed. "I shall demonstrate," Shui Lu exclaimed, simultaneously kicking him in the stomach and chest, launching him skyward. Fang Min felt himself ascend into the air, enduring overwhelming pain while conceding that Shui Lu's legs possessed remarkable explosive power. As he reached the apex of his ascent, gravity took hold, and he began to plummet. Lacking strength in his limbs, he could only brace for impact. Upon seeing Shui Lu lying still on the floor, he felt a brief surge of delight. Perhaps landing on her would bring some unexpected pleasure. Yet, scarcely a second passed before he was astonished to see her roll away. In the next moment, his astonishment deepened as Shui Lu yanked the mattress aside, leaving him to crash heavily onto the floor. Thud! He landed with a thud, limbs sprawled, utterly incapacitated. "Ha ha ha!" Shui Lu laughed heartily from the safety of the mattress. "Do you understand now? This is evading the solid to strike the void." Overcome with exhilaration, she rolled about on the mattress in laughter. Fang Min grimaced in pain, muttering, "I will repay this debt." After a lengthy interval, he finally managed to turn over, gasping, "Sister Lu, are you trying to kill me?" "Ha ha ha!" Shui Lu laughed again. "Rise and pull him up. Come, let us continue practicing Tai Chi." Fang Min, feeling utterly drained, shook his head. "Sister Lu, please allow me a moment's respite. Even if you beckon me to a wedding chamber now, I would be powerless to respond." Strangely enough, there exists a Tai Chi move known as entering the wedding chamber. Shui Lu replied with a sly smile, seizing him once more. Fang Min, alarmed, wondered, "You would have invented that, would you? Without your reminder, would I have found such inspiration?" Shui Lu quipped before executing a sudden throw. Thud! Fang Min spun in a dizzying roll, crashing onto the floor, motionless. He understood now that he had indeed fallen victim to a vengeful beauty of a bodyguard, destined only to suffer. The ordeal continued, with Fang Min being tossed and treated as a human punching bag as Shui Lu vented her frustrations upon him. Thus, the day passed in relentless practice, alternating between Tai Chi and sparring, until by evening mealtime, Fang Min was reduced to a mere puddle of exhaustion. Fang Min must emerge. This time, he shall not escape. Curse it! Sun Xiao has long harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. We can wait no longer. A group of thugs lingered near the entrance of the First People's Hospital, furtively observing and whispering among themselves. Previously, when treating Su Yingna's mother, Sun Kong had summoned the renowned brain specialist, Professor Baida, in hopes of winning her affection and humiliating Fang Min, yet he ended up thoroughly embarrassed. For the past few days, Sun Kong had been plotting revenge, but Fang Min's cunning had thwarted him at every turn. This time, they had assembled a contingent of 30 thugs, eager to see how Fang Min would evade them now. As dusk approached, they finally spotted Fang Min's figure, igniting their excitement as if they had found their prey. Some brandished steel rods, others revealed daggers, and still more wielded steel whips. At this moment, Fang Min had just finished dinner, but after enduring a day of Shui Lu's relentless training, he was utterly spent, his body weak and swaying as though intoxicated, precariously on the verge of collapsing. Seeing this, the gang and Amp, Oppo's expressions twisted into menacing grins. Charge! With a wave of a long-haired thug and Amp, Oppo's hand, a dozen or so ruffians surged forward, their intentions clear. Chapter 53. The cost of a prescription. As Fang Min stepped out of the elevator, he immediately noticed a group of ruffians. He attempted to push his way into the crowd, but the sheer number of people forced him back out. In the past, whenever he spotted Sun Kong's men, he could deftly navigate through the throng to find an escape route and depart safely. However, this time, due to his exhaustion, he found himself unable to do so. After enduring a day of torment from Xuelu, he was on the brink of collapse. Had it been anyone else, they would have already crumpled to the ground. Yet, with the aid of his X-ray vision, Fang Min managed to persevere until now. He was acutely aware of his predicament. Not only was he utterly fatigued, but even under normal circumstances, he would not stand a chance against this band of thugs. Unable to enter the elevator, he swayed unsteadily toward the stairwell. After taking a few steps, he suddenly halted in his tracks. There, at the top of the stairs, stood Sun Kong with a sinister grin plastered across his face. The realization struck Fang Min. This guy was deliberately targeting him. He swiftly turned to flee, wobbling towards another exit. The crowd was dense. It was best not to provoke them. Sun Kong exchanged glances with several burly men nearby, signaling them to wait until Fang Min retreated to the back garden before they dealt with him. Upon hearing Sun Kong and Appo's voice, Fang Min gritted his teeth. Today, he had to muster all his strength for a desperate fight. However, his body was devoid of energy. There was no other option but to keep running. He burst through the exit and into the backyard. A light drizzle fell, chilling his face, and he couldn't help but feel cold. Glancing around, he noticed an exit adjacent to a large garden and hurried over. Thud, thud, thud. A group of burly men came charging in, surrounding Fang Min in mere seconds, each one eyeing him with predatory intent. The area was sparsely populated. Even if someone were present, they would likely be frightened away. They believed that even if they reduced Fang Min to a mere shell of a man, they could escape unscathed. Even in the event of trouble, they were confident that Sun Kong's connections would see them through. Run if you dare. Sun Kong emerged from the crowd, gritting his teeth as he cast a malevolent smile at Fang Min. The first time he delivered a cake to Su Yingna, Fang Min had shown off, indulging in the cake's peak, which had thoroughly dampened his spirits. The second time, it was again Fang Min who managed to deceive Professor Baida, resulting in a complete waste of effort. Whenever Sun Kong recalled these two instances of delivering cakes, he seethed with rage, envisioning crushing Fang Min beneath his feet. Sun Xiao, from your expression, it seems you are quite angry with me, Fang Min remarked, shaking his head. In fact, you should be thanking me. Sun Kong was infuriated, almost spitting blood. Why on earth should I thank you? Sun Xiao, you are well aware of your own condition. Are you not suffering from kidney deficiency? Fang Min pointed at Sun Kong's pants pocket, where he always carried Viagra, implying that without it, he wouldn't be able to perform. Sun Kong was taken aback, his eyes widening as he gazed at Fang Min. This was undoubtedly a private matter, known only to his closest confidants. He never imagined Fang Min would be aware of it. My intervention in your romantic pursuits is a means of safeguarding your well-being, Fang Min said earnestly. If this continues, you will age prematurely and face dire consequences. Sun Kong paused, eyeing Fang Min suspiciously. How do you know about my health? I am a doctor, after all. Fang Min shrugged. A physician possesses a parental heart. Would I deceive you? Besides, your men are all here. Do you think I would dare mislead you? Just follow my advice, and in 3 months, you will be completely restored to health, regaining your vigor. His words struck a chord with Sun Kong. At present, he lacked neither wealth nor resources, but was severely lacking in health. Previously, he could manage 2 or 3 women in bed, yet now, even one could leave him utterly exhausted. The thought of being only 24 years old and facing such a predicament filled him with anxiety. He had consulted experts and taken special medications, yet none had proven effective. In fact, his condition had worsened. Seeing Fang Min's confidence, Sun Kong blinked rapidly, his mouth curling into a slight smirk. So, you can completely heal me? Indeed, Fang Min nodded. Sun Kong's mind raced. Perhaps he should let Fang Min give it a try. If he succeeded, he would have the opportunity to unleash his pent-up frustrations on him later. If he failed, he could simply dispose of him. With this thought, he nodded at Fang Min. Fine, I've heard a bit about your reputation. I will trust you this once. Now, how do you plan to treat me? Fang Min did not respond immediately, but turned to survey the group of thugs surrounding them. Sun Kong understood and waved his hand at the men. You lot, step aside and smoke. The burly men, who had initially planned to give Fang Min a thorough beating, halted in their tracks at Sun Kong's command. One long-haired thug craned his neck and asked, Sun Xiao, aren't we going to teach this kid a lesson? Sun Kong tapped his temple and replied, "Use your brains, will you?" Everyone stepped back. Reluctantly, the group moved to a corner, some lighting cigarettes while others pulled out their phones to play games. Fang Min, speak up. How will you treat my ailment? Sun Kong inched closer to Fang Min, lowering his voice. Fang Min smiled knowingly. Sun Xiao, I'm a doctor. Do you think I work for free? Sun Kong snorted derisively and pulled out his phone. Isn't this just about money? Tell me, how much do you want for the prescription? Fang Min's heart leaped with joy as he cast a melancholic gaze at Sun Kong. Sun Xiao, you know you're worth better than anyone, don't you? What? Sun Kong glared at him. Do you think I'm a fool? Don't be hasty. What I mean is, you can offer whatever amount you deem fit according to your own value. Fang Min chuckled inwardly. Wealthy heirs like Sun Kong often had considerable funds, and Fang Min thought this might be an opportunity to earn tens of thousands. Very well, I'll transfer the money via WeChat. Let me add you. Sun Kong shot a glare at Fang Min. Fang Min pulled out his phone and quickly provided his WeChat ID. Sun Kong added him and promptly initiated a transfer. Check if you've received it. Fang Min received a red envelope, momentarily stunned. Upon opening it, his brow furrowed. A staggering figure appeared on his phone screen. 0.01 yuan. He was infuriated and nearly slapped Sun Kong. Fang Min, do you think you can swindle my money? Not a chance. Sun Kong sneered triumphantly, pointing at Fang Min's nose. I won't pay you a dime, yet you'll still have to provide me with a prescription. If you dare write a false one, I will be the first to end you. Fang Min chuckled and suddenly pointed at the misty night sky. Sun Xiao, look up. Sun Kong was taken aback and glanced upward. Bang! Fang Min suddenly delivered a swift kick to Sun Kong's groin. That's the prescription you bought for a penny. Oh! Sun Kong let out a wail, clutching his groin and hopping in pain. Excuse me. Fang Min turned to flee, sprinting toward an exit. Having regained some breath, he picked up his pace. He realized that no matter what, Sun Kong would retaliate against him. Rather than wait, it was better to strike first. Chase him down. You useless brutes, pursue him. Sun Kong shouted as he hopped around in agony. The group of thugs, initially engrossed in their conversation, suddenly understood the gravity of the situation and hurriedly dashed after Fang Min. Chapter 54. The battered wife realizing his limited range. Fang Min armed himself with his slingshot while running, constantly looking back to target the fastest pursuers. Thwack! The first brute, struck in the abdomen, collapsed. Thwack! Another, closing in, cried out and fell. These projectiles instilled fear even in seasoned assassins, let alone these amateur bodyguards. With 3 men down, the others hesitated. Under the cover of the rain and mist, Fang Min vanished. Useless. You're all useless. Sun Kong roared, furious that his men had failed to capture a single individual. He couldn't fathom such an outcome. His rage was directed not at Fang Min, but at his incompetent lackeys. Suppressing his pain, he lashed out, slapping them repeatedly. He finally conceded that his men were only capable of bullying ordinary citizens. Not someone like Fang Min replaced them. I must replace them. He roared, get out. You're more worthless than dogs. Get out. Amidst Sun Kang's furious tirade, Fang Min found himself on the main street. Exhausted, he rested on a park bench. Remembering the potential benefits of the emerald, he discreetly retrieved it from his backpack, gazing at it and inhaling its subtle fragrance. Unbeknownst to him, a peculiar blue-green light emanated from the emerald, entering his eyes. Simultaneously, his X-ray vision ignited, sending a jolt through his body. Heh, truly remarkable. Fang Min felt invigorated. His legs no longer heavy. He stood and walked, the fatigue completely gone. He smiled, admiring the emerald again and savoring its scent. Realizing he couldn't carry it, especially not around his assassin wife, he hid it in his slingshot in the park in Oppo's dense thicket. Feeling secure, he emerged from the woods and headed toward the pharmacy, intent on purchasing medicine for his wife. The light rain intensified, transforming into a steady downpour, filling the world with a grating sound. Xiao Yun stood at the bedroom window, her teeth clenched as she gazed at the night. She was consumed with resentment, replaying the morning's events. What should have been a sure thing, a joint mission with her senior, Dai Meng and Oppo's, to locate the crucial emerald, had resulted in failure and a clandestine attack. She couldn't bear to look at her reflection. Who was that person? How did they know about the emerald's location? Who was the mastermind behind them? Xiao Yiyun pondered these questions, vowing to uncover the truth. Dinkling, dingling, the doorbell rang. Assuming it was Fang Min, she glanced at her phone to confirm his identity and called out, "Come in." Fang Min entered, his backpack filled with medicine, both Western and traditional. He closed the door, changed his shoes, and walked into the bedroom. Noticing Xiao Yiyun by the window, her face bruised and swollen, with raccoon-like eyes, he suppressed a smile. "Hell, wife. Must have been quite the experience." He cleared his throat, adopting a concerned tone. "Wife, still hurting?" "It and Appos, as fine." "What kind of medicine did you buy?" Xiao Yiyun asked coldly, still looking out the window. "Anti-inflammatory, pain relief, and skincare," Fang Min replied, cautiously observing her. "Wife, I also brought traditional medicine to help heal the wounds quickly and prevent scarring." Xiao Yiyun was relieved that he was thinking about her skin, nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Apply the medicine first, then brew the traditional remedy." She turned towards the bed, despite her battered appearance, maintaining a queen-like posture. Her left knee was injured, causing her to limp slightly. Whether from pain or a misstep, she stumbled, nearly falling. Fang Min stifled a laugh, wanted to shout, "Hey wife, stop pretending, or I'll shoot you with my slingshot again." Reaching the bed, Xiao Yiyun slowly removed her nightgown, revealing her body. Fang Min's heart fluttered, though the bruises detracted from her beauty. However, he found himself even more drawn to her, feeling a surge of tenderness. The more wounds she has, the more beautiful and pitiable she becomes. As Xiao Yiyun lay down, Fang Min began applying the medicine, starting with her face and then moving to her body. He managed to remain composed while treating her face, but his hands trembled as he worked on her body. Not out of fear, but because certain areas were too alluring. To illustrate, imagine two melons, one slightly damaged and the other flawless. The flawless one is naturally more appealing. Glug! Fang Min swallowed hard. Though subtle, Xiao Yiyun noticed. In the past, she would have been enraged, accusing him of lust, but not this time. She admired his skill and technique. The pain she had felt earlier had miraculously vanished under his touch, replaced by a soothing coolness. She secretly praised herself for choosing Fang Min, hearing him swallow again. She said with her eyes closed, "Husband, even though I and Appos am injured, you still find my body beautiful. Don and Appos, to you?" "Yes," Fang Min nodded eagerly. "Wife, your injury is a testament to your exceptional talent." Xiao Yiyun's lips curved into a smile. Sometimes effective communication can be uplifting, and Fang Min possessed that quality. Of course, skilled communicators are often cunning, and she sighed inwardly, admiring him while also worrying. "If only Fang Min were completely loyal to me, I could truly relax." She said softly, "Husband, go brew the medicine. After I drink it, I'll tell you a secret." Chapter 55, The Secret of the Ambush. "Yes, dear." Fang Min felt a surge of joy in his heart. The fact that Xiao Yiyun was willing to share a secret with him signified that their relationship had deepened. He promptly grabbed his backpack and headed to the kitchen to brew medicine. After more than half an hour, he entered the bedroom with a bowl of medicinal soup. "Dear, the medicine is ready." Xiao Yiyun nodded gently and slowly sat up, leaning against the headboard. She glanced at the soup and then at Fang Min. "I've blown on it for you. It's cooling down." Fang Min nodded with great concern, sitting sideways on the edge of the bed, offering the soup to Xiao Yiyun. She hesitated to take it and asked softly, "Is it bitter, dear?" "Good medicine is often bitter," Fang Min replied with a faint smile, nudging the bowl closer to her. Still, she did not take it. "You should taste it first to see if it's cool enough." Fang Min chuckled inwardly at her vigilance. He smiled and took a sip, deliberately making a sound as he swallowed to reassure her. Only then did Xiao Yiyun nod in relief. "All right, you can feed me." Fang Min felt a mix of exasperation and sincerity. "I had that in mind from the beginning, but I was afraid you would scold me, so I didn't bring it up." "Why would I scold you for caring about me?" Xiao Yiyun reassured him with a nod. "Please feed me." Finally, he picked up the spoon, scooped a spoonful, and began to feed her. Xiao Yiyun frowned slightly at first, but then opened her cherry-like lips to take a small sip. Finding it not overly bitter, she nodded gently, licking the remnants of the medicine from her lips with a playful grace. Fang Min couldn't into amp. Appos. T helped but marvel inwardly, thinking if my wife were not a killer, I would surely love her to distraction. As he continued to feed her, he softly asked, "Dear, you mentioned wanting to share a secret with me. What is it?" With a sigh, Xiao Yun replied, "This matter will eventually come to light, so I'll tell you now." "However, but what?" Fang Min asked, momentarily taken aback. Xiao Yun gestured towards the bowl of medicine in his hand. "But I don't want to drink it anymore." "You can have it." Fang Min raised an eyebrow. "How can I drink someone else in Amp, Oppo's, S medicine?" Seeing Xiao Yun and Amp, Oppo's, S unwavering gaze, he could only smile and concede, "Of course, I will share your burdens." He pinched his nose and gulped down the remaining medicine in one go. Xiao Yun smiled contentedly and gently patted his cheek. "How do you feel about my indulgence?" Fang Min gritted his teeth inwardly, but managed to smile sincerely. "I am incredibly fortunate to receive your affection." Xiao Yun laughed haughtily, her demeanor resembling that of a regal queen. She relished her decision to choose Fang Min as her husband. He was a perfect outlet for her frustrations and a source of amusement in her melancholy moments. Fang Min dutifully took the empty bowl back to the kitchen and returned to gently massage her. "What's the secret?" "It's about my injury," Xiao Yun replied, half reclining against the pillow, her face growing cold once more. "Today I wasn't injured from falling. I was ambushed by someone." "What?" Fang Min feigned shock. "Which scoundrel dared to ambush my wife?" Self-deprecation doesn't count as insult, right? He thought, observing her expression as he cautiously asked. "But how could someone ambush you with your exceptional skills? How infuriating." Xiao Yun clenched her teeth as she recalled the incident. "It was foggy, and I couldn't see who it was, yet they were able to shoot at me from all directions." "Shooting?" Fang Min and Oppo's interest peaked. "What do you mean?" Xiao Yun produced a steel ball from her pocket. "This person used this to shoot at me." "Isn't this a marble?" Fang Min admitted, "I must confess, I used to play with slingshots as a child." He felt it was futile to hide the truth about having injured Sun Kong and his bodyguard. "You too?" Xiao Yun glared at him. Fang Min dared not meet her furious gaze but replied, "Yes, I started playing with them when I was young. Anyone can play, but depends on skill." Xiao Yun pondered this. If the assailant used a slingshot, it could indicate something about them. "What do you think?" she asked. "I'll tell you what I think." She snapped at him, her temper flaring. Fang Min, fearing an outburst, quickly stepped aside and replied, "I deduce that this person is likely a young man who enjoys games." He added, "Anyone skilled with a slingshot tends to be playful. I suggest you investigate local entertainment venues for slingshot enthusiasts." Xiao Yun nodded thoughtfully. "That is a good lead. By the way, where were you ambushed?" "In the courtyard of Fengshan Community," she admitted. "What were you doing there?" Fang Min probed cautiously. "Don't ask what you shouldn't." She shot back, glaring at him. Fang Min nodded, secretly amused. "You think I wouldn't know?" Not daring to ask further questions, he stood aside, admiring her figure, which was exposed due to the medicinal ointment. The view was breathtaking from every angle. Fang Min had to concede that a beautiful woman's physique was a treasure that she could take pride in and that would stir desire in others. How could that person have set an ambush? How would they know I would be there? Xiao Yun furrowed her brow, contemplating the morning and Oppo's attack, perplexed by it all. Noticing Fang Min's gaze lingering on her, she snapped, "Fang Min, aren't you going to practice?" "Yes, my lady." Fang Min quickly nodded and turned to head to the gym, smirking inwardly. "You'll never figure it out. Come back." Xiao Yun called out suddenly. Fang Min's heart raced, and he quickly returned, asking, "What do you need?" Chapter 56. The sarcasm of Shui Lu. Fang Min, "Go buy me a slingshot," commanded Xiao Yun. Fang Min paused, scratching his short hair. "A slingshot?" he echoed, bewildered. "Yes, the very one that injured me today." Xiao Yun glared at him. "Darling, you want to play with a slingshot too?" Fang Min could hardly believe it. "Indeed, that person used a slingshot to hurt me, and I intend to return the favor. All right, I'll go buy one right away." Fang Min turned towards the door, muttering to himself, "If you wish to retaliate, you might not get the chance." Half an hour later, he returned with 2 slingshots and 4 boxes of steel balls. "Honey, I'm back," he announced. Xiao Yun glanced at the haul and questioned, "Why so many?" Fang Min chuckled. "I'm just imitating you. Seeing you play made me want to have a go too." Xiao Yun took a slingshot and a box of steel balls, pulling back the elastic to test its feel. "It's quite convenient," ISN and amp, oppos, it, carrying it around. The police wouldn't check. Sometimes she carried a handgun or throwing knives, always evading the police, and found the slingshot far more convenient. Indeed, my dear, it is very portable. Observing Xiao Yiyun's clumsiness, Fang Min moved closer and offered guidance. After a few practice shots that struck the wall with a satisfying thud, she nodded, admitting the sound is quite delightful. Fang Min chuckled. If you wish to hear that sound more often, we can arrange it any time. Xiao Yiyun shot him a glare. He quickly clarified, I didn't mean anything else. I meant we could use the slingshot together. Enough. Xiao Yiyun interrupted, gesturing towards the door. Stand by the door. Let me try shooting you. What? Fang Min felt a chill run down his spine. That'd be deadly. My aim isn't accurate. And besides, Haven T, I've been urging you to improve your speed and reflexes. I believe this method will hasten your progress. Xiao Yiyun glared at him. Go. With a resigned sigh, Fang Min walked over. Standing at the door, he watched as Xiao Yiyun aimed, a grin spreading across her face. Her spirits lifted at Fang Min's expression. Indeed, tormenting someone was rather enjoyable. Whoosh! She suddenly released her grip. Fang Min, using his keen perception, observed the stray steel ball. Realizing it was off target, yet he feigned fear and dodged aside. Bang! The steel ball struck the door with a loud thud. Hearing that sound sent shivers down Fang Min and Oppo's spine, cold sweat breaking out all over him. He realized Xiao Yiyun would shoot again. She wouldn't relent until she hit him. Though he could evade using his sharp senses, he couldn't avoid every shot. If Xiao Yiyun discovered his ability to dodge, he would truly be in peril. Thus, he had to allow himself to be injured a time or two. Goodness, living with a killer wife was indeed a challenge. Due to her injuries, Xiao Yiyun was confined indoors and restricted Fang Min from leaving, demanding his servitude. In a moment of inspiration, she began using the slingshot to practice on him, finding joy in his bruised visage. Watching Fang Min's battered face brought her great satisfaction. Thus, Fang Min endured 2 days of torment from his assassin wife. By the third morning, he could no longer bear her antics. His body was sore, and his face was swollen. He longed to escape, but without her command, he dared not leave. Xiao Yiyun reclined on the bed with the slingshot, preparing for more practice when Fang Min and Oppo's phone suddenly rang. He looked at the screen and saw it was Su Yingna calling. Honey, it's Su Yingna calling, he announced. Answer it, Xiao Yiyun replied. Fang Min pressed the answer button. Yingna, what is up? Fang Min, my mother was discharged from the hospital yesterday and is home today, but isn't feeling well. Could you come to my house? Su Yingna's anxious voice came through. Fang Min covered the phone and glanced at Xiao Yiyun. Her brow furrowed as a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Go. Take this opportunity to learn about the Su family. Familiarize yourself with everyone, especially Su Yingna's aunt. Report back to me with any news. Su Yingna has an aunt? Fang Min nodded and spoke into the phone. Yingna, I'll come over shortly. Good. When you reach the community gate, call me, and I'll send someone to pick you up. Okay. Fang Min hung up and nodded at Xiao Yiyun before preparing to leave. Once ready, he donned a cap and slung his backpack over his shoulder, stepping out of the house. After leaving the neighborhood, he hailed a motorcycle taxi and headed to Su Yingna's villa community. As he passed a small park near the First People's Hospital, he got off and walked into the park. It had been 2 days since he last saw the emerald, and he was eager to find it again. Upon locating it, he cradled it in his arms, admiring and cherishing it for several minutes before reluctantly letting go. Feeling revitalized, he felt as if he had received an adrenaline boost. His perception sharpened, allowing him to see 100 meters ahead. After surveying the surroundings, he buried the emerald once more and strode out of the park. An hour later, he arrived at the Guyuan Villa community, holding a bouquet of carnations. Noticing 4 security guards at the entrance, he called Su Yingna. After 5 minutes, a black Mercedes approached and stopped at the gate. Shuai Lu stepped out, waving to the guards. He is a friend of Yingna's. Let him in. The guards complied, opening a small door for Fang Min to enter. Oh dear, what happened to your face? Shuai Lu remarked, noticing the cap pulled low over Fang Min and Oppo's face. She found it amusing. Fang Min remained silent, opening the passenger door and sitting down, placing the flowers in the back seat. Why do you look like a little wife? Lu teased as she entered the car, increasingly amused by him. Noticing Fang Min's silence, she continued, "Come on, who did you offend to end up like this?" Fang Min lowered his head, speechless. "Finally, you're being honest." Lu scooted closer, reaching for Fang Min's cap. "Let me see." Fang Min felt overwhelmed and clutched the cap tightly. "Sister Lu, let us go. I want to help you." Lu persisted, "Really, I want to help you." "Sister Lu, let us go." Fang Min sighed, gesturing outside. "Don't block the way for others. My car is parked on the side." Lu tugged at his arm. "Come on, take off the cap. I need to see. You have to meet Mr. Tian later. How will you do that looking like this?" Fang Min shared her concern. Looking at Lu, "Do you have a solution?" "Of course." Lu replied earnestly. "I can help you enter Ingna's house with dignity and treat Mr. Tian." Fang Min sighed inwardly and finally removed the cap. "Oh my, your forehead, face, nose, and neck are all swollen. What happened?" Lu's eyes widened. "Fang Min, tell me, which girl did you bully to get beaten up like this?" Fang Min was at a loss for words, covering his face and lowering his head. "Ha ha ha." Lu laughed heartily at Fang Min's uncharacteristic honesty, her laughter causing the car to shake. Chapter 57. Discord in the Su family as the sedan swayed. The 4 security guards stationed at the gate stared intently at the vehicle. They surmised there might be some amorous activity occurring within and wished they could see through the car and Amp. Oppo's as panels. However, mindful of Lu and Amp, Oppo's as temperament, they dared not approach. "Luya, if you laugh again, I and Amp, Oppo's, am getting out of the car." Fang Min feigned annoyance. Lu stifled her laughter, opened the glove compartment, retrieved a black face mask, and handed it to Fang Min. "Here, put on this mask. Want an Oppo's? Tea to help?" Fang Min realized the obvious solution. "Right? Why didn't an Oppo's? Tea, I think of that." He reached eagerly for it. "Call me Jia," Lu teased, retracting her hand with a laugh. Fang Min nodded obediently. "Yeah? Will you still try to take advantage of me?" No, I won't." Fang Min stole another glance at Lu's chest. "That's more like it." Lu smiled and finally handed him the mask. Fang Min took it, inhaling a delicate fragrance reminiscent of roses, and put it on. He savored the aroma. "How does it feel?" Lu asked as she drove. Fang Min replied earnestly, "Fragrant and soft. It feels like kissing you." "You rascal." Lu playfully punched him. "Still trying to take advantage of me." This time, Fang Min chuckled. "Lujia, I and Oppo's. You've been holding back for so long. Let me enjoy myself once. I and Oppo's. LL deal with you after you and Oppo's." Treated Director Tian. Lu rolled her eyes at Fang Min, then chuckled, making a U-turn and driving into the residential area. Since meeting Fang Min, she had engaged in playful banter with him. Initially, she found him repulsive, but gradually, she realized she was developing a fondness for him. Regardless, she found herself happy whenever she was with Fang Min. As she drove, she glanced down at her chest, noticing that a certain area seemed to have become more ample since Fang Min had been nibbling on it. "I must resolutely prevent such incidents from happening again. Otherwise, they will become too large, which is not conducive to work." Fang Min, oblivious to Lu and Oppo's thoughts, was admiring the surrounding villas. He observed that they were all upscale residences and the vehicles entering and exiting were luxury cars. It was his first time in such an exclusive neighborhood, and he was filled with curiosity. When he noticed the abundance of beauties, his eyes widened, eager to take in the sights. Fang Min, Ingna and Amp, Oppo's aunt is returning this morning. Be mindful of your behavior, Lu reminded him. Fang Min looked at Lu. Ingna has an aunt? Ingna and Oppo's grandfather, the old man, has a younger daughter who is only a year older than Ingna. Lu sighed. She has a fiery temper and a high opinion of herself. She's like an empress. No one dares to cross her, not even Ingna and Amp, Oppo's parents. Fang Min had heard that Su Ingna and Amp, Oppo's grandmother had passed away early, and Su Ingna's grandfather had taken a younger wife. He assumed that Su Ingna's aunt must be the daughter of this younger wife. What kind of interaction could I possibly have with her? I and Amp, Oppo's, leave after treating Director Tian. I and Amp, Oppo's, just saying in case. She has a bad temper and is obsessed with cleanliness. Let in amp. Oppose. As try not to provoke her. Never mind. Shuai Lu hesitated, then sighed. Fang Min sensed that Shuai Lu wanted to say something. He smiled. Lu Jia, we're not strangers. You can tell me anything. I'll keep it a secret. Dare you not keep it a secret? Shuai Lu glared at Fang Min. The problem is, even if I tell you, we can amp, oppose, T helping Na and her family. She sighed helplessly. Fang Min grew even more curious. Lu Jia, tell me. Shuai Lu shook her head. It an oppose. That's like casting pearls before swine. Never mind. Let me guess. Fang Min narrowed his eyes, recalling the events that had unfolded after he entered the Su family and amp. Oppose. His villa. Scenes flashed through his mind like a movie. He would first treat Tianya, then an arrogant beauty, like an empress, would enter the villa, discussing family business with suing Na and amp. Oppose. As parents and sparking a quarrel. This empress was suing Na and amp. Oppose. S Aunt Wei Yin. The empress and amp. Oppose. S surname was Wei, after her mother and amp. Oppose. S surname. With this thought, he smiled at Shuai Lu. Lu Jia and amp. Oppose. V guessed most of it. You? Shuai Lu scoffed. What could a young man from an orphanage possibly guess? Want to bet? A bet is a bet. Who and amp? Oppose. S afraid. What do we bet? If you lose, you have to treat a friend of mine. No problem. If you lose, you name it. Fang Min pointed to Shuai Lu and amp. Amp. Oppose. S pants. Lu Jia. If you lose, you have to transform into a superhero. Shuai Lu was taken aback. How can I transform into a superhero? Wear your underwear on the outside, and you and amp. Amp. Oppose. LL become a superhero. You rascal. Shuai Lu cursed with a laugh, playfully punching Fang Min. Filthy word from your filthy mouth. Luya. I and amp, oppose, V, guessed it. Na and amp, oppose. SN is coming this morning to discuss family business with Na and amp, oppose, as parents. Their conflict stems from this. Fang Min nodded at Shuai Lu. Shuai Lu and amp, oppose. S eyes widened. How did you guess that? Fang Min chuckled. Didn't and amp, oppose, T I tell you? I and amp, oppose, M, a fortune teller. I and amp, oppose, M, truly impressed. Shuai Lu exclaimed. She slowed down the car. Very well. Now that you know, I'll tell you everything. It turned out that Su Yingna's grandfather doted on his youngest daughter, Wei Yin, entrusting her with 70% of the family business. Consequently, Wei Yin and Su Yingna's father, Su Tingjun, had been at odds. Now that the old man was getting older, he even considered handing over the entire family business to Wei Yin. As the old man's only son, Su Tingjun naturally did not want to face this situation, and he began to compete with Wei Yin for control of the family business. The two sides were unyielding, and the conflict deepened. This morning, Wei Yin had come to Su Yingna's house for a family gathering, hoping to reach an agreement on the division of assets. To ease the tension and facilitate a smoother division, the old man would also be coming. Fang Min, that's the situation. Shuai Lu sighed after telling Fang Min, tell me. What can we do to help? We and amp, oppose, outsiders. I doubt we can even interject. Fang Min looked at Shuai Lu. By the way, Lu Jia, what does Yingna think? Yingna isn't interested in the family business, assets, or property. She just wants to go to college, get a graduate degree, and become a scholar. Shuai Lu frowned. Her attitude is simple. She respects her grandfather and Oppo's decision. After all, the Su family and Oppo's business empire was built by the old man. Then listen to the old man. The old man had a stroke. Sometimes he's not clear-headed, and it's difficult for him to speak. Wei Yin suggested that they shouldn't rely on the old man's current state, but rather trust the old man and Oppo's will. Hearing this, Fang Min sneered. In that case, Wei Yin must have tampered with the will. See? Even someone as dense as you can figure it out, let alone Yingna and her father? Shuai Lu frowned, shaking her head. If you ask me, their family gathering this morning will end in discord, and there might even be a heated conflict. Chapter 58, The Su Family Villa Mama. Is it going to be a fierce conflict? Fang Min furrowed his brows. Shuai Lu smirked indeed. Last time, the bodyguards of President Su and Wei Yin got into a brawl. The old man nearly fainted from rage. Bloodshed seemed imminent. I almost got caught in the middle. Goodness. As long as they're fighting, they must ensure that Yingna remains unharmed. Fang Min scratched his short hair, contemplating how to assist Su Yingna. As their conversation unfolded, the car arrived at the northeastern corner of the villa community, entering a grand estate. This was the Su family villa, sprawling over 20 acres, featuring 3 smaller villas, 2 artificial hills, 6 gardens, and 4 swimming pools. This vibrant and breathtaking courtyard was indeed Su Ying-na's home. Xuelu parked the car and led Fang Min towards the central villa's living room. Fang Min, holding a bouquet of carnations, observed his surroundings with curiosity. Fang Min, you've arrived. Su Ying-na suddenly emerged from a garden, smiling and nodding at him. He had already noticed her, dressed in a pink long gown that accentuated her innocent charm, resembling a goddess descended from the heavens. He yearned for a tight embrace, but thought it too premature, transforming that impulse into a radiant smile. Ying-na, I am here. Fang Min, it's not just because I'm caring for my mother that I came with Lu Jie to pick you up, Su Ying-na replied with an apologetic smile. Fang Min adjusted his mask and chuckled. Ying-na, you need not be so formal with me. I'll always be at your service, even if it means rushing to your side at midnight with merely a phone call. Bang! Xuelu playfully punched Fang Min's shoulder. What are you saying? Lu Ye, are you jealous again? Fang Min shook his head. All right, I'll come to your side in the shortest time possible, okay? I'll beat you up. Xuelu raised her fist once more. Su Ying-na interjected with a laugh, quickly blocking Xuelu. Lu Jie, Fang Min is just joking. Xuelu still glared at Fang Min. You better watch out. I'll deal with you using my skills. Having heard Xuelu mention her teaching Fang Min Tai Chi, Su Ying-na chuckled. Lu Jie, are you teaching martial arts or just causing trouble? Fang Min is my classmate and friend. I won't allow you to go too far. With a light-hearted laugh, she led Fang Min towards the living room. From a distance, Fang Min observed a middle-aged couple seated inside, both elegantly dressed and possessing striking features. The woman was familiar to him. She was Su Ying-na's mother, Tianya. The man was unfamiliar, but he deduced it must be Su Ying-na's father, Su Tingjun. Judging by their appearances and expressions, they seemed to be gentle souls. Fang Min, when you meet my parents, could you please remove your mask? Su Ying-na smiled softly, indicating Fang Min's mask. With a sigh, Fang Min glanced at Xuelu. She quickly explained, Ying-na, Fang Min really can't take off his mask. He is bruised and battered. We don't want to scare anyone, do we? What happened? Su Ying-na looked at Fang Min in surprise. How'd you get hurt? Before he could respond, Xuelu coldly interjected. He was out chasing girls yesterday and got beaten up for being too forward. Fang Min shot her an incredulous look. Lu Jie, you were the one who hit me. I'll knock you out, you scoundrel. Xuelu exclaimed, raising her fist again. Su Ying-na laughed, stepping between them. All right. Let Fang Min keep his mask on. I'll explain to my parents later. Xuelu shot a fierce glare at Fang Min. She couldn't fathom why they seemed to be adversaries from a previous life, always bickering upon meeting. Dad, Mom, my classmate Fang Min is here, Su Ying-na announced as she entered the living room, smiling at her parents. Fang Min promptly bowed, greetings, uncle and aunt. He presented the carnations to Tianya, aunt. Wishing you a swift recovery. Thank you. Tianya smiled gratefully. You're so kind to bring flowers while visiting to tend to me. Aunt, you're too polite. Ying-na and I are classmates. Classmates are like siblings. Fang Min smiled warmly. Since we are like family, calling you Mom is perfectly fitting. Tianya couldn't help but laugh. Su Ying-na blushed, feeling a warmth from the moment. Was Fang Min being overly sentimental during their first meeting? Xuelu, standing behind, couldn't help but smirk. Goodness, your sweet words could make anyone nauseous. Su Tingjun smiled warmly, extending his hand to Fang Min. Dr. Fang, you've saved my wife twice. I've also heard that you've rescued Nana. You truly are our family's savior. Uncle, you flatter me. We are family. So you can simply call me Fang Min, he replied enthusiastically, shaking Su Tingjun's hand before gesturing toward a leather sofa. Please, take a seat. After shaking hands with Su Tingjun and observing his kind demeanor, Fang Min perceived him to be a sincere and generous individual, more suited for academia than business. Fang Min, my mother started experiencing abdominal pain this morning. What could be the cause? Su Ying-na asked anxiously, concerned about her mother's condition. Isu Tingyun nodded. We kindly asked Dr. Fang, or rather Fang Min, to take a look. Of course. Fang Min sat beside Tianya. taking her pulse while discreetly using his insight to assess her condition. There's not much to worry about. You've just eaten less recently, causing some intestinal spasms. And if you massage your abdomen gently, I'll also massage the soles of your feet. We just need to persist for an hour. Upon hearing this, Su Ying-na hurriedly fetched a small stool. Fang Min sat on it, placing Tianya's feet on his lap, and began to massage her soles. Since Tianya wore sheer stockings, it wasn't overly intimate. During a prior emergency, a doctor had made a small incision on her right sole, which had been bandaged. But Fang Min proceeded with utmost care. Under Fang Min's guidance, Tianya gently massaged her abdomen. To everyone's surprise, within just 10 minutes, Tianya felt significantly better, even experiencing a sensation of lightness, exclaiming, "Fang Min, despite your youth, you truly are a miraculous doctor." Fang Min humbly replied, "Aunt, I'm unworthy of such praise. You should add a little before miraculous doctor." Little miraculous doctor? Tianya found Fang Min amusing and laughed heartily. Su Tingjun chuckled as well, while Su Ying-na smiled shyly. Shui Lu shot an unimpressed glare at Fang Min, involuntarily exclaiming, "Fang Min, are you being proud or humble?" Just then, a beautiful female bodyguard rushed in, exclaiming in astonishment, "President Tian, President Su, Wei is here." Tianya gasped, sitting up straight, turning to Su Tingjun, and exclaimed, "Quick, old Su, the Empress has arrived." Chapter 59. The arrival of the Empress. Su Tingjun hurriedly glanced outside the living room. Yet he swiftly concealed his unease. Su Ying-na was equally startled, her eyes wide as she peered out. Shui Lu, on the other hand, merely smirked coldly, her fists clenched tightly. It seemed that this Wei Yin was indeed a formidable presence, capable of instilling such fear in the family. Fang Min also turned to gaze towards the door, where a stunning woman clad in a purple gown was gracefully approaching, flanked by 6 beautiful bodyguards. She appeared to be around 24 or 25, with a round face, large eyes, and thin lips, her golden locks cascading elegantly, exuding an air of sophistication and modernity. However, she held her head high, her proud demeanor radiating an air of superiority that enveloped her like a cloak. The way she carried herself suggested that she was a queen surveying her realm. Additionally, her hair was styled in a braid resembling a golden serpent, and she adorned her neck with a crystal necklace that resembled a snow-white snake. The combination of these 2 serpents lent her an aura of chilling aloofness, making it seem unwise to draw near. Goodness, this is Wei Yin, indeed a queen. Fang Min mused silently, admiring her presence. Fang Min, my sister has arrived to discuss family matters. Could you perhaps excuse yourself? Su Tingjun asked politely, glancing at Fang Min. Before Fang Min could respond, Su Ying-na softly interjected, "Dad, let Fang Min stay. He mentioned earlier that he must not cease the massage for Mom." Shui Lu understood that Fang Min had previously assisted Su Ying-na in dealing with Sun Kong, and now Su Ying-na trusted that with Fang Min's help, they could also confront this tough opponent. She nodded affirmatively at Su Tingjun. Su Tingjun, who had always placed his faith in Shui Lu, sighed, "Very well. We shall introduce Fang Min as our family doctor, one of our own." "Uncle, I am indeed one of your own." Fang Min smiled at Su Tingjun while discreetly observing Wei Yin from the corner of his eye. As the older brother of Wei Yin, it would be inappropriate for Su Tingjun to step out to welcome her, so he turned to Su Ying-na, silently urging her to greet Wei Yin. "Dad, she is my grandfather and aunt, Appo's daughter. There is no need for such formality." Su Ying-na, usually the obedient daughter, refused to comply this time. She cast a disdainful glance towards the door, reflecting on the contempt and oppression Wei Yin had shown towards her parents. Though we share the same blood, why the rush to harm one another? Su Ying now realized that Wei Yin did not regard her father as an elder brother, but rather as an adversary, a sworn enemy. With this thought, she shot a cold glance towards the door and then looked at Fang Min. Having previously received his help, she hoped he would extend his hand once more. Fang Min, also looking at Su Ying-na, found their gazes meeting in the air. A silent understanding passed between them, and they both nodded gently in encouragement. "Shui Lu, why don't you go and greet her?" Su Tingjun suggested, noticing his daughter's reluctance to move. Shui Lu nodded and turned to head towards the door. By then, Wei Yin had already reached the entrance of the living room. One of her bodyguards removed the parasol, shielding her from the overcast skies, where no sunlight penetrated. "Miss Wei, you have arrived. Mr. Su and Ms. Tian are awaiting you in the living room." Xuelu acknowledged, nodding at Wei Yin. With a mere sidelong glance at Xuelu, Wei Yin said nothing, striding into the living room with her bodyguards flanking her. The daughter of a mistress, how arrogant, Xuelu thought, casting a discreet glance at Wei Yin and suppressing a mocking smile, as if sensing Xuelu and Amp, Oppo's gaze. One of the bodyguards with a ponytail deliberately nudged her with her shoulder. Xuelu clenched her teeth, but remained motionless, aware that this was Wang Pin. Wei Yin and Amp, Oppo's devoted bodyguard and secretary, the most formidable among her entourage. Their previous confrontation had nearly escalated into a fight, and she was confident that a clash was inevitable. Brother, sister-in-law, Wei Yin entered the living room, offering a courteous greeting to Su Tingjun and Tianya. However, upon noticing a young man in a mask giving Tianya a foot massage, her brows furrowed, and she coldly demanded, "Who is this person, and why is he here?" As her words fell, Wang Pin barked, "Whoever it is, leave." Fang Min, with a playful glint in his eye, assessed Wang Pin and Oppo's unimpressive figure but remained seated, continuing the massage. "Little sister, this is our family doctor and friend, Fang Min. Your sister-in-law is unwell and in need of his assistance," Su Tingjun explained softly, emphasizing that the massage must continue. Wei Yin scoffed disdainfully. "Even so, why the mask?" Taken aback, Su Tingjun clarified, "Fang Min has a skin allergy." Fang Min nodded at Wei Yin in acknowledgement. "Oomph." Wei Yin cast a look of contempt at Fang Min and settled onto another sofa, with Wang Pin and another bodyguard standing behind her. Unfazed by Wei Yin's gaze, Fang Min smirked coldly and turned to Suing Na. Their eyes met once more, and like before, they shared an understanding, encouraging one another with a slight nod. "I am here to discuss our family and Oppo's business affairs," Wei Yin declared imperiously, her head held high. "Today, we must draw a clear line." Su Tingjun nodded. "I, too, wish to resolve matters swiftly, but with our father absent, how can we proceed? Were we not to wait for him? The old man is unwell and cannot travel today." Wei Yin pointed towards the large television on the back wall of the living room. "In a moment, he can join us via video call. It will be as if he were here in person." Su Tingjun sighed inwardly, but nodded in agreement, glancing at Xuelu. Understanding, Xuelu moved to turn on the television. Moments later, the screen displayed an elderly man with white hair, appearing frail as he lay in bed. "Dad, can you see us?" Wei Yin inquired loudly as she donned headphones. The elderly man nodded. "Yes, Yin and Oppo's. I can see you, your brother, and your sister-in-law." "Who is the young man giving your sister-in-law a foot massage?" "It is I." Fang Min waved to the screen, addressing the elderly gentleman. "I am the family doctor for Yingna and Oppo's household." "Be quiet." Wei Yin shot a disdainful glare at Fang Min. "You have no right to speak here." As Wei Yin issued her warning, Suing Na gently patted Fang Min and Oppo's shoulder, signaling him to remain silent. From the old man and Oppo's earlier remarks, Su Tingjun believed he was alert, and he addressed the screen. "Dad, you are aging. The family business requires management. Please, tell us how it should be handled. Let me be straightforward. How do my sister and I divide the assets?" His impatience was palpable as he cut straight to the chase. Chapter 60. The confrontation in the living room. The elderly man on the television softly inquired, "Tingjun, do you still respect your father?" "Of course I respect him. Father dedicated his entire life to our family, and I will always honor you." Su Tingjun had always been a filial son. Regardless of the conflicts between him and Wei Yin, his affection for his father remained unwavering. "Very well, I shall speak plainly." The elder nodded with satisfaction. "We have a piece of land in the Huehu development zone, which we are preparing to develop into real estate. All the necessary paperwork has been completed, and I am entrusting its management to you. The remaining enterprises will be managed by your sister." "What?" Su Tingjun was taken aback. Tianya's mouth fell agape, and Suing Na and Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief. It was important to note that the land in Huehu Development Zone constituted merely 20% of the Su family and Oppo's assets. This meant that as the eldest son, Su Tingjun would only possess 20% of the family's wealth, while his half-sister would hold the remaining 80%. At that moment, Su Tingjun felt as though his heart were bleeding. For 2 decades, he had devoted himself to academic research while assisting his father in managing the family business, essentially sacrificing his youth for the family and Oppo's enterprise. In contrast, Wei Yin, his sister, had only graduated from university 3 years prior and had only recently joined the family business. She had not only failed to contribute to the family, but had also signed 2 detrimental contracts that resulted in a loss of 300 million for the family. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his grievances, only letting out a sigh. He cherished calligraphy and collecting, contemplating shifting his focus to these pursuits in order to avoid family discord and secure a peaceful life. He gritted his teeth and resolved to take a step back. Old Su, Tianya noticed Su Tingjun and Oppo's silence and called out to him. The Su family had amassed such significant wealth, and she believed that her contributions warranted more than a mere 20% share. Dad! Su Yingna also turned to Su Tingjun, calling out emphatically. Su Tingjun continued to lower his head, remaining silent. He understood the feelings of his wife and daughter, but he felt content. Even a 20% share amounted to billions. For the sake of family harmony and to prevent further conflict, he was willing to concede. Seeing Su Tingjun's continued silence, both Tianya and Su Yingna gazed at him anxiously. Xue Lu, standing nearby, was growing increasingly restless. Wei Yin observed Su Tingjun's silence and deemed him fearful, sneering haughtily. She then cast a glance at Tianya and another at Su Yingna, her demeanor suggesting, since Su Tingjun has nothing to say, what right do you have to speak? Silence enveloped the living room. Fake. This is all a fabrication. Suddenly, someone shattered the silence. The crowd turned in surprise to see Fang Min, who was massaging Tianya, speaking up. What did you say? Wei Yin immediately shot a glare at Fang Min, her eyes filled with anger and disdain. What gives you the right to prattle on here? The statements made by the elder are false. Fang Min did not meet Wei Yin and Oppo's gaze, instead pointing at the television screen. The elder and Oppo's words were dubbed. The synchronization is so flawless that it would be a shame if he didn't win an Oscar. What? Dubbed? How come we didn't notice? The living room erupted in commotion. Wei Yin appeared to be struck at her core, her face flushing with anger as she glared at Fang Min. What right does a mere doctor have to speak here? Someone throw him out. Yes. Wang Pin, standing nearby, immediately rushed toward Fang Min. What are you doing? Xue Lu, noticing the commotion, quickly intervened to block Wang Pin. Wang Pin had long wished to confront Xue Lu but hesitated to act in the Su family's living room without Wei Yin's command. Step back. Everyone, step back. Su Tingjun, initially considering retreat, felt a surge of anger at Wei Yin's audacity and shouted. He glared at Wang Pin and then Xue Lu, asserting, "This is my home. It is not a place where anyone can act recklessly." This statement was clearly directed at Wei Yin, no matter how arrogant she was. She cannot expel guests from her brother and Oppo's home. Wei Yin understood Su Tingjun and Oppo's intent, smirking coldly as she addressed Wang Pin. Come back, Wang Pin. Wang Pin clenched her teeth, glaring at Xue Lu and then Fang Min before stepping back behind Wei Yin. Dr. Fang, my family physician and a friend, is permitted to speak in this setting. Su Tingjun declared passionately. Does anyone have any objections? Quietly, he cast a sidelong glance at Wei Yin. Wei Yin, caught off guard by Su Tingjun and Oppo's sudden outburst, paused momentarily before giving a cold smile, remaining silent. The living room fell into silence. Fang Min claims that the elder's statements are false. Let us investigate. Do you not wish to prove your innocence? Wei Yin responded with a cold smile and a nod. Very well, let's investigate. My father has always conducted himself with integrity, and I believe his words now are just as honorable. Su Tingjun nodded and turned to Fang Min, inquiring, Dr. Fang, how can you assert that the elder's statements are false? The crowd turned their curious gazes towards Fang Min. Fang Min replied, Mr. Su, simply position the camera closer to the elder when recording and bring the microphone nearer to his mouth. Then listen to his statements once more. Obvious. Wayne snapped at Fang Min. My brother is asking you how you know the elder and Oppo's. S statements are false. Where is your evidence? I have evidence. Fang Min fixed his gaze on Wayne, but it requires your cooperation. Do you dare to assist? Why would I refuse to cooperate? It is my unyielding duty to prove my father's integrity, Wayne declared with resolute clarity. Fang Min chuckled. Very well, please retrieve the mobile phone of your bodyguard. Wang Pin. Wayne paused. What do you need Wang Pin's phone for? Simply unlock it and hand it over to me. Fang Min nodded. The others were equally taken aback. Their curiosity piqued as they looked at Wang Pin. Wang Pin, take out your phone, unlock the screen, and hand it to him. Wayne commanded without hesitation. Wang Pin and Oppo's eyes widened in shock as she shook her head. She was well aware of the secrets contained within her phone, her back breaking out in a cold sweat. Take it out, unlock the screen, and hand it over immediately, Wayne insisted, not allowing her subordinates to defy her orders. Wang Pin, knowing Wayne and Oppo's temperament all too well, dared not protest further. Letting out a silent sigh, she retrieved her phone, unlocked the screen, and approached Fang Min to hand it over. At that moment, she thought to herself, the phone had been with her all along. Could Fang Min truly uncover its secrets? Fang Min accepted the phone and promptly opened WeChat. Earlier, while discreetly observing Wang Pin, he had used his insight to glean information about her, and he recalled a scene from half an hour ago that made him pay attention to Wang Pin and Oppo's WeChat activity, which was why he had requested her phone. All eyes were now on Fang Min, each person brimming with curiosity, especially Su Ying-na, who felt both intrigued and hopeful. Fang Min, you must help us this time. Chapter 61. The division within the confines of this mobile phone lay a WeChat message, received merely an hour ago. I wish to share the sound contained within. Fang Min raised his phone and opened a particular message. Instantly, the voice of an elderly man resonated. We have a plot of land in the Huehu development zone, ready for real estate development. All the necessary procedures have been completed. I entrust its management to you. The remaining enterprises will be overseen by your sister. It was indeed the voice of the old man from just moments prior. The crowd was taken aback. How could it sound so identical? Had the old man recorded this beforehand? This was a speech delivered merely an hour ago, amidst the discussions of Su Tingjun and Tianya. Wang Pin found herself rendered speechless, momentarily frozen in disbelief. Indeed, this had been a message she received an hour ago, sent by a trusted aide of Wayne, urging her to listen and discern whether it resembled the old man and Oppo's voice. She had replied affirmatively, claiming it to be remarkably convincing, but had forgotten to delete it. Unbeknownst to her, Fang Min had uncovered this secret. Wang Pin shuddered at the thought of how Wayne would punish her, drenched in cold sweat, unable to raise her gaze to meet Wayne's eyes. In that moment, Wayne was equally stunned. She was fully aware that this was a deception, yet she had not anticipated that the truth would be unveiled by Fang Min so swiftly. Just moments ago, she had been espousing principles of integrity and transparency. What a slap in the face. This was an outright humiliation. Embarrassed and furious, Wayne gritted her teeth, wishing to eliminate Fang Min, yet words eluded her. After a brief contemplation, she resolved to cast Wang Pin as a scapegoat. With a fierce glare, she directed her ire at Wang Pin, exclaiming, I never imagined you would stoop so low. Get out. Wang Pin, her face flushed crimson, lost her earlier bravado, and, with her head bowed, obediently made her way toward the door. In that moment, Wayne hastily gestured to her beautiful bodyguard to turn off the large television. She had no desire for the old man to learn of the events unfolding in the living room. Oh my, what on earth is on Wang Pin and Oppo's phone? Fang Min exclaimed, pointing at Wang Pin's device, suddenly grinning widely. There are explicit images, lewd videos, and even a private show featuring 2 individuals. Oh my, this is the personal secretary and bodyguard of Weizong. How could there be such filth on their phone? Wang Pin, upon hearing this, was consumed by shame, covering her face with her hands, wishing she could vanish into the ground. She contemplated rushing back to reclaim her phone, but the thought of Wei Yin's wrath deterred her. As she exited the living room and stepped out of the villa, she remained with her face hidden in her hands. Simultaneously, She harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Fang Min. Just wait, Fang Min. I vow I shall not rest until I destroy you. In the living room, hearing Fang Min's words, Wei Yin's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling as though she had been publicly shamed. She cast a sidelong glance at Fang Min, wishing she could devour him whole. She had come prepared to apply pressure on Su Tingjun, coercing him into signing a contract that would grant him a mere 20% of the family assets. Yet here she was, the one left in a state of disarray. Goodness, what is this? Photos of Wei Zong. Fang Min suddenly leapt to his feet, eyes wide as he scrutinized the phone and Oppo's images, pictures in swimwear, bathing scenes, and even nightwear shots. Heavens, there are even... He hesitated, swiftly clutching the phone and glaring at Wei Yin. Wei Zong, your secretary is spying on you, and you remain oblivious? Wei Yin gasped, standing abruptly. Fang Min, return my phone. She was gripped by anxiety, fully aware that she had previously asked Wang Pin to take some intimate photographs, all of which she believed had been deleted. The notion that Wang Pin had retained any of them was unfathomable, let alone the idea that she had taken more daring shots. As she seethed with hatred towards Wang Pin, her mind raced with concerns about the potential dissemination of these images. In Yanhai City, who did not know her as the pristine and untouchable iceberg CEO? If these images were to circulate, where would she find the courage to show her face? If the old man discovered this, he could very well perish from rage. The more she pondered, the more incensed she became, unleashing a high-pitched cry. Fang Min, hand it over. Fang Min took a step back. It's not your phone. Why should I give it to you? Retrieve it for me, Wei Yin shouted, directing her ire at a nearby bodyguard with 2 braids. The bodyguard remained still, but Fang Min bellowed, anyone who dares to move, I will upload these photos online immediately. Wei Yin was taken aback, hastily grabbing her bodyguard, glaring at Fang Min. What do you want? How much? Name your price. Fang Min, however, was not motivated by monetary gain. He pointed at Su Tingjun. Wei Zong, as long as you and Su Zong can amicably divide the assets, I will hand over the phone without hesitation. Otherwise, prepare for your reputation to be tarnished. Wei Yin clenched her jaw, forced to concede. This is no challenge. I came here specifically to negotiate the division of assets with my elder brother. With that, she threw a glance at her bodyguard. The bodyguard comprehended immediately, retrieving a briefcase from her possession and producing several stacks of contracts, placing them on the coffee table, along with a black pen. Elder brother, Wei Yin turned to Su Tingjun. I have brought the contracts. You receive 80%, and I shall take 20%. We can sign immediately. However, Su Tingjun was no longer so naive. With Fang Min holding leverage over Wei Yin, he had no reason to rush. 80? Who gets the 80 and who gets the 20? Did we not already establish this? You take 80, I take 20. Wei Yin insisted earnestly. Su Tingjun scoffed. If you insist on that, this contract cannot be signed. You witnessed it yourself. The old man's words were merely a voiceover. Wei Yin smiled coldly. How much do you desire? Su Tingjun replied, let be fair, let be just. How can we honor our conscience? What constitutes fairness? What is just in your eyes? Wei Yin pressed. Su Tingjun gestured towards Su Yingna. Nana is a university student, honest and sensible. Let her decide. Wei Yin paused, turning to Su Yingna. All right. Yingna, speak up. Your father trusts you, and so does your aunt. Su Yingna nodded, glancing between Su Tingjun and Wei Yin. Then at Fang Min, if you ask me, giving my aunt 20% is already fair and respects everyone as conscience. Utter nonsense. Wei Yin glared at Su Yingna. Of course, you would speak in favor of your father. I do not agree. Nor do I. Fang Min raised the phone high. If you choose to divide it this way, I will instantly upload Wei Zong's photos online, starting with the most incriminating ones. Wei Yin gasped in shock. Su Yingna froze. Even Su Tingjun and Tianya stared at Fang Min in astonishment. What do you mean? Wei Yin glared at Fang Min. Fang Min mimicked Wei Yin's earlier haughtiness. The division shall be 1-9. You, Wei Zong, receive 1, and I, Su Zong, receive 9. You and Appos, re-talking nonsense. Wei Yin, unable to contain her fury, erupted. What right do you have to interfere in the division of the Su family assets? I possess this right. Fang Min raised the phone again, refused to comply, and I will disseminate this immediately. With a mere tap, I can share it across multiple WeChat groups. Wei Yin was left speechless. Chapter 62. The grand deceiver silence descended upon the Su family's living room once more. Although initially alarmed, Wei Yin quickly regained her composure. What were a few compromising photos compared to hundreds of billions? She offered a frigid smile, glaring first at Fang Min, then at Su Tingjun. 80-20. That and amp. Amp. Oppos. That's the best you and amp. Amp. Oppos. LL get, she stated coldly. And I caution you, do not test my resolve, or there will be dire consequences for some. Her voice, sharp as ice, and each word, like a volley of arrows, pierced the air, impacting everyone present. Su Tingjun, Tianya, Su Ingna, and Xue Lu all felt a palpable pressure, an aura of menace. It was remarkable that such an intensity emanated from a woman untrained in martial arts, a testament to her formidable presence. Her words were laced with veiled threats and implied mortal danger, a characteristic usually reserved for figures of imperial stature. Silence lingered in the room. Good heavens! A voice suddenly shattered the quiet. It was Fang Min once again. Good heavens! He exclaimed, eyes glued to his phone. A secret. I and Oppos. V uncovered a monumental secret on this phone. Someone colluded with someone else to defraud the Su family enterprise, involving a sum of 400 million. A collective gasp filled the room. Everyone staring at Fang Min. Wei Yin visibly recoiled, a tremor running through her. The accusation of defrauding the family business struck a nerve, as it involved a deputy general manager within her company. She had recklessly gambled away over $40 million in Las Vegas, forcing her to illicitly extract funds from the family enterprise. It was a secret she believed was known only to a select few. So how could Fang Min know? Unbeknownst to them, Fang Min had been discreetly observing Wei Yin and her possessions through his perceptive gaze. By retrospectively analyzing her actions, he discovered a promissory note concealed within her briefcase, revealing the truth of the fraudulent scheme. He turned to Su Tingjun, declaring, Mr. Su, do you require this evidence? Absolutely. Su Tingjun responded, with unwavering trust in Fang Min's possession of the information. I've been wanting to initiate an investigation. With a significant lead, I can expose the perpetrator. At that moment, Wei Yin felt a surge of panic. The discovery of her embezzlement of 400 million would inevitably lead to imprisonment. The prospect of acquiring billions would be rendered meaningless, as she would lose her freedom and suffer irreparable damage to her reputation. Brother, my visit today was intended to address the division of assets. Why delve into other matters? Wei Yin relented, albeit reluctantly. Very well. For the sake of our late father and our familial bond, I will concede to your terms. 80-20 it is. Let's proceed with the transfer. Sister, the division of assets is of secondary importance compared to uncovering the culprit. Su Tingjun earnestly replied, extending his hand towards Fang Min. Dr. Fang, please, give me the phone. Give me the evidence. Father, Su Ingna interjected, tugging at Su Tingjun's arm. The matter of finding the wrongdoer can wait until after the assets have been divided. Indeed, yes. Tianya eagerly concurred. Uncovering the fraud would, at most, recover 400 million. However, dividing the assets would yield billions. They both believed that Su Tingjun was being excessively honorable and selfless. Yes, yes, yes. Fang Min gestured emphatically towards Su Tingjun. First, sign the agreement, divide the assets. Other matters can be addressed later. Su Tingjun sighed, then returned to the tea table. Very well, sister. Let us proceed with the transfer and sign the agreement. Wei Yin gritted her teeth, casting another glance at Fang Min, and then took her seat. Given the scale of the family enterprise, the division process proved to be intricate and time-consuming. However, with Su Ingna and Xue Lu assisting Su Tingjun and Wei Yin supported by her assistant, they were able to finalize the arrangement in just over an hour. During this time, both parties' legal representatives arrived to witness the proceedings, ensuring that all necessary legal protocols were followed. Subsequently, they promptly announced the asset division and restructuring on the family enterprise and Oppos' official website. Thus, what both parties had anticipated as an arduous undertaking was completed in less than 2 hours. Any subsequent attempt to retract the agreement would be futile. Su Tingjun, Tianya, Su Ingna, and Shui Lu were all elated. Having secured 80% of the assets instead of a mere 2% was a cause for celebration. Wei Yin, on the other hand, maintained a frigid countenance, her expression as cold as ice. Fang Min, hand over the phone. I will investigate the wrongdoer. Wei Yin abruptly stood up, glaring at Fang Min. Certainly, I am a man of my word. Fang Min chuckled, approaching Wei Yin and handing her the phone. He then strode towards the exit, announcing, I am Amp, Oppos. I'm going out for some fresh air. As he walked away, he winked at Suing-na. Sujinnas Maid Fantli. Her eyes filled with gratitude as she watched him disappear into the courtyard. Wei Yin, upon receiving the phone, retreated to a corner to examine its contents. She sought to uncover the evidence of the fraudulent scheme, as well as any compromising photos, but her search yielded nothing. She meticulously reviewed Wang Pin and Amp, Oppos, photo albums, video files, WeChat messages, QQ communications, and email inboxes, but found nothing of relevance. Fearing that she had overlooked something, Wei Yin enlisted the assistance of her female bodyguard, who also failed to find anything incriminating. Ms. Wei, could it be that we have been deceived by Fang Min? The bodyguard whispered, prompting realization in Wei Yin. She had been duped. Fang Min had deceived her into believing his claims, leading her to relinquish 80% of the family's assets to Su Tingjun. His deception was flawless, leaving her speechless. You bastard. Wei Yin finally lost her composure, unleashing a torrent of expletives. Damn it, go and apprehend that grand deceiver. Incensed, she stormed out of the living room, tears welling up in her eyes, determined to find Fang Min. She vowed that upon capturing him, she would make him pay dearly for his treachery. Her bodyguards surged forward, initiating a search for Fang Min. Ms. Shui. Is Fang Min safe? Inside the living room, Suing-na expressed her concern for Fang Min and Amp, Oppos' safety, gently tugging at Shui Lu and Amp, Oppos' sleeve. Shui Lu smiled. Fang Min is too cunning. Do you think they can catch him? She whispered into Suing-na's ear, Ing-na. We truly owe Fang Min a debt of gratitude today. Haha, how gratifying. Shui Lu smiled faintly, clenching her fist in solidarity with Suing-na. Su Tingjun and Tian, you were also beaming with joy, finally having obtained what was rightfully theirs and being able to breathe freely. Ing-na, assist Ms. Tian to her room to rest. I will summon the bodyguards. Shui Lu, concerned that Wei Yin might resort to drastic measures, promptly reminded Suing-na. Suing-na nodded in agreement, and then called Su Tingjun to assist Tian towards the staircase. At that moment, several of the Su family and Oppos' bodyguards discreetly entered the house, prepared to thwart any retaliatory actions by Wei Yin. Ms. Wei, Fang Min cannot be found anywhere on the grounds. A bodyguard reported to Wei Yin, who was on the verge of hyperventilation. Wei Yin and Oppos' rage intensified, and she pointed towards the villa and Oppos' entrance, unleashing another high-pitched shriek. Search. Scour every inch of Yanhai City if you have to, but find that bastard. Chapter 63. An aggressive date, Fang Min slipped out of the Su family villa and made his way to the street, where he awaited a taxi to North Spring Community. Having witnessed much at the Su residence, he felt compelled to return home and report to his assassin wife. While waiting, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was the policewoman, Jun Rong, calling. He promptly answered, Sister Rong, what brings you to call at this hour? I just left the orphanage. I wanted to inform you that Sun Kong has come looking for trouble again, demanding that Jiang Lan hand you over. Yun Rong exclaimed. The moment Jiang Lan called, Fang Min quickly inquired, Is Sister Lan all right? I and Amp, Oppos, am here. How could anything happen? I just need you to be cautious. Hearing the concern in Jun Rong and Amp, Oppos' voice, Fang Min smiled. Thank you, Sister Rong, I will be careful. All right, call me if you need anything. I must investigate a case of human trafficking, so I'll hang up now, Jun Rong said before disconnecting. Fang Min tucked his phone away, gritting his teeth. Though unafraid of Sun Kong and Oppos' retaliation, he worried for Jiang Lan and Oppos' safety. This situation could not persist. He realized he must confront Sun Kong directly. But how? After pondering for a moment, Fang Min dialed Sun Kong and Oppos' number. This time, he would not remain passive. He would take the initiative. As the call connected, Sun Kong and Appo's enraged voice boomed. Fang Min, you dare call me when I Haven and Appo's. He even contacted you. Fang Min chuckled coldly. Sun Kong, constantly harassing Jiang Lan is hardly impressive. Let us meet. I propose a location. Fine. Sun Kong agreed immediately. You've got guts. Where shall we meet? At your bar. Pure emotion, Fang Min replied. All right. I'll be waiting. Sun Kong was exhilarated, not expecting Fang Min to dare step onto his turf. If you don't show up, I will be the first to go after Jiang Lan. A gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot's reins, but Fang Min suddenly shifted the topic. Sun Kong confused, pressed, but what? But your stepmother must also be present. Fang Min continued. I've heard she's quite beautiful, talented, and capable. I would like to discuss your academic performance with her and chat about life. What the hell, Fang Min? Before Sun Kong could finish, Fang Min hung up, laughing heartily. He intended to provoke Sun Kong. The more agitated he became, the more entertaining the morning would unfold. As he walked toward South Street, he called Wei Yin, having successfully misled her earlier at the Su family villa. He surmised she would be plotting her revenge. Moreover, her chief bodyguard, Wang Pin, would undoubtedly harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him. Fang Min did not wish to create enemies. Yet Wei Yin and her associates had not only ridiculed him, but also pressured Su Yingna and her family, leaving him no choice but to intervene. The phone rang. And rang, but no one answered. Fang Min chuckled and called Wang Pin next. Having previously interacted with her phone, he not only knew her number, but also her WeChat ID. This time, someone picked up. It was Wang Pin and Appo's voice, laced with irritation. Who is this? Recognizing the anger in her tone, Fang Min replied with a smile. It's me. Who are you? She inquired again. Wang Pin, you can and Appo's. Do you recognize my voice? It's Fang Min. Wang Pin was already searching the streets for him, incredulous that he had the audacity to call her. She gritted her teeth, unable to fathom his intentions. Holding the phone tightly, she glanced at Wei Yin, who was listening intently. Recently expelled from the Su family villa, she was anxious about her next steps. Just then, Wei Yin had called her back, claiming a misunderstanding and requesting her return. Realizing her position as Wei Yin's foremost bodyguard, Wang Pin understood her importance in Wei Yin's plans. After Wei Yin concluded her call, she whispered through clenched teeth, Wei Zong, it's Fang Min on the line. What? Wei Yin and Appo's eyes widened in fury as she turned to Wang Pin, who held the phone. Stunned for a moment, she clenched her teeth and commanded, ask him what he wants. Wang Pin nodded, pressing the speakerphone button while suppressing her anger. What do you want? Earlier today, I had some misunderstandings with you and Wei Yin, and I feel quite remorseful. How about I treat you both to drinks, and then we can hash things out? Fang Min said earnestly. Oh, I mean apologize. Upon hearing apologize, Wang Pin felt her blood boil, covering the phone and looking at Wei Yin. What do you think? Wei Zong, of course, we must meet him. We are currently trying to capture him. Wei Yin and Appo's hands clenched, cracking with tension. But why is Fang Min suddenly reaching out to us? Wang Pin queried. Regardless of the reason, we must meet him. He is merely a college student. What capabilities could he possibly possess? Had I not been deceived by him, I would not have suffered such significant losses. Wei Yin fumed, recalling the hundreds of millions squandered and her reputation tarnished at the Su family villa. Wang Pin nodded, releasing the phone. Wei Zong agrees. Where shall we meet? Are you familiar with Guangming Avenue? Fang Min inquired. Wang Pin nodded in affirmation. Adjacent to Guangming Avenue is Fortune Boulevard. Do you know it? He continued. Wang Pin nodded again. Next to Fortune Boulevard is Xinhua Street. Are you aware of that? Fang Min asked. Yes, she confirmed. And beside Xinhua Street is Chang'an Avenue. Do you know it? He pressed. Yes, she replied, growing impatient. Next to Chang and Appo's, an avenue is Ping and Appo's, an avenue. Are you aware? He asked once more. I know, she answered, exasperated. Excellent, we shall meet at Ping and Appo's, an avenue, Fang Min concluded. Unable to contain herself, Wang Pin exclaimed, you could have just said Ping and Appo's, an avenue directly. Why all the fuss? This is infuriating. She felt Fang Min was still toying with her. Wei Yin, on hearing this, was furious, her eyes blazing. Yet, before they could apprehend Fang Min, she needed to maintain her composure. Wang Pin, ask him what time we meet. Wang Pin nodded, her tone brusque. Fang Min, What time shall we meet? About an hour from now. Oh, and Wang Pin, you can't come alone. Wei Yin must accompany you. Fang Min emphasized. Why? Wang Pin asked, intrigued. Simple. Your figure resembles an airport, and you cannot compare with Wei Yin. Only if she comes will I have any face, Fang Min declared before hanging up, bursting into laughter. You insufferable brat. Wang Pin fumed, nearly throwing her phone. How dare you mention my figure? You know better than to make such comments. Fang Min was incorrigible, and she vowed to make him pay dearly for his insolence. Wang Pin, let's go together. I want to see just how arrogant Fang Min truly is. Wei Yin seethed, her face flushed with anger. Furthermore, he knows about my penchant for capturing private moments and even the secrets of my scams. This time, through intense questioning, I will uncover how he knows so much. Chapter 64. Ace vs. Ace. The Pure Innocence Bar, one of the most renowned establishments in Yunhai City, stands proudly on Chang'an Avenue, resembling a pyramid. It is said to house over 500 private rooms, all drenched in opulence and indulgence. Despite its name suggesting purity, it is anything but. A diverse array of men and women indulge their desires here, engaging in various clandestine activities. Excessive revelry is a commonplace occurrence in this den of iniquity. At 10 o'clock in the morning, a young man clad in black, wearing a cap and a mask, appeared on the street, making his way toward the bar. This was none other than Fang Min, en route for a rendezvous. As he walked, he scanned the parked vehicles. His gaze fell upon a black Range Rover, causing his brow to furrow. Upon inspecting the license plate, he realized it belonged to his assassin wife. What on earth is she doing here? Fang Min squinted at the bar's towering structure. With over 80 floors, it also accommodates a hotel, making it difficult for him to survey the entire building at once. Besides, he could not perceive anything beyond 100 meters. Unable to spot Xiao Yin, he thought to himself, I shall pursue my own affairs while my wife pursues hers. Let us not interfere with one another. Surveying his surroundings, he strode confidently into the bar's lobby. The peak hours for the bar are in the evening, leaving the morning relatively quiet. Upon entering the hall, Fang Min noted the tranquility, with only a few patrons scattered in corners, sipping their drinks, and a barmaid practicing her bottle tricks at the counter. However, lurking in the shadows of the corners were a dozen burly men, clearly the hired muscle of Sun Kong. Spotting Sun Kong hiding in a lounge in the northeast corner with a sinister grin, Fang Min smirked coldly, taking a seat at the bar. A glass of wine, please, a rare barbaresco. The barmaid and Oppo's eyes brightened as she assessed Fang Min. Despite his mask, his striking eyes captivated her. She offered a charming smile and replied, just a moment, please. Before long, a glass of rich, sweet red wine, infused with a jam-like fragrance and aromatic herbs, was presented before him. As he inhaled the wine's bouquet, a wave of ecstasy washed over him. He removed his mask and savored the wine, feeling a delightful sensation flow from his mouth to his heart, enveloped by the fragrance that transported him into a euphoric state. What exquisite wine! Fang Min exclaimed, his eyes narrowing in appreciation akin to a connoisseur. The barmaid, taken aback by his battered appearance, couldn't help but chuckle to herself, bemused by the audacity of such a man. Suddenly, she noticed a group of menacing figures emerging from the corner, causing her to gasp and retreat hastily. The few patrons seated nearby wore expressions of horror before hastily fleeing the scene. Fang Min, observing the shadows gathering around him through the reflection on his glass, remained unperturbed, leisurely continuing to savor his wine. At that moment, a young man in white emerged from the northeast room, his face contorted with rage. It was none other than Sun Kong. He cracked his knuckles ominously as he approached the bar. Once within 5 meters of Fang Min, he halted and extended his hand to the side. A hulking man behind him promptly placed a finely crafted golden slingshot in Sun Kang's palm, accompanied by a shimmering steel ball. Fang Min, this little contraption served you well the last time when you injured my brother, did it not? Sun Kong, with the steel ball nestled in the slingshot and Oppo's leather pouch, aimed it at Fang Min, still lost in his own reverie, replied nonchalantly, young master son. Have you ever considered why I would knowingly walk into danger? Indeed, I am quite curious, Sun Kong retorted, maintaining his aim at Fang Min and Amp, Oppo's face. What gives you the audacity to approach me so brazenly? Because I have someone with me, Fang Min replied, turning to Sun Kong. I brought along a companion. Who? Sun Kong inquired, his curiosity piqued as he glanced toward the bar's entrance. The other men followed suit. Outside, the bustling street showed no sign of an incoming visitor. That's right, Fang Min pulled out his phone. My wife, my exceptionally formidable wife. With a single call, she'll arrive in mere minutes. Your wife? Sun Kong chuckled mockingly. By all means, call her over. I would love to entertain her. The other men laughed lewdly, their excitement palpable at the prospect of not only teaching Fang Min a lesson, but also having their fun with his wife. Fang Min took a sip of his wine and dialed Wang Pin's number. Are you on your way, dear? I'm at Pure Innocence Bar. Be cautious when you arrive. After hanging up, Sun Kong and his crew glanced once more at the bar and Oppo's in trance, some even striding toward the door to catch a glimpse of Fang Min and Oppo's wife, eager to see if she was as stunning as they imagined. Just 3 minutes later, a statuesque woman burst through the door. With a ponytail swaying behind her and clad in a fiery red denim outfit, she exuded an aura of vibrant energy. Though her face was well-proportioned, her lack of curves gave her a robust appearance, leading many to mistake her for a muscular youth. Wife, could you walk a little more gracefully? Fang Min smiled at Wang Pin as she entered. These gentlemen are my friends. Do say hello. Upon hearing this, Wang Pin finally noticed the imposing presence of the men in the bar, realizing that Fang Min had indeed brought reinforcements. Fang Min, is this your wife? Sun Kong stared at Wang Pin, momentarily taken aback. Is that what you call a chest? Laughter erupted among the other men. Fang Min pointed a warning finger at Sun Kong. Young Master Sun, show some respect to my wife, or else she might retaliate. Sun Kong laughed heartily. Retaliate? I doubt she has the time for that. She might as well head home and enhance her curves. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Pin lunged forward, delivering a swift kick to Sun Kong and Oppo's chest. With a resounding thud, he was sent flying several meters, crashing against the bar. Fang Min grinned. See? I warned you. Yet you chose not to heed my advice. Blast it. Sun Kong, infuriated and disheveled, dropped his slingshot to the floor and bellowed, attack her. Before he could finish, a throng of burly men charged at Wang Pin, wielding rubber clubs, iron rods, and daggers, surrounding her menacingly. Bring it on. Wang Pin et glim faletsli, launching herself into the fray. Fang Min, savoring his wine, observed the ensuing chaos with a bemused smile. This was indeed a battle of titans, an exhilarating spectacle. Chapter 65. The pursuit at the masquerade ball amidst the cacophony of sounds in the hall. Crashes, thuds, and anguished cries. The atmosphere was electric with chaos. Fight! Keep fighting! Sun Kong bellowed, clutching his chest as he leaned against the bar, seated on the floor. He was resolute in his disbelief that his group of loyal subordinates could be bested by a mere woman. However, as 10 minutes ticked by, his eyes widened in astonishment. He had brought a dozen men along, bolstered by the bar security, totaling 16, yet 14 had already succumbed to defeat, leaving only 2 remaining, barely able to defend themselves. Meanwhile, Wang Pin wielded a rubber baton with the grace of a tempest, her movements not only elegant but imbued with a certain artistry. Sun Shao, do you concede? Fang Min inquired, sipping the last of his red wine as he approached Sun Kong with a grin. Sun Kong, of course, refused to yield. The fighters he had summoned were hardly masters. Procuring true experts was a trivial task for him. Fang Min, let us engage in another bout tomorrow. Fang Min bent down to retrieve a slingshot from the floor, along with a box of steel balls. He extracted a single ball, drew back the slingshot, and aimed it at Sun Kong and Oppo's groin. Now, I ask you again, do you concede? With a mix of embarrassment and urgency, Sun Kong clutched his groin and lamented. I yield, brother Min. I swear it. And what of your harassment of Jianglan? Fang Min continued to aim. Sun Kong shook his head fervently. I swear to the heavens, if I ever harass Jianglan again, may my entire family perish, including my stepmother. That is a promise I shall remember. Fang Min finally put away the slingshot. Just as Sun Kong breathed a sigh of relief, he noticed Wang Pin storming toward him, her face ablaze with fury. Do not strike me. Do not strike me. he pleaded, shrinking back in fear. Fang Min, seeing her wrath, turned and fled. In that moment, heading for the main entrance would mean certain capture by Wang Pin, so he darted towards the staircase instead. Wang Pin, come and face me, she shouted, pursuing Fang Min with the ferocity of a predator. Sun Kong, momentarily taken aback, called out to Wang Pin as she rushed past him, directing her ire toward Fang Min. Fang Min, is that not your wife? She has come to confront me. Thank you for leading the charge. As Fang Min scrambled toward the stairs, he acknowledged Sun Kong and Amp. Oppo's remark with a wry response. How could this happen? Sun Kong realized he had been outmaneuvered by Fang Min, frustration boiling within him as he slammed a fist into the floor, glaring at the fallen men sprawled across the ground. Get up, all of you. Pursue them. The men groaned in pain, gasping for breath, utterly drained of strength. One of the burly men clutched his aching abdomen and lamented, in all my years of brawling, I've never been bested like this. Yet, I must admit, I respect her prowess. Why is that? Another man queried. The first man, still groaning, replied, I didn't into Oppo's. Allow her to strike my head, and she honored my request. That and Oppo's is quite commendable. On the 42nd floor of the bar, a lavish private room was hosting a masquerade ball. In the vibrant ambience of lights and wine, handsome men and beautiful women donned masks, some savoring fine wines, others singing or dancing, an enchanting spectacle. This masquerade was orchestrated by Xiao Yiyun, Fang Min's wife and the hotel's president, who held such gatherings quarterly for a select group of young executives. Xiao Yiyun bore a burden of stress known only to her, utilizing these events as a means to release her inner turmoil. Additionally, she had developed feelings for a deputy manager at the hotel, a connection she yearned to explore amidst the festivities. Now, adorned in an adorable cat mask, she sat in a corner engaged in gentle conversation with a young man. Despite his striking red Peking opera mask, his charm was unmistakable. Unbeknownst to him, the captivating woman before him was Xiao Yiyun, yet she was all too aware of his identity. She admired his good looks, recognizing him as a dashing young gentleman, arguably more handsome than most women. Moreover, his refined education, athletic physique, and international experience were qualities she found particularly appealing. As they conversed softly, her demeanor was warm, her gestures delicate, quickly earning his admiration. He pointed toward a nearby lounge and proposed, shall we retire to the adjacent room for a more intimate exchange, beautiful lady? In response to his forthrightness, Xiao Yiyun smiled gently and shook her head, gesturing towards the stage in the center of the hall. How about we dance first? While she held affection for him, she was not one to be easily swayed. She wanted him to grasp that she was not a woman to be trifled with. He rose, extending a courteous hand with a charming smile. Very well, my lady. Shall we dance? At that moment, the door to the private room was abruptly flung open, and a young man wearing a baseball cap and mask burst in, causing a stir among the guests. Xiao Yiyun and Amp, Oppo's heart raced as she recognized him. Fang Min. Indeed, it was her husband, Fang Min, who had been pursued by Wang Pin. Panting, he had sprinted to the 42nd floor and, through a glance, spotted Xiao Yiyun. Aware of her temperament, he hesitated to intrude on her event. Yet upon seeing her engaged in intimate conversation with another man, a surge of anger ignited within him. How dare he? That is my wife. Thus, he led Wang Pin into the room, chaos erupting as they toppled tables and chairs, the hall descending into pandemonium. The ferocity of Wang Pin's pursuit sent guests fleeing in terror, some abandoning their masks, others losing their shoes in the fray. Xiao Yiyun, infuriated, discreetly reached for the hidden knife beneath her skirt. This was her event, a moment for relaxation and emotional expression. More importantly, she had hoped to deepen her connection with the man she admired. Now, however, Fang Min had disrupted everything. In her fury, she contemplated the dire consequences for Fang Min. Yet a thought struck her. He was unaware that this was her masquerade ball. It was merely a misunderstanding. But who was the woman chasing him with such venom? Witnessing Wang Pin's relentless pursuit, Xiao Yiyun felt her anger directed wholly at her. Stop! Wang Pin commanded, leaping forward to deliver a kick aimed at Fang Min's back. Fang Min narrowly evaded, crashing onto a table. In that fleeting moment, he seized 2 wine bottles. With a swift motion, he swung a fist at Wang Pin. She smirked coldly, executing a kick that shattered one of the bottles. The explosion of wine sprayed everywhere. Fang Min feigned a dramatic cry, executing a clever maneuver to hurl the remaining bottle toward the young man beside Xiao Yun. The young man ducked instinctively, but the bottle shattered against the wall, splattering wine and glass shards across his face. He yelped in pain, clutching his face and collapsing to the ground. Xiao Yun and Appo's anger flared new as she noticed Wang Pin charging at Fang Min once more. With a sudden burst of speed, she leaped forward, resembling a phantom, and delivered a swift sidekick. Chapter 66. The explosive red wine. Xiao Yun and Appo's movements were swift, enigmatic, yet remarkably graceful and fluid. Fang Min was taken aback, believing that his assassin wife would lend him a helping hand. To his astonishment, she delivered a direct kick to his chest. Damn, what a wasteful wife. Fang Min, unable to evade in time, could only extend his arms and across to brace for the impact. Bang! Xiao Yun's sidekick was both rapid and precise, striking directly against Fang Min and Appo's arms. The immense force and lightning speed of the kick could have easily shattered his arms. However, at the very moment of contact, a peculiar glow emanated from Fang Min's eyes, coursing through his body like a bolt of lightning and fortifying his arms to withstand the blow. Fang Min exclaimed, not even having the time to register the pain before he was sent hurtling backward. Meanwhile, Wang Pin was sprinting ahead when she caught sight of Fang Min soaring toward her. Startled, she instinctively raised her arms to shield herself. However, Fang Min and Appo's speed was akin to that of a racing car. How could Wang Pin possibly withstand it? Bang! Fang Min collided with Wang Pin, sending her flying as they both soared into the air. In that moment, Fang Min could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment, acknowledging, wow, when a master strikes. The difference is evident. This professional assassin is far superior to a mere bodyguard. Flapping, the two soared through the air for several seconds before crashing down heavily onto the floor. Fang Min felt a throbbing pain in his arms and quickly began to pat them. Turning to Wang Pin, he was dismayed to find her unconscious. Damn! Fang Min was startled once more, glancing at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun stood tall, casting a cold gaze upon Fang Min and Wang Pin. Fang Min sensed the murderous aura surrounding her and realized it was time to retreat. He hurriedly nodded towards Xiao Yun, murmuring his gratitude. Thank you, beautiful lady. Thank you. Rising to his feet, he turned and dashed toward the exit. Xiao Yun clenched her silver teeth, her hand instinctively reaching for the flying knife at her waist. In the past, she could have easily dispatched Fang Min with a single throw. Yet, contemplating her current position as the hotel president, she discreetly lowered her hand. Casting a glance at the unconscious Wang Pin, she approached the injured young man, asking, Are you all right? The young man, bloodied and trembling, replied, I've been hurt. Just as Xiao Yun was about to assist him, she suddenly heard footsteps at the entrance and turned to see Fang Min returning. Masked Beauty, what is your name? Fang Min nodded at Xiao Yun. Despite her having kicked him earlier, he felt immense gratitude for her having knocked out his opponent. Xiao Yun, gritting her teeth, seized a bottle of red wine from a nearby table and hurled it at Fang Min with fierce intent. Fang Min quickly dodged. Bang! The wine bottle exploded against the wall behind him, bursting forth like fireworks, with the splattered wine resembling sparks. Fang Min inhaled sharply, stepping forward to grab 2 bottles of red wine from a small table by the wall and hurled them angrily at Xiao Yun. You wretched woman, if I show you kindness, do not take it for granted. Whoosh! Fang Min first threw 1 bottle, followed closely by the second. Utilizing all his strength, the bottles flew at incredible speeds. Xiao Yun understood all too well that whether she tried to open them by hand or kick them, it would be perilous, and she had no choice but to evade. Bang! Bang! The 2 bottles exploded against the wall in succession. One of the bottles shattered right beside the injured young man, splattering him once more. The young man screamed as if stung in the eyes, wailing like a banshee. Fang Min, I will kill you. Xiao Yun, drenched in red wine, was even more furious. She sprang to her feet and lunged toward Fang Min, who promptly turned to flee. After all, Xiao Yiyun wore a mask, and as the hotel president, she could not pursue Fang Min too openly. She took a few steps before stopping abruptly, hearing the pained groans behind her. She turned back to the injured young man, asking, "Are you okay?" "Beautiful lady, my face hurts. My eyes hurt too. I might go blind." The young man cried out in agony. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yiyun chuckled coldly and turned to leave. If you become blind, what use would you be to me?" Fang Min stood guard at the upper floor, commanding, "Search thoroughly." Sun Kong, humiliated by Fang Min, could not swallow his anger. He called upon a dozen thugs and ordered them to conduct a thorough search of the entire building. He then rushed to the security room to check the surveillance cameras for Fang Min's whereabouts. At this moment, outside the bar, a black Audi was parked, within which several beautiful women were discreetly observing the happenings inside. "President Wei, I called Wang Pin, but there was no answer," one of the female bodyguards reported. Glancing at Wei Yin, Wei Yin smirked coldly, instructing, "Use the phone's location tracking and go find her. You must capture Fang Min." "Understood." The two female bodyguards immediately exited the vehicle. "Remember, do not get into conflict with Sun Kong and Amp. Oppos. S-Min, we must not allow Fang Min to manipulate us." Wei Yin added coldly. The two bodyguards nodded and promptly strode toward the bar. "You also go inside and search." Wei Yin instructed another female bodyguard. The bodyguard hesitated. "President Wei, if I leave, who will protect you? In broad daylight, who would dare harm me? Besides, do you think I am defenseless?" Wei Yin waved her hand dismissively. "Go quickly. Tell them that we will not rest until Fang Min is captured." "Understood." The beautiful bodyguard glanced around before pushing open the car door and rushing into the bar. After leaving Xiao Yiyun's private room, Fang Min did not head straight downstairs. He understood that neither Sun Kong nor Wei Yin would easily let go of this opportunity to capture him, making it perilous to descend at this moment. Thus, he quietly made his way to the next floor, finding a rest area for staff. Using a steel rod, he pried open the door and entered. However, entering the room did not guarantee his safety. Sun Kong and the others could track him through the cameras, pinpointing his location. Once inside, he swiftly approached the wardrobe, seeking a light red uniform worn by male staff, preparing to change into it. Disguised as a staff member, he could then figure out a way to slip out through the back door. Just as he was undressing, however, he used his X-ray vision to scan the wardrobe and suddenly discovered a box hidden beneath it, containing a dozen mobile phones. Upon opening the box, he found the phones either white or pink, with a hint of feminine perfume lingering on them. "Damn, is the owner of this room stealing girls and oppos? Phones?" Fang Min rummaged through the phones and noticed a brown paper bag beneath, opening it to find several photographs of young women. All of them appear to be recent single portraits, showcasing young, beautiful women with splendid figures. Furthermore, each photograph was labeled with a name, age, hometown, and a brief background introduction. Two were from rural areas, while another two hailed from families of laid-off workers. Upon seeing this, Fang Min's suspicions deepened. This was undoubtedly more than mere theft. Noticing a small diary beneath, he picked it up and opened it, astonished by the contents within. Chapter 67. Maneuvering above and below, Fang Min had a clear view of everything. Each diary meticulously detailed the abduction and subsequent trafficking of young women, including prices. It was a veritable criminal ledger of the human trade. Upon this revelation, Fang Min recalled Jun Rong mentioning her investigation into a human trafficking case during their conversation. Realizing this evidence could aid her, he promptly contacted her. "Rongjie still on the case?" "Yes, 2 young women have suddenly vanished. We suspect trafficking and are investigating." Jun Rong replied from her police cruiser en route back to the station. Fang Min opened the diary, consulted the most recent entries, and inquired. "I have information on several women named Chan Xiuxia, Wu Dongli, Jiang Fei, and Lu Shui. Do any of these names coincide with your investigation?" "Jiang Fei." Yun Rong exclaimed, slamming on the brakes and pulling over. "Fang Min, how do you know about Jiang Fei?" "Hieng Yun Rong is ekitashun, Fang Min xiokut." "Rongjia, you know Jiang Fei too?" "Of course. A missing girl named Jiang Fei is the subject of a recent case." Jun Rong raised her voice. "Fang Min, tell me, how do you know Jiang Fei?" "Rongjia, I stumbled upon a diary detailing the abduction of Jiang, Fei, and the others, including their phones and photos. Before Fang Min could finish, Jun Rong interrupted. Fang Min, tell me where you are right now. I and Amp, Oppos, and at the Pure Love Bar, it and Amp, Oppos. It's a bit dangerous here, Fang Min replied, activating his clairvoyant vision to assess the situation outside. Understood. I and Oppos am bringing the Criminal Investigation Unit over immediately. Jun Rong hung up and, executing a U-turn toward the Pure Love Bar, contacted her colleagues, urging them to provide immediate backup. Fang Min examined the box and discovered a smaller diary, the personal journal of the room's occupant, which he also pocketed. He then found a backpack and swiftly packed the diaries, photos, and phones inside before slinging it over his shoulder. He had detected someone approaching his floor in the elevator. Clearly, someone had spotted him via the security cameras. Bursting from the room, he armed himself with his slingshot and steel balls, aiming for the hallway cameras. With a whoosh, a smash echoed as the camera was rendered inoperable. Simultaneously, a large screen in the security room dissolved into static. Damn it! Sun Kong, monitoring the screens in the security room, shouted upon seeing the outage. Fang Min is on the 41st floor. He's destroying the cameras. Quick! Smash! Another camera shattered as Fang Min eliminated another surveillance point. He observed his surroundings, then swiftly headed for the stairwell, descending to the next floor. In the corridor, he targeted another camera, releasing a steel ball. Smash! Another camera bit the dust. Thus, Fang Min systematically neutralized the cameras on all 4 floors before entering a vacant room on one of the levels. Searching each room across 4 floors would take time, allowing Jun Rong and the police to arrive. Feeling a pang of hunger, Fang Min began searching for snacks. However, the scene that unfolded next startled him. A swarm of menacing figures suddenly appeared on all 4 floors, numbering around 60 in total. In other words, they had deployed 15 men per floor to capture him. Moreover, they were not only visibly hostile, but also armed with deadly weapons. Fang Min was certain that capture would result in severe injury or death. Escape now seemed impossible, as the thugs had blockaded the stairwells and elevator doors on all 4 floors. He was effectively trapped. Damn, they and Oppos, re-pulling out all the stops to catch me, Fang Min muttered, wiping sweat from his brow as he frantically sought a hiding place. The room offered little cover beyond the karaoke room and Amp, Oppos, S sofa, chairs, and the bedroom and Amp, Oppos, S bed. His only option was to escape through the back window. Fang Min glanced out the door, noticing several men searching each room. They would reach his room in less than 10 minutes. He quickly moved to the back window of the bedroom. Looking down, he saw a dizzying drop of nearly 100 meters. Adjacent to the window was a drain pipe running down the building and Oppos' facade. But he was no secret agent and dared not leap outside, let alone grip the pipe. I'll make a rope first, Fang Min decided, rushing to the bed and tearing the sheets. Ryup. Soon, he had several long strips, which he quickly knotted together. Fang Min glanced out the door again, then rapidly secured one end of the makeshift rope to the bed frame. He peered down, noticing that the search party had just left the room below. He hastily tossed the other end of the rope out the window. This was his first time descending a building using a rope, and he was understandably nervous. A fall from this height would certainly be fatal. He crouched on the windowsill, tugged on the rope to ensure its strength, and prepared to descend. However, he spotted 2 burly men re-entering the room below. He couldn't go down now. At that moment, 4 thugs approached Fang Min's room. Damn, I need to hide. Fang Min jumped off the windowsill and hurried into the bathroom, closing the door behind him. To create a diversion, he grabbed his slingshot and fired at the potted orchid on the windowsill. Smash! The pot shattered, scattering debris across the floor. Fang Min quickly concealed himself behind the bathroom door, holding his breath. Just then, the door was thrust open and several thugs entered. They surveyed the room, noting nothing amiss in the main area before proceeding to the bedroom. Look, one of them exclaimed, rushing to the back window. He's using a bedsheet rope to escape. The other thugs gathered at the window. One of them pulled out his phone and called. He and Oppos, that's going down to room 987. They hauled the rope back up, rushed out the door, and slammed it shut behind them. Phew! Fang Min finally exhaled, then peered down. He saw a dozen thugs storming into room 987 below, ransacking the place. Finding nothing, one of them called the thugs upstairs. Room 987 is clean. Check the floor above. Fang Min watched the thugs below leave the room and quickly emerge from the bathroom. He grabbed the rope and leapt back onto the windowsill. Fear was inevitable, but he had no choice. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Gritting his teeth, he gripped the rope and, without hesitation, began to slide down, using the wall for leverage. The 2-meter drop felt like 20. His palms burned, but he persevered, his body drenched in sweat. Noticing that the floor below was clear, he gently landed on the windowsill and leapt inside. At that moment, 4 thugs burst into the room above, the same 4 from before. They searched the room, finding nothing, and once again called downstairs. "He's not here. Check the floor below." Chapter 68. An unexpected alliance. Fang Min listened intently, hastily concealing himself behind the restroom door. Bang! A burly man kicked open the room in Oppo's door, slamming it against the wall with a resounding crash. Clearly, the group of men had grown quite impatient, and one of the red-faced brutes bellowed, "Find him. Break his legs first." Fang Min gritted his teeth, stifling his breath. He peered cautiously into the restroom. One of the men strode swiftly to the restroom door, saw it ajar, glanced inside, and then turned back, muttering, "No one inside." Fang Min let out a silent sigh of relief. The group then moved into the adjoining lounge, conducting a thorough search, yet uncovering no trace of him. The robust, red-faced man stood by the back window, yanking on a rope until it snapped with a loud crack. He then called upstairs. "There's no one downstairs. If they're in Oppo's, there's no one up there either. Let us search the lower floor." He waved his hand to signal the other men and strode out of the lounge towards the exit. As they approached the door, a sudden noise erupted from the restroom. It was the ringtone of a mobile phone, accompanied by a rock rap tune. "I want to walk from the south to the north. I want to travel from white to black. I want everyone to see me, yet remain unaware of who I am. If you see I'm a bit tired, please pour me a bowl of water. If you and Oppo's, already fallen for me, then please kiss my lips." The men abruptly halted, turning their heads towards the restroom in astonishment. Goodness, who could be calling me at this moment? Fang Min felt as if his scalp were about to explode. He quickly fished out his phone, only to discover it was Juan. At that moment, only Juan could save him. He hastily answered, "Sister Rome, I'm at 987 waiting for you." "Where are you?" "Fang Min, I'm stuck in traffic. Just hold on a little longer." Upon hearing this, Fang Min felt a wave of despair wash over him. He quickly stowed his phone and emerged from behind the door. There was no hiding any longer. The men exchanged glances, drew their weapons, and approached the restroom door. They believed that anyone who could incite such a commotion as Sun Kong was not to be underestimated, and none dared to be the first to charge in recklessly. Fang Min slowly approached the door, waved at the men with a radiant smile. "Hi." The men immediately gritted their teeth, and the red-faced man swiftly pulled out his phone to make a call. "You all come over." "Yes, at 987. With that call, the other men thundered toward the 987 private room. In no time, the corridor was filled to capacity, weapons drawn, as they menacingly stared at the door of 987. "Kid, you might as well surrender." The red-faced man grinned maliciously, skillfully toying with his knife. The other men spread out, effectively barricading the restroom door. Fang Min understood that engaging them now would certainly lead to his demise. He needed to buy time. "Call Sun Kong here. I wish to speak with him. Come with us to see him." The red-faced man glared at Fang Min. "If you hurt Sun Xiao, you're asking for trouble. Stop wasting time and just take him down," roared another. "I say just kill him." The men shouted in unison, creating a palpable atmosphere of hostility both inside room 987 and in the corridor outside. As a red-faced man raised his hand, silence fell. "Kneel," shouted a long-haired man, glaring at Fang Min quietly. Fang Min took out a slingshot, suddenly lifting it and firing at the long-haired man. "I specialize in dealing with reckless fools." "Oh." The long-haired man was caught off guard, struck in the right eye, clutching it and letting out a cry of agony. The others were taken aback, hastily retreating. Fang Min readied his slingshot again, calmly surveying his surroundings. Anyone who dared to move would be met with another shot. At this moment, he needed to assert his strength. Otherwise, if they all charged at once, he would be at their mercy. To convey his formidable presence, he intentionally adopted a demeanor that suggested he was prepared for mutual destruction. In similar situations in the past, he would have been terrified. However, thanks to the rigorous training from his assassin wife, he now remained relatively composed. Coupled with his acting skills and his keen perception, he exuded an aura not to be trifled with. Indeed, upon seeing Fang Min and Appo's expression, the surrounding men took a step back. "Oh, my eye, I'm going blind." The long-haired man cried out, blood beginning to seep from the eye he had covered. The others gasped in shock. Two of them rushed to assist the injured man and hurried him away. "Call Sun Xiao. I need to talk to him." Fang Min nodded towards the red-faced man. "Gentlemen, this is a conflict between Sun Xiao and me. It does not concern you. Sun and I are classmates, and the likely outcome is that we'll end up as friends through this quarrel. Is it worth it for you to suffer injuries because of our antics?" The red-faced man hesitated, exchanging glances with his companions, before pulling out his phone to call Sun Kong. "Sun Xiao, we found him. He is in room 987. I'm heading up in the elevator. Keep an eye on him." Sun Kang's voice boomed. Upon hearing this, the red-faced man signaled to his companions, who retreated further back. Fang Min breathed a silent sigh of relief, leaning against the door frame as he awaited Sun Kong and Appo's arrival. At this moment, he silently prayed, "Sister Rome, please hurry." He discreetly employed his keen perception to observe the lower floor, noticing Sun Kong swiftly ascending the elevator. When he recognized someone beside him, his heart raced. It was Wang Pin, the very person who had once kicked Sun Kong, the one who had been knocked unconscious by his assassin wife. Fang Min could hardly fathom that in such a brief span, Sun Kong and Wang Pin had joined forces. Soon after, he overheard their conversation. Sun Kong stated, "I'll teach Fang Min a lesson, then force Su Yingna to be my girlfriend. After that, you take Fang Min away." Wang Pin replied, "I've looked into Fang Min. He considers the orphanage Jianglan his closest person. Kidnapping Jianglan will be far more effective than anything else." Sun Kong chuckled. "Jianglan will eventually be mine. Why would I want to kidnap her?" Wang Pin responded, "How you manage to get Su Yingna and Jianglan is up to you. I'm only responsible for taking Fang Min away." Upon hearing this, Fang Min clenched his teeth in rage. "I despise being coerced through Jianglan. I will make you regret it for a lifetime." Nevertheless, for him, the most crucial matter at hand was to escape, whether it fell upon Sun Kong or Wang Pin. The outcome would be grim. With this thought, he surveyed the lower floor with his keen perception, yet saw no sign of law enforcement and began to sweat profusely. Sun Kong and Wang Pin were nearing. How could he possibly escape? Chapter 69. The chaotic brawl. Fang Min pondered for a moment before fixing his gaze on the burly man across from him. "Do you know someone named Pu Guang?" The red-faced man was taken aback. "You know Pu Guang?" The other men exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion as they turned to Fang Min. "I and Appo's heard of Pu Guang and am somewhat familiar with his affairs." Fang Min nodded, then inquired, "Do you know him?" The red-faced man gritted his teeth, skillfully toying with his knife, and declared loudly, "I am he, but I don't know you." "You are?" Fang Min scrutinized the man before him. Pu Guang was indeed the head of security at the Pure Heart Bar and a trusted confidant of Sun Kong. While preparing to change into his work uniform in a staff lounge, Fang Min had stumbled upon several mobile phones and 2 diaries, the owners of which were none other than Pu Guang himself. It was through one of those diaries that Fang Min had learned about him. To his astonishment, the imposing figure before him was Pu Guang. "I am Pu Guang. How do you know me?" Pu Guang was now sizing up Fang Min. Fang Min exchanged a glance with the other men, signaling Pu Guang to dismiss them. "Have the others step aside. I wish to speak with you privately." "Are you trying to bribe me?" Pu Guang scoffed, a cold smirk on his face. "Let me tell you, whatever you do today, you won and Appo's escape unscathed. You have 2 diaries in your room. Don't you wish to discuss their contents with me?" Fang Min winked at Pu Guang, conveying an understanding. Pu Guang's expression shifted to one alarm. In that instant, he comprehended Fang Min's implication. Fang Min was aware of his secret, the secret of trafficking women. Pu Guang noticed the backpack slung over Fang Min and Appo's shoulder was one he had used, further solidifying his belief in Fang Min and Amp. Oppo's words. He glared at the others, commanding, "Get out. I can handle this alone." The other men hesitated momentarily. "Leave, I can manage this." Pugang bilod. Upon hearing this, they obediently exited. The corridor became more crowded, yet they all fixated on Fang Min, oblivious to the congestion around them. "Speak, what do you know?" Pu Guang asked softly. Fang Min replied in a hushed tone, "I not only know the contents of the diaries, but I'm also aware that someone has stored that information in an email." Pu Guang was further alarmed, his red complexion turning a shade of green. Those pieces of evidence must never be made public. Otherwise, he would face imprisonment and potentially drag many others down with him. He cautiously scrutinized Fang Min and, suppressing his panic and fury, whispered in a tone only they could hear, "What do you desire?" Fang Min leaned in and began to speak softly. Those near the door strained to listen, yet could not discern their conversation. Just then, Sun Kong and Wang Pin arrived, one clad in white, the other in red, both radiating fury and standing out amidst the crowd. Despite the throng in the corridor, they pushed through, creating a narrow path for Sun Kong and Wang Pin. Fang Min. Upon reaching the door of room 987, Wang Pin spotted Fang Min and charged into the room. Remembering Wei Yin's orders, her frustration from pursuing Fang Min without success, and the incident where she had been knocked unconscious by him, she clenched her fists, preparing to strike him down. Fang Min chuckled mockingly, remaining still as he glanced at Pu Guang. "Stop!" Pu Guang suddenly shouted, stepping forward to block Wang Pin and Oppo's path. Wang Pin halted abruptly and turned to Sun Kong. "Sun Xiao, aren't you going to tell your people to back off?" Sun Kong noticed the look in Pu Guang's eyes and smiled at Wang Pin. "Beautiful lady, why the rush? I wish to speak with Fang Min first. What is there to discuss?" "Wan Pin Zito Angvili. You said it yourself. First teach Fang Min a lesson. Even if it is a lesson for Fang Min, it is not your place to act first," Pu Guang replied coolly. Wang Pin whipped her head around, glaring at Pu Guang. He stood his ground, returning her icy stare. He had already conversed with Fang Min, who had warned him that if anyone were to strike, he would expose the diary and related evidence to the public. Therefore, he would never allow Wang Pin to harm Fang Min. "Please step back. I need to speak with Fang Min first." Sun Kong stepped forward, offering a polite smile to Wang Pin. Wang Pin gritted her teeth, shooting another glare at Fang Min before stepping aside. "Sun Xiao, the matters we discuss should remain between us. Is it acceptable for this airport beauty to stay here?" Fang Min asked with a smirk directed at Sun Kong. Upon hearing the phrase airport beauty, Wang Pin's fury surged, and she lunged toward Fang Min once more. "Are you disregarding me, beauty?" Sun Kong quickly intervened, glaring at Wang Pin. Seeing this, Pu Guang and the others quickly surrounded Wang Pin. Despite her anger, she remained level-headed, realizing that engaging in a fight with so many of Sun Kong and Oppo's men would not benefit her. She shot one last fierce glare at Fang Min before stepping back. "Please, my lady." Sun Kong gestured for her to exit. Wang Pin shot one final glare at Fang Min before turning toward the door. Just then, a burly man standing at the entrance stepped forward and shouted, "Sun Xiao, the police are here." Sun Kong was startled. "Which police?" The man at the door replied, "It's Jun Rong, and she has brought a criminal investigation team. 15 police officers in total." Sun Kong was taken aback again, turning to glare at Fang Min. The last time at the 9-star orphanage, he had pursued Fang Min, resulting in significant losses for his men. Yet after Jun Rong and Oppo's arrival, not only did she not support them, but she also reprimanded him. From that moment, he understood the extraordinary connection between Fang Min and Jun Rong. Now that Jun Rong had suddenly arrived, she would surely protect Fang Min and take him away. However, if Fang Min were taken, the evidence regarding the trafficking of women would inevitably fall into the hands of the police. Thinking of this, Sun Kong gritted his teeth and signaled to Pu Guang. "Quickly, we must not let the police see Fang Min." "Understood," Pu Guang shouted, immediately lunging toward Fang Min. Fang Min had anticipated this moment, racing to the rear window and flinging it open, shouting, "If anyone comes closer, I will jump." Sun Kong dashed to the door, a sinister smile on his face. "Jump. Better to die than let the police take you." Fang Min leaped on a windowsill, shouting, "I am about to jump." This shout was not intended for Sun Kong and the others, but was meant for Wang Pin. He knew she would never allow him to die, as her orders were to capture him alive, not to let him perish. Indeed, Wang Pin rushed forward, yelling at Sun Kong, "Sun Xiao, we cannot let Fang Min jump." Sun Kong glared at Wang Pin. "This is my territory. You have no say here." Wang Pin's eyes hardened. "Sun Xiao, don't blame me for not warning you. You cannot kill Fang Min. If Fang Min jumps to his death, what does it have to do with me?" Sun Kong pointed at Wang Pin. "You kicked me. And I haven an amp? Oppos, T settled the score with you yet. If you keep talking, I'll throw you off the building too." Chapter 70. Intimacy with the policewoman. Wang Pin, consumed by fury, unleashed a fist toward Sun Kong. Bang! Sun Kong, taken aback by Wang Pin's audacity in this setting, was knocked to the ground, shouting in rage. "Kill her!" Upon hearing this, Pu Guang and others immediately lunged at Wang Pin. A chaotic brawl ensued, the atmosphere in the restroom becoming palpably tense. Despite her slight frame, Wang Pin held her ground, swiftly taking down 5 or 6 opponents. "Strike her!" Sun Kong, witnessing this, covered his bloodied mouth and shouted, "Break an arm, and I'll reward you 50,000. Break a leg, and I'll reward you 100,000. The promise of riches spurred the crowd into a frenzy as they swarmed Wang Pin. Armed with clubs and daggers, they engaged in a relentless assault, and soon, Wang Pin bore numerous injuries, her strength waning. "Hit her! Keep hitting her!" Sun Kong growled, exhilarated, his bloodied face radiating murderous intent. "Before the police arrive, throw them all out the window." Just then, a whistling sound pierced the air. Whoosh! 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 Fang Min suddenly brandished a slingshot, firing at those surrounding Wang Pin. "Ouch! Each strike elicited a scream, causing the assailants to clutch their faces, losing their will to fight. Fang Min aimed directly at their faces and eyes, showing no mercy. Energized by this turn of events, Wang Pin seized the opportunity, knocking down several more adversaries. She cleverly positioned herself at the restroom entrance, taking down anyone who approached, either shot by Fang Min or struck down by her own hand. Before long, the floor in front of the restroom was strewn with unconscious bodies. The sheer number of attackers prevented anyone from entering. Meanwhile, Sun Kong continued to bellow, "Hit her! Keep hitting her!" Wang Pin approached him, placing her foot squarely on his groin, asking, "How much do you reward for this?" Sun Kang's eyes rolled back as he collapsed. Wang Pin, showing no mercy, delivered another vicious kick to his abdomen. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by a commanding shout. "Everyone down, or we will open fire." It was Jun Rong, storming in with a group of armed officers. Seeing Jun Rong's formidable presence and the officers brandishing their weapons, the remaining men obediently crouched down, hands on their heads. Jun Rong charged into the room, spotting Wang Pin, clad in red, standing defiantly at the entrance, gun aimed at her. "Get down!" Wang Pin gritted her teeth and complied, slowly crouching. "Sister Rong, you've come." Fang Min, perched on the windowsill, put away his slingshot and gestured towards Wang Pin. "She is my friend, one of us." Had it not been for Wang Pin's timely aid, he would have been in dire straits, even if her assistance wasn't entirely voluntary. Jun Rong nodded and waved at Wang Pin. "You can stand up and walk." Wang Pin lifted her head, casting a complex glance at Fang Min before rising and heading toward the door. "Why are you sitting on the windowsill?" Jun Rong inquired. Fang Min pointed to the still unconscious Sun Kong. "Sun wanted to force me to jump. If you hadn't arrived in time, we might have been separated by the Great Divide." Furious, Jun Rong rushed to Sun Kong, bending down to slap him hard across the face. "Who hit me?" Sun Kong howled, suddenly awakening. Upon seeing Jun Rong, he recoiled in terror, trembling like a mouse before a cat. "Sister Rong, the evidence you wanted is right here." Fang Min retrieved his backpack and approached the restroom entrance, handing it to Jun Rong while pointing to Pu Guang, who was crouched on the floor. "That man is the owner of this backpack. He knows how Jiang Fei was kidnapped." Upon hearing this, Jun Rong glared at Pu Guang, commanding, "Arrest him." Pu Guang suddenly bolted for the rear window, clearly attempting to take his own life out of guilt. Fang Min, having anticipated this, positioned himself at the door and aimed his slingshot at Pu Guang's ankle. With a crack, Pu Guang crumpled to the ground, and two officers swiftly subdued him, applying handcuffs. "Little brother, your slingshot is more effective than a sniper rifle," Jun Rong remarked, a smile of admiration gracing her face as she embraced Fang Min. Fang Min nestled against Jun Rong. "Sister Rong, if you think the slingshot is entertaining, I could trade you for a sniper rifle. How about that?" "Absolutely. I'll teach you how to use a sniper rifle when I have the time," Jun Rong replied with a chuckle, affectionately patting his head. "Fu Stiet, Wan Bin." Still by the door, noticed Fang Min nestled against Jun Rong and clenched her teeth. Her original plan to ally with Sun Kong to capture Fang Min had backfired. Now, Sun Kong lay on the ground in agony while she bore the brunt of the battle, returning in a state of disarray, unable to report back to Wei Yin. Meanwhile, Fang Min had not only dealt with her threats, but had also garnered praise, all while enjoying the company of a beautiful woman. Sun Kong was particularly incensed, feeling the weight of his misfortune. He had not only been beaten, but had also witnessed his comrade's capture, truly a case of losing both the lady and the battle. The most intolerable sight was Fang Min, snuggled against the policewoman. Sun Kong believed that such a stunning officer was someone only a wealthy and handsome man like himself could woo, yet here was a poor boy indulging in such liberties. "Take him away." With Jun Rong's command, several officers escorted Pu Guang out. Jun Rong, still with her arm around Fang Min's shoulder, strode toward the exit. Sun Kong and his companions glared at Fang Min, forced to watch his departure with resentment. If Fang Min had fled in disgrace, they might have accepted it. But seeing him swagger away with the policewoman was utterly unacceptable. With a sudden cough, Sun Kong spat blood. Having been kicked by Wang Pin, punched by her, and slapped by Jun Rong, compounded by his rising fury, he could no longer contain himself and erupted in blood. "Young Master Sun is injured." Fang Min halted, turning to Jun Rong. "Sister Rong, I'm a doctor. I can't just stand by." Jun Rong cast a sideways glance at Sun Kong, smirking coldly. "For someone like him, your help will only be repaid with ingratitude. Sister Rong, I never consider ulterior motives when saving someone, as it is my duty as a doctor to heal and save lives." Fang Min replied earnestly. Jun Rong smiled appreciatively. "Little brother, you are indeed a dedicated physician." Fang Min turned to Sun Kong, observing him trembling in pain, and asked, "Young Master Sun, is the pain so intense you can't stand? And if I am?" Sun Kong glared menacingly at Fang Min. "If you can't stand, I can assist you in getting up," Fang Min offered sincerely. Sun Kong, feeling the fiery pain in his groin, abdomen, and face, especially the former, realized the severity of his condition. Acknowledging Fang Min and Appo's profession as a doctor, he hesitantly nodded. "Fine. If you can help me stand, I must admit I'm impressed." Chapter 71. The concerns of Fang Min you will surely rise again. Fang Min smiled confidently as he retrieved a slingshot from his pocket. With a fierce tug, he drew back the elastic and aimed at Sun Kong and Appo's groin. Sun Kong screamed, suppressing the pain as he scrambled to his feet, clutching his stomach and darting away. Whoosh! Fang Min suddenly released a steel ball, which struck Sun Kong squarely on the rear. "Oh!" Sun Kong howled in agony, running even faster until he vanished from sight. Fang Min chuckled mischievously, stowing the slingshot away and nodding at Jun Rong. "Sister Rong, how and Appo's my medical skill? Impressive. You've certainly opened my eyes." Jun Rong laughed heartily. "Little brother, you are truly miraculous, a divine physician." Fang Min joined in the laughter, throwing an arm around Jun Rong and Appo's shoulders as they exited. Outside, numerous thugs sat quietly, too intimidated to raise their heads, stealing glances at the duo. Upon noticing Fang Min and Jun Rong linked together, their spirits plummeted. In this manner, under the watchful eyes of many, Fang Min and Jun Rong strode confidently out of the private room towards the elevator, disappearing within. Only once they were out of sight did the gang members exhale, some rising to their feet while others remained seated on the floor. A few disgruntled voices broke the silence. "I could take that police flower down with a single punch. Indeed, dealing with a fierce woman is child's play. The moment Sun Kong gives the order, I will be the first to eliminate her." It was only upon mentioning Sun Kong that they remembered his hasty exit moments earlier. and they hurriedly began searching for him. After several minutes, they found him in the women and Oppo's restroom, a nearby suite. Outside the entrance of the Pure Love bar, a crowd had gathered, drawn by the commotion. It was an unusual sight, as police had never raided this establishment before. The arrival of several police cars certainly piqued interest. As Fang Min walked out with Jun Rong, the throng had swelled significantly. Though he appeared shy, Fang Min remained close to Jun Rong, discreetly surveying the surroundings. Soon enough, he spotted Wei Yin inside a black Audi, who discreetly raised her middle finger at him. Noticing Fang Min and Oppo's gesture, Wei Yin and Oppo's expression hardened, her teeth clenching. She dispatched Wang Pin to apprehend Fang Min, accompanied by 4 beautiful bodyguards to assist. Additionally, she sought to reconcile with Sun Kong, hoping to unite their efforts against Fang Min, convinced that they could capture him. However, the situation had turned sour. Her people were injured while Fang Min remained unscathed and was leaving the bar under police escort. She let out a cold laugh. Pulling out her phone to make a call, speaking softly, Fang Min is leaving the bar under Junrong's protection. Keep an eye on him. Despite the whisper, Fang Min heard her clearly, stifling a derisive smile, unperturbed. He and Junrong approached a police car, and as they neared, he discreetly observed a Land Rover parked in the shadows. Inside sat Xiao Yun, masked, her gaze fixed on him with a deadly intensity. Wow, it seems my assassin wife is quite upset with me. That look could kill. Fang Min felt his legs weaken, instinctively leaning closer to Junrong. Little brother, what is wrong? Junrong asked, tightening her in place. Fang Min shook his head. It's nothing. I'll be fine once we're in the police car. Before long, they were seated in the police vehicle, which sped away. Fang Min turned his head, still observing Xiao Yun's every move, noting her piercing stare directed at the police car. His brow furrowed with unease, contemplating how he would face her upon returning home. Fang Min, what are you thinking? Jun Rong asked, noticing his distracted expression as she patted his shoulder. Fang Min smiled. Sister Rong, I'm not thinking about anything. Yun Rong, a capable police officer in her own right, perceived the worry in his eyes and reassured him. Little brother, I understand your concern about Sun Kong and Oppo's retaliation, especially regarding Jianglan. Don't worry, I'll handle it. As long as Jianglan is safe, you need not fret too much. Fang Min smiled back. Sister Rong, you truly are like a real sister to me. Huh, you may not be my biological brother, but you are certainly dearer than one, Jun Rong chuckled, affectionately ruffling Fang Min's hair. She felt deep gratitude towards him, recalling how he had previously aided her in uncovering a theft ring. And now he had helped her secure evidence against human traffickers and apprehend key suspects. Without his assistance, it would have taken her years to gather such leads, and capturing the criminals would have been even more elusive. Realizing this, Jun Rong smiled again and embraced Fang Min, affectionately patting his head. Subsequently, Fang Min accompanied Jun Rong to the police station to provide a statement, cooperating with her investigation, then joining her for lunch, and continuing to assist until they wrapped up around 6 in the evening. To Jun Rong and her colleagues, Fang Min no longer seemed like an ordinary university student. He exuded the demeanor of a seasoned investigator with ample experience. Indeed, with Fang Min and Oppo's help, the missing girls, Chen Xiuxia, Wu Dongli, Zhang Fei, and Lu Shui, were likely to be found within the next 2 to 4 days. Sister Rong, I should head back now, Fang Min said, his thoughts still lingering on his assassin wife. Stay for dinner first. Our bureau chief wishes to treat you. Jun Rong insisted, holding on to Fang Min. With no choice, he accompanied her and the bureau chief for dinner. As night fell, the large bedroom was silent. As was her routine, after dinner, Xiao Yun stood by the back window in her nightgown. The fine rain fell softly outside, cool winds wafting through the window, lifting the sheer fabric and enveloping her in a misty haze, making her face appear even more frigid. Earlier that day, she had organized a romantic masquerade ball at the Beichun Grand Hotel, hoping to dance with a man she admired and perhaps share a more intimate moment. Yet, her plans had been thwarted by Fang Min. The enchanting atmosphere of the ball had been shattered, and the man she fancied had sustained injuries to his eye and half of his face. She had gained nothing of what she desired while being inundated with what she wished to avoid. Even more intolerable was Fang Min's collaboration with the police officer Jun Rong to apprehend Sun Kong. She had been contemplating murder against Jun Rong, her sworn enemy, but had recently refrained from such thoughts due to Fang Min and Oppo's friendship with her. She had hoped to use Fang Min to uncover Jun Rong and Oppo's secrets, particularly regarding the police and Oppo's pursuit of assassins. Yet here he was, aiding Jun Rong in her investigations. This is unbearable. Xiao Yun could not comprehend Fang Min and Oppo's obstinacy and cunning. This time, she resolved to instill fear in him, ensuring he would submit completely. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Assuming it was Fang Min returning, she glanced at the corner video feed, her teeth gritting as she commanded, "Come in." Indeed, it was Fang Min who entered, wearing a cap and mask. He stepped into the living room, removed both, and entered the bedroom, announcing, "Wife, I'm back." Xiao Yun stood silently, coldly gazing out at the night, not uttering a single word. Fang Min found this silence unbearable, as the chilling, oppressive atmosphere was truly overwhelming. Fang Min, employing the eye of insight, scrutinized the killer and Oppo's wife, thereby foreseeing her next move. As the images of warning emerged in his mind, he felt an overwhelming urge to collapse to the ground. Chapter 72. The utterly devastating instruments of torture. Fang Min could only foresee the events of the next 24 hours, and during that time his assassin wife, Xiao Yun, stood resolutely, enduring and exhausting herself, standing for a full 24 hours, regardless of the menacing atmosphere surrounding her. Who could withstand such an ordeal? How absurd! My wife is truly a psychopath. Fang Min gritted his teeth and activated his X-ray vision to observe his killer spouse, attempting to perceive what Xiao Yun had been doing in the past few hours. As scenes flickered through his mind like a film, he recalled that just 2 hours prior, Xiao Yun was in the adjacent gym, exercising. Subsequently, she had prepared an array of instruments on a long table, including a steel whip, a sharp dagger, an iron, a pair of tongs, and a syringe filled with venom. Torture devices. Each one of them was a means of torment. Fang Min shuddered, nearly succumbing to panic, and hastily turned his gaze back to the gym next door. Indeed, on the long table lay an orderly array of instruments: the steel whip, the dagger, the iron, the tongs, and the syringe. Under the glaring lights, each instrument gleamed with a dazzling and utterly horrifying radiance. While the sting of the whip would be painful, it could be tolerated. The dagger might pierce the skin and provoke relentless bleeding, yet one could still endure. But the iron, imagining it plugged in and pressed against one's chest, the thought alone was enough to send chills down one's spine. And what are the tongs? What are the syringe filled with poison? To compel one to stand for 24 hours, causing the body to collapse first, before dragging them into an interrogation room to induce a mental breakdown. Finally, to inflict punishment that would leave one wholly devoted to her destruction. Fang Min dared not contemplate further, biting his lip to maintain his composure. He had to remain calm. If he allowed Xiao Yun to intimidate him, it would be his end. Despite having endured her physical assaults, being suffocated by her pillow, and having her feet pressed down on him in water, he resolved to be strong, to persevere. If it was merely a matter of endurance, then endure he would. Fang Min was determined that a man could outlast a woman. At that moment, Xiao Yun remained silently standing, her gaze deeply fixed on the window. Fang Min leaned against the wall, still observing her. He understood well why she was angry. First, he had disrupted the atmosphere of her soiree and left her beloved male companion in disarray. Second, he had assisted Jun Rong in her case. Now, he was acutely aware that he needed to convey 2 crucial points to Xiao Yun. Firstly, he was entirely unaware that the soiree was organized by her, and he had no idea that the lady in the cartoon mask was indeed Xiao Yun. Secondly, his involvement in Jun Rong's case was known only to him and not to her or anyone else. Continuing in silence was not a viable option. He needed to break this oppressive quietude. After all, his assassin wife was still a woman. She needed to be soothed. If he failed to assuage her, The consequences would be dire. However, if he succeeded, there could be mutual joy, perhaps even an evening of passionate intimacy to relieve their tension. With this thought in mind, Fang Min cleared his throat to shatter the silence. Wife, I was out all day today, but I was quite busy. Let me report to you about my work. Seeing that Xiao Yiyun remained unmoved, he continued, This morning, I went to the Su family villa, as per your instructions, where I met Su Yingna's parents and her aunt, Wei Yin. I never anticipated that their family would be embroiled in such fierce disputes over property division. Since Su Yingna is my friend, I intervened on her behalf against Wei Yin, which has evidently made her loathe me. After recounting this incident, he noticed Xiao Yiyun and Appo's lack of reaction. He coughed again, proceeding, After leaving the Su family villa, I went to Pure Motion Bar. As you know, I had some conflicts with Sun Kong, and I needed to resolve them, which led to a confrontation with his men. Wei Yin also sent people after me, causing me to flee throughout the Pure Motion Bar. Ultimately, I stumbled into a private room and accidentally disrupted a masquerade ball. At this point, he quietly observed Xiao Yiyun again. This time, her expression shifted, particularly when he mentioned the words masquerade ball, as she clearly clenched her teeth. Fang Min noted the details, smirking inwardly, and continued, I was pursued by Sun Kang's men and later by Wei Yin's, which nearly drove me to leap from a building. Sun Kong seemed intent on my demise for reasons unknown, while Wei Yin did not wish for my death. They ended up in a mutual conflict, and at that moment, Jun Rong, accompanied by a group of police officers, arrived. Seeing Xiao Yiyun gnash her teeth again, he understood her profound disdain for Jun Rong. He wrapped an arm around his shoulder and added, Jun Rong handled the situation and then took me away. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, while I was sneaking into a lounge, I inadvertently discovered evidence of human trafficking. I intended to hand this evidence to my wife, but Jun Rong, being quite cunning, discovered what I had in my bag and took me back to the police station to assist her in the investigation. After divulging so much information in one breath, he found himself slightly breathless. Yet Xiao Yiyun remained coldly stationary, the atmosphere growing increasingly frigid. He pressed on, fully aware that what came next was critical. Once he spoke these words, it would be evident whether Xiao Yiyun would show him mercy. In truth, while recounting the events of the day, he had been contemplating how to fabricate a few of these lines. He cleared his throat and stated, While cooperating with Jun Rong's investigation, I took a stroll around her office and the adjacent archives, where I discovered a file box labeled in Appo's. Darkgate information and Appo's. Darkgate information? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yiyun abruptly turned to Fang Min, her gaze piercing into him. You saw those words? Fang Min noticed a flicker of tension in her frigid eyes and stifled a smile. He recognized that his tactic had succeeded, nodding affirmatively. Indeed, I saw those words. Upon seeing them, my heart raced. Did you open it? Xiao Yiyun pivoted, her tone unexpectedly softening. Fang Min gently nodded. I did open it. What did you see? Xiao Yiyun advanced step by step towards him. In truth, there was nothing pertaining to and Appo's. Darkgate information and Appo's. Fang Min had seen nothing at all. Noticing Xiao Yiyun's profound concern over this matter, he once again suppressed a smirk and replied softly, Wife, just as I opened the file, Jun Rong appeared suddenly, snatched the file from me, and startled me. Then she warned me not to speak carelessly, claiming that it was the most significant case of the entire police station. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yiyun felt a tinge of disappointment, but still approached Fang Min, wrapping her arm around his. She murmured, Darling, I'm quite pleased with your performance today. Now, you must help me locate that file and discern its contents. Chapter 73. The dazzling super motorcycle racer, Fang Min, took a deep breath, feeling the tension in the air. He wrapped his arms around Xiao Yiyun's slender waist, appreciating the moment. My dear wife, rest assured, as soon as I get close to Junrong, I will find a way to uncover the Darkgate files and strive to obtain the police and Appo's operational plans as soon as possible. Hearing this, Xiao Yiyun felt even more satisfied. As long as you acquire the police and Appo's plans regarding the Darkgate, I will reward you. Fang Min nodded, embracing her figure with a smile. My duty is to serve you in the Darkgate. There's no need to speak of rewards. I vow to accomplish this task. Internally, he scoffed, thinking to serve the Darkgate. You might as well dream on. Xiao Yiyun, touched by Fang Min's sincerity, nodded, but she too held a silent smirk. What a noble vow to complete this task. If you fail, it could mean your end. Suddenly feeling Fang Min lift her. She was taken aback. Husband, what are you doing? You seem tired. I want to help you rest, he replied, carrying her towards the bed. At that moment, he was not thinking about rewards. He merely wished for her to relax so he could have some peace himself. Not so fast, dear. Put me down first. Xiao Yiyun pointed towards the door. Go take a shower. You have tasks ahead. From her expression, Fang Min discerned that this task was not merely about training. It was undoubtedly of greater importance. He nodded and set her down. I will go right away. He turned and headed for the door. As Fang Min departed, Xiao Yiyun moved to the gym, meticulously gathering the instruments of punishment from the long table and stowing them away in a box. Initially, she had intended to use these to discipline Fang Min, forcing him to submit entirely to her will. However, upon hearing him mention the Dark Gate files, she decided to hold back. Whether it was her beloved being disfigured or Fang Min assisting the police in their investigations, both paled in comparison to the significance of the Dark Gate files. She was acutely aware of what truly mattered. Once everything was in order, she returned to the bedroom and felt her phone vibrate. Picking it up, she saw a WeChat message from her senior sister, Dai Meng'er. Immediately, she changed into a black sports outfit and slipped on a pair of black sneakers, sitting quietly on the edge of the bed, waiting. A few minutes later, Fang Min entered the bedroom in his pajamas and feigned surprise upon seeing her in sports attire. Wife, why are you dressed again? In truth, he was well aware that she had changed clothes and had seen the contents of her WeChat message. Fang Min, tidy yourself up, we need to go out. Xiao Yiyun said softly. Fang Min nodded, refraining from asking questions, and walked to the wardrobe to retrieve a fresh set of sportswear, also black. Don't wear sportswear. Change into casual attire, and make sure it in amp, oppos. It's not black, she suddenly instructed. If they mistake us for a couple, it could lead to trouble. Fang Min complied and searched for different clothes. Wife, aren't you taking me to the Dark Gate in a few weeks? By then, my identity will be your husband. Xiao Yiyun replied. I can only report your sudden status as my husband in the final days. Hurry and change. Stop talking so much. Fang Min, not daring to say more, hurriedly donned a gray casual outfit and found a pair of black casual shoes. Put on a hat. She pointed to a cabinet where a hat was stored, the topmost one. Fang Min opened the cabinet and retrieved a gray beanie. As he put it on, he felt the warmth enveloping his head. Goodness, I might end up with a heat rash. Xiao Yiyun glanced at him, then picked up a black cap for herself and donned a black mask, leaving only her striking eyes visible. She then walked towards the door. Let an amp, oppos, let's go. Fang Min followed, noticing that although Xiao Yiyun was dressed in sports attire, her beauty and spirit could not be concealed. Naturally, her aura of coldness and ferocity was equally undeniable. He shook his head lightly, secretly lamenting, if my wife didn't exude that lethal aura, I wouldn't mind having her as my lover for a lifetime. As they descended, Xiao Yiyun drove out a sleek black Yamaha motorcycle from basement. This was a brand new racing motorcycle with a sharp, aggressive front that exuded ambition. The seamless body was smooth and alluring, resembling a seductive enchantress. Equipped with a high-performance cross-crank engine, it promised an exhilarating ride. Fang Min was instantly captivated. Did you switch motorcycles, dear? He inquired, admiring the bike. Xiao Yiyun, scanning her surroundings, responded, it was provided by the organization. Get on. Wow, the assassin organization even assigns vehicles? What treatment? Fang Min marveled silently as he swung his leg over the bike. With a roar, the motorcycle activated its launch system, and Xiao Yiyun revved the throttle, propelling them forward. Fang Min leaned back, urgently wrapping his arms around her waist, fearing he might fall off, pressing his face against her back. Thump, thump, thump. Fang Min could distinctly hear the rhythm of Xiao Yiyun and Oppo's heartbeat, slow, strong, and rhythmic, akin to the motorcycle and Oppo's engine. It seemed that to become a top-tier assassin, one must possess a formidable heart. Of course, being nestled against the back of such a beautiful woman was indeed a pleasure. As he enjoyed the ride, he discreetly utilized his perspective vision to observe their surroundings. After an hour, they arrived at a place called the Mine Auto Repair Shop. In a secluded corner of the backyard, they entered a room leading to a basement. The basement was illuminated, where Xiao Yun and Amp, Appo's senior sister, Dai Meng and Amp, Appo's, stood with two other women. In the center lay a small bed upon which a young man was sleeping, the same severely injured man, Dagang, whom Fang Min had saved previously, and who had assisted him in obtaining the precious emerald. This time, however, Dagang was gravely injured, blood seeping from his chest, unconscious. Seeing this, Fang Min felt perplexed. Hadn't Amp, Appo's, he helped Dagang recover last time? How had he gotten hurt again? He attempted to use his perspective vision to discern the situation. But as soon as he did, the images in his mind vanished, as if the power had suddenly cut off. Clearly, there was still room for improvement in his perspective abilities. If only he could use them at will, he would be immensely powerful. Nonetheless, seeing Dagang and Amp, Appo's condition, Fang Min understood Xiao Yun and Amp, Appo's purpose for bringing him along this time. He pondered whether it was worth it to even attempt to save Dagang, given the severity of his injuries. Remembering Dagang and Appo's as prior assistants, he felt a sense of gratitude and resolved to communicate with him, to see if he had any last wishes, and to offer his help to the best of his ability. With a roar, Xiao Yun maneuvered the motorcycle through the streets, speeding through the light drizzle. Her demeanor and posture radiated the aura of a professional racer. "Be careful up ahead," Fang Min suddenly shouted. Chapter 74. The last wish of the unknown brother. Xiao Yun abruptly reduced her speed upon noticing an electric scooter unexpectedly emerge from the alley ahead. She turned to glance at Fang Min and asked, "How did you know there was a vehicle?" "I just saw the flash of its lights," Fang Min replied, concocting an excuse. Xiao Yun fell silent, resuming her drive. Fang Min, too, said nothing further, tightly embracing Xiao Yun's slender waist, cherishing this fleeting moment of warmth. An hour later, they arrived at the automobile repair shop near the mine. The security guard stationed at the entrance recognized Xiao Yun and promptly allowed them entry. Upon reaching the backyard, they encountered another guard, who, like the first, quickly granted them passage. In a secluded corner, Xiao Yun halted the motorcycle. Fang Min dismounted and surveyed the surroundings. Within the yard stood 4 or 5 burly men, some smoking, others engaged in idle chatter, appearing lethargic. Yet each was a formidable fighter. He observed the buildings behind them, a 3-story structure with 2 underground levels. Within the basement, high-standard gyms were bustling with activity, housing no fewer than 30 individuals training vigorously, their muscles well-defined and their movements agile, each a skilled practitioner. Beyond the 3-story building lay a dense thicket, which concealed a driving range, training grounds, and a shooting range, indicative of a facility for training operatives. Though night had fallen, over 20 individuals continued their training within. Fang Min and Amp, Appo's thoughts drifted to the possibility that this might be a clandestine training base for assassins affiliated with the Shadow Sect. Noticing the abundance of asbestos tiles and iron sheets in the yard, he surmised it was a cover for the training grounds during daylight. "Fang Min, let us go inside," Xiao Yun urged, striding toward the room at the corner. Fang Min hastily followed. Upon entering, they found themselves under vigilant watch, but the guards, recognizing Xiao Yun, granted them access. Naturally, they regarded Fang Min with curiosity, scrutinizing him closely. They descended to the 2nd underground level, heading towards the end of the corridor. "Xiao Yun, you've arrived. Your senior sister is waiting for you," announced a towering figure standing at the door, his height at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, flashing a friendly smile. Xiao Yun nodded coolly, introducing, "Hey Meng, this is Dr. Fang, one of us." Hey Meng nodded, casting a wary glance at Fang Min before stepping closer to conduct a search. "What is this?" he inquired, producing a slingshot and a bag of steel balls from his search. Glaring at Fang Min, Xiao Yun swiftly snatched them from He Meng and Appo's grasp, asserting, "These are for him at my request." "In that case, I am reassured," He Meng replied, quickly opening the iron door beside him. Xiao Yun handed the slingshot and steel balls back to Fang Min and stepped into the room. Fang Min hurriedly stowed the items away and followed her inside. The room was suffused with a sweet, metallic scent of blood, rendering the air thick and oppressive. Fang Min sniffed and glanced at Dai Meng and Amp, Oppos, and the others. Then turned his attention to the critically injured gang on the hospital bed. He had sustained a stab wound to the chest. Although the injury had been tended to, it continued to bleed. The gang's eyes widened in panic, his mouth agape as he struggled to breathe, clinging to life in desperation. "Junior sister, you've come. Our doctor has done all he can, but we mustn't let the gang speak. Please, let your doctor give it a try." Dai Meng and Oppos urged with urgency. Her face spattered with blood from her earlier efforts to save the wounded, giving her an intimidating aura. Xiao Yu nodded, turning to Fang Min. Speaking in a brisk and cold tone, "We must make the gang speak. We need to extract the whereabouts of the treasure." "Very well, I shall try," Fang Min responded, quickly approaching Dogong. As he gazed into the gang and Amp, Oppos' eyes, he noticed a flicker of recognition, as if the injured man were seeing an old friend. Fang Min felt the gang's hand moving and discreetly covered it. It was icy cold, nearly devoid of warmth. Yet in that brief moment of contact, Fang Min sensed an unexpected strength as the gang and Oppos' grip tightened around his hand. Fang Min understood that the gang had something to convey, an urgent matter to entrust him with. Feeling the gang and Oppos' grip intensify, he subtly used his thumb to tap on the gang and Oppos' back, signaling that he comprehended his intent. He then scrutinized the gang once more and turned to Dai Meng, inquiring, "How was he injured?" "That doesn't matter. Just ensure he can speak," Dai Meng replied, her voice taut with impatience. Fang Min shrugged. "I must know how he was injured to determine our next steps." Dai Meng hesitated, glancing at Xiao Yun and then back at Fang Min before responding. "He attempted suicide while we were distracted, stabbing himself directly in the chest with a dagger." Fang Min had already deduced this, a sense of melancholy washing over him. It was evident that the gang had despaired of life. Perhaps he had seen no way out or had succumbed to hopelessness. Realizing the gang's fate was sealed, and that no measure of assistance could save him, Fang Min clenched his teeth and nodded at him. "Brother, I cannot save you, but whatever your last wish may be, I shall fulfill it." Nodding once more at the gang, Fang Min tore open the fabric of the gang's clothing and extracted silver needles from his right wrist, methodically inserting them into the gang and Oppos' chest and head. In truth, these actions were futile, yet they were necessary. He then turned to Dai Meng and Oppos', speaking softly. "There are too many people in this room. The oxygen is scarce. He may suffocate before he can utter a word." Dai Meng and Oppos' immediately extended a hand, commanding everyone out. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun and the others promptly exited the room. As they turned, Xiao Yun exchanged a glance with Fang Min, their eyes meeting in a complex interplay. Neither understood the true meaning behind their gaze. Was it a silent understanding, mutual support, or mutual wariness? Dai Meng noticed the exchange between Fang Min and Xiao Yun, a cold smile gracing her lips as she approached the gang. "I'm sorry, you can't get too close," Fang Min stated seriously, directing his gaze at Dai Meng and Oppos'. "Why not?" she retorted, displeased. "Because you wear perfume, and for the patient, it is a stimulating scent," Fang Min replied calmly. Clenching her teeth, Dai Meng reluctantly turned away towards the door. At that moment, Fang Min moved closer to the gang, leaning in to place his ear near the gang's mouth, urging loudly, "Speak your mind. Your senior sister is waiting for you." The gang had long anticipated this moment, summoning his last reserves of strength to whisper breathlessly in Fang Min and Oppos' ear. "Xinming High School. Sun Qing, my little sister. See her off." As he spoke, he gripped Fang Min and Oppos' hand with all his might, but as he uttered the word off, his eyes glazed over, his mouth fell silent. He had passed away, tears cascading down his face. A pang of sorrow struck Fang Min, and his eyes grew warm. This was the fate of a disciple of the Shadow sect, driven to death by his own comrades, suffering immensely in his final moments, enveloped in despair and sadness, yet burdened by unresolved concerns. What did he just say? Dai Meng and Oppos', standing at the door, noticed the gang and Oppos' demise and abruptly charged at Fang Min. Her voice raised an inquiry. Chapter 75. The Cycle of Life and Death. In the basement, Fang Min quietly gazed at the lifeless body of the gang, gently extending a hand to caress his face, softly brushing over his closed eyes. In that fleeting moment, the gang seemed to surrender to eternal rest. Brother, I will ensure that the girl named Sun Qing is taken care of. Fang Min affirmed, nodding resolutely at Dogong. As he withdrew his hand from the gang and Amp, Appo's firm grasp, discreetly retrieving a ring from his palm. Fang Min understood that this ring served as a token for meeting Sun Qing, and he tucked it away quietly before picking up a towel to delicately cover the gang's pallid, emaciated face. What did he just tell you? Dai Meng and Appo's shouted vehemently at Fang Min. Fang Min, however, did not meet her gaze, instead taking another towel to wipe the blood from the gang and Appo's body. You should call Miss Xiao Yun in, he instructed. Dai Meng and Amp, Appo's lunged forward, seizing Fang Min and Amp, Appo's garment and pulling him towards her voice of fierce demand. What did the gang tell you? Fang Min locked eyes with Dai Meng and Appo's, stating calmly, my towel is stained with blood. It might smear on you. I asked you, what did the gang say? Dai Meng and Appo's glared at Fang Min with palpable fury, her voice rising. What did he tell you? The intensity of her outburst was so severe that it could rupture eardrums, prompting Xiao Yun, who stood outside, to hurriedly push open the door. Senior sister, please calm down. Let Dr. Fang speak. Dai Meng and Amp, Appo's disregarded Xiao Yun entirely, still gripping Fang Min tightly. Continuing her tirade, what did the gang say to you? Fang Min replied, Miss Xiao, I will not answer unless you nod. Speak. Xiao Yun commanded, stepping closer. She was pleased with Fang Min and Appo's loyalty, but recognized that Dai Meng and Appo's was on the verge of violence. Fang Min finally spoke. The gang mentioned that there are traitors among us. The recent loss of the Emerald Jade was due to betrayal. After a brief pause, he added, he also said that he took his own life because the traitor forced him to, but that was all he managed to convey before he died. By implicating the existence of a traitor, Dai Meng and Amp, Appo's would begin to suspect those around her, even Xiao Yun. Such discord would lead to internal strife and mutual destruction within their ranks. A fragmented organization of assassins is, after all, one that is prone to infighting. What? Dai Meng and Appo's gasped in astonishment, her eyes widening as she stared at Fang Min. Xiao Yun, too, was taken aback. Fang Min pushed Dai Meng and Appo's hand away and resumed arranging the gang and Appo's body. He wished for the gang to depart with dignity. Junior sister, we have a traitor among us. Dai Meng seethed, her teeth gritted as she glared at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun's expression turned icy as she nodded, recalling the last incident when they sought the Emerald Jade, realizing it was likely the same traitor who had set them up. We must act swiftly to uncover this traitor. Dai Meng and Appo's smirked coldly, nodding in agreement. Suddenly, she cast a sidelong glance at Fang Min, stealthily drawing a dagger from her waist, and began to advance towards him. Fang Min had long sensed the murderous intent radiating from Dai Meng and Appo's and sidestepped, seizing a nearby tray as a makeshift shield. Senior sister, Xiao Yun discerned Dai Meng and Appo's intent to kill Fang Min and stepped forward, grasping her arm. I told you Fang Min is my ally. Dai Meng and Appo's whipped her head around, glaring at Xiao Yun. Now, besides the two of us, only Fang Min knows about the traitor and Appo's existence. He must die. Xiao Yun clung tightly to Dai Menger's wrist, imploring, I assure you, Fang Min will remain loyal to us, loyal to the Dark Gate. Fang Min is not yet a disciple of the Dark Gate. Dai Meng und Appo's taught fiercely. You must not forget that you are my junior sister and must obey my orders. Dai Menger leaned closer, hissing, release me. With gritted teeth, Xiao Yun reluctantly loosened her grip and cast a glance at Fang Min, slowly shutting her eyes. In their small group, Dai Menger held the position of vice leader, while Xiao Yun was merely a member, bound to follow Dai Menger's directives. Now, She could do nothing to save Fang Min. He was at the mercy of fate. Dai Meng and Oppos tightened her grip on the dagger, advancing step by step towards Fang Min, the air thick with menace. Xiao Yiyun stood to the side, acutely aware of the tension, her teeth clenched in anticipation of the inevitable scream of death. Have you noticed the details on the Gang and Oppos' body? Fang Min remarked with calm composure, pointing towards the Gang and Oppos' corpses. Dai Meng and Oppos' approached menacingly. Dai Meng and Oppos' halted abruptly, eyes wide with surprise. You can uncover secrets from the Gang and Oppos' body? Xiao Yiyun's eyes widened in anticipation. Fang Min nodded assuredly, of course. Otherwise, what kind of doctor would I be? Speak quickly. Dai Meng barked. Fang Min smirked coldly. Whether I speak or remain silent, I am as good as dead. So why should I divulge anything? Dai Meng and Oppos' hesitated, glancing at the Gang's body and then at Xiao Yun. Senior sister, I told you Fang Min is my ally. A valuable asset. He can be of great assistance. Xiao Yun urgeht Dai Meng und Oppos' earnestly nodding in agreement. Dai Meng and Oppos' smirked darkly, acknowledging Fang Min with a nod. Very well. Speak. As long as you pledge your loyalty to me and the Dark Gate, I shall grant you an opportunity. Hearing this assurance, Fang Min exhaled quietly. Lifting dagong o Oppos' blooded shirt. Look at his navel. It is black. This indicates he was poisoned before his suicide, likely by the traitor. I believe there is a possibility. Xiao Yiyun exclaimed, stepping forward in excitement. Investigate this poison. Perhaps it will lead us to the traitor. That is a sound suggestion, but Dai Meng and Oppos' suddenly changed her demeanor, hurling a throwing knife at Fang Min's chest. Fang Min must die. Fang Min had anticipated this, swiftly dodging to the side and shouting, Did you not vow not to kill me? Xiao Yiyun gasped, realizing Dai Meng and Oppos' was about to throw another dagger, and quickly seized her wrist. Senior sister, how can you be so deceitful? I am, by nature, a deceitful person. Dai Meng and Oppos' shot back, glaring at Xiao Yun. Let go. Xiao Yiyun felt a deep disdain for Dai Menger's actions, but under the pressure of her fierce gaze, she reluctantly released her grip. There are secrets yet to be uncovered on the Gang's body, and they are of great importance. Fang Min interjected suddenly. Dai Meng and Oppos' do you wish to know? Dai Meng und Oppos' pauset taken abuk. There's more? Fang Min, is there another secret? Xiao Yiyun hurriedly approached Fang Min. Fang Min nodded. Indeed, I assure you. This secret is even more significant than the last. This could greatly aid us in identifying the traitor. Xiao Yiyun beamed, glancing at Dai Meng and Oppos'. Senior sister, what do you think? Dai Meng Oppos' erklinchel herzu, reluctantly sheathing her dagger. Very well, speak. As long as I'm satisfied, I shall not kill you this time. Fang Min smirked coldly. Dai Menger, you just admitted that you are untrustworthy. Dai Menger was momentarily speechless, caught off guard. After a moment, she turned to Xiao Yiyun with a pleading look. Xiao Yiyun understood, sensing the absence of malice in Dai Menger's eyes. She reassured Fang Min, my senior sister was merely acting out of urgency. You can trust that she will not harm you this time. Fang Min was not convinced. Miss Xiao, if she attempts to kill me, can you truly stop her? This time, I will intervene. If she wishes to kill you, let her first kill me. Xiao Yiyun declared resolutely, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Fang Min. Fang Min had faith in Xiao Yiyun and Oppos' unwavering promise and nodded, grasping the Gang and Oppos' left hand to pry open his stiffened fist. As the fist tightened its grip, the sound of cracking bones resonated during the struggle. Subsequently, he extracted a small piece of paper from the palm of the Gang and Oppos' hand. In truth, this was a note he had meticulously prepared in advance. On their way, Fang Min had stealthily procured paper and pen while leaning against Xiao Yiyun and Oppos' back, crafting this very note. Handed over. Upon seeing it, Dai Menger was instantly invigorated and hurriedly rushed towards Fang Min. Chapter 76. The rescue of Sun Qing stop. Fang Min exclaimed urgently, retreating swiftly and mimicking the act of crumpling a note in his mouth. Otherwise, I shall bite it to shreds. Die Meng und Imp, Apos, erhaltet abruptly. I have assured you that I will not harm you. Hand over the note. Once you possess the note, you might still kill me, no? Fang Min feigned disbelief. I shall give a note to Miss Xiao, and then she will pass it to you. Of course, that is contingent upon your allowing me to leave. I agree to that. Dai Meng and Oppos, replied promptly, turning her gaze toward Xiao Yiyun and commanding, escort him out of the room and let He Meng see him safely out. I mean it, ensure that He Meng safely delivers Fang Min outside. Xiao Yiyun nodded and promptly led Fang Min out of the room, while Dai Meng and Oppos, remained behind. He Meng, my senior sister has instructed you to see Dr. Fang out. Upon reaching the doorway, Xiao Yiyun opened it and addressed He Meng, who stood watch outside. He Meng turned a glance back at Dai Meng and Oppos, in the room. Hurry, take Dr. Fang out. If anything happens to him, I will hold you responsible. Dai Meng and Oppos, shouted at He Meng. He Meng, startled, quickly gestured to Fang Min. Dr. Fang, please. Only then did Fang Min hand over the small note to Xiao Yiyun, and together with He Meng, he hastened towards the staircase. Xiao Yiyun took the note, turned, and re-entered the room, presenting it to Dai Meng and Oppos. Dai Meng or Apus assisted to eagerly, unfolding it to reveal a string of phone numbers. Though somewhat blurred, it was still legible. She immediately commanded, Junior sister, swiftly investigate this phone number. Xiao Yun promptly retrieved her phone, opened a folder, and began her search. 2 minutes later, she looked at Dai Meng and Oppos. Senior sister, this belongs to Pu Guang. Pu Guang? Dai Meng and Oppos. I had never heard this name before. Who is Pu Guang? Pu Guang is a subordinate of Sun Kong and Oppos' father, the head of security at the Pure Love Bar, and is also part of a gang involved in trafficking women and children, Xiao Yiyun explained, her brows furrowed. How could the gang possess Pu Guang and Oppos' phone number? Dai Meng and Oppos, ran her fingers through her crimson hair, casting a glance at the gang and Oppos' corpse as she pondered. After a moment, she stated coldly, we must investigate Pu Guang to uncover any connections he has with our disciples. Sighing, Xiao Yiyun responded, Senior sister, you may not be aware, but this morning, Pu Guang was apprehended by Officer Junrong. We can investigate Pu Guang and those around Sun Kong. Regardless, we must get to the bottom of this. Dai Meng and Oppos, declared, pulling out her phone. I will call He Meng and instruct him to eliminate Fang Min. Xiao Yiyun gasped, Senior sister, are you still intent on killing Fang Min? He knows about the traitor among us. He must die. Dai Menger's voice was laced with fury at the mention of betrayal. Junior sister, let Fang Min accompany the gang in death. Xiao Yiyun was tempted to draw her dagger and slay Dai Menger on the spot, yet she restrained herself, gripping her wrist firmly. Senior sister, the taxis and motorcycles at the entrance are all our eyes. Wherever Fang Min goes, we will not lose sight of him. If he dares to betray us, I shall be the first to eliminate him. What do you think? Dai Menger pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. Let our spies keep watch over Fang Min. We have another task to attend to. What task? Xiao Yiyun inquired urgently. Dai Meng and Oppos, replied, we are going to kill someone. Who? Xiao Yiyun pressed further. Dai Menge richtet her Gesetz der Gang is Kolks. The gang has a sister named Sun Qing. She knows some of the gang's secrets. So she must die. Under the night sky, a light drizzle fell. Fang Min sat on the motorcycle, feeling the cool raindrops against his face as the speed increased. He instructed the driver to head to Beichun Community, but in truth, his destination was Xingming High School, as passing by Beichun Community was the most expedient route. Upon mounting the motorcycle, he utilized his X-ray vision to scan the driver, discerning that he possessed martial skills and concealed a dagger, raising his suspicions about the driver and Oppos' affiliations with Dai Meng and Oppos' and her cohort. Thus, he remained vigilant. As they approached the Wan Jiafu supermarket, Fang Min suddenly exclaimed, Stop the car. The driver slowed down. Arin and Oppos, to you headed to Beichun Community? I need to buy something. That item is only available at this supermarket. Fang Min gestured towards the entrance. Just pull up to the front. The driver complied, parking at the designated area. As Fang Min stepped out to retrieve his wallet, the driver discreetly pressed a miniature tracker onto the edge of Fang Min and Amp, Oppo's jacket. No need to search. Fang Min tossed a 100 yuan note and turned to enter the supermarket. As he walked, he glanced at the tracker, a cold smile gracing his lips. His suspicions were confirmed. It was indeed a spy from Meng and Oppo's. Adjacent to the parking area were several tall, flowering trees. Fang Min moved behind one to quietly observe the motorcycle driver. He soon noticed the driver making a phone call. Listening intently, Fang Min realized the driver was conversing with Meng and Amp, Oppo's. He observed as the driver drove away, removed the tracker from his jacket, affixed it to the nearby tree bark, and then sprinted towards the eastern park. The east led to a small park, beyond which lay Xingming High School. Fang Min dashed through the trees with the agility of a cheetah. Time was of the essence, for Sun Qing was in grave danger, constantly threatened by assassins. Bursting from the park, he arrived at the gates of Xingming High School just past 8 o'clock in the evening, coinciding with the end of the second evening study session. Seizing the opportunity with students entering and exiting, Fang Min seamlessly entered the campus. Upon surveying the vast private high school, his brow furrowed tightly. The campus was expansive, boasting 10 teaching buildings and 6 dormitories, with at least 10,000 students in attendance. Finding a girl named Sun Qing among this multitude within a short span was an arduous task. Moreover, he knew nothing of her appearance, her class, or her contact information. Yet, no matter how challenging, he must locate her. Utilizing his X-ray vision as he approached an administrative building, he noted the brightly lit first-floor lobby. He activated his vision to scan the offices one by one, observing teachers still at work, some in conversation, and others preparing to leave. Spotting someone on a computer, he directed his scan there. Suddenly, he noticed 2 teachers in a large office reviewing student records. Striding over, he flipped his gray hoodie inside out, transforming it into a white one before donning it. He had to be cautious, for if Xiao Yun were to later investigate the school surveillance cameras, she might discover him. Thus, he altered his gait, adopting a slightly awkward strut as he entered the lobby of the administrative building. Noticing a discarded pair of glasses in a nearby trash can, he approached, opened it despite the foul odor, retrieved the black-framed spectacles, wiped them with a tissue, and put them on. In an instant, he transformed into an unassuming, quiet high school boy, albeit with an odd walking style. He strode down the hallway towards the large office, scanning the 2 young teachers within. Among them was a beautiful female teacher, whom he scrutinized with his X-ray vision. Recalling a scene from 20 minutes prior, he pushed the door open and approached her with a smile. "Teacher Jiang, it was you who called to repair the computer, wasn't it, Oppo's? Tiet?" Chapter 77. The Invisible Bodyguard Mr. Jiang lifted his gaze towards Fang Min, nodding slightly. "Are you the one who repairs computers?" "Indeed. The computer seems to be running rather slowly. Please allow me a moment to inspect the issue," Fang Min replied courteously. Mr. Jiang smiled warmly, rising to his feet. "Very well." Fang Min took a seat, feeling the warmth left by Mr. Jiang, making the chair quite comfortable. However, he had no time to savor this comfort as he quickly opened a web page. It was the student management page for Xingming High School. "Let me see if it lags," he thought as he entered the name Sun Qing. Instantly, 3 profiles for Sun Qing appeared. Wow, there are 3 students named Sun Qing in this high school. Fang Min first dismissed the profile of a male student and then examined the photos of the remaining 2. Upon seeing the second image, he immediately deduced that this girl was the one he was searching for. She was stunningly beautiful, bearing a resemblance to the gang. As he opened Sun Qing and Amp, Oppo's, as profile, all her information was laid bare. Home address, phone number, class details, dormitory information, and academic performance were all clearly displayed. Fang Min glanced at Sun Qing's phone number, class, and dormitory details before closing the web page. He opened the 360 security guard application to run a virus scan, then stood up. "Mr. Jiang, the computer is scanning for viruses. Please wait a moment. I will be right back." He patted Mr. Jiang on the shoulder and briskly exited. "Hey, handsome, I can run a virus scan too." "Mr." Jiang exclaimed in astonishment at Fang Min and Oppo's retreating figure. However, before she could finish her sentence, Fang Min had already made his way outside to the northwest corner of the courtyard, where a dormitory building stood. At that moment, a light rain began to fall, shrouding the world in a misty veil. As Fang Min walked, he dialed Sun Qing and Amp, Oppo's, phone number. The call connected, but no one answered. He shook his head and tried again. This time, someone picked up, their voice weak and uncertain. Who are you looking for? Is this Sun Qing? I am a friend of her brother. Oh, I am Sun Qing's roommate. She hasn't returned to the dorm yet. Please call her back later. The call ended. It turned out Sun Qing had forgotten her phone. Fang Min tucked his phone away and quickened his pace toward the northwest corner. As he walked, he activated his enhanced vision to scan everyone around him. Within 100 meters, all were within his sight, yet he could not locate Sun Qing. The further he ventured, the more female students he encountered, as many were heading toward the dormitory, laughing and chatting beneath their small umbrellas, filling the campus with joyful laughter. As he approached the garden, Fang Min suddenly noticed a familiar silhouette, causing him to gasp in surprise. The figure was none other than his assassin wife, Xiao Yiyun. The more he wished to avoid her, the more she seemed to appear, and he had not anticipated her speed would be so swift. Gritting his teeth, he stealthily followed Xiao Yiyun. If she found Sun Qing, he would too. Suddenly, he noticed Xiao Yiyun quickening her pace, heading toward the main road to the north. Instinctively, he scanned a group of girls ahead and spotted a beautiful girl holding a small white umbrella, dressed in a white dress, radiating purity. Indeed, it was Sun Qing. Meanwhile, Xiao Yiyun was accelerating, discreetly drawing a silver needle from her waist. Realizing this, Fang Min swiftly pulled out his slingshot and began shooting at Xiao Yiyun. To inflict damage, he fired 2 steel balls. Whoosh! The sound of the projectiles slicing through the air echoed amidst the fine drizzle. Xiao Yiyun, being a trained assassin, immediately detected the faint sound and instinctively crouched down, dodging the steel balls. She then turned to glare toward the main road to the east. The rain was dense, obscuring visibility. Swish! The 2 steel balls narrowly grazed the brim of Xiao Yiyun and Amp, Oppo's cap and flew past, startling her into another crouch. Whoosh! Fang Min shot 2 more steel balls, this time angled. Xiao Yiyun could neither see the steel balls nor the shooter, relying solely on her instincts to evade. Clang! 1 steel ball missed, but the other struck her right arm. Ouch! She inhaled sharply, feeling her hand holding the silver needle go weak and numb. The impact of the steel ball was significant. Though not as lethal as a bullet, it could momentarily incapacitate her arm. Without granting Xiao Yiyun a moment into Oppo's respite, Fang Min advanced while continuing to shoot at her. Once more, she dodged, clutching her right arm, and dashed toward the west, seeking refuge behind a parasol tree. Having been injured by a sneak attack just 2 days prior, she was understandably wary. Glancing toward the misty east, she retrieved her phone and dialed. "Sister, be careful. That traitor has appeared again." Upon hearing Xiao Yiyun and Oppo's voice, Fang Min and Oppo's brow furrowed. "What? Dai Ming and Oppo's has come too." Noticing that Xiao Yiyun hesitated to emerge, he strode northward, keeping a watchful eye on Sun Qing with the other on his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a figure standing about 20 meters north of Sun Qing. Dai Ming, as she donned gloves, she cast a menacing glance towards Sun Qing. Using his enhanced vision to observe Dai Ming, Fang Min envisioned a grim scenario unfolding in mere moments. Dai Ming and Amp, Oppo's would see Sun Qing and, with a forceful twist, snap her neck, leaving her lifeless on the ground. Goodness, Dai Ming and Oppo's is even more sinister than my assassin wife. Fang Min readied his slingshot once more, aiming fiercely at the front. Whoosh! Another steel ball whizzed through the night, flying past Sun Qing and Amp, Oppo's ear and heading straight for Dai Ming and Amp, Oppo's At that moment, a gust of wind suddenly swept through, howling loudly. The wind drowned out the sound of the steel ball and Amp, Oppo's approach, and Dai Ming and Amp, Oppo's caught off guard, only realized the danger when the ball was nearly upon her. Fortunately, as a well-trained assassin, she instinctively leaned aside. Clang! The steel ball grazed her temple, leaving a trickle of blood down her forehead. The sharp pain ignited her anger. This person must die. Whoosh! A second steel ball whizzed through the air. This time, Dai Menger was prepared. She crouched low, easily evading the projectile. However, when she sensed another steel ball racing toward her, cold sweat broke out across her brow. The speed of the shots was so rapid it felt as though two shooters were firing simultaneously. In a panic, she quickly sidestepped. Clang! A steel ball brushed past her. Crack! Simultaneously, another steel ball struck her right chest. With summer clothing being thin, the lightweight fabric offered little protection against its force. A skilled assassin, no matter how formidable, remained vulnerable to weak points. Dai Meng and Amp, Oppos, winced in agony, clutching her chest as she sprinted toward the nearby garden. Fang Min closely monitored Dai Meng and Amp, Oppos, every move, noting that like Xiao Yun, she had managed to evade the attack and was now racing toward Sun Qing. However, just as she took a couple of steps forward, a girl suddenly leaped out from behind a parasol tree, wrapping her arms around Fang Min with a laugh. What do you think you're running off to, handsome? Chapter 78. The fleeting bond of siblings. Fang Min was taken aback, swiftly turning his head to discover the campus belle and star, Jin Wei. He could hardly fathom Jin Wei and Oppos' sudden appearance here, nor could he believe that she recognized him despite his hooded attire. In a flurry, he concealed his slingshot, covered her mouth, and pulled her behind a sycamore tree, whispering urgently, "What are you doing here?" Jin Wei pushed his hand away, winking at him. "Fang Min, I came to deliver a phone to my cousin." "Hee, you're quite the rascal, aren't you? Trying to drag me into the woods. Goodness, I have no time for that." Fang Min glanced around anxiously, then wrapped his arm around Jin Wei, steering her towards the eastern garden. "I have an urgent matter. Wait for me at the office building." Jin Wei grasped his wrist, a mischievous smile on her face. "Tell me, are you trying to woo a high school beauty?" Fang Min sighed. "I'm looking for someone, and please don't tell anyone I was here." He urged her to move quickly, pushing her gently forward. Jin Wei giggled, leaning against him, refusing to budge. Ever since Fang Min helped her with a lottery at the highway service area, she had been preoccupied with the thought of winning again. For days, she had been wanting to see him, but either she was busy or he was, and now that fate had brought them together, she had no intention of letting him go. Fang Min was sweating profusely, whispering in her ear, "Beautiful girl, I truly have an urgent matter. Unless you promise me one thing." Jin Wei blinked, intrigued. "What is it?" As he spoke, he scanned the northern road and noticed Sun Qing walking westward, with Dai Meng and Amp, Oppos, clutching her chest in pain, approaching her. Panic surged within him. "Tomorrow is Sunday. I need you to take me to the stone gambling city to try my luck." Jin Wei readily agreed. "No problem. We'll meet tomorrow without fail." Satisfied, she flashed him a smile, swaying her waist as she headed east. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Fang Min hastened towards the northern garden, retrieving his slingshot. Spotting Dai Meng and Amp, Oppos, stealthily approaching Sun Qing, he pulled back the slingshot and let fly. Whoosh! The sound sliced through the air. Startled, Dai Meng and Amp, Oppos, quickly ducked behind a nearby garden, slipping and landing hard on the ground. Coincidentally, she landed on a sharp stone, which cracked under her weight. "Ouch!" she yelped, feeling a fiery pain as she instinctively reached for her tailbone, a wave of anger coursing through her. Fang Min continued to shoot, this time aiming at Xiao Yun. Frightened, took cover behind a sycamore tree. Realizing that the two assassins were temporarily deterred, Fang Min hurried to Sun Qing and Amp, Oppos' side, slipping beneath her umbrella and softly calling, "Sun Qing." She turned, momentarily bewildered, peering at him through the thickening night and mist, her vision of his face distorted. "Do we know each other?" "I'm a friend of your brother. He sent me to find you." Fang Min locked his gaze with hers. Sun Qing froze again, scrutinizing him. "My brother? You know him?" Fang Min revealed a ring on his left hand, his index finger adorned with a platinum band. Upon seeing her brother and Amp, Oppos' ring, Sun Qing reached out to touch it, nodding slowly, her eyes glistening with emotion. "Big brother, how is he?" "You're in danger now. We must leave," Fang Min urged, patting her shoulder. Acknowledging her brother and Amp, Oppos' identity, Sun Qing nodded resolutely. Fang Min surveyed their surroundings, pulling her close under the shared umbrella as they moved southward. They walked closely, resembling a couple strolling through the rain. "What's happened to my brother?" Sun Qing asked, her voice quivering. She recalled her brother's warning that if someone bearing the ring came for her, it would mean he was no longer with them, urging her to live well. Fang Min gently reassured her he no longer suffers. Tears welled in Sun Qing's eyes as she whimpered, "Brother." Fang Min felt a lump in his throat, wishing to comfort her, but unsure of what to say, so he simply held her tighter. Leaning against him, Sun Qing wept as they continued forward. Fatigue washed over her legs, leaving her uncertain of how far she could go. Fang Min kept glancing back, suddenly noticing Xiao Yiyun and Dai Meng and Amp, Oppos, are closing in. He squeezed Sun Qing's shoulder, instructing, "When we reach the gate, head to the eastern street and wait for me at the postal savings entrance." Sun Qing looked up, her eyes brimming with tears. Fang Min slipped the ring off his finger, taking her delicate hand and placing it on her own. "Wait for me there for 5 minutes. If I'm not back in that time, you must flee on your own." He then pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket, pressing it into her hands. "Go quickly." Recalling her brother's demise and the peril of her surroundings, she saw the unwavering determination in Fang Min's eyes, vowing to fight for her safety. Tears streamed down her face. "Brother, little sister, you must rely on yourself from now on. Remember, for your brother and Oppo's sake, stay strong." Fang Min wiped away her tears and urged, "Hurry." With a gentle shove, he propelled her forward before turning and plunging into the thick mist of the night. Sun Qing glanced back at Fang Min's retreating figure, feeling a surge of emotion as he vanished from sight. "Brother, take care," she cried, her voice lost in the night. Fang Min heard her call, but could not respond, knowing that if Xiao Yiyun recognized his voice, it could spell disaster. Casting one last look at Sun Qing as she dashed towards the gate, he readied his slingshot to face Xiao Yiyun and Dai Menger. The fog thickened, obscuring all vision beyond 3 meters. Yet Fang Min remained keenly aware of his surroundings. He saw the 2 assassins approaching, one nursing her arm, the other grimacing as they advanced with murderous intent. Whoosh! Another sound sliced through the air. Startled, Xiao Yiyun and Dai Menger instinctively dodged, simultaneously tossing their throwing knives. Swish! Swish! The sound echoed sharply through the fog, amplifying the tension. Fang Min observed the deadly knives soaring through the mist like graceful white fish, a beautiful yet terrifying sight. Their lethal intent undeniable. He tilted his head just in time to evade 2 knives and retaliated with another shot aimed at Xiao Yiyun and Dai Meng and Amp. Oppos. Though Fang Min and Amp, Oppos' skills were far inferior to the 2 assassins, the cover of rain and trees allowed him to engage them on more favorable terms, rendering them momentarily powerless. Swish! Swish! One person continuously fired steel balls while the 2 women hurled knives, creating an atmosphere charged with tension. Yet, the surrounding students remained blissfully unaware, moving freely and chatting as before. Fang Min intended to buy time for Sun Qing's escape. After what felt like 10 minutes, sensing the moment was right to withdraw, he was startled to see a familiar figure approaching Xiao Yun. Jinwei. Chapter 79. Unique analysis. It was indeed Jinwei who approached Xiao Yiyun. Fang Min observed clearly as Jinwei walked while dialing a number, his own mobile number. In that instant, he felt a surge of panic. This troublesome girl always seemed to complicate matters. He realized he could not allow Jinwei to get closer to Xiao Yiyun, nor could he let her complete the call. Without hesitation, he aimed and fired. Jinwei had just pressed the final digit and was about to hit the green button when a steel ball whizzed through the air, striking her thigh with a sharp crack. "Ouch!" she yelped, dropping to the floor and clutching her leg, cursing, "Which rascal shot me?" Fang Min Kuden and Oppos, help but smirk. Had he not shown restraint, she might have been left limping. Xiao Yiyun and Dai Meng and Oppos, were concealed behind a sycamore, hearing Jinwei and Oppos' exclamation but not dwelling on it. At that moment, the stray bullet injuring a nearby student was merely an expected occurrence. Fang Min checked his pockets and noted the dwindling supply of steel balls. He glanced at Xiao Yun and Dai Meng and Oppos, before turning to leave. Observing that they momentarily hesitated to act, he coldly chuckled to himself. It seemed even assassins had their moments of fear. Bursting through the door, he hastened towards the eastern street, heading directly to a postal savings office. After scanning the area and not spotting Sun Qing, he let out a long sigh of relief, realizing she had already departed. Rescuing Sun Qing was akin to fulfilling the task assigned by the gang. With hands clasped together, he offered a silent prayer to the heavens. Brother to gang, Sun Qing is now safe. You may rest in peace. Casting one last look around, he sprinted towards the park. There was a supermarket at the park in Oppo's entrance from where he had come, where he had concealed a tracker in a tree. He needed to retrieve it. There was no choice, dealing with Xiao Yun and Dai Meng and Amp, Oppo's, required utmost caution. Fang Min reached the supermarket and quickly purchased a few items before exiting. He approached a flowering tree, removed the tracker, and affixed it beneath his clothing. Then, he hailed a motorcycle taxi and hurried towards the North Spring community. Leaving the auto repair shop, he had departed before Xiao Yun, ensuring he would arrive home ahead of her. The motorcycle sped along, and within half an hour, he reached the North Spring community. After confirming his safety, he made his way to the residential building. Once home, exhaustion washed over him. He sank into the sofa for a brief rest before taking a shower and retreating to his bedroom. By now, it was nearly 11 o'clock at night, and he swiftly slipped into slumber. When Xiao Yun returned, he was deeply asleep. Her demeanor was icy, radiating not only a murderous intent, but also resentment. Originally, the plan to assassinate Sun Qing at Xingming High School had seemed foolproof, but that traitor had reappeared, not only rescuing Sun Qing, but also wounding both her and Dai Meng and Oppo's. The slingshot. Again, the slingshot. Upon entering the bedroom and spotting Fang Min in a deep sleep, her anger flared further. She had toiled tirelessly while he slumbered peacefully. In a fit of rage, she dashed forward, ready to kick him out of bed. However, just as her foot was about to connect with his body, she halted. The slingshot. Suddenly, it dawned on her to check Fang Min's pants pocket. Inside, she found his phone, along with the slingshot and steel balls. The steel balls were still in the same quantity as when they had left home. Next, she felt around his jacket and discovered the tracker. This tracker could only pick up sounds and ascertain locations. She switched on his phone and, after a few key presses, began to listen to the sound emitted by the tracker. After listening intently, she discerned that Fang Min had been dropped off by a motorcycle taxi near a supermarket, where he lingered for a while before taking another motorcycle taxi back to the community. Xiao Yun continued to listen, and upon hearing nothing amiss, she ceased to suspect Fang Min. Upon reflection, she realized that Fang Min had indeed helped her and the Dark Gate immensely today. He had aided the gang in holding firm for a time, clarifying the gang's last words, and had even interpreted his body language, discovering the small note in his possession to help them trace the traitor. With these thoughts, she let go of her ire towards Fang Min and headed to the bathroom for a shower. After a brief time, she emerged in her nightgown, drying her damp hair. "Wife, when did you return?" Fang Min suddenly awoke, realizing Xiao Yun was standing right beside him. He quickly sprang up. "Wife, wait here. I and Oppo's. I'll brew you a cup of jujube tea." Xiao Yun nodded gently and moved to the window, opening it to let in a cool breeze. "Wife, this is your favorite jujube tea." Fang Min presented a cup of fragrant jujube tea with respect. Xiao Yun extended her hand to accept it, her voice icy as she asked, "Did you go to the supermarket after leaving the auto repair shop?" "Yes. I bought some fruit and also got you toothpaste and a toothbrush," Fang Min replied with a smile. "Wife, your period is approaching, so I bought you a couple of packs of sanitary pads." Xiao Yun felt a surge of satisfaction at Fang Min and Oppo's thoughtfulness, though her tone remained frosty. "You seemed to linger at the supermarket for quite a while, didn't it, Oppo's, you? I was tired and sat in the garden to rest for a bit." Fang Min sighed. "Wife, at the auto repair shop, that senior sister truly frightened me. Dai Menger had attempted to kill Fang Min several times, and Xiao Yun was fully aware of this. She held deep disdain for Dai Menger's insincerity and said, 'You mustn't blame the senior sister. She doesn't know you well yet. As she gradually gets to know you, she will undoubtedly come to trust you.' Indeed, I think so too. Fang Min suddenly shifted the topic. By the way, how is the investigation into the traitor progressing? Such inquiries had previously been off-limits for Fang Min, given their connection to the secrets of the Dark Gate. However, now that he had some level of trust established with Xiao Yun, it felt natural to ask. His judgment proved accurate. Xiao Yun, upon hearing his question, exhibited no impatience. In a soft voice, she replied, "That traitor is cunning. Capturing him won't happen in a day or two." Suddenly struck by a thought, she turned to Fang Min. "Husband, you are quite astute. Please help me analyze this." Fang Min feigned astonishment. "Wife, how could I dare to analyze this on my own?" "Just analyze it." Xiao Yun replied coldly. "Husband, I now consider you one of us, and there are some matters I will speak of directly. Tonight, that traitor stealthily took away to Gang and Amp. Amp, Oppo's sister. That traitor drove the Gang to his demise. Why would he then abduct the Gang and Amp, Oppo's sister? Well," Fang Min hesitated, his voice trailing off. "Speak freely." "Yes, wife." Fang Min nodded. "The traitor drove the Gang to his death and then took his sister. I deduce this as an act of revenge. The traitor's intention in taking the Gang's sister is not to provide her with a happy life, but rather to subject her to a hellish existence. He will either violate and kill her, sell her to human traffickers, or deliver her to some sinister figure as a mistress." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun felt a sudden clarity. Exactly. If we find that the traitor is connected to human trafficking, it indicates that he is very likely to sell the Gang and Amp, Oppo's sister. With this thought in mind, she promptly picked up her phone, exited the bedroom, and closed the door, calling her senior sister Dai Ming and Oppo's, to inform her of the situation. "Yes, it must be so." Dai Ming and Amp, Oppo's, exclaimed excitedly over the phone. "I and Amp, Oppo's, we've been pondering this issue, always feeling something was off. Now, it seems your analysis is correct. By the way, junior sister, did you come up with this unique analysis?" Chapter 80. Accompanying the spicy school bell to the lottery, Xiao Yun glanced at the door and softly replied, "It was Fang Min who helped me analyze it." "Fang Min?" Upon hearing this name, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before the voice continued, "Junior sister, you are absolutely right. Fang Min is indeed a talent. Let us keep him for now, and we can deal with him later when he becomes useless." "Understood, senior sister." Xiao Yun hung up the phone and returned to the bedroom. "Damn, chickens and puppies, you can keep or dispose of at will. It seems that you, Dai Ming, will not let me off easily. I should find an opportunity to deal with you first." Fang Min silently gritted his teeth upon hearing Dai Ming's voice. "Darling, it's getting late. Let us sleep." Xiao Yun pushed the door open and entered the bedroom, giving Fang Min a nod. Fang Min dared not refuse, quickly assenting and obediently lying on one side. As Xiao Yun lay beside him, he turned off the bedside lamp. The room was instantly enveloped in darkness, becoming utterly silent. Fang Min turned his head to glance at Xiao Yun's graceful and alluring figure, yearning to embrace her. How wonderful it would be if he could press closely against her back. Yet, he could only admire her from a distance, refraining from any impropriety. He couldn't help but sigh once more. Although his wife was ruthless and bloodless in her actions, her figure and skin were truly exquisite. At times, he even entertained the thought that he would rather be killed than miss a night beside her. "Darling, are you going to work at the pharmacy tomorrow?" Xiao Yun asked softly, unable to sleep. Fang Min pondered for a moment and replied, "This morning, I ran into that campus beauty, Jinwei. She wants me to accompany her to the Gambling Stone City tomorrow." "What is the purpose of going to the Gambling Stone City?" "She just wants to have some fun." "Then go ahead. Deepen your relationship with Jinwei. It could lead you into the Jin family in the future." "I know." Fang Min noticed a swollen area on Xiao Yun's right arm and recalled that it was from when he had accidentally hurt her with a slingshot. He gently asked, "Wife, what happened to your arm?" Mentioning her arm made Xiao Yun feel a sharp pain from the wound, which she had inadvertently bumped into on her way back. "Darling, I can give you a massage. How about it?" Fang Min thought about his skills and hoped it would earn him her affection. Xiao Yun, feeling exhausted, gently shook her head. "It's fine. Let us sleep. You're tired too." "Okay." Fang Min ceased his thoughts of romance and turned to sleep, soon drifting into dreams. The next day, the sky was clear. After breakfast, Fang Min changed his clothes and bid farewell to his killer wife before heading to the gambling stone city. He called Jin Wei, arranging to meet on Sijin Street. He first visited Salt Lake Park to admire the emeralds, lingering until his eyes felt comfortable before quietly leaving. Upon arriving at Sijin Street, he stood at an intersection, waiting for over 10 minutes before spotting Jin Wei driving her blue Ferrari 488. Wow, what a fiery girl. Fang Min felt his mouth water at the sight of Jin Wei, who was clad in a red low-cut denim miniskirt. Her ample bosom threatening to spill out and her long, elegant legs shimmering in the sunlight. Fang Min, are you only looking at my chest and legs? Ken and Oppos, do you appreciate other parts of me? Jin Wei halted her car, smiling at Fang Min. Your perspective seems rather narrow. Fang Min shook his head, responding seriously, Jin Wei, we are good friends. Let us not start with such jokes, all right? I am a serious person. He then greedily stole another glance at her legs. Jin Wei laughed heartily, exclaiming, it's only been one night, and your pretentiousness has reached new heights. Fang Min chuckled, opening the car door. He pointed behind her, saying, by the way, there is someone following you. Did you know? Jin Wei glanced in the rearview mirror, chuckling coldly. Of course I know. The moment I left the villa community, they started following me. These fans are truly annoying. As they spoke, she let out an elegant sigh, pressing the gas pedal, and sped down the street. Jin Wei, they're not just fans, they're a group of stalkers, Fang Min observed through the rearview mirror, keen to identify who was in the car behind. Who? Jin Wei looked at Fang Min. Fang Min smirked coldly. Who else could it be? It's Sun Kong, the young master. What the hell? Jin Wei angrily hit the steering wheel. This guy is truly relentless. He either harasses Na or comes after me. Is it because we're beautiful that he feels entitled to bother us? Fang Min listened attentively to the conversation between Sun Kong and his companions. Son, I never expected Fang Min to deliver himself right to our doorstep this time. A burly man with a pockmarked face sneered. Sun Kong replied icily. This brat made me look foolish at the bar last time. I've only just settled matters with Pu Guang, but today he will pay dearly. Son, I say we just run him over. The pockmarked man exclaimed fiercely. Slap. Sun Kong smacked the pockmarked man on the head. Are you an idiot? My father always says, this is a society governed by law, especially in broad daylight. If you want to eliminate someone, it must be within the confines of the law. That's the highest art. Right. It must be within the confines of the law. The pockmarked man smiled ingratiatingly. How could I forget young Master's son's famous saying? The other men nodded in agreement, echoing their approval. Let us follow them for now and see what they do. Then we could devise a plan. Sun Kong glared at the speeding sports car, his eyes filled with fury and resentment. No matter what, Fang Min must pay the price today. Hearing this, Fang Min smirked coldly. All right, as Xue Lu said, let us sit back and watch the show. The sports car sped along, arriving at Emerald Street after an hour and a half. Baoguang Jade City, renowned in Yuhai City and even across the nation, was located here. Baoguang Jade City, also known as the Gambling Stone City, attracted visitors from around the world daily, bustling with crowds. Fang Min had never been here before due to financial constraints, but now, with hundreds of thousands in savings and a wealthy beauty by his side, he felt exhilarated. Perhaps I might strike it rich. Jin Wei found a parking spot and led him toward a tall building near the entrance of the Gambling Stone City. Look down there. They're selling lottery tickets. Let us go try our luck. Fang Min glanced and felt no interest. Lottery tickets like these only yield a maximum of 300,000 for a first prize. However, in the Gambling Stone City, we could strike stones worth over 100 million. Don't rush. Help me buy a ticket to slap someone in the face first. Then we'll go gamble with stones. Jin Wei pulled Fang Min along. Don't worry, as long as you make me happy, I'll treat you to 2 million worth of gambling stones. With 2 million as gambling capital, Fang Min was confident he could make a fortune. He chuckled, wrapping his arm around Jin Wei's shoulder. Jin Wei, I find myself liking you more and more. Is that so? If you like me, how about showing it? Jin Wei winked at Fang Min, glancing back. Chapter 81. Betting at the lottery station. Fang Min had already noticed that Sun Kong and his companions were following closely behind. He gently cupped Jin Wei's face and placed a tender kiss on her forehead. Although he harbored mischievous intentions, he lacked the courage to act on them. Jin Wei and Oppos S expression reflected her disdain. This was merely the prelude. Fang Min chuckled and kissed the tip of Jin Wei and Amp, Oppo's, S nose. Yet, she remained dissatisfied, deeming it superficial. Fang Min then pouted and kissed the corner of her mouth, and an intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, leaving him entranced. Still, it was insufficiently profound. Jin Wei sighed and shook her head in disappointment. Suddenly, she lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Fang Min and Amp, Oppo's, S neck and kissing him deeply. In that moment, they embraced tightly, appearing to be a profoundly affectionate couple. Dressed in a striking red denim dress, Jin Wei, a stunning beauty, naturally attracted countless gazes. Now, with a handsome man engaging in romantic gestures, their intimacy drew even more attention, prompting some onlookers to whip out their phones to capture the moment. Young master son, look. Fang Min is actually hugging Jin Wei. Is that merely a hug? They're kissing too. Can you believe it? Fang Min is even groping her. The group of Sun Kong and Oppo's, S trusted subordinates, witnessing the scene, erupted in dissatisfaction. Sun Kong, too, seethed with anger, gritting his teeth in frustration. Just the day before, he had endured a painful kick to the groin from Wang Pin, and the current situation only exacerbated his discomfort. He had initially pursued Su Yingna, the campus goddess, only to discover her entangled with Fang Min. After abandoning thoughts of Su Yingna, he had set his sights on Jin Wei, only to find her growing increasingly intimate with Fang Min. He could not comprehend why the women he admired were so enamored with Fang Min, while he received not a shred of attention. In truth, he did not lack in looks. He was even taller and wealthier than Fang Min, not to mention possessing a more formidable father. Yet, reality remained unforgiving. No matter what, I will win over both of these goddesses and make Fang Min witness how I toy with them. Sun Kong vowed silently, gesturing to his loyal followers before storming toward Fang Min and Jin Wei. As he approached, he exchanged glances with two burly men who immediately understood his intent and flanked Fang Min on either side. While Fang Min and Jin Wei indulged in their affectionate moment, he remained acutely aware of Sun Kang's movements. Upon seeing them approach, he promptly ended his embrace with Jin Wei and took her hand, leading her toward the lottery station. Hey, Jin Wei murmured, still savoring the moment. Fang Min, next time, could you at least give me a heads up before we stop? I was caught completely off guard. Fang Min smiled. Jin Wei, trouble is about to ensue. I must remain vigilant. Jin Wei glanced back and indeed saw the approaching trouble, urging Fang Min to quicken their pace. As they walked, she gently licked her lips, recalling the delightful sensation of their previous kiss, which held special significance for her as a memorable first. With a subtle smile, she cast a longing glance at Fang Min, reflecting, Fang Min, you have truly struck gold this time. Yet, I must say, the experience was quite pleasant. Do strive for even more next time. What a lively scene. Fang Min remarked upon seeing the crowd gathered before the lottery station. Jin Wei chuckled. Indeed, families of all ages are participating. A quick survey revealed the lottery was a scratch-and-win format, with prizes awarded on the spot. The grand prize comprised 5 winners, each receiving $300,000. The second prize had 10 winners at $50,000. The third prize offered 20 awards of $10,000, while the remaining fourth prize consisted merely of souvenirs. Jin Wei, you mentioned wanting to slap someone's face? Let S target the lottery boss. She pointed to a tall, portly man with a dark complexion, resembling a black bear. He is the father of a troublesome classmate of mine, and he is notorious for using accomplices to claim top prizes. Upon hearing this, Fang Min activated his X-ray vision to scrutinize the man. Sure enough, he appeared to be a scheming individual who had conspired just half an hour prior to secure the grand prize through his associates. Fang Min, how many of the 5 grand prizes do you think you could claim? Jin Wei gestured toward the lottery box. Fang Min examined the contents, noting the tens of thousands of tickets inside. Jin Wei and Oppo's. It's exceedingly difficult to secure a grand prize right now. Why is that? She asked, her eyes widening in curiosity. Because there is no way a grand prize ticket remains in this box. Once this batch is exhausted, only then can a new set potentially contain one. How do you know? Jin Wei pressed, her eyes even wider. Fang Min shrugged, just a 6th sense. I have a sixth sense for a couple of grand prizes. Jean Wei exclaimed, pulling out her wallet. Just let me know how much it costs. I'll cover it. Fang Min felt overwhelmed. Jean Wei, let us not rush. Seeing that boss-ass face makes me furious. I'm eager for revenge. Help me out. As they spoke, the surrounding crowd instinctively parted, retreating to create a clear path. The once bustling atmosphere fell silent. Fang Min turned to see Sun Kong approaching with his entourage. Despite wearing sunglasses, many recognized him and quickly distanced themselves. In the vicinity of North City, who did not know Sun Kang's reputation, who was unaware of his father's notorious standing in the underworld. They all understood a practical truth. If you can't provoke them, at least keep your distance. Ah, young Master Sun. The lottery boss hurriedly approached upon recognizing him, bowing and scraping. What brings you here today? Please, allow me to treat you. Sun Kong chuckled. Mo, I'm just out for a bit of fun today. If young Master Sun wishes to play, then you must indulge to the fullest. The lottery boss continued to ingratiate himself, his enthusiasm palpable. Is it you, Wei Wei? Sun Kong feigned surprise at seeing Jean Wei, removing his sunglasses. Oh, Wei Wei, are you here to play too? As he spoke, he slyly cast a sidelong glance at Fang Min, gritting his teeth. What, can I join the fun? Jean Wei replied coldly. Of course. But do you have any luck? Sun Kong inquired with a smile. Jean Wei retorted. What does my luck have to do with you? If you're lacking in luck, I could assist you. Sun Kong offered, forcing a sincere smile. Jean Wei laughed lightly, wrapping her arm around Fang Min and Appo's shoulder. What I need you for? I have a friend. She leaned in to give him a cheek kiss, a gesture of intimacy. Fang Min, one arm around Jean Wei and Appo's slender waist, gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, behaving as if he were caring for a beloved partner. Witnessing such affectionate behavior ignited a fiery rage within Sun Kong, who felt as if he could ignite flames with his very breath. It was clear to him that Jean Wei and Fang Min were deliberately provoking him. Very well. Let us see who can outplay whom. Sun Kong suppressed his anger, sneering at Fang Min. So, handsome stranger, do you wish to try your luck at the lottery? Do you dare to take a gamble? Chapter 82. An unquestionable gamble, let us gamble. Who is afraid of whom? Before Fang Min could respond, Jean Wei readily agreed. In truth, Fang Min wished to avoid further complications. His conflicts with Sun Kong were escalating, particularly due to Suing Na and the incidents at the Pure Love Bar, which had brought them to a near irreconcilable state. Thus, he felt it unwise to stoke the flames further. However, with Jean Wei and Appo's swift agreement, he could not back down. Indeed, if they were to gamble, let it be so. Let us draw tickets, Fang Min. Whoever draws more first prizes wins. Sun Kong declared. Agreed. 5 first prizes. Whoever draws 3 first wins. Jean Wei responded for Fang Min, asking, what are we wagering? This was precisely the moment Sun Kong had been waiting for. He turned to Jean Wei, urging, Wei Wei, you take it from here? With a cold smirk, Jean Wei replied, if we win, you will cease to disturb Suing Na. Refrain from bothering me, and stop troubling Fang Min additionally. You will compensate us with 10 million. How does that sound? Deal. Sun Kong immediately concurred. And if I win? You state your terms. Jean Wei commanded. It's you. Jean Wei, you will become my girlfriend. And Fang Min will kneel and call me master 3 times before crawling away, haha. Do you dare? Laughter erupted among Sun Kang's followers. Fang Min clenched his teeth, managing a cold smile. Jean Wei was furious, exclaiming, what is there to be afraid of? We'll take you on. A gentleman's word is his bond. A gentleman's word is unbreakable. Whoever dares to falter, may they face dire consequences. Sun Kong swore fiercely. Now, will you draw first, or shall I? Jean Wei looked at Fang Min, who gestured to Sun Kong, saying, Son, think carefully. Let the elder go first. Do you think you're someone important? Sun Kong scoffed at Fang Min, but nodded in agreement. Fine, I'll indulge you. I'll draw first. He gestured to the stout M.O. boss. How many tickets do you have left? M.O. boss, sensing a lucrative opportunity, eagerly replied, we still have over 300,000 tickets, young Master Sun. I'll buy them all. Sun Kong declared, his voice booming as if he wished for the entire world to hear. I'm purchasing every last ticket. Fang Min's brow furrowed, and Jin Wei stared in disbelief. This scoundrel wouldn't he dare, would he? The crowd gasped at the revelation. Over 300,000 tickets? That amounts to more than 6 million. The total prize pool isn't even 2 million. Indeed, isn't this a bit excessive? You wouldn't believe it unless you saw it. This is what true wealth looks like. Applause erupted among Sun Kong's followers, cheering his extravagance. Young Master Sun has plenty of money. For a chance at love, he would spend even 10 million. Wonderful, Mo boss exclaimed joyfully, waving to his assistants. Quickly, bring out all the remaining tickets for young Master Sun to draw. You've bought all the tickets. Were we supposed to draw? Jin Wei glared at Sun Kong, displeased. Sun Kong smirked. We never stated that buying them all was against the rules before the bet. Of course, if you wish to draw, feel free to try your luck with the northwest wind. Laughter erupted among his followers, who praised him. Truly despicable. Jin Wei stamped her foot in frustration, pulling Fang Min close. He has bought them all. The first prizes must be his. What are we to do? Fang Min, understanding the gravity of the situation, patted her shoulder gently. Stay calm. We'll see what happens after the draw. Jin Wei, flustered, exclaimed, how can I not be anxious? If this continues, we're simply waiting for our doom. Trust me. If you believe in me, follow my lead. Fang Min reassured her. I'll step out to the restroom for a moment, and I'll return shortly. With a sigh, Jin Wei reluctantly agreed. Young Master Sun, I'll just step away to the restroom. I'll be back shortly. Please allow Jin Wei to remain here. Fang Min addressed Sun Kong. Sun Kong glanced at Fang Min and Jin Wei, rolling his eyes. No one is allowed to leave. Come now. A person can't die from a natural call. Or shall I relieve myself on you? Fang Min shrugged casually. Sun Kong sneered. Your wit is lacking. Fine, fine. Let Jin Wei stay here. Just make it quick. He waved Fang Min away impatiently. Fang Min gave Jin Wei's shoulder a reassuring pat before merging into the crowd. Spotting discarded tickets strewn across the floor, he picked up a few pristine ones, scrutinizing them as he walked. The surrounding crowd shook their heads and murmured, this young man is certain to lose. Indeed, since young Master Sun has bought all the remaining tickets, the first prizes are undoubtedly his. If I were him, I'd leave quickly, otherwise. He'll end up calling young Master Sun Master 3 times and crawling out, unfazed by the murmurs. Fang Min maneuvered through the throng towards the restroom inside the ticket station. After a tense 10 minutes, all the tickets were brought out by the staff, neatly arranged in boxes, creating a striking spectacle. Once Sun Kong completed the payment, he commanded his followers and the staff to assist in scratching the tickets. All first prizes must be delivered to me. The rest can go to whoever uncovers them. The crowd was immediately energized, preparing to scratch the tickets. Mo Boss summoned relatives and neighbors to aid Sun Kong in this endeavor. Soon, over 50 people gathered to assist in scratching. Meanwhile, Sun Kong lit a cigarette, savoring it while admiring Jin Wei's legs. Haha, tonight, I shall secure my beauty. Chapter 83. A Gentleman and Amp. Oppos. S-word is hard to retract. Jin Wei noticed the conflicting emotions in Sun Kong and Amp. Oppos. S-eyes. Both disdain and concern. She grasped Fang Min and Amp. Oppos. S-hand anxiously, exclaiming, Fang Min, we are about to draw prizes, and now we don and Oppos, to even have a chance to participate. ISN and Oppos. T that tantamount to certain defeat. Fang Min wrapped his arm around Jin Wei's shoulders, pulling her close. Don't be hasty. Let's wait until Sun Shao finishes his draw. Jin Wei found it unbearable to confront the impending events, feeling an overwhelming urge to flee. Sun Kong had purchased all the remaining lottery tickets, undoubtedly securing all 5 first prizes for himself. What chance did she and Fang Min have to win? Soon, she would not only be compelled to become Sun Kang's girlfriend, but Fang Min would also have to address Sun Kong as master 3 times and crawl away. The thought was too much to bear, and she clung tightly to Fang Min. He held her close beneath the sunshade, casually fiddling with his phone while they waited in silence. Dozens of people were simultaneously scratching off their tickets, the pace swift, and soon the ground was covered in a thick layer of discarded paper. However, Boss Mo and Amp, Oppos, S logistics were impeccable. He promptly dispatched several staff members to clear away the debris. He even sent refreshments, ice-cold mineral water and popsicles, to keep the workers cool and hydrated. Initially, there were over 50 participants, but as time passed, more and more people joined Sun Kang's prize-drawing throng. It resembled a major gathering, with crowds frequently merging from the street and the gambling district. Joyful announcements echoed occasionally. A first prize has been won. Sun Kang was elated, quickly snatching up the winning ticket and checking the numbers. Haha, the first prize is mine. He leapt with joy, brandishing the ticket high, proclaiming to Fang Min and Jin Wei, behold, the first prize is already secured. Jin Wei, upon seeing this, could hardly bring herself to open her eyes. Burying her face against Fang Min's chest, her legs weakening beneath her. Sensing her tremor, Fang Min pointed to a nearby chair. Jin Wei, perhaps we should sit for a moment? Jin Wei shook her head, clinging even tighter to him. Fang Min gently patted her shoulder, returning to his phone. Another first prize was announced, and once again, the excitement surged. Sun Kang rushed forward, hands outstretched, eager to claim the ticket. After verifying the winning number, he raised his fists in triumph, exclaiming, yes, yes, another first prize, yes, yes, another first prize, yes, yes, another first prize, yes, yes, another first prize. His entourage was equally ecstatic, shouting in jubilation. Jin Wei kept her eyes tightly shut, and upon hearing the commotion, her legs gave way, and without Fang Min's support, she surely would have collapsed. Jin Wei, let me help you to a seat, Fang Min urged, but she continued to shake her head. As they endured the agonizing wait, she silently prayed, please, Sun Xiao, do not draw another first prize. If he wins again, he will possess 3 first prizes, rendering any further draws pointless. As there are only 5 in total, even if Fang Min and I win the remaining 2, we face inevitable defeat. Suddenly, a plump middle-aged woman stood up, waving at Sun Kang. I have drawn a first prize. Before her voice faded, a young man also rose to declare, I won a first prize too. What a double delight. Sun Kang was overjoyed, moving swiftly to collect the tickets, eagerly checking the numbers. After confirming, he erupted in cheers. Ha! They're all first prizes. Claps of approval erupted from his followers and Boss Mo and Amp, Oppo's, S staff. For first prizes. I now hold 4 first prizes. Sun Kang lifted the tickets high, akin to banners, striding towards Fang Min and Jin Wei. Fang Min, Jin Wei, I now possess 4 first prizes. What do you have to say? Jin Wei remained with eyes shut, resigned to despair, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Were it not for Fang Min and Amp, Oppo's, S steadfast support, she would have crumpled to the ground. Despite being known as a fearless and spirited young woman, she now felt utterly defeated. There was no way to dispute the outcome. She would have to become Sun Kang's girlfriend, reduced to a mere plaything, while Fang Min would suffer the utmost humiliation. She buried her face deep in Fang Min's chest, hoping fervently that this was but a dream, a nightmare. Fang Min stood silently, carefully checking the winning numbers, then retrieved his phone. Sun Xiao, are you now satisfied with your victory? Sun Kang laughed heartily, smugly gazing at Fang Min. His followers jeered, urging Neil, call Sun Xiao and Oppo's, Master and Oppo's, 3 times, crawl out. Yet Fang Min remained composed, shaking his head gently at Sun Kang. Silence. Sun Kang bellowed, and the crowd fell quiet. He fixed an intense gaze on Fang Min. You Wooden and Oppo's, dare try to wriggle out of this, would you? Consider this a warning. If you attempt to cheat me, you will meet a dire fate. Indeed, initially, it was said that a gentleman and Amp, Oppo's, S word is hard to retract. Sun Kang and Amp, Oppo's, S followers glared at Fang Min, shouting in outrage, as if Sun Kang were executing a noble deed. Rallying their unwavering support, Sun Kang nodded in satisfaction, raising his hand once more, commanding silence. Moments later, the crowd quieted. Speak, Fang Min. You have lost. Is it not time to fulfill your promise? Sun Kang inquired coldly, a sly smile playing on his lips. Fang Min noted the winning numbers on his phone. Sun Xiao, do not rush. I must verify them myself. Once confirmed, I shall uphold my promise. Very well. Sun Kong clenched his teeth, a confident grin emerging. I shall grant you 10 minutes. How does 5 sound? Fang Min nodded, finishing his notes on the phone. After cross-referencing, he affirmed, indeed, these are the 5 first prizes. Sun Kong erupted in laughter, nearly losing his composure. Now even you concede. So, kneel down, call me master 3 times, and crawl away. Since meeting Fang Min, Sun Kong and Appo's endeavors have been thwarted. His pursuits of Su Ing Na had failed twice, and in pure spirit bar, he had been beaten while trying to confront Fang Min, with his subordinates even arrested by the police. And now, he witnessed Fang Min kiss Jin Wei. Now, he was determined to show Fang Min who truly held power. Sun Shao, Jin Wei suddenly cried, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded, I will honor my promise to become your girlfriend. But please allow Fang Min to leave with dignity, all right? Oof. Sun Kong waved the 4 tickets in his hand, his expression turning menacing. Wei, we are all educated individuals. We must adhere to a gentleman and Appo's word. Indeed, a gentleman and Appo's word is paramount. Sun Kong and Appo's entourage pressed, demanding Fang Min. Why do you not kneel before Sun Shao? Do you wish for us to take action? Upon observation, fraught with anxiety, embraced with utmost fervor. Onlookers, their hearts aching for the distressed beauty in his arms, speculated on the folly of betting against. Unperturbed, noticed tears and whispered assurances of a forthcoming spectacle. Bewildered by his confidence amidst their apparent defeat, questioned their recourse. With a cryptic smile, hinted at leveraging misdeeds rather than contesting the lottery outcome. Lamented their wager with and the impending consequences. Impatient with their intimate exchange, demanded an Appo's submission and an Appo's compliance as his paramour, envisioning a spectacle of humiliation. His henchmen echoed his demands, intimidating the onlookers. Suddenly, the wail of police sirens pierced the air, heralding the arrival of law enforcement. Seizing the moment, assured that there was about to unfold, 2 police vehicles screeched to a halt, disgorging 6 officers led by the striking and resolute captain of the Criminal Investigation Division. Her presence captivated the crowd, and his cohorts exchanged uneasy glances, familiar with and Appo's formidable reputation. His conscience pricked, trembled at the unexpected arrival of the police. Intrigued, inquired about its presence. With a knowing smile, revealed his orchestration. Feigning ignorance of, announced an investigation into lottery fraud, ordering detention and the confiscation of recent lottery proceeds. Overwhelmed, complied as officers seized millions in revenue. Then directed the temporary seizure of winning tickets, promising their eventual return after the investigation. While others complied, clutched his first prize tickets. Fixing her gaze on, cited the recent capture of a member of a human trafficking ring and his implication of. Aghast, surrendered his tickets, prioritizing damage control over the wager. With a sardonic smile, confiscated the tickets and departed, exchanging a knowing wink with. Emboldened, questioned the outcome of their bet. Invigorated, echoed his challenge. In a frenzy, vowed to reclaim his tickets through influential connections. Unfazed, dispatched a discreet message. Moments later, the police returned, announcing the temporary release of pending further investigation and returning the seized tickets. Triumphant, mocked, boasting of his unassailable influence. Emboldened, echoed his arrogance. Demanded the immediate return of his first prize tickets to resume the wager. Chapter 85. A resounding victory upon hearing the news. Jin Wei felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, tightening her embrace around Fang Min. Meanwhile, Fang Min remained composed, noticing Sun Kong about to open the box. He interjected, young master's son, with an officer present. Why don and Appo's, to you recount our earlier wager? Sun Kong, of course, could not refuse, with Jun Rong here. He intended for her to witness how Fang Min had made his subordinates bow before him, how they had called him master thrice, and how he had relinquished his girlfriend with ease. Captain Jun, when I wagered with Fang Min, you were not present, so allow me to explain. Boss Missouri, standing nearby, aptly added, I too wagered with Fang Min. If there were no first prize lottery tickets, I would owe him 10 million. Jun Rong nodded. Very well, this seems a reasonable wager. I shall serve as a witness. Her words filled Sun Kong with elation as he promptly opened the box, exclaiming, Boss Missouri, please help me find 4 first-prize tickets. Certainly, young Master Sun. Boss Missouri immediately began searching. After some time without success, he summoned 2 assistants for help. Yet, despite their efforts, the coveted winning tickets remained elusive. This was truly perplexing. Sun Kong, now desperate, sifted through the tickets one by one for over 20 minutes, still finding nothing. Fang Min and Jun Rong exchanged knowing glances, sharing a secretive smile. They alone were aware that the tickets had already been claimed by Jun Rong. Captain Jun, is this the ticket you confiscated? Sun Kong suddenly glared at Jun Rong. She responded with a cold smile. Young Master Sun, what do you mean? The first prize tickets must have been taken. Sun Kong shouted furiously. Jun Rong gestured. Very well. Let us proceed to the police station for a thorough investigation, shall we? Sun Kong, seething with rage, could scarcely articulate a response. At this moment, he realized the futility of his position. Fang Min was skillfully utilizing his police officer sister against him. Had it been anyone else, he could have resorted to violence for the theft of his tickets, but facing an officer, he could only silently seethe in frustration. Meanwhile, Boss Missouri was utterly confounded. Without the first prize tickets, what was there to discuss? Suddenly, Jean Wei leaped with joy. Young Master Sun, produce the tickets. If you cannot, you lose. Henceforth, you are forbidden from harassing me or suing Na, and you owe me an additional 10 million. Sun Kong was left speechless, grinding his teeth in frustration, drenched in sweat, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Though he was a wealthy and handsome university student, he still cared about his dignity. Now, having lost the wager, he found himself unable to save face. Let us not dwell on young Master Sun's predicament. Fang Min interjected, pointing at Boss Missouri. Boss Missouri also wagered with us. Does this not mean he owes us 10 million? Boss Missouri immediately covered his face and turned towards the lottery station, exclaiming, I have an upset stomach. I must use the restroom. Let him go. Our confiscation includes over 10 million of his. Jun Rong suddenly remarked. What did you say? Boss Missouri exclaimed, turning to glare at Jun Rong. Captain Jun, if you transfer that to Fang Min, I will sue you. Jun Rong coldly smiled and signaled to an officer nearby. Transfer it. We have Fang Min and AMP, Oppo's, bank account details. Let us send him 10 million. With that, she gestured toward Boss Missouri. You wish to sue? Please. I shall personally escort you in a police car. Boss Missouri crumpled in despair, covering his face as he sank to the floor, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. 10 million evaporating like that. Had he known of Fang Min's connection to the police officer, he would never have wagered against him or found amusement in Fang Min's misfortune. 10 million has been credited, Fang Min announced, checking his phone and seeing a string of 7 zeros, his heart racing. Despite his expectations, the sudden windfall was overwhelming. Instantly, he felt the urge to embrace Jean Wei in a passionate kiss, but he restrained himself, regaining composure and nodding at Jun Rong. Jun Rong smiled at the day's Sun Kong. Young Master Sun, you wagered with Fang Min, a gentleman and Oppo's. Word is his bond. As a man, you must honor your promises. I. Sun Kong stammered, unable to articulate a response. This morning, he had believed victory was assured, that he could humiliate Fang Min and win the affection of a beautiful woman. Now, he faced humiliation, lost his chance with Jean Wei, and was on the verge of losing 10 million. No, I cannot part with 10 million. Sun Kong could not accept the shame of losing both his dignity and his fortune. Suddenly, he exchanged glances with his closest confidants, who immediately understood. They seized him, shouting, Young Master Sun, you must hurry to the gambling city to rescue someone. Let's go. As he struggled, he feigned noble resolve. Release me. A gentleman and Oppo's. Word is his bond. I accept the loss. Let me go. I must pay 10 million. In front of everyone, he could not afford to lose face. His confidants ignored his pleas, some clinging to his legs, others to his waist, forcibly carrying him towards the entrance of the gambling city. Let go of me, or I shall kill you. Sun Kong roared, his fury palpable as he glared at those around him. Stop pretending. Jean Wei shouted at him playfully. Be careful, or you may get struck by lightning. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. Jun Rong joined in, amused by Sun Kong and Amp Oppo's antics. Yes, our resounding victory makes Jean Wei the happiest, she exclaimed, leaping into Fang Min and Oppo's arms, wrapping her long legs around his waist and kissing him. Look at you. Here we go again, Fang Min said, dodging Jean Wei's kiss. With the thrill of having thwarted Sun Kong and gained 10 million, he played along with her exuberance. Every time, it seemed a beautiful woman had her way with him. Could this be his fate? Laughter filled the air, and Jun Rong shook her head, approaching them. All right, that's enough. Jean Wei finally stopped, turning to Jun Rong with a smile. Sister Rong, would you like to join us? Jun Rong, feeling overwhelmed, waved her hands. Jean Wei, mind your manners, and you too, Fang Min, stop pretending to be the victim. Look where your hands have wandered. Fang Min suddenly realized his hands had found their way under Jean Wei's skirt and quickly withdrew, placing her back on the ground. Sister Rong, please don't say that. It was Jean Wei's skirt that covered my hand. Jun Rong shot him a teasing glance. Little brother, I have good news. We have found the missing Jiang Fei and several other girls. This time, my precinct will commend me with a second-class merit. Really? Fang Min and Oppo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sister Rong, let us celebrate sometime. Absolutely. I'll treat you all another day. Jun Rong smiled at Fang Min. You two have fun. I have matters to attend to. She extended her fist toward Fang Min. Fang Min grinned and bumped fists with her. Jean Wei giggled, joining in the fist bump. The three of them were filled with joy, while Sun Kong, as he entered the gambling city, wore an expression of pure rage. Seeing Fang Min with one arm around Jean Wei and the other around Jun Rong, he felt a surge of anger, his eyes gleaming with malice. Since you seek your own demise, I shall grant you that wish. Chapter 86. The directive to purchase Emerald Jade. While Fang Min conversed with Jun Rong and Jean Wei, he discreetly observed Sun Kong, noting a sudden glint of malice in his eyes, causing Fang Min's brows to furrow. In their previous encounters, Sun Kong had sought revenge, but now he harbored thoughts of murder. Fang Min clenched his teeth. If you are heartless, do not blame me for being unjust. Little brother, I must attend to a case, so I shall take my leave, he said. Jun Rong acknowledged him with a nod and proceeded towards the police car. Fang Min and Jean Wei accompanied her to the vehicle, watching as it drove away. Jean Wei then seized Fang Min's arm, directing his gaze towards the gambling stone city. Since we are here, let's indulge in a game, she exclaimed, still craving a more exhilarating experience after their previous lottery venture. Perhaps another time, Fang Min replied, pulling Jean Wei along. With Sun Kong and his confidants inside the gambling stone city, a chance encounter could lead to further conflict. Sun Kong had resolved to kill him. While he was unconcerned for himself, he worried for Jean Wei's safety. Come on, we're out to have fun today, Jean Wei insisted, stubbornly refusing to let him go. Just then, Fang Min's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was his assassin wife, Xiao Yiyun. He patted Jean Wei's shoulder and stepped aside to answer. Wife, I'm at the gambling stone city. What is the matter? Perfect timing. You're in the gambling stone city. Choose a piece of jade for me, Xiao Yiyun and Amp Oppo's cold voice instructed. I will send you photos of the jade and transfer 20 million to you afterward. Upon hearing the sum, Fang Min and Amp Oppo's brows knitted tighter. 20 million for jade is quite substantial. Should you come to select it in person? I'm not at home and lack the time. Just choose based on the images and descriptions, she replied. You must buy something that satisfies me. Fang Min forced a smile, but my knowledge of jade is quite limited. Before he could finish, the call ended abruptly. Wife, he called out, only to hear the monotonous beeping of a disconnected line. Shaking his head, he pocketed his phone. There was no choice. His assassin wife's words were commands he had to obey. Here comes my wife. Jean Wei trotted over, chuckling. Fang Min, are you so eager? We aren't even in a relationship yet. Fang Min sighed. You are a wealthy beauty, a school idol, and a singing star. I would not dare to marry you. You may not dare, but I would, Jean Wei retorted, moving closer to wrap her arms around his neck, playfully clinging to him. I'll even throw in a villa, a luxury car, and a maid. What do you say? Fang Min felt a wave of anxiety. With a killer for a wife, marrying another would surely be courting death. All right, Enough joking, Jinwei. We shall be good friends for life, at most just confidants. Look at you getting flustered. Fine. I agree to be your confidant, but you must promise me something. Jinwei tilted her head with a teasing smile. Fang Min could easily discern her intention. Don't say it. I already know you want me to accompany you to the gambling stone city. I agree. Yay. Jinwei laughed heartily, jumping onto Fang Min and Amp. Oppo's back. You must carry me inside. With a resigned sigh, Fang Min complied and began to carry her into the gambling stone city. To his surprise, he found her weight quite pleasant, her legs soft and yielding against him, and the sensation of her pressing against his back was indescribably delightful. He felt as though he could carry her for miles without fatigue. Just as they approached the entrance of the gambling stone city, his phone beeped twice. He pulled it out to see that his assassin wife had sent him pictures of jade. Upon viewing them, he was taken aback. The jade was an emerald, identical to the one he cherished. From its shape to its color and the aura it exuded, it was an exact match. Fang Min even suspected that the emerald in the photo was his own. He wondered why his assassin wife suddenly desired such a jade. Was it for a higher-up in the shadowy realm seeking a substitute? The pressure of needing to find an exact match weighed heavily on him. Reluctantly, he decided to explore the gambling stone city in hopes of finding a similar piece. Upon entering, he found the city expansive, larger than university campus. Bustling with streets lined with shops, some selling gambling stones, others ancient artifacts and jade, creating a lively atmosphere. Carrying the strikingly beautiful Jean Wei naturally drew the attention of many, while she seemed to relish the attention, insisting on being carried. What do you wish to do first? Fang Min inquired as he surveyed the shops. Jean Wei pointed ahead, leading them toward the largest gambling stone venue. They have all kinds of stones at various prices. If you can find me a stone worth 100 million, I shall be your lady tonight. Fang Min chuckled at the absurdity. Without locating the emerald, he could hardly be a groom, but rather a ghost. To save time, he quickened his pace. After walking a little over 100 meters, he unexpectedly turned toward a nearby gambling stone shop. Fang Min, you are going the wrong way. Jean Wei quickly reminded him. He was well aware of his direction. He had spotted Sun Kong, prompting a sudden change in course. His mission was to find the emerald, not to engage in conflict. It would be prudent to familiarize himself with the surroundings before making any moves. I think this shop seems quite promising, he declared. Jean Wei glanced over, noting its size, and nodded. All right, let us try our luck. At that moment, Fang Min's phone beeped again. He checked to find that 20 million had been deposited into his bank account. It was undoubtedly the funds transferred by his assassin wife. With this realization, the pressure mounted. He stepped into the gambling stone shop and began to survey the offerings. Meanwhile, Sun Kong's confidant had already spotted Fang Min and Jean Wei. The burly man with a scarred face smirked, Son, Fang Min and Jean Wei have arrived. Should we seize this opportunity to eliminate him? Sun Kong, desiring Fang Min's demise, glanced at the surroundings and shook his head. My father always said that killing within the bounds of the law is the highest form of mastery. It seems we have yet to reach that level. The scar man grinned ominously. But son, we could use a knife to kill. Fang Min has enemies. Why not exploit that? The suggestion sparked a glint in Sun Kong's eyes. Indeed, that CEO Wei Yin despises Fang Min. She has been seeking to capture him. Why not leverage their conflict? With that thought, he swiftly pulled out his phone and dialed. Quick, Ma Ji, give me Wei Yin's phone number. The scar man nodded, promptly providing the number. Sun Kong dialed, and soon the call connected, a woman's voice responding. Who are you looking for? This is... May I ask who you are? I am Wei's secretary. Is there something you need? Recognizing the voice of Wang Pin, Sun Kong inquired. Is this Secretary Wang? Yes, what can I do for you? Sun Kong, aware of Wang Pin's animosity towards Fang Min, felt a surge of excitement. I have information. Fang Min is currently at the gambling stone city. I heard that Wei Yin wishes to have a word with him, so I thought I'd pass along his whereabouts. Understood, thank you. The call promptly ended. Sun Kong was furious. How dare they hang up on me? Young Master Sun, please do not be agitated. It is highly likely that Wei Yin will send someone to apprehend Fang Min. Ma Ji remarked with a sinister smile. Highly likely? Nonsense. Sun Kong glared at Ma Ji. Since we cannot rely on Wei Yin at the moment, we must depend on ourselves. Fang Min and Jin Wei are engaged in gambling. Let us partake in their game. If we can bring Jin Wei to ruin, she will inevitably become mine. Impressive. Young Master Sun, you truly are remarkable. Ma Ji flattered Fang Min with a grin. You surpass even the esteemed father-in-law of Gao Laozhuang. Chapter 87. Conspiracy in the Stone Gambling Arena. Fang Min. I find this stone quite appealing. Approaching a dark green stone resembling a large winter melon, Jin Wei pointed to it. The exterior color of this rough material is splendid, and at a mere 200,000, purchasing it could yield substantial profits. As she spoke, she playfully patted the stone with her small hand, exuding an air of confidence. Seeing Jin Wei and Appo's adorable demeanor, Fang Min chuckled and employed his X-ray vision to scan the stone. Shaking his head, he declared, "This stone holds no value. Let us venture inside for a closer look." Jin Wei remained steadfast, arching her delicate brow. "Fang Min, I used to frequent this place often. I am quite the seasoned player in stone gambling. I dare wager that this rough material certainly contains something of worth." Fang Min chuckled lightly. "It would be a pity to spend 200,000 on a worthless stone. Let us wait a few minutes. Someone will come to purchase it, and they will cut it open. We shall simply wait." Jin Wei was taken aback, her eyes widening as she queried, "How do you know someone will come to buy it in a few minutes? Isn't that them?" Fang Min discreetly pointed to three well-dressed, middle-aged men approaching from outside, urging Jin Wei to step aside. Jin Wei and Appo's eyes widened as she observed them, thinking that if these men did not purchase the stone, she would have grounds to criticize Fang Min. Yet, he was indeed correct. The trio halted beside the stone Jin Wei admired, and the one in the middle, with a plump face and prominent ears, emanated authority, unmistakably a leader from some department. The two younger men, flanking him, smiled obsequiously, as if accompanying their superior for a leisurely outing. After exchanging opinions, one slender middle-aged man gestured to the nearby staff, commanding, "Have our leader cut this stone." His tone was quite extravagant, seeking to curry favor with the leader. Soon after, two staff members approached, completed the payment procedures, and lifted the stone to the cutting machine to begin the process. Jin Wei, curious, tugged at Fang Min to observe closely. The cutting machine emitted a cacophony of harsh sounds, causing Jin Wei to wince and cover her ears with her fingers. After about 10 minutes, the stone was reduced to fragments, yet no vibrant colors emerged. What a disappointment! What a disappointment! The leader-like middle-aged man shook his head and, accompanied by his companions, sauntered towards other shelves in search of stones. "Fang Min, you truly possess a gift. Ha! Your foresight is remarkable." Jin Wei's eyes sparkled as she embraced him. "Quickly tell me, can you read minds? Teach me your ways." Fang Min chuckled, deflecting. "Jin Wei, I merely observed their gazes to deduce their preferences for such stones. Additionally, their expressions were rather gloomy, indicating they are not fortunate individuals. Hence my conclusion that this stone would not yield profit." Jin Wei pouted. "That sounds rather complex. I cannot learn such things. Come on, let us see what lies ahead." Fang Min nodded, wrapping his arm around her shoulders as they proceeded further inside. He noticed Sun Kong and his companions sneaking in through the entrance, but feigned ignorance, harboring a quiet smirk. However, upon spotting a towering figure beside Sun Kong, his brow furrowed. This man, in his 40s, stood around 6 feet 5 inches tall, lanky like a telephone pole, and his presence was striking amidst the crowd. Yet, his beady eyes were unappealing, particularly his small, shrewd gaze. Utilizing his X-ray vision for further scrutiny, Fang Min discerned that this lanky man was not only a gambling expert, but also a proficient martial artist, evidently hired by Sun Kong. Could he be challenging me in stone gambling? When they reached a stone resembling a lion, standing half a person high, Jin Wei paused. "Fang Min, look at this stone. It is priced at 6 million. I believe the cleft here indicates a good potential. There could be something valuable inside. Shall we give it a try?" Fang Min had already scanned it with his X-ray vision. Although it appeared promising from the exterior, he noted a few jade pieces inside, which would only fetch 2 to 3 million when cut. "Jin Wei, while this stone is sizable, size alone does not guarantee quality jade. Let us move forward and see what else awaits us." Jin Wei grasped Fang Min and Appo's arm, raising her chin defiantly. But it's all for fun. I'll cover the expense. Jean Wei, this is not merely a matter of money. If you spend and end up disappointed, where lies the enjoyment? Fang Min insisted, pulling her along. When she resisted, he wrapped his arm around her waist, guiding her forward. Jean Wei giggled. Fang Min, you're quite mischievous. Where are your hands wandering? Fang Min feigned exasperation. I merely held your waist. Is that so wrong? Haha. You should know, my waist is my Achilles and Amp? Oppo's heel? Jean Wei replied earnestly. Fang Min shook his head, chuckling as they continued onward. Sun Kong and his companions, stealthily following, observed intently. Sun Kong turned to the lanky man beside him. Mr. Gao, was that stone Fang Min examined truly lackluster? Mr. Gao nodded. It appears that young man possesses a modicum of discernment. Upon hearing this, Sun Kong grew anxious. Mr. Gao, do you feel confident in competing against Fang Min in stone gambling? Mr. Gao chuckled. Young master son, I have been in this business for 20 years. This Fang Min fellow seems rather inexperienced here. Comparing a professional to an amateur is hardly equitable, is it? Sun Kong was elated. Excellent. Mr. Gao, as long as you can bankrupt them, I will reward you with 10 million. Mr. Gao smirked slyly. Young master son, transfer the funds to my account now. I assure you, I can bring them to ruin without them realizing what has happened. Sun Kong was ecstatic, immediately pulling out his phone. No problem. I'll transfer the 10 million right away. As Sun Kong and Mr. Gao plotted against Fang Min, he and Jean Wei continued to peruse the stones. Suddenly, Fang Min's attention was captured by a dazzling fiery red glow emanating from a yellow-white stone. Jean Wei, that stone looks promising. Following Fang Min's gesture, Jean Wei gazed at a seemingly ordinary yellow-white stone weighing over 20 kilograms. Fang Min, your judgment seems off. This stone is priced at 50,000, and I wouldn't value it even at 500. She pouted adorably. Fang Min chuckled. Let us cut it open and see. Oh, no. Jean Wei quickly shook her head. Fang Min seized her wrist. Jean Wei, your wrist is so fair and smooth. It would look exquisite adorned with a red jade bracelet. Would you like one? Absolutely. Jean Wei beamed. Fang Min, if you can help me procure a precious red jade, I shall vow never to marry and remain your devoted companion for life. Fang Min laughed. That's unnecessary. Gifting a friend is simply the right thing to do. With that, he waved to the nearby staff. Excuse me, could you cut this stone for me? No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous voice erupted from the side. Hold on, that stone belongs to me. Chapter 88. Red Jadeite. Upon hearing the commotion, Fang Min and Jean Wei turned their heads to see a group of individuals approaching, led by none other than Sun Kong, who wore an air of arrogance that was almost palpable. Sun Kong, do you even understand reason? This stone was clearly ours first. Jean Wei shot an indignant glare at him. Sun Kong merely smirked, glancing at a nearby staff member. Beautiful lady, the price is 50,000. I'll offer 60,000. This stone shall be mine. Is that agreeable? The staff member nodded with a smile, saying, we are here to sell. Of course, the highest bidder wins. Did you hear that, Jean Wei? Sun Kong exclaimed triumphantly. With a cold smile, Jean Wei retorted, I'll bid 70,000. I'll raise you to 80,000. Sun Kong responded, shaking his head defiantly. Without hesitation, Jean Wei increased her bid to 90,000. 100,000, Sun Kong declared, his eyes gleaming with confidence as he fixed his gaze on her. You think you can outspend me? Jean Wei glared back. 110,000. Sun Kong continued his taunting. 120,000. With a huff of frustration, Jean Wei shouted, 130,000. A crowd began to gather, intrigued by the escalating bids. Nearby staff members hurried over, delighted to witness two customers engaged in a bidding war, as higher bids meant greater profits for the stone gambling venue. 200,000. Sun Kong called out, raising his bid by 70,000, prompting gasps from the onlookers. No way. A stone priced at 50,000 is now being bid at 200,000. Hearing the buzz among the crowd, Sun Kong and Oppo's confidence swelled as he looked at Jean Wei. I've bid 200,000. Will you raise? Jean Wei was momentarily taken aback. A stone originally priced at 50,000 was now being auctioned at 200,000. Even the wealthiest could not afford such extravagance. Even if she won the bid, What good would it do if she couldn't claim the stone? Glancing at Fang Min for assistance, he observed the stones around him and softly declared, 300,000. What? You poor fool. Do you even have 300,000? Sun Kong exclaimed incredulously. Fang Min merely smiled in silence, prompting Jin Wei to remind Sun Kong. Don't you remember? Boss Missouri just lost $1 million to Fang Min. At this revelation, Sun Kong and Appo's expression darkened with anger. Indeed, Boss Missouri had lost $1 million to Fang Min, a transfer orchestrated by the police flower, Junro. Damn, I should have been the one to win the beautiful lady. But here is Fang Min, feasting on the spoils and becoming a millionaire in the process. With a cold smile, Sun Kong waved at Fang Min. All right. Even if you have $1 million, you just bid 300,000? No. Fang Min extended his hand, fingers splayed, indicating a new figure. 500,000. 500,000 is nothing. I'll bid 1 million. Sun Kong shouted instantly. With a resounding clap, Fang Min struck the nearby shelf but remained silent. What does that mean? Sun Kong glared at Fang Min. Jin Wei, concerned that Fang Min might raise the bid further, regarded him with wide eyes. The crowd watched eagerly, anticipating his next move. How much are you bidding? Sun Kong pressed on. I just bid 1 million. Are you raising by 1 million or 2 million? Fang Min chuckled. I'll simply say deal. Jin Wei couldn't help but laugh, realizing Fang Min was toying with Sun Kong. How could this be? Sun Kong realized he had been outsmarted, glaring at Fang Min before waving at the staff. Ladies, please cut the stone. Certainly, Sun Young Master. The two female staff members promptly moved to the cutting machine with the stone. Sun Kong and his cronies followed closely behind, while Fang Min and Jin Wei trailed. As the stone was worth $1 million, drawing many spectators. Hai Long, a skilled stone gambling expert, took out chalk and marked several lines on the stone for the cutter to follow. Sun Kong nodded approvingly. A true expert knows their craft. With a swift motion, the cutter began slicing the stone, and after several minutes, it was divided into a dozen pieces. Hai Long claimed one piece slightly larger than a peach, discarding the rest into a nearby trash bin before commencing his own cuts. Water sprayed over the stone, washing it clean. Red jadeite. It an amp. Appo's. That's beautiful. Excitement surged through the crowd. Many seasoned buyers recognizing the value of the exquisite red jadeite. Sun Young Master, I'll offer 110,000 for it. A middle-aged man in a suit shouted. Before the words faded, an elderly gentleman in traditional attire called out, I'll bid 130,000. Jin Wei sighed, resting her head on Fang Min's shoulder, feeling a twinge of regret. This stone was meant to be ours. Sun Kong, now exhilarated by the prospect of profit, exclaimed, I want to buy it. I'm gifting this to a beauty. He turned to Jin Wei. Imagine how lovely you'd look with a red jadeite bracelet. I'll have it crafted just for you. Jin Wei merely smiled coldly and turned away. Such a valuable red jadeite could hardly be worthy of accompanying Jin Wei. Fang Min mused, moving toward the trash bin filled with stone remnants. How can I purchase the stones in here? Sun Kong burst into laughter. You want that trash? You have no discerning eye. A nearby staff member nodded at Fang Min. Sir, anything in the trash bin is considered waste. Feel free to take what you wish. It would be a relief for us to have it cleared out. Fang Min nodded, rummaging through the bin and pulling out a fist-sized stone. Excuse me, can I use the cutting machine for this? Of course, the staff member smiled. For stones of this size, a small cutting machine will suffice. Fang Min nodded and grabbed a small cutting machine, beginning to work on the stone carefully. As he slowly polished the small stone, the crowd began to stir with excitement. Red jadeite. This is the real deal. The vibrant color and exquisite texture were unmistakable signs of the most precious red jadeite. Look, it dances like a beautiful maiden in red. This young man has struck gold, pulling the finest jadeite from the trash. The crowd erupted in cheers, and suddenly, a white-haired elder stepped in front of Fang Min, shouting, Young man, I'll offer 1 million. Sell it to me. Chapter 89. Priceless Friendship. Jin Wei was astonished, gazing at the gleaming stone in Fang Min's hand, and instantly enveloped him in her embrace, tears of excitement glistening at the corners of her eyes. The most exquisite and precious red jade in the world had been effortlessly discovered by Fang Min, in a manner so unfathomable that she felt as though she had found it herself, her heart racing with exhilaration. Sun Kong was dumbfounded. the stone gambling expert beside him. Gao Long was equally stunned. They had anticipated witnessing Fang Min and Oppos as folly, ready to mock and ridicule him. Yet who would have guessed he would be so fortunate? 11 million. Suddenly, a young man dressed in a suit raised his bid. The elderly man with white hair responded without hesitation. 12 million. 13 million. Sold to me, shouted a middle-aged man in traditional attire. 15 million it, an amp. Oppos. S mine. A woman's delicate voice rang out from the crowd. Fang Min glanced over and saw a young woman in a qipao, chuckling as she waved her hand at them. Once the surroundings quieted down, he declared loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize, but this is a gift for my friend. No matter how much you offer, I will not sell." The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Jin Wei was even more surprised, as she genuinely did not know to whom Fang Min intended to bestow such a gift. Jin Wei, didn't and amp. Oppos. I just mentioned how beautiful you would look wearing the red jade bracelet. Fang Min smiled at her, seizing her wrist and placing the stone in her palm. This red jade bracelet is exclusively yours. Me? Jin Wei was initially taken aback. Then her eyes glistened with warmth. Fang Min, this is too valuable. Jin Wei, our friendship is far more precious, even priceless. Fang Min assured her, gently patting her shoulder. Jin Wei and amp. Oppos. S face broke into a radiant smile as she threw her arms around him, leaning in to kiss him. She was overwhelmed. Such a precious gem was worth 15 million, or perhaps even more, yet Fang Min insisted it was meant for her. It seemed that, in his eyes, friendship outweighed gems and wealth. Remembering Fang Min's selfless assistance, she felt compelled to reward him with a kiss, unable to restrain her emotions in that moment. Applause erupted from the onlookers as they witnessed the campus beauty kissing Fang Min. Wow. Sun Kong glared at Fang Min with envy, his jealousy boiling over as he felt an urge to lash out. He then cast a disgruntled glance at Gao Long. Gao Long chuckled coldly. Sun Shao, don't be too eager. To draw the snake out of its hole, one must first toss out a few beans, right? Fine. Sun Kong gritted his teeth. Gao Long, I want to see how you plan to bring him down. After their sweet kiss, Jin Wei carefully wrapped the gem and placed it in her handbag. Intertwining her arm with Fang Min's as they continued forward, their closeness drawing admiration from those around them. Having circled the hall, Fang Min realized there were no more gems, particularly no emeralds, so he led Jin Wei out of the venue. She had mentioned earlier that there was the largest stone gambling venue to the south, and he was eager to take a look. At this point, the type of treasure they might find was secondary. What mattered was obtaining the emerald to fulfill the task entrusted to him by his assassin wife. Fang Min, they truly are relentless. Jin Wei noticed that Sun Kong and Gao Long were stealthily trailing behind them and gave Fang Min a knowing glance. Fang Min had already noticed and chuckled. Jin Wei, Don and Amp, Oppos, forget, that red jade bracelet was purchased with Sun Shao and Amp. Oppos, S money. Jin Wei beamed. You're right. I actually hope he can help us again. As they spoke, Fang Min spotted a jade shop called Master 2 nearby, with a sign advertising various types of jade for sale. He pulled Jin Wei towards the store. Let us see if they have emeralds. Why do you insist on emeralds? Jin Wei inquired as they walked. A friend asked me to buy one for her, stating that emeralds are very important to her. Fang Min replied as they entered the opulent jade shop, which was adorned with sparkling treasures that captivated the eye and held one in rapt attention. In every exquisite display case, there was a variety of jade: black ice, ink jade, red jade, yellow jade, Baishan jade, icy jade, each type available. Rings, bracelets, prayer beads, necklaces, an abundance of jade products awaited selection. Excuse me, do you have emeralds? Jin Wei asked a charming female attendant as she strolled through the counters. The attendant smiled warmly at Jin Wei and Fang Min, nodding. Yes, we do have emeralds for sale, but I'm unsure what price range you're interested in. ISN and Oppos. Emerald, the most precious type of jade? How can there be different price ranges? Jin Wei queried. The attendant smiled and explained, emeralds vary in size, and naturally, their prices differ. Additionally, some contain more impurities than others, affecting their value. Some are finished products, while others are semi-finished raw stones, which also varies the price. Fang Min nodded. I would like to see the semi-finished ones and choose one. Of course, the attendant gestured towards a corner room. We have a newly opened VIP room dedicated to various emeralds. However, entry requires a VIP card costing 1 million per card, and each person must have their own. Fang Min immediately produced his bank card to make the payment, but Jin Wei placed her hand over his. Fang Min, that's your personal money, your pocket money. You should consult your family leader before spending such a large sum. She then pulled out her card and confidently made the payment for the membership. The attendant chuckled. Of course, the lady is indeed the leader. Fang Min smiled and shrugged. I never claimed to be your wife. That was someone else's assertion. And I can't help it if it's true. Jin Wei whispered playfully to Fang Min, her bashfulness making her even more endearing. Fang Min remained silent, amused by the idea of a beautiful woman willing to call herself his wife and spend money on him. Before long, they received their 2 membership cards, and Jin Wei took one, linking her arm with Fang Min as they headed toward the VIP room. Also give me 5 membership cards, each for 3 million. A loud voice suddenly called out from beside them. Fang Min and Jin Wei turned to see Sun Kong strutting in with his entourage, all with an air of arrogance. To ensure Fang Min and Jin Wei could hear, he added loudly, No, each card will cost 3 million. Oomph. Jin Wei chuckled coldly, keeping her arm around Fang Min as they approached the VIP room. As they walked, she softly reassured him, Fang Min, there are security personnel inside. Sun Kong wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Fang Min smiled. Jin Wei, the guy named Gao Long next to Sun Xiao, is a master in stone gambling. It seems Sun Xiao wants to challenge us in stone gambling. Let them come. Who is afraid of whom? Jin Wei exclaimed, her eyes widening. I brought over 20 million with me. I'm ready to wager it all. Chapter 90. The 80 million gem indeed. The VIP room was resplendent, radiating opulence. As Fang Min and Jin Wei stepped inside, they were immediately captivated by the grandeur before them. A small hall featured an elongated counter adorned with dazzling emerald jade artifacts. Rings, bracelets, necklaces, pendants, and statues of the Buddha. Everything one could desire was present, each piece more exquisite and eye-catching than the last, and of course, each more expensive. Fang Min noticed that the beautiful attendants were clad in verdant kipeos, each more alluring than the next, enhancing the atmosphere of sophistication. Following the lengthy counter, he observed a corner where an elderly gentleman, bald and wearing reading glasses, was diligently carving a piece of jade. Despite his apparent age of around 80, he exuded vitality and charisma. Excuse me, who is that elderly gentleman? Fang Min inquired softly to one of the attendants. With a smile, she replied, That is our esteemed boss, a gem appraiser, a master of stone gambling, a sculptor, and a seal carving expert. His name is Tu Jiyu, and you may have heard of him. So he is Master Tu. Jin Wei and Appo's eyes widened in recognition. She had often heard of his renowned name, but was now seeing him in person for the first time. She nudged Fang Min, saying, Fang Min, Master Tu is undoubtedly a master. Even foreign presidents seek his counsel and wish to befriend him. Fang Min could discern Master Tu's expertise and nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, handsome and beautiful. What brings you here today? The attendant inquired with a warm smile. Certainly, we are here for emerald jade, Jin Wei replied, glancing at Fang Min. By the way, what type do you desire, Fang Min? I wish for an emerald jade piece the size of a baby's fist, resembling Mithria Buddha, Fang Min answered. The attendant gasped in astonishment. A piece of that size is exceedingly rare, particularly one shaped like Mithria Buddha. Such a gem would fetch at least 50 million, if not over 100 million. To be frank, we currently have none in stock. Are you saying I cannot purchase it? Fang Min asked, searching the attendant's eyes. She gestured toward the corner. We do have rough stones containing emerald jade available for sale. You might be fortunate enough to find one within. However, I must advise you that this is merely a suggestion, and I cannot guarantee you will find such a gem. With that, she regarded Fang Min with admiration, clearly impressed by his intent to purchase something so valuable. Is there one available? You might want to ask our boss, Fang Min suggested, nodding toward Master Tu, who remained engrossed in his carving. After a brief moment of contemplation, the attendant agreed. Very well, please hold on. She turned and sauntered toward Master Tu, her movements graceful in her qipao, drawing Fang Min and Amp, Oppo's, gaze. Hey, Jean Wei softly coughed, nudging Fang Min with her shoulder. Fang Min, Don and Amp, Oppo's, let your eyes wander too much. I can pull off a chi pao better than her. Fang Min chuckled. Jean Wei, don't misunderstand. I merely wanted to see what brand her chi pao is. Huh, is the label on her backside? Jean Wei teased, playfully tugging at Fang Min's arm and swaying her own waist to flaunt her figure. Cool me, and see what brand my denim skirt is. Fang Min cooed and Amp, Oppo's, helped but stare, chuckling. Jean Wei, I Don and Amp, Oppo's, need to look. It must be from the end Amp, Oppo's super sexy and Amp, Oppo's collection. Then why are you still eyeing someone else's looks? It's prudent to compare options, he replied playfully. Enough of that. Jean Wei lightly punched Fang Min, both of them laughing. As they exchanged light banter, a handsome man approached with a sneer. Wei, what kind of emerald jade do you fancy? Just name it, and I and Oppo's, LL cover the cost. Upon recognizing Sun Kong, Jean Wei and Amp, Oppo's, demeanor turned icy. She grasped Fang Min and Amp, Oppo's, hand and started to walk away. Just then, the attendant returned, smiling as she approached Fang Min. Sir, Master Tu has informed me that while we do not have a piece shaped like Mithria Buddha, we do have one resembling Guanyin. If you prefer Mithria, Master Tu can carve it for you, but additional sculpting fees will apply. Excellent, Fang Min exclaimed. How much will that be? The attendant raised her thumb and index finger. 80 million, no less. However, Master Tu assures you that the emerald jade you purchase will be of the highest quality. 80 million? Jean Wei and Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief. As a woman of privilege, even she found the figure staggering. 80 million? Fang Min felt a chill run down his spine. His wife had only provided him with 20 million, leaving a substantial gap. While he could manage a shortfall of 3 to 5 million, 60 million was insurmountable. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to call his wife. He patted Jean Wei and Oppo's shoulder and whispered to her before walking toward a nearby evergreen to call his wife. Xiao Yun, wife, I am currently at the Jade City. Have you secured the emerald jade? She inquired. I inquired about a Guanyin-shaped emerald jade, but to transform it into Mithria requires significant carving, and the price is exorbitant, at least 80 million. A pause followed. Then she responded coldly, Dear, I cannot provide more funds at this moment. Do as you see fit. If you can acquire such jade, I can meet my obligations. If not, it will be a disaster. Upon hearing the word disaster, Fang Min and Amp, Oppo's brow furrowed. The voice on the line continued icily. Remember, we are married. If I perish, you shall accompany me. With that, the call ended. How dare you say, we are married now? Fang Min silently fumed, though he concealed his anger. He had to devise a plan to obtain that emerald jade. As he pondered his next move, he noticed Sun Kong leering at Jean Wei from a distance. Tightening his expression, with Sun Kong present, perhaps he could seek assistance? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Sun Kong was no fool, and the cunning Gao Long at his side would make it difficult to get help. After deliberation, he pulled out his phone and called Jean Wei. Hearing the phone ring, she retrieved it from her purse, noticing it was Fang Min calling. She turned to him, and upon seeing him wave, she hurried over. Fang Min, is there something you need? Jean Wei, I want to discuss something with you. He glanced at Sun Kong in the distance, wrapped his arm around her shoulder, and began to whisper. Upon hearing his proposal, Jean Wei and Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Chapter 91, how about we raise 30 million? Don and Oppo's, get agitated, just hear me out. Fang Min gently shook Jean Wei and Oppo's shoulder. Currently, we lack the financial means to acquire that emerald jade. We must provoke Sun Xiao into making the purchase first, and then we can win that jade through a gamble. 30 million is a significant amount, my friend. Last time, during the bet, Sun Kong Kuden and Oppo's even part with 1 million. Do you really think you will muster 8 million? Jean Wei pouted, shaking her head. Fang Min, I simply cannot fathom why you are so adamant about obtaining that emerald jade. With a playful twist, she nudged Fang Min with her slender waist. You would and Amp, Oppo's, be planning to win it and then gift it to me, would you? Fang Min felt overwhelmed, about to clarify when Jin Wei smiled at him warmly. All right, if you want to gift me the precious jade, I understand your intentions. Considering how often you assist me and how much joy you bring me, tonight, I shall accompany you back to your room. Fang Min was on the verge of a breakdown. Jin Wei, I've told you that we are merely good friends. Why are you so indiscreet? Indiscreet? Jin Wei widened her eyes. The line of handsome suitors pursuing me is longer than the Great Wall. Have I ever shared a room with anyone? Moreover, if you cannot acquire that 30 million jade, you must be feeling quite disheartened. Am I not offering you a consolation? As their conversation meandered, Fang Min wiped the sweat from his forehead. We were discussing how to obtain that jade worth 30 million. The issue is, we cannot acquire it, which is why I was considering how you could obtain something tangible. Jin Wei winked playfully at Fang Min. Fang Min, rest assured, I am far more radiant and enduring than any jade. There's a saying, isn't there? Wei Wei is everlasting, a legacy that endures. Fang Min felt the urge to bang his head against the wall, just as he was about to continue persuading her. A loud voice echoed from a distance. That 30 million emerald jade is mine. Turning to look, it was none other than Sun Kong. It appeared that Sun Kong had been chatting with a beautiful waitress and had learned of Fang Min and Appo's intentions, prompting him to act first, determined to win Jin Wei over with money and intimidate Fang Min. At that moment, the butcher, wearing reading glasses, stood up and walked to the counter. Gazing at Sun Kong, do you truly desire that 30 million emerald jade, young sir? Indeed, Sun Kong replied emphatically, tapping his finger on the counter, his head nodding vigorously. Bring out that jade, let me have a look. The butcher regarded Sun Kong with a hint of disdain, but being a businessman, he turned and walked toward a corner room. Fang Min and Jin Wei stealthily approached the counter, witnessing the butcher enter a storage room. Moments later, he emerged holding an exquisite box. The intricate design on the box depicted Guanyin presenting offerings, carved with lifelike precision, indicative of a master craftsman and Appo's handiwork. As the butcher unveiled the emerald jade within, Sun Kong and Appo's eyes widened, and even Gao Long Kuden and Appo's helped but rub his hands, eager to touch it. Wow, Jin Wei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It's stunning. Fang Min merely smiled faintly. Although the emerald jade of Guanyin was indeed beautiful, it paled in comparison to the emerald jade of Mithria Buddha he secretly possessed. The green glow of his Mithria was more lustrous and penetrating, exuding a refreshing comfort, while the jade Guanyin offered significantly less serenity. Furthermore, he noted that the Guanyin was intricately carved, whereas his Mithria jade was a natural marvel. Master Butcher, is it? Wonderful. Please, carve it into Mithria Buddha immediately. Sun Kong directed toward the butcher. The butcher, unfazed, turned to Fang Min, Wazn, and Appo's. It you who wanted this jade as well? The price remains consistent here. First come, first served. Fang Min couldn't help but smile at the butcher's integrity. He was unlike other merchants who favored the highest bidder. Oof. But does he have 30 million? Sun Kong scoffed, turning to Fang Min with a derisive grin. Hey Fang, do you have 30 million? That was a blatant slap to Fang Min and Appo's face in front of everyone. Fang Min, eyeing the emerald jade in the butcher and Appo's hands, responded calmly, Sun Shao. Do not mock me. If you question my 30 million, how would you respond if a billionaire asked you if you had 800 million? Fang, if you're not convinced, let us compete. Sun Kong pointed a finger at Fang Min. Show me your 30 million. Likewise, let us compare your 800 million. Fang Min retorted. I'm challenging you for 30 million. Sun Kong continued disdainfully. All right, Fang, if you can produce 30 million, I'll match it. Upon hearing this figure, Fang Min smiled. Sun Shao, I can indeed produce 30 million. What do you say? He pointed at the emerald jade in the butcher and Appo's hands and added, I will offer 30 million for this jade, and you can cover the remaining 50 million. I'll do it. Sun Kong shouted. But remember, it must be your own money. You cannot borrow from Jin Wei. Fang Min nodded. Relying on a girl is no achievement. It is indeed my own money. Fang, stop. Jin Wei interjected, aware that Fang Min only had the 1 million he won from gambling. She pulled him urgently. How bold. Sun Kong seized the opportunity, Fang Min. If you can raise 30 million, the rest is on me. But if you cannot, Jin Wei will be my girlfriend. And you will kneel and call me master 3 times before crawling out. What do you say? Sun Kong. Jin Wei glared at him. Do not push him too far. What is your wealth worth? Jin Wei, this is a bet between Fang Min and me. We are both consenting. Sun Kong pointed again at Fang Min Fang. Do you dare bet? Fang Min nodded resolutely. Let it be so. Ha ha ha. Sun Kong laughed heartily, confident that, despite Fang Min having earned 1 million, he was certain this impoverished youth would never muster 2 million. Gao Long, standing beside Sun Kong, chuckled, casting a sideways glance at Fang Min. Why are the youth so arrogant nowadays? When a moment of truth arrives, they one and oppose, to even know how they met their end. Young man, if you don't carry that much money, it's all right. No need to compete so fiercely. The butcher regarded Fang Min with a sympathetic gaze, suddenly speaking up. Whether it's gambling on stones or riches, it should be for enjoyment, never at the cost of losing more than you gain. Boss Butcher. Sun Kong scowled at him in discontent. What do you mean by that? Chapter 92. The low-key 30 million. The Butcher, aware of Sun Kong and Amp Oppos, as connections to the black sheep of the Sun family, lowered his head and began to polish the jadeite in his hands, choosing to remain silent. ISN and Oppos. It impressive? Please. Sun Kong gestured to Fang Min, indicating the card machine on the counter. Swipe your 30 million. Once you do, I'll cover the remaining 50 million. Fang Min nodded, retrieved his bank card, and approached the charming attendant, handing her the card to complete the transaction of 30 million. The attendant, believing Fang Min to be a wealthy elite, smiled as she accepted the card and initiated the process. Jin Wei sighed, turning her head away. Swiping again for another 10 million? Is there really more money to be had? She felt at a loss over the unfolding situation. Sun Kong, however, erupted in laughter, nearly collapsing onto the counter, still playing the part of braggart. Others around watched with wide eyes, curious to see if Fang Min could indeed swipe 30 million. Please enter your password. The attendant input the amount of 30 million, smiling encouragingly at Fang Min. He returned her smile and promptly entered his password. The transaction completed, and moments later, the car machine announced the success. The attendant, with a glimmer in her eyes, tore off the receipt and handed it, along with the bank card, to Fang Min. Sir, here are your bank card and receipt. The 30 million has been transferred successfully. Impossible. Sun Kong was left speechless. This young man was a tycoon? Gao Long, having heard Sun Kong refer to Fang Min as an orphan-turned-university student, was utterly astonished. Sun Kong and Oppos, loyal followers, were equally dumbfounded, anticipating Sun Kong to relinquish Jin Wei and then witness Fang Min kneel before him. If he didn't kneel, they would take action. Yet here was Fang Min effortlessly swiping 30 million. Yay! Jin Wei jumped with joy and embraced Fang Min, showering him with kisses like a chick pecking at food. Fang Min, I never imagined you were hiding such wealth. Could you swipe 300 million as well? Fang Min gently patted Jin Wei's shoulder, whispering, keep it low-key. Keep it low-key. One must always remain humble. Had it not been for the 2 million from the assassin's wife, he would have been unable to access such funds. Yet now he exuded the confidence and demeanor of a billionaire. Young Master Sun, say something. Jin Wei turned to the dazed Sun Kong, playfully urging him. Concerned that Sun Kong might backtrack, she snatched the receipt from Fang Min and Oppos' hand and slammed it onto the counter. Here is the 30 million receipt. You can check it with your own eyes. Fine, let us take a look. Sun Kong, still skeptical, moved closer to Jin Wei and grabbed the receipt. Upon inspection, he confirmed it was indeed 30 million. His eyes widened as he stared at Fang Min, scrutinizing him from head to toe. I must have misjudged him. Young Master Sun, a gentleman's word is his bond. Jin Wei coldly smiled, signaling to Sun Kong. Now, please cover the remaining 50 million. Sun Kang's face flushed. Indeed, a gentleman's word is his bond. Who said I wouldn't pay? He waved to the butcher. This jadeite belongs to Fang Min. I'll transfer the remaining 50 million to you. Just give me your account details. Young Master Sun, what account details do you need? Jin Wei shot a glare at Sun Kong. You could just swipe the card right now. Can an Oppos to you? Sun Kong sneered. I did say I would pay the 50 million, but I never mentioned doing it immediately. Did I say that? No. Gao Long chimed in, shaking his head. Young Master Sun promised the compensation of 50 million, but not right away. Exactly. I can vouch for that. Young Master Sun always keeps his promises. You can be sure that 50 million will come. Several of Sun Kong and Appo's loyal followers chimed in, eager to praise him, as if they wished to adorn his face with the title of gentleman. Fang Min knew all too well that Sun Kong intended to weasel out of this payment. He sighed at the butcher. Master Tu, let us just forget it. Please refund me the 30 million. I'll pass on the jadeite for now. Jin Wei shot a sidelong glance at Sun Kong and nodded in agreement. Yes. Let's not deal with someone so shameless. It's quite disheartening. How dare you speak to me that way? Sun Kong glared at Jin Wei before addressing the butcher. Boss Tu, this jadeite is being sold to him. I assure you, I will pay you that 50 million. The butcher, unwilling to offend Sun Kong, nodded expressionlessly. No witties. I had no intention of taking it back. That's right. Sun Kong nodded, giving himself a thumbs up. If anyone causes trouble here in the future, just give me a call. Yes, consider that 50 million as protection money. One of Sun Kong and Appo's followers echoed. Upon hearing this, Sun Kong abruptly turned his head, glaring at his followers. Who said that just now? Four burly men exchanged glances. One of them, a blond giant, slowly raised his hand and sheepishly smiled at Sun Kong. Young master, wasn't that how it used to be for us? You imbecile, Sun Kong roared, lunging towards the blond man, delivering a flurry of blows. Owing 50 million is simply that. Owing 50 million. When did it become protection money? Who have I ever collected protection money from? After several minutes of furious blows, he kicked the man away, sending him stumbling out of the room. The hall fell silent, tension thick in the air. Well, boss Tu, it's your turn to take care of things. Sun Kong accepted a tissue from one of the large men, wiping the blood off his hands, and turned to the butcher with a courteous smile. This Mr. Fong wants a Methriao Buddha, so please carve it for him. The butcher nodded lightly, his expression unfazed, while the nearby attendant trembled, unable to meet Sun Kang's gaze. Mr. Fong, what form of Methriao Buddha would you like? The butcher inquired. Fang Min felt a bit guilty, but knew he needed this jadeite. He opened his phone, displaying an image. Master Tu, I would like it to resemble this Methriao Buddha. Upon seeing the image, the butcher nodded. Understood. Please wait at least 3 hours. He gestured toward a small door at the end of the corridor. There's a buffet if you feel hungry. It's all complimentary. After nodding at Fang Min, he turned and disappeared through a small door behind him. Fang Min, I'm a bit hungry. Let us grab something to eat, Jin Wei whispered, taking his hand and leading him toward the corridor. Stop. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed through the once quiet hall. The shout startled everyone, and Fang Min and Jin Wei turned abruptly. Chapter 93. The Life and Death Gamble. Upon hearing the voice, Fang Min turned to see Gao Long, whose eyes were filled with a sinister glare and a menacing aura, even exuding a hint of murderous intent. Fang Min and Appo's brows furrowed slightly. Fang Min, I challenge you to a bet. Gao Long stepped forward, locking his gaze on a Fang Min and Appo's. I wager on jadeite. Let us gamble then. I'm not afraid. Jin Wei, sensing Gao Long's ferocity but oblivious to the lethal energy surrounding him, readily agreed. Having witnessed Fang Min triumph over Sun Kong in previous encounters, her confidence was unwavering. Fang Min gently patted Jin Wei and Appo's shoulder, signaling her to remain silent. He then shook his head at Gao Long. I'm sorry, but I must accompany my friend for a meal. With his arm around Jin Wei and Appo's shoulders, he turned to leave. He had already acquired the emerald jadeite and wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Moreover, with Gao Long's threatening demeanor, engaging in a confrontation would only jeopardize both himself and Jin Wei. Coward. Spineless. Sun Kong sneered, his disdain evident. Fang, if you dare to bet, only then will I consider you a man. Fang Min ignored him, continuing down the corridor with Jin Wei. Get that beauty Jianglan from the Jiuxing orphanage. Sun Kong barked at a burly man beside him. At the mention of Jianglan, Fang Min halted and turned to glare at Sun Kong. Son, you swore not to harass Jianglan again. Sun Kong shrugged, a smug smile on his face. I'm merely inviting her. This is not harassment. I've heard tales of her beauty, and I intend to pay her a visit soon. Gao Long chuckled ominously. Unless you gamble with me, Fang Min. If you win, I shall never utter Jiang Lan's name again. I accept your challenge. Without a moment in Oppo's hesitation, Fang Min returned to Gao Long. Speak, how shall we wager? Gao Long pointed to a beautiful staff member nearby, commanding, shut off all the cameras in this hall. The staff member hesitated, quickly dialing a number. Moments latte. Four strong security guards entered. The lead guard, a burly man with a square jaw, boomed. What is going on? The staff member quickly pointed to Gao Long, explaining, this gentleman requests that we turn off all the cameras in the hall. The guard recognized Gao Long and nodded towards Sun Kong. Sun Kong smirked coldly. Wu. No need for alarm. We are merely gambling. Given the stakes, we require the cameras to be off. Rest assured, should anything go awry, you can hold me accountable. The guard nodded in understanding, using his radio to instruct, turn off all cameras in the Emerald Jadeite VIP hall. After a brief pause, he returned to Gao Long and Sun Kong. You're all set. Sun Kong clasped his hands in gratitude, turning to Gao Long. Mr. Gao, you may proceed. Gao Long nodded, fixing his steely gaze on Fang Min. Let me first declare the stakes. Speak, Fang Min replied, keeping a close watch on Gao Long. That pillar in the center. Gao Long pointed to a cylindrical column in the hall. If I lose, I will throw myself against that pillar until death. If you lose, you will do the same. Do you dare? Gasps erupted from several female staff members nearby, their faces pale with shock. Jean Wei, alarmed, tugged at Fang Min's sleeve. Fang Min, don't gamble. Let us go eat. Losing 30 million or 20 million was one thing, but staking a life was entirely unacceptable to her. Fang Min stood firm, his gaze unwavering on Gao Long, sensing the intensifying malevolence in his eyes, escalating to a point where it seemed he yearned to end Fang Min's life immediately. One can evade the initial challenge, but not the inevitable. Having already accepted the gamble, Fang Min resolved to see it through. Why shy away? I will wager with you. Fang Min. Jean Wei and damp, Oppo's eyes brimmed with concern as she pulled at him desperately. Yet, Fang Min remained resolute, locking eyes with Gao Long. If I lose, I will perish against that column. But if you lose, you need not die. Simply pay me 50 million and bow to me 3 times. Wasn't it a debt of 50 million to Master 2? He needed to win it back for him. Agreed. Gao Long readily accepted the proposal. 50 million was no obstacle for him. The prospect of wagering Fang Min's life exhilarated him. As for bowing to Fang Min, that was hardly a consideration. Fang Min. Jean Wei's eyes glistened with tears as she stared at him. Your life is worth only 50 million? Fang Min patted her shoulder gently. Jean Wei, this is a matter for men. Please refrain from further protests. I'll call home for 50 million. Jean Wei and damp, Oppo's eyes were filled with sorrow as she gazed at Fang Min. I'll use 50 million to buy your life. Fang Min's heart swelled, and he tenderly wiped away her tears. Jean Wei, have we ever lost in our previous bets? Furthermore, we must confront them decisively to extinguish their arrogance once and for all. Jean Wei hesitated, biting her lip before nodding in agreement. Now, how shall we wager? Fang Min inquired, looking at Gao Long. The crowd, sensing the gravity of a life-and-death gamble, turned their attention to Gao Long, especially Sun Kong, whose eyes widened in anticipation. Gao Long smirked coldly. As I mentioned earlier, we wager on Jadeite. Master 2 has taken the Jadeite to his studio for carving. You shall declare whether cracks will appear on it during the process. Upon hearing this, Fang Min activated his X-ray vision to observe the inside of the studio, where Master 2 was diligently sculpting, attempting to transform a figure of Guanyin into one of Mithria. As he peered through time, an image materialized in his mind. An hour later, a crack would suddenly appear at the base of the Mithria figure. Not wishing to see more, he turned to Gao Long and declared, cracks will indeed appear on the Jadeite. Excellent. Gao Long seemed to have awaited this very outcome, exclaiming, I bet there will be no cracks. Clapping his hands in excitement, Sun Kong announced, did you all hear? The gamble between Gao Long and Fang Min has commenced. If a crack appears on the Jadeite in Master 2's hands, Fang Min wins, and Gao Long owes him 50 million and must bow 3 times. If there are no cracks, Gao Long wins, and Fang Min must throw himself against that column. With that, he rushed to the column, emphatically tapping it this very pillar. Hold your excitement. Fang Min coldly remarked to Sun Kong. If Gao Long loses and fails to produce the 50 million, then you all carry him away. What can I do? Chapter 94. Passion in the restroom indeed. Jinwei immediately responded to Fang Min with a playful exclamation, recalling how a certain scoundrel had behaved similarly before. Despite losing 10 million to them, he had managed to evade payment, aided by a pack of sycophants. Upon hearing this, Sun Kong felt a flush of indignation and strode towards Gao Long. Mr. Gao, why not issue him a check for 50 million and hand it to the staff? That would be fair, wouldn't it? Gao Long looked perplexed and displeased. Sun Xiao, you want me to issue a check? He had come to aid Sun Kong, believing that all expenses should naturally fall upon him. Sun Kong understood this well, and, smiling lightly, whispered, Mr. Gao, I apologize, but my father has imposed strict limits on my spending. At most, I can only manage 1 million. The rest is simply beyond my reach. Besides, even if you issue a check, do you really think Fang Min can win? Gao Long smirked slyly. I can issue a check, but you must agree to pay me interest. Not a problem. Once we succeed, I will transfer 200,000 in interest to you, Sun Kong assured him promptly. Gao Long was well aware of Sun Kang's miserly nature and his tendency to be unreliable with money. Sun Xiao, I suggest you transfer the amount first. That way, I can gamble with confidence. With a clenched jaw, Sun Kong reluctantly took out his phone. All right, I'll transfer it right now. Gao Long also retrieved his phone, confirming receipt of the 200,000 before taking a pen and paper from a sturdy man to write the check. Once completed, he handed it to a staff member for verification. The beautiful server promptly examined it, nodded at both Gao Long and Sun Kong, and then confirmed with Fang Min that it was indeed an authentic check for 80 million. Very well, the wager is set. In an hour, Master 2 will emerge with the jade, and we shall see who prevails. None of us can leave now. We must not give Master 2 any chance to collude, Sun Kong exclaimed, brimming with excitement and eager anticipation. That is highly improbable, Gao Long replied, shaking his head. Master 2 is a man of principle. He would never alter his intentions for a mere phone call. The jade will be exactly as it ought to be. Fang Min believed Gao Long's words, and, wrapping an arm around Jinwei's shoulders, led her toward the hallway. Come, Jinwei, aren't you hungry? Let's find something to eat. Jinwei nodded. Nestling against Fang Min, their fingers intertwined as they walked out together. Noticing Jinwei and Appo's deliberate closeness to Fang Min, Sun Kong ground his teeth in resentment. Just wait. In an hour, Fang Min will lose and meet his demise. At that moment, she will undoubtedly become my woman. Adjacent to the VIP lounge was a small buffet that could accommodate a dozen diners. A variety of delicacies were laid out. Roasted chicken wings, duck legs, lamb skewers, pizza, garlic bread, dumplings, and an array of vegetables and fruits. Fang Min and Jinwei filled their trays with their favorite dishes and settled into a corner to eat. Due to the stakes of the wager, the atmosphere was somewhat subdued. Jinwei, in particular, wore a worried expression, anxious that Fang Min would not prevail against Gao Long. Given Fang Min and Appo's limited knowledge of gemstones, how could he possibly stand a chance against the master? The thought of the impending disaster made her heart ache. After their meal, they headed to the restroom to wash up. Just as Fang Min turned to leave, Jinwei suddenly approached him, pulling him toward the women's restroom. Jinwei, what is the matter? Fang Min asked, puzzled. Without uttering a word, she insisted on dragging him inside the ladies' room, where she promptly shut the door and locked it. She then wrapped her arms around him, kissing him fervently. Fang Min, bewildered, pushed her away. Jinwei, what on earth are you doing? In a swift motion, she removed her denim skirt, revealing her flawless, voluptuous figure, radiant like a delicate white peony. Fang Min was utterly unprepared. Jinwei, what is this all about? Fang Min, you're bound to lose the bet with Sun Kong. I want to give myself to you. Jinwei gazed at him with longing, then clutched him tightly, attempting to undress him. Realization dawned on Fang Min, and he pushed her away firmly. Jinwei, I will not lose. How can you be so sure? Jinwei responded, embracing him again. You know nothing of jade, and Gao Long is a master in appraisal. You stand no chance against him. When you lose, I will plead for your mercy by becoming Sun Kang's girlfriend, ensuring they spare you. Jinwei, I will give my best to the one I cherish most. Please. Do not say anything more, she implored, tears glistening in her eyes. Seeing her distressed state, Fang Min felt a pang in his heart. Jin Wei, trust me, I will win. How can that be? We have been fortunate in the past, but this time is different. Jin Wei and Damp, oppose, as tearful gaze pierced through him. Fang Min, I beg you, let me be with you just this once, please. At a loss for words, he held tightly to his belt. Let go. Jin Wei's voice trembled with emotion. Hearing her sudden sobs, Fang Min felt a wave of compassion wash over him, almost swaying him to acquiesce. Yet, he trusted his own judgment and remained resolute. He understood Jin Wei's passionate nature, her desire to reciprocate their friendship, and while her beauty was undeniable, he could not relent. Finally, witnessing her fervent affection, he sighed, Jin Wei, this environment is rather inappropriate. How about this? Let us wait until tonight. Even if you may become Sun Kang's girlfriend, it cannot happen this very evening. Tonight, wherever you desire to go, I will accompany you. Upon hearing this, Jin Wei relented, giving him a fervent kiss before releasing him to don her skirt once more. All right, it's a promise. At that moment, a loud voice called from outside. Where are you? Where are you? Recognizing Sun Kang and Appo's voice, laced with jealousy, Fang Min and Jin Wei exchanged a knowing smile. Jin Wei then opened the door, glaring at Sun Kang. What are you shouting about? Sun Kang and Appo's eyes widened in anger as he glared at both of them. What are you two up to? What you do is none of your business. Jin Wei retorted, leading Fang Min out of the room. As they walked, Fang Min discreetly adjusted Jin Wei's skirt, ensuring it covered her properly. Sun Kang, witnessing this, ground his teeth in fury, wishing he could pummel Fang Min. All right, enjoy your moment of glory. We shall see you crash soon enough. Chapter 95. The crack on the emerald. After much anticipation, the master carver finally emerged, cradling a tray in his hands. Upon it lay a magnificent emerald, shrouded under a crimson cloth,